After traversing to another realm, Liu Zhe lived a life of mediocrity, ultimately succumbing to a profound sense of dissatisfaction as he completed his existence. However, upon reopening his eyes, he was astonished to find himself returned to the womb, having awakened the Life Editor. The Life Editor is supreme and unparalleled, allowing one to customize their life script and live a life of brilliance. Height, appearance, intelligence, growth trajectory, all are subject to editing. Having led an unremarkable life, Liu Zhe decisively sculpted himself into a paragon of beauty. After all, being handsome is a lifelong endeavor. Prodigious genius, superbrain, innate strength, master of national martial arts, sports legend, investment virtuoso, god of the stock market, tech tycoon. One after another, life achievements were unlocked. In this life, I shall ascend like the blazing sun, dominating the globe. Chapter 1. Returning to the Womb, Unleashing the Life Editor. In the year 2070, within a humble abode on the outskirts of Jinghai City, the elderly Liu Zhe lay quietly on a moldy wooden bed, surrounded by an aura of death. Sensing that his time was drawing near, he struggled to prop himself up, breathlessly leaning against the headboard. In his murky eyes flickered reminiscence, followed by a self-mocking smile. In this life, he had truly been so inconsequential. Liu Zhe harbored a secret deep within his heart. He was not of this world. Having traversed from Earth to this more resplendent parallel world, both modern historical trajectories and cultural nuances were starkly different. At the onset of his journey, he was filled with fervor and ambition, believing that even with a humble beginning, he could leverage the classics of his previous life to become a literary titan. Yet, reality swiftly doused his ardor with a cold splash of water. As he prepared to take bold steps forward, he abruptly realized he was utterly at a loss. Numerous familiar classics lingered in his mind, yet whether film, song, or novel, he could not perfectly replicate them. In his former life, he was merely an ordinary individual, untrained in music or film, having spent a lifetime rooted in his hometown, scarcely exposed to the wider world. Even if he could hum those classic lyrics, he lacked the ability to compose or arrange music, for he was utterly ignorant of such matters. As for film and novels, they were even less within his grasp. Liu Zhe was unwilling to accept such a fate. Thus, bidding farewell to his parents, who were engaged in a modest business in his hometown, he resolutely ventured to Jinghai City to strive for success. Clearly, the money-driven metropolis proved far more ruthless than the small town. With an unremarkable appearance and no particular skills, Liu Zhe struggled merely to secure basic sustenance. Countless nights, he gazed up at the tallest buildings in Jinghai City, and like many a vagrant, squatted in shadowy corners, greedily eyeing the alluring women passing by. He yearned for success, longed to be the favored child of the era, and rewrite the narrative of his failed existence. Alas, reality often defies one's wishes. After squandering half his life, Liu Zhe finally awakened to this truth. That is to say, ordinary people shall forever remain ordinary. Even after traversing realms, one remains the most inconspicuous speck of dust in the corner. Changing worlds does not guarantee a meteoric rise to greatness. Ah, indeed, novels are all deceivers. How could there be so many protagonists? Liu Zhe chuckled bitterly, gazing at the gray-white ceiling while reminiscing about his experiences from 2 lifetimes. Ultimately, he let out a long sigh and wearily closed his eyes. In this life, a life of modest means devoid of children or family. Even in death, there would be no one to claim his body. Yet for someone like him, should he truly have offspring, they would merely become a burden to others. With his self-deprecating smile curling at the corners of his lips, Liu Zhe's weary consciousness succumbed entirely to the abyss of darkness. Dear, I think the baby just kicked me. Indeed, I felt him move too. What a vigorous little one. He must be a boy, and quite the mischievous one at that. Oh dear, stop touching, how annoying. Liu Zhe felt himself enveloped in a haze, warmth radiating from his body. He could not open his eyes, his consciousness drifting within a sea of darkness. Faint voices of conversation echoed from afar, their tones achingly familiar. This sent a jolt through Liu Zhe's spirit, causing his heart to race. Was he not dead, but rather had he entered a third life? Moreover, Judging by the voices of those two, it seemed he had returned to 60 years prior, shortly after his parents' marriage, when his mother was just pregnant with him. However, the commencement of this third life seemed rather premature. He was still an embryo, just as Liu Zhe's mind swirled in confusion. Pondering the current circumstances, an abrupt tremor emanating from the depths of his soul surged forth, followed by an exuberant voice. Welcome to the Life Editor. The great soul that has lived 3 lives can now freely edit your existence. Shall we create your life panel immediately? Stunned by the voice within his mind, Liu Zhe froze in place. This is a system? Having lived to a third life, a system had actually been activated? A wave of immense joy washed over him. With the experience of 2 lifetimes, he understood deeply how arduous it was for an ordinary person to overturn their fate by mere effort. Now that the legendary golden finger had manifested, Liu Zhe would not let this opportunity slip by. He promptly chose to confirm. In the next instant, he felt his consciousness transported to a virtual space, where a colossal light screen connected heaven and earth, appearing utterly vacant. Editing life. How does one go about it? Liu Zhe eagerly inquired. The Life Editor is supreme, from skeletal appearance to innate talents and intelligence. Even the trajectory of life can be edited. Simulate a phase script for your life. The higher the completion rate after birth, the more rewards you shall receive. Host. Every era will have its prodigies who overshadow an entire generation. Utilize the Life Editor to define your existence. Strive, surpass, and become the prodigy of this era, living as a legend. Warning: at the conclusion of your life, a comprehensive score will be assigned based on your achievements in this life, presenting an opportunity for the ultimate reward, eternal life. The system's authoritative voice resonated through the cosmos, causing Liu Zhe's breath to quicken. Define your own life. Live as a legend. Perhaps even achieve eternal life. Chapter 2. This time, to become a handsome gentleman. In Liu Zhe's mind, thoughts flickered incessantly. He understood that this lifetime was destined to be extraordinary. The capabilities bestowed by this Life Editor were truly formidable. Liu Zhe could meticulously contemplate how to live this life to its utmost splendor. After a considerable time, a general idea began to form in his mind as he gazed at the virtual screen before him. Let us commence with the editing panel. Sensing Liu Zhe's intention, the virtual screen began to manifest text. Please confirm your name for this life. Liu Zhe. He made no alterations to his name, for he had been called Liu Zhe in both of his previous lives, and he held a deep affection for it. Please edit your appearance. Note: facial features are selected based on the genetic lineage of the host's parents over 3 generations and can be freely arranged and combined. The voice of the system resonated, and the panel before him transformed once more, ultimately revealing a 3D facial modeling interface. Liu Zhe was momentarily taken aback. He curiously examined this facial sculpting system, discovering that all adjustable attributes were permissible within the genetic constraints of his ancestors. For instance, he could choose his father's prominent nose to complement his mother's delicate oval face. Alternatively, he could combine his grandfather's strikingly bold eyebrows with his grandmother's rosy lips and pearly white teeth. This novel method of facial customization was a first for Liu Zhe. It was evidently more reasonable than a completely free-form approach. After all, if both parents had round faces, yet their child ended up with an elongated visage, it would seem incongruous. With this thought in mind, Liu Zhe smiled faintly, patiently beginning to arrange the most suitable features derived from his genetic heritage. In his previous 2 lives, he bore an appearance that could be deemed ordinary. Not quite unattractive, yet certainly not captivating. He was the type of person who would not warrant a second glance from a girl in a crowd. However, having experienced life in 2 different forms, he was acutely aware of the significance of physical allure. In fact, possessing a breathtaking visage was itself a monumental opportunity. For beauty could indeed be monetized. Given the chance to relive a life of his own design, Liu Zhe was determined to flourish and become a figure of envy, a handsome man admired by all. Thus, he dedicated a full 3 hours solely to sculpting his face. Eventually, a striking visage emerged before him, one that bore a faint resemblance to his own, yet was altogether distinct and handsome. Gazing upon this face, Liu Zhe felt a surge of satisfaction. This exterior, even when compared to the most attractive individuals he had encountered in his past lives, was sure to stand out. To say it was akin to a celestial being gracing the earth would not be an exaggeration. Please confirm your height. Note: height is derived from the maximum height of the parents with a fluctuation of 10 centimeters. With the facial features set, the system proceeded to the next item. Liu Zhe's spirits were immediately lifted. He understood all too well the significance of height. For many women, The foremost criterion in choosing a partner is height. Having a partner who stands at 1.8 meters is a cherished ideal for numerous individuals. It is no exaggeration to say that if a young man is fortunate enough to possess a height exceeding 1.8 meters and is not unattractive, he becomes a veritable magnet among women. In his previous 2 lives, Luze stood at a mere 1.75 meters, merely conforming to the national average height. This was an unavoidable circumstance, as his father was also 1.75 meters tall, and the genetic traits of the Liu family dictated this limitation. There was little room for growth due to unfavorable conditions. Having longed for a more desirable height, Luze had often fantasized about waking up 10 centimeters taller. But now, such unrealistic daydreams were unnecessary, for the life editor fulfilled all his desires. The maximum height he could adjust to was derived from his parents' heights, allowing him to add 10 centimeters to his father's 1.75 meters. This meant he could reach an impressive height of 1.85 meters. Such stature would be sufficient to appeal to the vast majority of women. Please customize your body details. The screen continued to shift, presenting a 3D representation of his entire physique. Luze was once again astonished. This system allowed him to customize not just his skin tone, hair, birthmarks, but even his body proportions. Was this not extraordinary? Without a moment's hesitation, he adjusted everything to the optimal specifications. Before long, a tall, handsome figure with skin as fair as snow and devoid of any blemish stood before him, exuding an ethereal charm as if descended from the heavens. His deep-set eyes, paired with perfectly modeled features, surpassed every male star in existence. Simply standing there was enough to captivate the gaze of all onlookers. Luze inhaled deeply, his eyes sparkling with vitality. With such an external image, he was certain that this life would bring him abundant fortune. After all, once beauty reaches a certain threshold, it becomes a passport to the upper echelons of society. Please select 3 innate talents as your foundational abilities: superhuman strength, immaculate body, super brain, natural fragrance, ageless appearance, perfect pitch, natural nobility, silver tongue, photogenic talent, rational being. Note: unselected talents can also be acquired through task completion. Gazing at this array, Luze fell into contemplation. The life editor contained an overwhelming number of talent skills, randomly offering 10 for character creation and allowing him to select 3 as his foundational abilities. This was indeed a generous gift from the system. Although there would be opportunities to acquire all talents in the future, he would not squander this chance for free benefits. After careful deliberation, he eliminated talents like natural fragrance and natural nobility, which offered less value. Ultimately, he chose super brain, superhuman strength, and immaculate body. The super brain was an essential choice, enhancing all cognitive abilities, granting him photographic memory and exceptional intelligence. The immaculate body, according to the system's description, would render his physique pure and unblemished, naturally immune to any diseases. This was undoubtedly a coveted ability for countless individuals. A healthy body could, at times, be worth more than mountains of gold. As for the superhuman strength, it served as an additional layer of insurance for Luze, endowing him with extraordinary physical prowess to safeguard himself in perilous moments. The other talents, such as perfect pitch, ageless appearance, and photogenic talent, could be obtained through the completion of life's scripted phases, so he felt no regret for not acquiring them in advance. Congratulations on completing the foundational character settings. Please simulate a phased life script for yourself. Currently available range for simulation, age 5. Upon completion of the simulation, rewards will be given based on the degree of goal achievement. The higher the achievement, the more abundant the rewards. Please choose the direction of the simulation. 1. Conceal your brilliance, awaiting opportunity. 2. Emerge prominently, make a name for yourself. Within the system's expansive space, a grand voice reverberated once more. Luze's eyes gleamed, and without hesitation, he chose the second option. In his previous 2 lives, he had remained obscure, insignificant as an ant. In this life, how could he possibly continue on a path of silence? To make a name for himself and become a legend was the only way to justify his existence. Chapter 3. Luze's birth, a sensation at the hospital due to his looks. Selection successful. Simulating your phased life script. Simulation successful. At the tender age of 0, upon your arrival into this world, amidst your mother's unwavering efforts, you let out a wail, but soon fell silent, your bright, intelligent eyes surveying your surroundings with profound wisdom. Your delicate features evoked awe from all who beheld you, causing a sensation throughout the entire hospital. At 1 year, gifted with innate strength, you thrived, mastering the art of running far more swiftly than your peers. Those around you sang praises of your extraordinary talents, and a well-meaning individual relayed this to the media. At 2 years, your extraordinary intellect bestowed upon you wisdom far beyond the grasp of ordinary mortals. You devoured every book in your home, leaving your father utterly astonished, prompting him to procure even more literature for you. At 3 years, you spoke fluently, reciting verses from the 300 Tang poems with ease. Neighbors proclaimed you a prodigy, a child of the literary star. At 4 years, your remarkable abilities could no longer be concealed, drawing the attention of numerous media outlets. Among them, a milk powder manufacturer, captivated by your exquisite features, invited you to star in a product endorsement advertisement, thereby improving your family's circumstances. At 5 years, your early television appearances garnered you further attention, with renowned directors expressing a desire for you to portray the young male lead in their films, a proposition you declined, as your heart was solely devoted to acquiring new knowledge. Note: the phase of life simulation has been completed. In the confines of the system space, Luze gently stroked his chin. Perhaps due to his choice of the super brain talent, this life simulation unfolded as a quintessential tale of a child prodigy. What is 3 years of recognizing 1,000 characters, or 5 years of memorizing Tang poetry, pales in comparison to this experience. Nonetheless, this aligns perfectly with Lu Ze's aspirations. In this lifetime, he is destined to live brilliantly, to become a paragon, dominating his contemporaries. Being a prodigy is merely the starting point. Moreover, this life script is easily attainable. He possesses the soul of an adult, enriched by the knowledge and experiences of 2 lifetimes. Even without the enhancement of a super brain, he would still embody the legendary child prodigy. Of course, Luze would not squander his gifts. The ages of 0 to 5 encompass a period of heightened learning capacity for humanity. If ordinary individuals can achieve so much, he must cherish his superbrain even more. After confirming the script posed no issues, Luze revisited each option and with satisfaction clicked complete. Thus concluded his life editing endeavor. His consciousness, after the collapse of the system space, once again descended into darkness. Faint sounds from the outside world reached his ears as Luze gradually slipped into slumber. Meanwhile, in a modest yet cozy room, his mother, her belly round and full, beamed with joy, saying, "Li Gua, have you thought of a name for the child?" "Indeed, I have. If it's a girl, she shall be named Luya. If a boy, Luze." A somewhat gaunt man chuckled heartily. "Haha, with such liveliness, I bet it's a boy." Zhao Ruoxue, her gaze brimming with affection as she caressed her belly, murmured, "Little Luze, grow quickly and protect your mother." Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, the day of delivery arrived. In the delivery room, anguished cries of pain echoed relentlessly. Lu Ligo stood anxiously outside, like an ant on a hot stove, pacing restlessly. After what felt like an eternity, the sound of a baby's cry pierced the air, followed by the opening of the door. "Congratulations, Mr. Lu. Both mother and child are safe. You have a son." A weary female doctor removed her mask, revealing a smile on her fatigued face. "Thank heavens. Thank you, doctor." Lu Ligo, who felt as if he were undergoing a trial, was overwhelmed with emotion. After expressing his gratitude to the doctor, he rushed into the delivery room. "Darling, how are you feeling?" Without hesitation, Lu Ligo lunged to the side of the birthing bed, concern etched on his face, neglecting to mention the child. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Ruoxue felt a warm wave of affection wash over her. It is well known that many men, after their wives give birth, often focus more on the child's gender than the mother's well-being. Such subconscious neglect, even if unintentional, can leave a woman feeling neglected, and may even sow the seeds of discord in the family. However, Lu Ligo's display of responsibility reassured Zhao Ruoxue that she had not married in vain. Even if life were to be a struggle, she would accept it. She lifted her chin and said to the nearby bassinet, "I'm fine. Go take a look at the child." "All right." Upon hearing this, Lu Ligo finally stood up, trembling with excitement and anticipation as he gazed toward the cradle. Surrounding the small bed were a group of female nurses, whispering in hushed tones from afar. "Oh my, this child is simply too beautiful. Like a porcelain doll, absolutely adorable. I've been in obstetrics for over a decade and have seen thousands of newborns. This one is undoubtedly the most exquisite." Upon hearing these remarks, Lu Ligo nearly lost his footing mid-stride. "My son, is he truly that handsome? Even seasoned doctors are astonished. What will he grow up to be like?" In a fleeting moment, countless dreams of his son's appearance flashed through Lu Ligo's mind. Yet, all these fantasies crumbled to dust when he finally beheld the delicate face of the newborn. It was the first time he comprehended the impact of beauty. Though merely a newborn, the infant's features were already strikingly clear. Once cleaned, even though his face had yet to fully mature, it radiated an undeniable refinement. His large, expressive eyes appeared to converse with him, blinking curiously. He neither cried nor fussed. Utterly enchanting. "Is this truly my son?" Overcome with emotion, Lu Ligo trembled, yearning to hold the child, yet his arms felt stiff and unsure of how to move. Ultimately, with the collective assistance of the obstetric nurses, he clumsily cradled the freshly born Lu Zhe in his arms. Ligua, let me take a look too. At this moment, a slightly weak voice from Zhao Ruoxua broke through. She managed to prop herself up slightly, her large eyes eagerly looking over. It turned out that during the agonizing pain of childbirth, she had nearly lost consciousness and had not yet had the opportunity to properly gaze upon her child. Upon hearing her words, Lu Ligo hurriedly and gingerly brought the swaddled infant to the bedside. The moment Zhao Ruoxua's gaze fell upon Lu Zhe's small face, her breath caught in her throat. This is my child. This is simply too beautiful. Zhao Ruoxua was astounded. She could hardly fathom that such perfection could exist in the world, let alone manifest in her very own son. It is a well-known fact that many newborns are quite unattractive, their features scrunched together with eyes hardly open. Yet this child before her was the complete opposite. Not only were his features distinct, but his large, dark eyes sparkled like black jewels, curiously surveying his surroundings. No wonder the delivery room nurses had erupted in such exaggerated admiration. Little Lu Zhe, you truly are a wonderful child for your mother. Zhao Ruoxua cradled Lu Zhe in her arms, unable to suppress her beaming smile. Her eyes shimmered with the love and adoration of a first-time mother. Meanwhile, the news of a newborn with unparalleled beauty emerging from the delivery room rapidly spread among the gossiping nurses. Numerous healthcare professionals, driven by curiosity, flocked to catch a glimpse of this once-in-a-century infant. Before long, the entire hospital was abuzz with excitement, even reaching the ears of the hospital's director. The director of this maternal and child healthcare facility was a kind-hearted elderly woman nearing 60. Upon witnessing Lu Zhe's exquisite features, the smile at the corners of her eyes never faded, leading her to summon Lu Ligua for a private conversation. Mr. Lu, given your child's extraordinary appearance, our hospital would like to purchase his very first photograph for the sum of 30,000 yuan, to be used as a promotional poster. Would you be amenable to this? The director's unexpected proposition left Lu Ligua both astonished and bewildered. What on earth? My son has already earned me 30,000 yuan right after birth? Chapter 4. By 6 months, he could speak and walk, astonishing his parents. The concept of beauty yielding rewards was vividly illustrated at this moment. With his exceptionally delicate features, Lu Zhe was indeed a rare gem among newborns, enabling him to earn his parents their first fortune. The generous director promptly acquired Lu Zhe's inaugural photograph to showcase as a hospital advertisement. While 30,000 yuan may not be a substantial sum, for Lu Ligua, whose monthly salary was 4,000, it equated to nearly half a year's earnings. Naturally, he was overjoyed. My eldest son is truly remarkable. He gazed at the adorable little Lu Zhe, nestled in his crib, and found himself increasingly enamored. Days later, as Zhao Ruoxua's health improved and she prepared for discharge, Lu Zhe had his first official photograph taken under the watchful lens of a professional photographer. In the image, little Lu Zhe sported an innocent and charming expression, his large, dark eyes sparkling like jewels, gazing at the camera with pure clarity. The attending nurses were utterly captivated, exclaiming that the expenditure was well worth it. Completed the 0-year stage script, your beauty has stirred the hospital, marking the commencement of an extraordinary life, rewarded with the talent of being a photogenic star. Photogenic star, you possess a natural enhancement for any lens. Whether in photographs or videos, your beauty and charisma will be exponentially amplified, designating you a born star. Eternal reward progress, 0001. With the successful capture of the photograph, a mechanical electronic voice, audible only to Lu Zhe, resonated in his ears. Had the life script truly concluded this swiftly? Little Lu Zhe blinked, surprised by the low difficulty of the 0-year script. Not only did he acquire the photogenic star talent, but he also advanced the progress of the ultimate reward, eternal life. Although the increment was a meager 0001, it seemed justifiable considering the photogenic star talent was not particularly formidable. Perhaps, to significantly enhance the progress of the eternal life reward, he would need to undertake more challenging script challenges. Possessing an extraordinary intellect, Lu Zhe lay in Zhao Ruoxua's embrace, contemplating astutely. During this initial phase of his life, the challenges could be deemed exceedingly simple. As an infant, he was incapable of taking action or requiring any tasks, passively completing all challenge criteria. It was a true victory achieved through mere existence. Thus, it was evident that for the subsequent stages of his life script, if he desired to continue receiving talent rewards, he would need to take proactive measures. Fortunately, endowed with innate strength, he could move more swiftly than other infants, enabling him to accomplish numerous tasks in due time. For now, however, he resolved to rest peacefully and navigate the newborn phase with tranquility. As he pondered, Lu Zhe drifted back into a dreamy slumber. Time swiftly passed, and before he knew it, Lu Zhe had turned 100 days old. He had sprouted a modest amount of hair, his skin had become fairer, and his features more animated. Rarely did he cry, often smiling at his elders, endearing himself to the entire family. Furthermore, with the activation of the innate strength talent, Lu Zhe's health was exceptional, surpassing that of other infants in strength. This enabled him to master crawling ahead of schedule. During the nights when his parents were asleep, the restless Lu Zhe would rise to explore, scuttling across the floor like a little mouse, moving at an astonishing pace. When fatigued, he would return to his crib for a peaceful slumber, living each day free of worry. Another 100 days passed, and little Lu Zhe learned to stand. Mastering the art of standing implied that walking was not far behind. Indeed, within a mere week, Lu Zhe took his very first step. On that particular day, only his mother, Zhao Ruoxue, was at home, busy preparing a meal in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe stealthily crawled out from his bedroom crib, unsteadily taking his inaugural step. He wobbled all the way to the living room and the entrance, ultimately heading towards the wide-open front door. Lu Zhe's family lived modestly in a single-story house in the county, with a small, square courtyard. As summer enveloped them, the gates of the courtyard and the door to the house were typically left ajar. Lu Zhe intended to step outside to acclimate to walking, but upon crossing the threshold, he froze in place. A large black dog with sharp teeth stood at the entrance, peering in at him. Lu Zhe recognized this dog. It belonged to the daughter of an elderly woman at the alley's entrance, a true menace that barked at anyone passing by. At that moment, the menacing dog's gaze sent a chill down Lu Zhe's spine. New number, don't mess with me. Suddenly, the large black dog began barking furiously, charging towards the small courtyard with an aggressive demeanor, poised to attack. Lu Zhe's pupils dilated, and he instinctively tensed, cautiously retreating. Fortunately, Zhao Ruoxue heard the commotion and rushed out. Upon seeing the scene, her maternal instincts flared. She dashed forward, instinctively shielding Lu Zhe behind her, and shouted at the dog. Get lost. The dog, undeterred by her reprimand, continued to snarl, fixating on the mother and child duo, seemingly dismissing the slender Zhao Ruoxue. It growled ominously in its throat. Realizing the peril, Zhao Ruoxue steeled herself and picked up a stone. Though she typically harbored a fear of large dogs, having previously avoided them, this particular dog had nearly harmed Lu Zhe, igniting her protective instincts. As the saying goes, a woman may be weak, but a mother is fierce. Without a second thought, she shouted to rally her courage and hurled the stone at the dog. With a resounding thud, the stone struck the dog's hind leg. The dog yelped in pain, howling as it retreated with its tail between its legs. Zhao Ruoxue sighed in relief and quickly turned to kneel beside Lu Zhe. My dear, let mommy see if you're hurt. Lu Zhe opened his hands and, in a babyish voice, exclaimed, Yay, mama hug. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruoxue was momentarily stunned, then filled with immense joy as she scooped him into her arms. Son, you can talk. You call me mama. Indeed, this was Lu Zhe's first utterance, having previously only been able to babble. At that moment, the utterance of the word mother from the child resonated clearly, igniting a surge of excitement within Zhao Ruoxue. She twirled around with Lu Zhe in her arms, completely forgetting to ponder how this child, not yet a year old, had found his way into the courtyard. When evening fell and Lu Liguo returned home from work, he was equally stunned upon hearing about the day's events. His son could indeed speak. The burly man gazed eagerly at Lu Zhe, anticipation etched across his face. Observing this, Lu Zhe let out a series of delighted sounds, laboriously calling out father. This left Lu Liguo overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy welling in his eyes, washing away the fatigue of a long day's labor. My dear, our son has not only called me father but also mother in just one day. He is nothing short of a prodigy. I plan to enroll him in a foreign language class once he grows a bit older. Lu Liguo exclaimed, rubbing his face in excitement. With such a remarkable linguistic talent, neglecting to nurture it would surely lead to lifelong regret. I share your thoughts, dear husband. Imagine our son mastering 8 languages, just like in those television dramas. Zhao Ruoxue replied, her small fists clenched in delight, a broad smile illuminating her face. Yet, as this affectionate couple reveled in their optimistic visions for the future, a resounding thud shattered the tranquility of the courtyard as the iron gate was forcefully struck. Following this, a raucous voice erupted. You little wretch. Are you the one who hurt my baby? Come out here. Hearing this voice, Zhao Ruoxue and Lu Liguo exchanged troubled glances, their expressions darkening. Clutching Lu Zhe, they hastily made their way to the courtyard, where they encountered a stout woman with a round face and a prominent nose, standing menacingly before the iron gate, her visage brimming with fury. At her feet lay the large black dog that had nearly bitten Lu Zhe earlier in the day, its elongated face exuding an air of arrogance, as if it had finally found an ally. The phrase a dog backed by its master had never seemed more apparent. Lu Ligua and Zhao Ruoxue shared a knowing glance, their brows furrowed deeply, a sense of profound helplessness creeping in. The woman before them was Wang Li, the only daughter of the notorious old lady Wang, famed throughout the alley for her bullying demeanor. In her 30s and still unmarried, she fancied herself a fairy, despite her ample figure, and held disdain for anyone she deemed beneath her. In her eyes, a man of 30 without $1 million in savings was nothing but a failure, and she had repeatedly dismissed her mother's advice. Wang Li was known to be incorrigible, often resorting to petty antics that could infuriate even the most patient of neighbors. The residents of the alley universally avoided her, fearful of inciting her wrath. As for her large black dog, it perfectly mirrored its owner's demeanor, boisterous and aggressive. It bit indiscriminately, a behavior Wang Li had nurtured. She never leashed the dog during walks, turning a blind eye to its indiscretions, yet would unleash her fury upon any neighbor whose chickens or ducks strayed into the alley. Thus, upon seeing Wang Li at their doorstep, both Lu Ligua and Zhao Ruoxue felt their earlier joy dissipate. "You little harlot, were you the one who threw stones at my baby during the day?" Wang Li barked, hands on her hips, spitting her words with venom. The baby she referred to, of course, was the detested black dog at her feet. "Mind your language, Wang Li," Lu Ligua retorted, his expression darkening at her insolence. He feared for Zhao Ruoxue, who, despite her education and refined demeanor, appeared vulnerable against Wang Li's aggression. "What do you mean, mind my language? Your dog attacked my baby, and I will not let this matter rest until I receive an explanation." Wang Li crossed her arms defiantly, completely disregarding Lu Ligua and his wife. It was outrageous that she had the audacity to confront them when it was her dog that had intruded upon their property and nearly harmed their child. Zhao Ruoxue had trembled with indignation, struggling to comprehend how the perpetrator could approach them with such brazen confidence. "Absurd. You claim my dog bit your son? Do you have any evidence?" she retorted, incredulous. Wang Li continued to sneer, escalating her demands. "I'll tell you this, unless you pay me 30,000. This matter isn't over. Don't pretend you're poor. I've heard from the county's Women and Children's Department that you received 30,000 upon your son's birth." Upon hearing this, both Zhao Ruoxue and Lu Ligua realized Wang Li's true intentions. She was scheming for the 30,000. In their small county, news spread quickly, and the photographs taken at Lu Zay's birth had even been used as posters. As neighbors, they were all too aware of the situation. Though the couple was honest and straightforward, they would not allow themselves to be bullied. Lu Ligua, maintaining his composure, declared, "Dream on. We will not give you a single cent. If you continue this nonsense, I will call the police." "Oh, you think you can intimidate me? Go ahead and report me." Wang Li shot back without a hint of fear, her bravado intensifying. Unfazed, Lu Ligua swiftly dialed the authorities. In no time, 2 officers arrived, and after hearing the brief account of events, they regarded Wang Li with contempt. "Comrade, you allowed your dog to attack, and now you're trying to turn the tables. This is already bordering on extortion." Wang Li, however, remained unyielding, defiantly shouting, "Are you blind? My baby was the one injured. Her son is perfectly fine. How dare you accuse me of inciting my dog to attack?" As her words echoed, the officers exchanged glances, uncertain. The reality was that the injured party was indeed the black dog, not the child cradled by Zhao Ruoxue. Yet, unexpectedly, Lu Ligua remained calm and interjected. "Of course we have evidence. There's surveillance footage in our courtyard that will clarify everything." He pointed toward the eaves, and as the gathered crowd followed his gesture, they spotted a camera aimed directly at them. The Lu family had installed it 2 months prior, prioritizing safety after Lu Zay's birth. Wang Li, who rarely ventured out of her home, was oblivious to its existence. Upon seeing the camera, her expression shifted dramatically, panic flickering in her eyes. The officers exchanged knowing looks and declared, "Since there's surveillance, it should be straightforward to determine whether it was a case of provocation or if the aggressive dog was the initial assailant." With that, they led everyone inside. Lu Ligua manipulated the surveillance device, and soon the screen displayed footage of the courtyard from earlier that day. Although the image quality was mediocre, it clearly revealed Wang Li's large black dog intruding into the Lu family's yard, baring its teeth menacingly at little Lu Zay. Zhao Ruoxue, in her maternal instinct, had injured the dog's leg in defense of her child. Subsequently, Wang Li brazenly approached their door, demanding a compensation of 30,000 yuan, only to be confronted by Lu Ligua. The 2 police officers, having reviewed the footage, wore grim expressions. One elderly officer, visibly angered, slammed his hand on the table and chastised Wang Li, stating, "Are you even human? Your dog nearly bit this child, yet you dare to demand 30,000 yuan? Have you considered whether your dog is worth that much? Consider yourself fortunate that nothing serious occurred today. If that child had been harmed, it would have brought irreparable grief to a family." His indignation was understandable, Anyone witnessing such events would be infuriated. The dog had displayed an aggressive posture towards little Lu Zhe, who was merely 6 months old. Had it actually bitten him, the consequences would have been unthinkable, perhaps even fatal. Yet, instead of offering an apology, Wang Li had the audacity to seek compensation, demonstrating a shocking lack of empathy. Both officers were incensed, and Zhao Ruoxue could no longer contain her tears. Thankfully, the courtyard had been equipped with surveillance. Otherwise, today's events would have been nearly impossible to defend. Upon realizing her scheme had been uncovered, Wang Li's initial panic vanished, and she defiantly exclaimed, "So what?" The utterance seemed to flatten the tension in the room. The elderly officer glared at her and repeated, "What did you say? So what?" Wang Li lifted her chin and, enunciating each word with arrogance, declared, "It didn't even bite, but my baby is hurt. If 30,000 is too much, then how about 10,000? I won't pursue it further." Her audacity left the younger officer dumbfounded, while the elder officer was left breathless with disbelief. It was the first time he had been so infuriated on duty. Zhao Ruoxue suddenly felt a sense of clarity. She realized that reasoning with someone like Wang Li was futile, even in a serious discussion. Wang Li's flippant response evoked the frustration of a monkey unable to grasp human knowledge, utterly incomprehensible, having encountered numerous shameless individuals throughout his career. The elderly officer decided to forego reasoning and intended to take Wang Li to the station for a proper reprimand. Just then, an elderly woman burst into the Lu household, apologizing profusely while grasping Wang Li's arm to pull her away. It turned out that the commotion had attracted the attention of the neighbors, especially since the police had arrived. The courtyard was now surrounded by onlookers. This elderly woman was none other than Wang Li's mother. Upon learning of her daughter's troublesome behavior towards the Lu couple, she hurried over. While Wang Li exhibited a bewildering lack of sense, her mother appeared surprisingly rational, leading to the current scene. The two officers, witnessing the elderly woman bowing repeatedly in apology, felt it inappropriate to forcibly detain Wang Li any longer. Additionally, since the incident had not resulted in any serious consequences, they chose to conclude the matter with a verbal warning. Thus, the farce came to a close. Lu Ligua and his wife sighed in relief, clearly not wishing to engage further with someone like Wang Li. However, little Lu Zhe was seething with suppressed anger. Wang Li, a lazy individual filled with nefarious thoughts, would undoubtedly grow into a troublesome little sprite in a few years. Lu Zhe recalled that in a previous life, this same dog had left him with significant childhood trauma, having chased him through the alley at the age of 7, even biting his leg. His first encounter with rabies vaccination was due to that vicious beast. A child's vengeance may be delayed, but it is never forgotten. He clenched his tiny fists as he watched Wang Li being dragged away. As days turned into weeks, Lu Zhe grew stronger and more robust, surpassing his peers in both stature and strength. At just over a year old, he stood a full meter tall, equivalent to a typical 5-year-old child. His innate strength began to manifest as well, as he estimated that he could deliver a punch with the force comparable to an average adult. It was astounding to contemplate how such a tender physique could harbor such immense power. Even in ancient times, he would likely be a formidable warrior. Over the course of a year, Lu Zhe's features gradually became more defined. His hair was dark and silky, cascading past his ears, and his fair, delicate visage resembled that of a porcelain doll, utterly adorable. The neighbors were particularly fond of him. For instance, Aunt Zhang from next door, who had no grandchildren of her own, would beam with joy upon seeing Lu Zhe and often bring treats to the Lu household. It seemed that Lu Zhe's presence had fostered a sense of harmony among the neighbors. As for Wang Li, following the earlier incident, any semblance of camaraderie with the Lu family had been irrevocably severed. Whenever they crossed paths in the alley, she would not miss an opportunity to hurl sarcastic remarks their way. She had also been engaging in petty sabotage, such as recently deflating Zhao Ruoxue's bicycle tires. Initially, they suspected a simple puncture, but after investigation, it became evident that it was a deliberate act of malice. Although they lacked concrete evidence, Lu Ligua and his wife were certain that Wang Li was behind it, given that she was the only one in the neighborhood harboring animosity towards them. Reluctant to stir up conflict, they chose to endure the provocations and continue living peacefully. Days passed in this manner, and as Lu Zhe's innate strength became more pronounced, his energetic disposition could not be contained. He delighted in playing and running in the alley, appearing far more advanced than other children his age. Many neighbors marveled at his rapid development. According to Aunt Zhang, this child from the Lu family was akin to a celestial warrior descended from the heavens. In ancient times, he would be a prestigious martial champion, capable of achieving great feats. While her words carried a hint of superstition, it was undeniable that Lu Zhe was exceptionally gifted. While other toddlers were still learning to walk, he dashed with the speed of the wind, competing for a ball with older children. Consequently, many in the neighborhood began to affirm Aunt Zhang's statements, acknowledging that this child from the Liu family was indeed extraordinary. In a serendipitous turn of events, a neighbor, eager to share the delightful news, relayed the extraordinary tale to a media friend working at the county television station during a gathering. The journalist, taken aback by the revelation, sensed a remarkable opportunity amidst the challenging landscape of the media industry, where programs had become scarce and the desire for local stories was palpable. If this account proved to be true, it would undoubtedly constitute a significant achievement for the station. Motivated by curiosity, the reporter, Sun Danian, prepared for a visit and, on a sun-drenched afternoon, accompanied by a cameraman, ventured to the street where Liu Jia resided, intending to conduct an interview. The little boy, already adept at walking and speaking at 6 months, and bounding like the wind by his first birthday, effortlessly competed with 4 or 5-year-olds for a ball, outmatching them with ease. "Brother Sun, can we trust your friend's words? It sounds almost mythical," the cameraman remarked as he stepped out of the van, hoisting the heavy camera and glancing skeptically at the narrow alley before them. He was not keen on lugging such cumbersome equipment for naught. "Who knows? Let us just take a look," Sun Danian shrugged, striding confidently ahead. The cameraman rolled his eyes, lamenting the possibility of an unfruitful trip if they failed to encounter the so-called Prodigy. As they navigated the dusty, yellowed path, they inquired about the Liu family's whereabouts until a sudden cacophony of barks seized their attention. Turning to investigate, they spotted a large black dog poised for an attack beneath a gnarled tree, its tail erect and teeth bared, embodying a fierce demeanor. In front of the menacing creature stood a strikingly handsome little boy, a bottle of soft drink clutched in his mouth, hands defiantly placed on his hips. Staring down the dog. "Oh no, that dog is about to bite." Sun Danian's expression shifted dramatically. Having once owned a dog himself, he recognized the threatening posture indicative of an aggressive canine. Adults often feared large dogs, let alone a child. If the boy were truly bitten, it could spell disaster. Instinctively, Sun Danian yearned to rush to the child's aid, yet he found himself restrained by the distance to the tree and an iron railing obstructing his path. With time of the essence, there was no opportunity to navigate around the barrier. Sweat beaded on his forehead as panic set in, mirrored by the cameraman, who was equally flustered and at a loss for a solution. Just then, the black dog lunged, its jaws wide open, aimed directly at the child with alarming speed that would challenge even an adult's reflexes. Both men felt a tightening in their chests, as if witnessing an impending tragedy. Yet, to their astonishment, the seemingly petrified boy sidestepped the impending bite with remarkable composure. Following this deft evasion, he delivered a swift kick to the dog's underbelly. With a yelp, the large dog was sent sprawling, landing a meter away. "What the?" Sun Danian's eyes widened in disbelief, his entire being jolted by the unexpected display. The cameraman, equally stunned, rubbed his eyes, questioning his own perception. Had they truly witnessed a small boy, resembling a porcelain doll, kick a formidable dog with such force that even adults would hesitate to confront? This was beyond comprehension. Recovering from their shock, Sun Danian instinctively shouted, "Quick, capture this moment." As a seasoned journalist, he possessed an acute sense for captivating stories. The more they defied conventional understanding, the more they captivated attention. Once renowned for slaying tigers whilst inebriated, we now have a charming child taking on a dog. What a headline that would make. Although the boy's exact age remained uncertain, such audacity was astonishing regardless. Chapter 7. Little Liu Zhe astounds the reporter. Is he really only 1 year old? Beneath the crooked tree, Liu Zhe cast aside the empty drink bottle, his cherubic face alight with triumph. After a prolonged wait, he had finally caught the elusive fish. For the past year, he had frolicked in the alley, biding his time for the opportunity to confront the formidable black dog, a cherished possession of Wang Li. The thought of that dog being harmed or killed would undoubtedly devastate Wang Li, who had denied him the use of his mother's bicycle. With a mischievous grin reminiscent of Anya, little Liu Zhe approached the dazed dog, emboldened. The black dog shook its head, eyeing the audacious child with a mixture of confusion and disbelief. It could not fathom how a creature of similar stature had managed to send it flying. In this alley, the black dog had reigned supreme, instilling fear in passers-by, both young and old. Unfazed, the dog let out a low growl and charged again. "Quick, get it on film," Sun Danian urged, urgency in his voice. The cameraman swiftly adjusted the camera, tension palpable as they sought confirmation that they had not merely imagined the astonishing scene. As the dog approached, Liu Zhe dashed forward, unleashing a swift punch that landed squarely on the dog's snout. The sound echoed, sending the dog's face contorting in shock, saliva flying as its eyes rolled back instinctively. Clearly, the blow left the once menacing creature thoroughly dazed. But Liu Zhe was relentless. This bully had terrorized the neighborhood for years, and while others hesitated due to Wang Li's influence, Liu Zhe felt no such constraint. With determination, He leaped onto the dog's back, gripping its ears with one hand while raining down punches with the other. "You tyrant! Your reign of terror ends here. Can you withstand the might of my youthful fists?" Each strike was imbued with the strength of a grown man, a testament to his fervor. The black dog, overwhelmed by the onslaught, found itself unable to resist, succumbing to the barrage of blows until it lay motionless, reduced to a mere heap. In the distance, son Danian and the cameraman stood transfixed, their mouths agape in disbelief. Had they truly witnessed such a spectacle? This was the epitome of a child prodigy. Regaining his composure, son Danian bolted toward the iron railing, finally spotting a gap. He crouched low, scurrying through and racing to the tree, his eyes alight with excitement as he beheld the remarkable Lu Zhe. "Little one, what is your name? Whose child are you?" Suppressing his agitation, son Dazhong endeavored to appear as a benign figure rather than an eccentric uncle, warmly inquiring. Lu Zhe observed the impeccably attired son Dazhong, and then glanced at the cameraman hastily approaching with equipment in tow. He surmised that this must be the media mentioned in the script involving a 1-year-old. Thus, he responded with youthful clarity, "Hello, uncle. My name is Lu Zhe, and I am the son of Lu Ligua." "Lu Ligua?" Son Dazhong momentarily froze, then suddenly comprehended. "Isn't that the Lu family we are here to interview?" The cameraman beside him also wore a look of astonishment. They had spent considerable time searching for the Lu family's whereabouts, only to unexpectedly encounter the legendary Prodigy. Truly, they had stumbled upon a rare find without any effort. "Wait, son Go, wasn't it said that the Lu family's child is just over a year old?" This. Suddenly, the cameraman recalled something and gasped in disbelief. Son Dazhong, too, belatedly grasped the situation, glancing down at the tall and sturdy Lu Zhe. He felt his head spin. This child was merely 1-year-old. What child grows to a meter tall at such an age? What child can single-handedly confront a large black dog? No wonder it was said that the Lu family's child was a manifestation of the martial star, able to compete with 4- or 5-year-olds for a ball. Upon closer inspection, not even a 10-year-old boy would stand a chance against Lu Zhe. "My dear boy, I am a journalist. May I accompany you to your home for an interview?" Son Dazhong's eyes sparkled with the thrill of uncovering a significant story. "Sure." Little Lu Zhe nodded enthusiastically, his voice sweet and innocent. Son Dazhong and the cameraman exchanged excited glances, eager to follow Lu Zhe home. Just at that moment, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. "Ah, baby! Who killed my baby?" The voice belonged to none other than Wang Li. She rushed over, confirming that the large black dog was lifeless before glaring furiously at the group. "How dare you kill my baby? Compensation." Upon hearing Wang Li's demand for compensation, son Dazhong and the cameraman exchanged bewildered looks. One of them stepped forward, stating, "Madam, your dog attacked the child first. Please refrain from unreasonable behavior." "Nonsense. My baby is the sweetest. How could it bite anyone?" Wang Li retorted, her eyes blazing. "Even if we were to assume that, it doesn't justify you killing my baby. Actually, it was this young boy who killed your dog. We couldn't reach in time," the cameraman interjected, unable to suppress the correction. Initially, they had presumed the large black dog was a stray. Now, with the owner present and the issue of compensation at stake, it was imperative to clarify matters. Given the circumstances, anyone would believe the dog had been killed by the 2 adults. Wang Li, however, was unconvinced, shouting, "Fine. You 2 shameless men. That child is barely over a year old. How could he possibly kill my baby? If I don't receive 100,000 in compensation today, no one is leaving." With that, she planted herself in the middle of the road, glaring menacingly at the 3. Lu Zhe scoffed inwardly, wondering if she truly believed her mutt was a prized breed. Last year, she demanded 30,000 for injuring a dog. This year, she dared to demand 100,000 for a death. Clearly, she was out of her mind. In truth, Wang Li was not merely greedy. She was assessing the situation. Last year, she asked for 30,000 because she was aware of the Lu family's circumstances. Asking for more would be futile. Now, seeing son Dazhong in his fine attire, she perceived an opportunity to extract a hefty sum. Chapter 8. Inciting public outrage. How despicable can one be? Nobody is leaving? Son Dazhong regarded Wang Li, who was displaying an obstinate demeanor, his brow furrowed deeply. With years of experience as a journalist, he had honed the ability to discern people's true natures. He could easily gauge Wang Li's intentions and was not inclined to indulge her. "Are you certain you wish to prevent my departure? I am a reporter for the county television station, here to investigate. Your dog nearly harmed an innocent child, and all the footage has been recorded," he declared with a smirk. "You should consider yourself fortunate that we are not seeking compensation for this young boy's emotional distress, yet you dare to cause a scene?" Upon hearing this, Wang Li's expression darkened. Caught on camera again. Why is it that every time, these intrusive cameras capture everything? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, glancing at her still dog, then at the cameraman's equipment, She suddenly felt a surge of rage and lunged forward, fists clenched, aiming to smash the camera. What a fool. Little Lu Zhe observed this spectacle, his eyes reflecting a mix of helplessness and disbelief. He simply could not fathom why some humans could be so utterly foolish. One could only surmise that the current state of prenatal care had become overly advanced. Now, she had gone and attacked a member of the press on camera. It would be difficult to avoid public disgrace. If she injured the cameraman, she might even face imprisonment for a year or more. Meanwhile, Sun Dazhong was taken aback by the scene. His instincts urged him to intervene. Yet upon locking eyes with the cameraman, he hesitated. Why should he stop her? If she damaged property, she would be liable for compensation. Moreover, this was public property. Belonging to the county television station, she would surely face consequences. Seizing the opportunity to teach this deranged woman a lesson, Sun Dazhong halted his advance and discreetly pulled out his phone, aiming it at Wang Li's back. The cameraman remained frozen in shock, allowing her to push the equipment from his shoulder. Let me film. Wang Li reveled in her perceived triumph, cursing as she raised her leg to kick the camera. After delivering a few blows, shattering the lens, the cameraman, old Li, finally rushed in to intervene. You're dead too. Wang Li, in a fit of rage, retaliated with a slap, which landed squarely on old Li's left cheek, sending his gold-rimmed glasses flying. He staggered back and fell to the ground. Sun Dazhong, quietly capturing this moment on his phone, felt a surge of excitement. This slap would surely cost her 10,000. Old Li's debts over the next 5 years would be covered. Oh my, what is happening here? A startled voice echoed as neighbors drawn by the commotion began to gather. Wang Li, your dog attacked me, and now you've hit my uncle. Little Lu Zhe chimed in innocently, batting his eyes. Young Zhe, is that true? Upon hearing Lu Zhe's complaint, the crowd erupted with fervor, with Aunt Zhang expressing genuine concern. Sister Zhang, how could little Lu Zhe, merely a year and a half old, possibly lie? The audacity of Wang Li was simply outrageous. The neighbors had shown her compassion due to her and the elderly Mrs. Wang's solitary plight, yet she had mistaken their forbearance for her own prowess. Neighbors, how can she unleash her dogs to attack such an adorable child? This is inhumane. It is abominable. Now she dares to strike? Let us unite and teach her a lesson. Indeed, I've long found her intolerable. Before Lu Zhe could respond, the nearby residents had already begun voicing their dissent. Their grievances against Wang Li had festered over time. Witnessing her fierce countenance as she pursued the photographer, old Li, and unleashed her dogs on Lu Zhe, their patience wore thin. In an instant, they surged forward, brandishing whatever makeshift weapons they could find to strike at Wang Li. Hey, what are you doing? How dare you strike me? Do you wish to perish? Ah, who struck my nose? Wang Li was quickly overwhelmed, engulfed by the crowd, and was met with a barrage of blows, her cries piercing the air. Meanwhile, journalist Sun Danian discreetly deactivated his phone's recording function. As a member of the media, one must adhere to certain ethical boundaries. Yet, Sun Danian's principles were somewhat flexible. Not everything needed to be captured on film. On the other side, as Wang Li continued to wail in distress, her bravado dissipated, and she began pleading for mercy. The neighbors, however, were judicious in their actions, targeting only her body and avoiding her face, striking the fleshier areas. Given Wang Li's ample girth, she was certainly able to withstand the onslaught of so many fists. This is what you get for bullying my parents. Little Lu Zhe pulled out a bottle of refreshing drink from his pocket, sipping contentedly while relishing the spectacle. After some time, as the crowd's pent-up frustrations began to wane, the police finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Among the officers was the familiar old policeman from the previous incident. Observing the familiar faces in the alley, he exclaimed, "What on earth is happening here? Officer, they ganged up on me. Arrest them all, quickly," Wang Li shouted. Sensing the presence of law enforcement as her lifeline, the old policeman frowned at her, clearly recalling the events from their last encounter. At that moment, Sun Danian adjusted his attire and approached, introducing himself. "Hello, comrade. I am Sun Danian, a reporter from the county television station. This woman incited her dogs to attack and harm my photographer. I have documented the entire incident." With that, he produced his phone to display the evidence. The old policeman's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness upon hearing Sun Danian's credentials. Inciting dogs to attack and damaging property? You truly have no regard for the law. He was astonished that someone would dare to assault a reporter from a television station, essentially inviting greater scrutiny. The junior officer, upon hearing this, promptly produced handcuffs. "You need to accompany us to the station." Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Li protested. "On what grounds? Why is it that they can gang up on me, yet I am the one being accused? Who exactly bullied you?" Him, and him." Wang Li pointed at her neighbors one by one. The old policeman's eyes widened in disbelief. "So many people? You must be exceptionally detestable to provoke such collective anger." Meanwhile, Aunt Zhang and the others turned their heads away, feigning ignorance, their reactions synchronized and conspicuously taciturn. It was absurd to acknowledge any wrongdoing. The beating she received today had to be endured without recompense. Chapter 9. Handcuffed and taken away. The resolve of reporter Sun Danian. Reporter, did you capture all of this? The old policeman inquired, shifting his attention to Sun Danian, who could only shake his head in resignation. I did not witness anything. The old policeman blinked. Fully aware of the situation, he directly addressed Wang Li. There are no witnesses or evidence to support your claims against them. Yet there is ample evidence against you for your actions. As Wang Li beheld this scene, her expression soured completely. She finally understood what it meant to be forsaken by those she thought were allies. I don't care. You all bully me. You lowly men deserve retribution. And you, Zhang Suohua, you shameless harpy, alongside the men to torment me. How can you call yourselves women? Wang Li, in a fit of rage, plopped onto the ground, her hefty legs pounding the earth. Her tongue lashed out mercilessly at Aunt Zhang and the other female neighbors. But the police remained indifferent. If throwing a tantrum could absolve one of guilt, prisons would be empty. Soon, the old policeman escorted Wang Li away for questioning, while the injured photographer, Old Li, and Sun Danian accompanied him to assist. As for Lu Zhe, being but a child of a mere year old, no one paid him any mind. The neighbors dispersed, and peace returned to the alley. That evening, Lu Ligua and his wife returned home, astonished to hear of the day's events. They were shocked to learn that little Lu Zhe had nearly been bitten by Wang Li's dog. Fortunately, no harm came to him, and Wang Li was taken away for confronting personnel from the television station, which they considered a stroke of good fortune. Yet, what business did reporters have in their humble alley? At the dinner table, Lu Ligua scratched his head, his rugged face adorned with questions. Meanwhile, little Lu Zhe silently stuffed his mouth with ribs, remaining reticent. This was merely the beginning. They would surely return. Although today's incident had thwarted interviews with the Lu family, Sun Danian had witnessed Lu Zhe's remarkable feat against the dog. Such an extraordinary occurrence was not something any media professional could overlook. Meanwhile, at the police station, the testimonies and evidence had nearly been compiled, and it was now up to photographer Old Li to decide how to reconcile with Wang Li, as he was the one assaulted. In the courtyard of the station, the old policeman and journalist Sun Danian shared a cigarette, shaking their heads in disdain at Wang Li's peculiarities while engaging in casual conversation. Finally, the old policeman posed a question that had been nagging at him. Comrade reporter, how did that big black dog of Wang Li's meet its demise? Is it truly unrelated to you all? Indeed, Sun Danian replied. What reason would I have to deceive you? This was not the first time he had been asked since arriving at the station. He now raised 3 fingers in a gesture of oath, declaring, in our media industry, we adhere to the principle of seeking the truth. That vicious dog was indeed killed by the child from the Lu family. That little brat is remarkable, truly a manifestation of the martial star. Upon witnessing Sun Danian's fervor, the old policeman's face displayed a profound sense of astonishment. After all, he had watched Lu Zhe grow up. Last year, he was the little boy who needed to be cradled in his mother's arms, and now he stood at nearly a meter tall. It was already quite remarkable, and now, he had even single-handedly slain a vicious dog? What an incredible tale. Unfortunately, due to Wang Li's destruction of equipment, the footage captured might not be preserved. Perhaps a recovery effort could be pursued later. With this thought, Sun Danian sighed once more. What had once been a hard-won capture was now entirely ruined. Whether the technicians could salvage the footage remained uncertain. However, regardless of whether the video would capture attention, a report must be written. With this thought in mind, Sun Dajing began composing his article in his mind. Late into the night, he found himself sleepless, hunched over his computer, fully drafting the news release. Sun Dajing possessed accounts on several prominent domestic news websites. Though he was an officially registered journalist, the local television station he worked for had a pitifully small audience. Particularly, as a county-level station, its signal could only be received by the local populace, and viewership was scant. After all, during the era of cable television, who wouldn't he prefer the popular national networks? An old, decrepit county station offered little more than advertisements. Thus, as an aspiring media professional unwilling to merely exist, it was imperative for him to maintain a presence on digital platforms. Before long, the article he penned was published. Shocking. A 1.5-year-old child single-handedly defeats a vicious dog. Is it a distortion of humanity or a decline in morals? A classic sensational title. However, due to the late hour, the article garnered little attention. It wasn't until morning that readers began trickling in. The comment section soon saw a few lively interactions. Editor, you've wandered into the wrong place. Go write a novel next door. What a farce. A 1.5-year-old a meter tall? My 3-year-old isn't even a meter. Could you use your brain while writing? Honestly, for a child a meter tall, the intimidation from a large dog is akin to an adult facing a tiger. don't you think? Imagine how your legs would feel when confronted by a tiger. If a 1.5-year-old truly killed a vicious dog. I'd eat the curbs from the capital to Jinghai City. Is someone upstairs trying to scam free food? By noon, Sun Dajing's article had amassed 8,000 views and 50 comments, but the majority were filled with skepticism and ridicule, accusing the media of lacking conscience and spewing absurd content. Sun Dajing felt a pang of frustration as he read the comments. Yet, he understood that the incident of Lu Zhe killing a vicious dog was indeed hard to fathom. If he had not witnessed it himself, he would have found it difficult to believe. He resolved to visit the Lu family again. After calming his thoughts, Sun Dajing silently vowed that once the new camera equipment arrived at the station, he would return to the Lu household with old Li. Chapter 10. A warrior who does not train. Is he now studying the 4 books and 5 classics? Time flew by like a fleeting horse. Unbeknownst to him, another half-year had passed. Completed the 1-year developmental script. You have grown exceptionally healthy and bravely fought against a vicious dog, eliminating a threat to the neighborhood, thereby exceeding the script requirements, rewarded with the talent of a sports prodigy. Sports prodigy, your coordination and neural reflexes are extraordinarily developed, allowing you to excel in any sport effortlessly. Eternal life reward progress, 0051. On the day Lu Zhe turned 2, the system's reward arrived as promised. Another talent was bestowed upon him. This talent was undoubtedly superior and more practical than the camera star reward received at the age of 0. Even the progress towards the eternal life reward surged significantly. Lu Zhe speculated that this was linked to his exceptional completion of the life script. After all, the experiences of 1 year in the simulation script were merely a few sentences, while the actual year was a full 12 months filled with numerous events and considerable room for action. Thus, exceeding the expectations would yield better talent rewards. Following this line of thought, Lu Zhe intended to make the most of his future life. For instance, the script for age 2 emphasized reading more books and utilizing the superbrain talent to acquire additional knowledge. Yet, Lu Zhe was not content with merely that. Alongside reading, he proactively began learning multiple foreign languages as per his parents' earlier plans. Lu Ligua equipped their home with a computer which regularly played English-language blockbuster films, creating an immersive environment for learning foreign languages. Lu Zhe became utterly captivated, unable to extricate himself. In his previous life, he had been mediocre. The phrase proficient in 8 languages would have been utterly unattainable. However, thanks to the enhancement from the superbrain, acquiring knowledge felt as effortless as drinking water. He had never perceived learning as such an easy endeavor. Naturally, he sought to capitalize on this opportunity, like a parched traveler in a desert, fervently quenching his thirst with this newfound fountain of knowledge. As winter gave way to spring, several months flew by. One day, under the brilliant sun, journalist Sun Dajing and photographer Old Li once again appeared at the entrance of the alley. After such a long delay, they were returning for their second interview with the Lu family, and he felt quite helpless. It was indeed challenging to conduct business in a small town. Even the procurement of new equipment could be endlessly delayed. Coupled with the incessant minor tasks of daily life, the interview with the Lu family had been postponed until now. Come on, son. Hurry up. Old Li, carrying the equipment, trod ahead, brimming with energy, urging Sun Dajing along. It was no wonder he was so spirited. Anyone who received 80,000 yuan in compensation would be jubilant. Indeed, the resolution of Wang Li's slap had culminated in an 8,000 yuan payout to Old Li, with the damaged equipment to be settled separately. Moreover, Wang Li had spent a full 6 months in detention for various reasons. It was, in a way, poetic justice. For Old Li, the Lu family was a benefactor, as without that incident from over half a year ago, he would never have encountered Wang Li's slap. Such fortunate events could very well befall anyone. Thus, their steps were light and buoyant. Sun Dajing chuckled and quickly caught up. Soon, they arrived at the Lu family's doorstep. Before entering, they heard the sounds of exertion emanating from the courtyard. It was likely young Lu Zhe was exercising. Sun Dajing's eyes brightened, unable to resist making a guess. Photographer Old Li nodded in agreement. Of course, if my son had such athletic talent, I'd have him training from a young age. As they reminisced about the scene from over half a year ago, where young Lu Zhe had bravely fought off a vicious dog under the crooked-neck tree, both felt their blood surge with excitement and hurried into the courtyard. Little Lu Zhe, are you exercising? Sun Dajing began, only to freeze mid-sentence. To his surprise, the sounds of exertion were not from Lu Zhe, but rather his father, Lu Ligua, chopping firewood. Ah, you must be the journalist that Sister Zhang mentioned, here to see my son? Lu Ligua, noticing Old Li's camera on his shoulder, quickly approached, wiping his brow in welcome. Mr. Lu, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. May I ask if young Lu Zhe is at home? Sun Dajing beamed, shaking hands with Lu Ligua and inquiring. Old Li displayed an eager expression, particularly keen to know the whereabouts of the fierce child who had torn apart a vicious dog. Lu Ligua, under their expectant gazes, pointed towards the inner room and smiled. My son is studying. Would you like to come in and chat? What? Your son is studying? No way. A warrior doesn't train. And now he has turned to the 4 books and 5 classics? Is this right? Sun Danian and Old Li exchanged glances, their heads buzzing with disbelief. Chapter 11. The talented and versatile little Lu Zhe, the astonished journalist. In the small courtyard, both were increasingly anxious as they observed Lu Ligua's nonchalance towards his son's lack of focus. After all, they had witnessed firsthand the formidable prowess of little Lu Zhe. His physical abilities were extraordinarily developed, akin to having innate divine strength. Such a character, if nurtured properly, could undoubtedly carve out a unique path in either the realm of sports or martial arts, becoming a distinctive figure. At the very least, after a few years in the ring, he could transition to a career as an action movie star, ensuring a life of wealth and prosperity. Martial arts training, after all, should commence in childhood. Although Lu Zhe was merely 2 years old, his physical development was equivalent to that of a 6 or 7-year-old child. He could easily establish a solid foundation early on. With this thought in mind, Sun Danian urgently spoke. Mr. Lu, are you aware that Wang Li's large black dog was actually killed by Lu Zhe? What? Lu Ligua, who was chopping firewood, looked up, his face a mask of confusion. He pointed towards the interior of the house, uncertainly asking, Brother, have you been drinking too much? My son is only 2 years old. It was hard for Lu Ligua to believe that his chubby, cherubic son, who spent his days cradling a bottle of yogurt drink, could possibly have killed a large dog. I know this is hard to fathom, but it is indeed true. Sun Danian pondered for a moment before replying earnestly. Mr. Lu, you must believe that there are always extraordinary individuals and events in this world, and your son is one of them. I often refer to such individuals as martial prodigies. For the past 6 months, I've frequently mentioned that he is akin to Wu Erlang, who could down 18 bowls of wine before slaying a ferocious tiger at Jinyang Ridge. Today, your 1.5-year-old son, under the crooked neck tree, could easily drink a bottle of yogurt drink and dispatch a vicious dog. It's not implausible. At this point, Sun Danian suddenly grew animated, exuding an astonishing aura. Lu Ligua thought to himself, damn, this journalist seems to have lost his mind. He walks in here claiming my son possesses the potential of an emperor, and my son is still in diapers. Were it not for the photographer trailing behind him, Lu Ligua would have considered ejecting them from his home. After several moments of hesitation, he finally spoke helplessly. Buddy, how many people have you told this to? Everyone in the entire television station knows. Sun Danian tilted his head back, speaking with immense pride. It's over. Lu Ligua felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Could his son be suffering from a damaged reputation? He was only 2 years old. How could he be compared to the legendary hero Wu Song in the mouth of a reporter? If this news spread, no one would believe it, leading to ridicule and skepticism. He did not want his son to grow up under the scrutiny of others' strange gazes. Mr. Lu, take a look at this photograph, and everything will become clear. Sun Danian, noticing Lu Ligua's expression of disbelief, suddenly reached into his pocket and produced a photograph. It depicted the moment last year when Lu Zhe was seen riding atop the large black dog, throwing punches. Although the camera had been smashed by Wang Li, not all footage had been lost. Some significant moments had been salvaged and printed as photographs by Sun Danian. After all, in the media industry, mere words are insufficient. Visual evidence is paramount. Is this really my son? Lu Ligua looked at the image, momentarily lost in confusion. No way. Did my son truly kill Wang Li's large dog? This is too fantastical. The buzzing in Lu Ligua's mind finally subsided as he grasped why Sun Danian was so insistent on interviewing them. Individuals born with extraordinary gifts have a high probability of achieving remarkable feats, whether as legends in sports or martial arts stars. Their potential is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. If Sun Danian could document Lu Zhe's life from childhood onward, it would undoubtedly be a highlight of his career. It was no wonder Sun Danian had walked in and made such bold claims. Mr. Lu, may I see little Lu Zhe now? Sun Danian seized the moment, realizing Lu Ligua had begun to comprehend his son's exceptional talents. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Ligua nodded and led the 2 men toward his modest home. The small house comprised 2 rooms. The left bedroom served as the children's room. However, it was devoid of toys, filled instead with overflowing bookshelves. The sound of a television could be heard, suggesting a foreign film was playing. Sun Danian hurried inside, and his eyes immediately fell upon the well-behaved Lu Zhe sitting on the bed. The little one rested his chin on his hands, intently gazing at the computer screen with a serious demeanor. Only after sensing the presence of newcomers did he turn to greet them. Hello, Uncle Sunday. Oh, little Lu Zhe remembers me. Sun Danian was pleasantly surprised that Lu Zhe recognized him. Many children at that age are oblivious and can hardly recall events before their cognitive abilities develop. Sun Danian himself would struggle to recount his experiences before the age of 5. Yet, Lu Ze's remarkable memory suggested not only innate strength, but also precocious intelligence. Lu Ze, do you understand the foreign film you're watching? Sun Danian glanced at the screen, which was displaying a foreign blockbuster. Notably, it was not a dazzling sci-fi film or an amusing animated feature, something children could enjoy without comprehension. It was a serious art film. The plot would seem rather dull to many adults, yet little Lu Ze was utterly engrossed. Could it be that he could read the subtitles? How many Chinese characters would he need to know for that? Unfazed by their astonishment, Lu Ze stretched lazily and replied in a childish voice, "Of course." Hearing such an innocent declaration in English caused Sun Danian's eyes to widen in shock. He never imagined that Lu Ze could speak a sentence in English. "Little Lu Ze, did you learn that from television?" "Yes. And how much do you know?" "A lot, a lot." Lu Ze blinked, and then, to the utter astonishment of Sun Danian and the photographer, he fluently recounted the general plot of the film in English. As his words echoed in the small room, an extended silence ensued. Both Sun Danian and the photographer were rendered speechless. A 2-year-old child, learning a language simply by watching foreign films at home. What extraordinary linguistic talent. Lu Ze was speaking at 6 months old. My partner and I considered hiring a foreign language tutor. However, he surpassed our expectations, picking up English just by watching foreign films, saving us a significant amount of money. Now this little one has developed a fascination with literature, and I've spent more than half of my monthly salary on books for him. Lu Liguo approached, affectionately ruffling Lu Ze's hair, his face beaming with pride. At that moment, Sun Danian noticed that Lu Ze's small bed was piled high with classic literary works, as well as books on world history and the history of the Xia dynasty, all showing clear signs of having been perused. It was evident that Lu Ze genuinely engaged with these texts. This. As they beheld the scene, Sun Dajing and the photographer were rendered utterly speechless, while other toddlers of 2 years old babbled incoherently, still unaware of their own self-awareness. Lu Ze had already embarked on a self-directed journey of learning foreign languages and had immersed himself in numerous renowned literary works from both China and abroad. How astonishing this was! Even the prodigies of history who could recognize 1,000 characters at 3 or compose Tang poetry at 5 would pale in comparison to Lu Ze, who would undoubtedly leave them in utter ruin. Chapter 12. A masterful exchange, the true child of destiny. Does such a prodigy truly exist in this world? After a prolonged moment of astonishment, reporter Sun Dajing regained his composure, yet a flicker of skepticism ignited in his eyes. Lu Ze's innate prowess was enough to astound anyone. And now he bore the added aura of an intellectual prodigy. Wasn't this a tad exaggerated? In this age, the capacity for deception is rampant. Perhaps Lu Ligua had deliberately procured these books upon learning that a television station wished to interview Lu Ze, in an attempt to craft a prodigious persona for his son as a means of garnering publicity. Such occurrences are not uncommon in the media world, and instances of this nature are indeed frequent. Thus, after a brief contemplation, Sun Dajing resolved to verify the matter. With a glint of determination in his eyes, he gently inquired, "Little Lu Ze, could you tell me which books you have read?" "Besides those, I've read all the others," Lu Ze replied nonchalantly, gesturing with his delicate hand towards a corner of the room where a pile of unopened new books lay, without lifting his gaze. "Oh, then how about I quiz you on the books you've read to see what young Lu Ze remembers? Would that be all right?" "Quiz me?" At this, Lu Ze finally turned his head, sensing the reporter's lingering doubt regarding his remarkable talents. However, this was quite acceptable. After all, one must witness to believe. Let this county television reporter behold his capabilities, paving the way for the script of a prodigy that would later promote his own fame. With this thought in mind, Lu Ze nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "All right." Seeing this, Sun Dajing felt a surge of excitement. His gaze swept around the room before settling on a copy of the History of the Three Kingdoms. With a mixture of skepticism and expectation, he opened a page and asked, "Little Lu Ze, do you know who emerged victorious in the end of the Three Kingdoms?" "The Sima family." In 266 AD, Sima Yin forced Emperor Yuan of Wei to abdicate, thus establishing the Western Jin. In 280 AD, they annihilated Wu, bringing the chaotic era of the Three Kingdoms to a close. Lu Ze answered without a hint of hesitation, his voice sweet and clear. Though this was a parallel world, the historical developments prior to modern times mirrored those of Earth in his previous life. This segment of history from the Three Kingdoms era was something he had some knowledge of, making it a simple query. Yet, to reporter Sun Dajing, Lu Ze's response was like a thunderclap. He truly answered, and with such detail. Sun Dajing's heart raced with astonishment. He had anticipated that Lu Ze might provide a general overview, as many learn history merely for amusement, remembering only the principal figures and events. Who? aside from dedicated history students, would recall specific dates with such precision. Yet Lu Zhe, this mere 2-year-old, articulated the answer flawlessly. Who could remain unfazed by such a display? Sun Dajing swallowed hard and continued to turn the pages, posing further questions. Who were the combatants in the Battle of Guandu? Cao Cao and Yuan Shao. Which ethnic group was Menghua, captured 7 times by Zhuge Liang, the leader of the Yi people? Which 2 princes vied for power in the internal strife of Eastern Wu? Sun He and Sun Ba. In which year did the First Crusade commence? 1096. With each question, Lu Zhe responded with remarkable fluidity. For the final inquiry, Sun Dajing unexpectedly switched to Western history, a question he had conjured on a whim, the answer of which he himself was unsure. To his astonishment, Lu Zhe answered without a moment's hesitation, providing the exact year. Undoubtedly, Sun Dajing, a seasoned journalist, was now thoroughly astounded. Even old Li, the cameraman capturing this extraordinary moment, stood dumbfounded. Was this truly a being of the same species as him? Compared to this 2-year-old prodigy, old Li felt like a complete NPC, one lacking in intelligence. After all, whose child masters both Chinese and Western history at the tender age of 2? Who would believe such a claim? Had it not been for Sun Dajing's awareness that there was no collusion with the Lu family, he might have condemned this as mere sensationalism. How absurd! Having lived half a lifetime, he had finally witnessed something remarkable. Indeed, there existed a true child of destiny, gifted in both intellect and martial prowess. After a long silence, Sun Dajing sighed deeply, his heart brimming with emotion. Perfect looks, unparalleled strength, astonishing intelligence. Any one of these attributes would be a game-changer for an ordinary person. Yet this child before him possessed all 3. What was even more remarkable was his precociousness. At merely 2 years old, he had seemingly quelled the innate playfulness of childhood. Surrounded by books instead of toys, it was as if he had arrived in this world with a clear understanding of his life's purpose. After much contemplation, Sun Dajing chose not to pursue further questions, for he knew that no matter which book he opened, he would not hear an incorrect answer from Lu Zhe. The interview concluded there. As he switched off the camera, Lu Ligua gazed at the departing duo, a proud smile gracing his face. "Dear reporters, you are always welcome to visit again," he said with polite pleasantries, escorting them to the doorway. Sun Dajing cast an envious glance at Lu Ligua. The lean man's smile stretched from ear to ear. Yet, it was understandable. With such an exceptional son, one would be clinically diagnosed with depression if they did not smile. The fate of the Lu family, which had endured 3 generations of poverty, was surely destined for transformation. Before leaving, as he observed the cramped alleyway lined with red-tiled brick houses, Sun Dajing silently mused that with Lu Zhe's growth, fame and fortune would surely follow. And with such accolades, making money would become as effortless as drinking water. At this moment, Sun Dajing's sole hope was that Lu Zhe's prodigious reputation would be established through his efforts, marking the most significant achievement of his career. As Sun Dajing departed, the Lu household returned to tranquility. Days passed by, and Lu Zhe's life remained unchanged. For him, the interview with Sun Dajing was inconsequential, and the so-called test was no more than trivial. After all, the first trait Lu Zhe had received from his superbrain was an impeccable memory. Everything he had seen was indelibly etched in his mind. Thus, regardless of which book Sun Dajing chose to question him about, Lu Zhe would not falter in his responses. He could only hope that Sun Dajing's interview would indeed yield some fruitful results. Lu Zhe contemplated, knowing that in the years to come, whether for advertisements from milk formula companies or interest from renowned directors, a certain level of fame would be necessary as a foundation. Currently, he could only rely on Sun Dajing for such exposure, as he was the sole media contact he had. A month later, the interview featuring Lu Zhe finally aired as a focal news segment on the county television station. Unfortunately, the response was nearly non-existent, as such small local channels attract scant viewership. However, Sun Dajing was unfazed by this. He had anticipated this outcome long before. On the contrary, Sun Dajing was currently elated. Although the county television station stirred no ripples, his online platform account had gone viral. The interview video and articles related to Lu Zhe experienced a slow start in traffic during the first 2 days following their release, only to suddenly soar on the 3rd day. Presently, the combined readership across 3 news platforms had surpassed 3 million. This figure exceeded the total readership of all the articles he had published over 5 years of managing his online media account. Chapter 13. The aesthetic appeal breaks out. Lequa News, Daxia Headlines, and Baixingnet. These 3 websites are among the most popular news platforms in the country. Sun Dajing had cultivated his online media account for many years, amassing tens of thousands of followers on each platform, with his published articles numbering in the thousands. Regrettably, none had ever garnered significant attention until this interview with Lu Zhe emerged, causing an instantaneous explosion in traffic across all 3 platforms. with total readership skyrocketing beyond 3 million. Notably, on Lequan News and Beijing.net, Sun Dajing's article links even graced the most prominent positions on their homepages, particularly on Lequan News. A site known for its quirky and entertaining content, the traffic support was even more substantial. Even when accessing a subpage, pop-up notifications would appear in the lower right corner. Unbelievable. A 2-year-old prodigy astonishingly masters fluent English and excels in both Chinese and Western history. This title, compared to the previously sensationalist style employed by Sun Dajing, was less extravagant and more narrative-driven. Yet, it was irresistibly captivating. 2-year-old prodigy, self-taught English, master of Chinese and Western history. Even when viewed in isolation, these phrases carried immense traffic potential, and when combined, they were undeniably explosive. Even the longtime users of Lequan.net, immersed in various sensational news, could not resist the urge to click in. After all, it only took a simple click of the mouse. Furthermore, the presence of the interview video substantiated the claims, piquing the interest of numerous users. Thus, within a matter of hours, Sun Dajing's article surged to the top of Lequan News' daily trending list. The comments section overflowed, exceeding 10,000 and continuing to grow. Honestly, the video feels a bit staged. That segment where he recites the history of the Three Kingdoms made me laugh. If this isn't a publicity stunt, I'd eat my hat upside down. That said, even if it is a stunt, having a 2-year-old memorize so much is impressive, isn't it? First of all, this kid can't possibly be 2. He must be at least 7 or 8. Children of that age are already in the 1st grade. Memorizing a few lines isn't particularly challenging. The editor must be desperate for publicity. This child can't possibly be his son, right? But I must admit, that English recitation was quite something. I'd guess the parents' English proficiency is quite high. Wow, this little one is so beautiful and a prodigy. If only my child could be as exceptional. The world is vast and full of wonders. Let us give a thumbs up to the Daxiao prodigy. Is it just me? Or does this child possess striking good looks? He could easily become a star. So handsome. That English segment reminds me of a charming CEO returning from overseas studies. So charismatic. Little darling, step into the entertainment industry and give the domestic scene a little jolt. Ani can wait for you for 10 years. Whatever the publicity stunt, in the face of such a visage, everything else is trivial. However, what surprised Sun Dajing was that, among the tens of thousands of comments, neither praise nor skepticism dominated, constituting at most 30% of the discourse. The remaining 70% were entirely focused on Lu Zhe's striking appearance. Indeed, everyone who watched the video fixated on Lu Zhe's looks. As a result, the notions of a 2-year-old prodigy or eloquence faded into the background. After all, in the online realm, truth and falsehood are often indistinguishable. Family background can be fabricated, height can be manipulated, and talent can be staged. Yet, the breathtaking beauty captured on camera is undeniably real. This led many, particularly female users, to be irresistibly drawn in. In this era of celebrity obsession, falling in love with someone simply for their looks is increasingly common. The brief interview video was replayed by countless individuals, not for fact-checking or scrutiny, but purely to admire that remarkable face. This scenario was completely unforeseen by Sun Dajing, the mastermind behind the scenes. He never expected that the labels he painstakingly unearthed, natural talent, contemporary prodigy, would be overshadowed entirely by Lu Zhe's striking features. Had he known, he would have simply taken a few photos and posted them to his account, and it would have gone viral long ago. Sun Dajing sighed deeply, feeling as though he had misjudged the direction. What he failed to realize was that the allure of physical beauty is but a fleeting phenomenon. A face may initially dazzle, but as time passes, attention inevitably shifts to the individual's inner narrative. Whether ordinary individuals or screen stars, attracting others through exceptional appearances is merely a preliminary success. The true test lies in one's internal charm. Thus, Sun Dajing had not erred in his efforts. It was merely that Lu Zhe's aesthetic appeal had surged ahead of the narrative. Everything is trivial in the face of such beauty? What an antiquated internet catchphrase. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe, who was perusing the news, curled his lip at the computer screen. He knew that the interview about him would soon be published online, so he had taken to searching for updates frequently over the past few days. After browsing through the 3 major news sites today, a satisfied expression graced his youthful visage. It seemed that Sun Dajing indeed possessed considerable skill. With the release of these 3 articles, accumulating over 10 million views would be merely a matter of time. He had successfully established a foothold in the online realm, laying an important foundation for his future early fame. As it stood, completing the script tasks before turning 5 was now a certainty. The only question was how much he could exceed expectations. After all, that would ultimately influence the final assessment. Lu Zhe sat cross-legged on his bed, stroking his smooth chin as he silently contemplated. After turning 5, he would initiate his second simulation, customizing the script for his life from ages 5 to 10. The specific content of the simulation would depend on the talents he had acquired. If he possessed sufficient talents, robust and numerous, then the life script from age 5 to 10 could be extraordinarily thrilling, far surpassing the present. After all, as he grew, the possibilities before him would expand exponentially. For now, he would focus on his studies. Shaking his head, Luze picked up a copy of Comprehensive Guide to Advanced Mathematics Problems and began to delve into it with great enthusiasm. One cannot deny that his new intellect is remarkably effective. Coupled with the knowledge foundation from his previous life, his learning speed was astonishing. Presently, Luze had completely mastered the knowledge of junior and senior high school. Were it not for age restrictions, he could even enroll directly in university. Yet, Luze was not content. He understood that his future life would be nothing short of extraordinary. All existing human knowledge was not his endpoint. One day, he would emerge as a pioneer of human civilization, personally developing deeper cosmic laws and unraveling one enigma after another. The fervent pursuit of knowledge at present serves merely as a foundation for the future, a solid and profound foundation indeed. In Chapter 14, the birthday gathering unfolds as the 3-year-old Luze spontaneously recites poetry, astonishing the attendees. In the blink of an eye, summer vacation has arrived, and Luze is celebrating his 3rd birthday. In the courtyard of the Lu family, a table is set up, surrounded by a multitude of guests. Lu Ligua and his wife, along with numerous elderly relatives, gather together to sing the birthday song, creating a lively atmosphere. As the birthday star, Luze sits obediently in the center, a large cake adorned with a cream-crafted little tiger before him, flanked by 3 birthday candles. I wish for my father, mother, grandparents, great-grandparents, uncles, aunts, and cousins to live long lives and enjoy good health. The candles are lit, and without prompting, Luze closes his eyes and articulates his wish aloud. His small mouth babbles, listing each person present that day. The crowd is momentarily taken aback, but soon their faces light up with joy. After all, who wouldn't relish hearing such kind words? My goodness, our little Luze is truly remarkable. His uncle praises without reservation. Most children typically wish for toys or video games on their birthdays, but Luze, with his whimsical imagination, wishes for the longevity of everyone present. Even though everyone knows that birthday wishes are merely a beautiful blessing and not truly realizable, it is nonetheless heartwarming to hear. After all, such words spoken by a 3-year-old carry the purest of intentions, untainted by any ulterior motives. Naturally, the guests are all smiles, and the elderly, in particular, are overjoyed. Grandfather is the first to present a prepared red envelope, slipping it into Luze's embrace. Observing this, others quickly follow suit. Oh no, you mustn't young brother, sister-in-law. Take the money back. Don't tear it open. It's for the child, not for you. Lu Ligua intervenes, initiating the classic exchange of red envelopes. After a bit of playful tugging, all the envelopes are ultimately collected, snugly held in Luze's arms. Finally, amidst the joyous ambience, the adults, who rarely gather together, begin to drink and converse. Luze quietly counts his red bills, pondering how easy it is to charm the adults. A few kind words, and the gold coins flow forth. In total, he has over 1,000 yuan, enough to purchase quite a few books. While contemplating this, he nonchalantly picks up a rib and shoves it into his mouth, merely taking a symbolic bite of the birthday cake. Nearby, his 10-year-old cousin notices and cannot help but inquire, "Little brother, why aren't you eating the cake? Don't you like it?" Upon hearing this, Luze pauses momentarily, glancing at the dark-haired girl beside him, her face smeared with cream, and feigning maturity. He replies, "If I were 2 years old, I would love to eat cake. But alas, I am already 3. The cousin's eyes widen in disbelief. What is with this mature tone? How infuriating. You're only 3, and yet you're putting on airs in front of your 10-year-old cousin. With this thought, she inexplicably sets down her cake and grabs a large bone from the platter, imitating him as she pretends to gnaw on it. It seems that as long as she avoids eating cake, she will no longer be considered a child. Hey, brother-in-law, I heard that Luze has been reading books at home, and that there was even a television crew that came to interview him. What is going on?" Just as Luze was teasing his silly cousin, he overheard the conversation from across the dining table. He looked up to see his uncle, Zhao Yifeng, asking the question. Zhao Yifeng is the younger brother of Luze's mother, Zhao Ruoxue, and works in the hairdressing industry. Luze doesn't know much about this uncle, as his family resides in the city and they seldom interact. After Luze grew older and ventured to Jinghai, he lost touch over the years. Conversely, his aunt left a lasting impression on him in his past life. She is a slightly plump woman with short hair, unlike his uncle, a craftsman. His aunt holds a proper teaching position as a primary school teacher. She teaches at the first experimental primary school in the city, and once, during a summer vacation, was invited by Zhao Ruoxue to tutor Lu Zhe. Thus, he is much more familiar with his aunt. At this moment, hearing the question, Lu Ligua shares with a proud smile, overflowing with pride for his son. Zhao Yifeng, taken aback, responds, "Is my nephew truly so gifted? Surely you're not just pulling my leg, are you? What nonsense." This is absolutely true, Lu Ligua assures him, thumping his chest. His aunt also chimes in, stating that there have indeed been prodigies throughout history who have displayed remarkable abilities, such as the most famous, Fang Zhongying, who was oblivious to writing implements until the age of 5, after which he suddenly desired them and could compose poetry upon picking up the pen. However, the authenticity of Fang Zhongying is debatable, possibly a fabrication for a fable. Yet, other prodigies, like Gan Luo, who became a high-ranking official at 12, Kai Wenji, who could distinguish musical notes at 6, and Yu Wei, who recited hundreds of poems by 5 and began composing at 7, are real, possessing extraordinary intelligence and talent. Her knowledge as a primary school teacher shines through as she provides this enlightening information. Zhao Yifeng, intrigued, asks, "Brother-in-law, with all the books my nephew has read, can he compose poetry spontaneously?" "Well, I'm not quite sure." Lu Ligua scratches his head, feeling uncertain. He knows that Lu Zhe spends his days engrossed in reading and has a deep interest in literature. Reciting the 300 Tang poems is child's play for him. However, memorizing poetry is one thing, while composing it is another entirely. Thus, he is unsure how to respond to his uncle's inquiry. Noticing Lu Zhe's hesitation, Zhao Yifeng nudges him with a wink, playfully encouraging, "Nephew, why don't you compose a poem for your uncle? If you do, I'll treat you." At this, Zhao Yifeng instinctively reaches for his pocket, only to remember that he has already given a red envelope. He then picks up a bottle of snowflake beer and says, "I'll show you this instead." The crowd bursts into laughter. What on earth? To entice a 3-year-old with a bottle of beer? I've never seen such a thing. Lu Zhe feels a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. He hadn't intended to acknowledge this foolish uncle, but upon glancing at his aunt, who also seems to harbor a hint of expectation, he recalls something. His aunt seems poised to be promoted to the head of her department in a couple of years. With his abilities, conventional study would not suffice. Perhaps, through his aunt's connections, he could speak with the education department and directly complete a grade skip. With this thought in mind, Lu Zhe straightens up and cheerfully responds, "All right." He then gazes at the cake, his eyes landing on the cut surface, and proclaims, "Silver forks cleave the snowy ridge." The crowd is momentarily stunned. So soon? No delay whatsoever? At least give it a moment's thought. However, little Lu Zhe pays no heed to their astonishment. He strides over to his cousin, who looks at him with a dazed expression, and playfully smears cream from the cake into her hair, adding, "Golden crowns weigh down the autumn frost." Cousin sniffed, bewildered. Suddenly, the call of the celestial maiden echoed. At that moment, Lu Zhe pointed to his equally dazed cousin's father, Uncle Zhao Yifeng. With a smile, he tossed a handful of candy into the fruit bowl, exclaiming, "Let the fruits and verses fly." For lines of 5-character poetry fell, enveloping the courtyard in a profound silence. All the adults widened their eyes, staring blankly at Lu Zhe. Chapter 15, Script Conclusion, Critical Talent Reward, Omniscient Sage. Silence. A deathly stillness. The adults in the courtyard exchanged astonished glances, their faces etched with disbelief. After a considerable pause, Lu Ligua was the first to react, slamming his hand on the table. "Well done. My son surely lives up to my expectations." Old Mr. Lu beamed with pride, exclaiming that his grandson's talent was extraordinary. The other elders of the Lu family, witnessing this, began to applaud and praise him enthusiastically. Among them, Aunt, a primary school teacher, was the most astonished. After all, she was a language teacher at school and possessed a greater ability to appreciate and discern than others in the Lu family. Hence, she could comprehend Lu Zhe's impromptu poem more than the rest. Silver forks split the snowy peaks, golden crowns press upon autumn frost. Suddenly, I hear the celestial maiden's call. Let the fruits and verses fly. The silver forks and golden crowns, within the clever metaphors, exuded a sense of grandeur. The latter two lines playfully alluded to the uncle, adding a touch of unique childlike mischief. It seems my nephew is truly a prodigy. Aunt's astonishment deepened as she pondered this. The poem, while not exceptionally stunning compared to historically renowned works, was remarkable given it was spontaneously crafted by a 3-year-old child. This spontaneity, coupled with the child's age, elevated the poem beyond the ordinary. Indeed, while it was termed impromptu, Lu Zhe had not even contemplated, but had spoken forth poetically. In the end, Aunt recalled another matter, her astonishment escalating further. To speak poetry, this epitomized the pinnacle of spontaneous creation. The essence of improvisation lies in minimizing thought time, honing the ability to compose poetry on the spot. The quicker one can create poetry, the better. How swift had Lu Zhe been? Almost the instant he agreed, he produced this poem. The significance of this cannot be overstated. Even historical child prodigies such as Kai Wenji, Yu Xuanji, and Xiao Chong likely could not compose poetry at such a young age. Lu Zhe's performance undoubtedly eclipsed countless literary figures throughout history. What the future holds, she was uncertain. But at this moment, Lu Zhe reigned supreme in the realm of 3-year-olds. Hey, little brother, how did you do that? Teach me. The little cousin tugged at Lu Zhe's sleeve, her rosy cheeks still smeared with cream, her clear eyes filled with envy. Will you listen? Lu Zhe inquired. I will. The little cousin nodded vigorously. If you listen, we want to learn. Lu Zhe laughed, patting his cousin's shoulder, and amidst her puzzled expression, he turned away, hands clasped behind him, leaving the dining table. Having displayed his remarkable talent, Lu Zhe felt his purpose had been fulfilled. He was no longer inclined to linger. The dining table buzzed with noise. A group of adults continued to drink and boast, yet this time, the conversation revolved solely around Lu Zhe. Aunt, soon to be promoted to head of the grade, was even more enthusiastic than before. It was not that she had previously distanced herself from the Lu family, but rather her bond had grown stronger. Unlike the younger uncle, Aunt's vision was more far-reaching. She recognized that Lu Zhe would undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. Displaying such talent at such a tender age, combined with quality education, promised an immeasurable future for him. Establishing a good relationship with the family at this juncture would be of immense benefit. The tumult of the adult world no longer concerned Lu Zhe. Upon leaving the dining table, he returned to his small room to watch foreign films. Unbeknownst to him, darkness gradually enveloped the sky. Guests departed one after another, while Lu Ligua and Zhao Ruoxue busied themselves washing dishes and tidying up in the kitchen. Having finished a film, Lu Zhe slightly raised his thick brows. For the system's 2-year script, conclusion notification had appeared. Completion of the 2-year phase script. You are intelligent and eager to learn. Having read thousands of books and mastered 3 foreign languages, firmly establishing the persona of a prodigy, exceeding the script's requirements. Reward, talent, omniscient sage. Omniscient sage. The laws of all things can be deciphered. You can explore rich research outcomes in any academic field, even in the unknown. Eternal reward progress, 28,001. Gazing at the conclusion screen, Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback. His pupils widened in an instant. His breath quickened. The conclusion reward had delivered a critical hit. This, omniscient sage, was undoubtedly a genuine top-tier talent. After acquiring it, the progress of the eternal rewards surged from the previous 0051 to an astonishing 28001, an incredible leap. It seemed his efforts had borne fruit. The completion level of the 2-year script was indeed exceptionally high. Just how high, Lu Zhe could not ascertain, for the system notification merely indicated an exceeding completion. However, in his previous 2 instances, he had also exceeded expectations. Only this time, he was granted a more formidable talent, leading to a meteoric rise in his eternal reward progress. Ultimately, it boiled down to the fact that during the year he turned 2, he had accomplished far more, yielding a greater impact. Firstly, not only had he read numerous books, but he also taught himself foreign languages, a feat not found in his life script. Secondly, thanks to the media coverage by journalist Sundan, he had gained a small measure of fame online. The 3 articles collectively garnered over 10 million reads. To this day, people still recall a remarkably handsome little boy who appeared in one of the reports, dubbed a prodigy. This influence was crucial to his life script scoring. As for the omniscient sage, even in unknown fields, it could yield rich research outcomes. Coming back to reality, Lu Zhe contemplated this extraordinary talent, his heart gradually filling with astonishment. No other reason could account for it. This talent was simply too powerful. Even in realms yet to be explored by humanity, he could unveil their mysteries. This signified that no dilemma in the world could thwart him, as long as he desired and was willing to exert effort in research. He would undoubtedly achieve results. Controlled nuclear fusion, electromagnetic railguns, quantum communicators, space jump technology, nanorobots. In any field that humanity could conceive yet had not mastered, Lu Zhe had the opportunity to realize it. Of course, such realizations would not come from thin air. Even as the omniscient sage, Lu Zhe would require a wealth of knowledge as a foundation and then focus his efforts toward a specific direction before he could decode it. Nevertheless, the potential was still utterly terrifying. After all, as long as Lu Zhe utilized it wisely, even a single groundbreaking scientific achievement previously unattainable by humanity could instantaneously elevate him to the pinnacle of the world, thereby cementing his legacy within human civilization. How could Lu Zhe not feel exhilarated? Chapter 16. The Visit of the Wealthiest. 500 just to enter the courtyard? Life is but a fleeting moment. Akin to a mayfly in the vastness of the earth and sky, it is said that a person experiences 2 deaths in their lifetime. The first is the physical demise, and the second occurs when the last friend or family member forgets them. Thus, for the average individual, a century hence, the world will bear no trace of what once existed. If one wishes to endure through the ages, one must leave an indelible mark upon history. Presently, with the gifted ability of omniscient observer, Liu Ze has been afforded such an opportunity. In any domain, should he achieve even modest success, he shall inscribe an irremovable legacy upon the annals of human history, shining brightly for eternity. If I cannot attain the ultimate achievement of eternal life, then this alternative existence is quite satisfactory, Liu Ze mused inwardly. Of course, what the future holds remains a matter for another day. At this moment, he is merely 3 years old. Growing up swiftly is of utmost priority. The narrative of his third year lacks any particularly extraordinary elements. It merely showcases the prodigious child, captivating the neighbors and attracting the attention of reporters. Indeed, Liu Ze had accomplished this during his first 2 years. All he can do now is to build upon this foundation and further elevate his reputation. Thus, throughout this year, Liu Ze frequently displays his talents in public. Gradually, his reputation as a prodigy reverberates throughout the neighborhood. Many are aware that the child of the Liu family, descended from the literary star, can articulate eloquently at the tender age of 3, mastering various literary allusions and historical anecdotes, and even composing poetry extemporaneously. Particularly, Aunt Zhang, the neighbor, as Liu Ze's foremost admirer, began to actively promote him after witnessing his impromptu poetry, enthusiastically extolling his virtues to anyone who would listen. As the leader and organizer of 300-person square dance groups, Aunt Zhang possesses connections in the county that could be described as formidable. With several large group chats and hundreds of contacts in her phone book, it is easy to imagine that, under Aunt Zhang's adept networking, Liu Ze's prodigious reputation spread with the rapidity of bacterial proliferation. The area in front of the Liu household became an extraordinary hub of activity, with visitors arriving in droves. While many came merely to gawk, there were certainly prominent figures among them. For instance, Liu Xiangbei, the wealthiest individual in the county and the largest real estate developer, boasting assets worth 200 million, came to investigate after hearing of Liu Ze's exploits. After all, a child capable of both literary and martial prowess, who can articulate poetry at such a young age, is nothing short of miraculous. Who would not wish to witness such a phenomenon firsthand? On this particular day, outside the Liu family's alley, a Maybach glided slowly into view, its license plate adorned with 4 gleaming 8s. Anyone with a modicum of discernment would recognize this as the vehicle of the county's richest man, Liu Xiangbei. Inside the car, the septuagenarian Liu Xiangbei turned his head to peer through the window, keenly observing the narrow alley before him. "Dad, most of the rumors circulating are exaggerated. Was it really necessary for us to make this trip?" remarked the young driver, his disdain for the bumpy, muddy road unmistakable. "How many times must I remind you to address me with respect while at work?" Liu Xiangbei shot a disapproving glance at his perpetually immature son, admonishing him sternly. Yes, Liu Dong." The young man rolled his eyes, acquiescing verbally while harboring resentment within. The old man refuses to relinquish control, forbidding him from engaging in group affairs, and even denying him pocket money. To keep him under close watch, he had even arranged for him to serve as a driver. How could the son of the county's richest man be reduced to such menial tasks? The old man must have lost his mind. Today was even more absurd. He had come to this desolate place to investigate what was clearly a fabricated tale of a so-called prodigy. This was simply nonsense. The rural populace knows nothing of substance. They are easily swayed by rumors. The young man harbored a deep-seated belief that there could be no 3-year-old prodigy, and even if there were, it would not manifest in their impoverished county. Therefore, he felt a profound aversion to today's agenda. Liu Xiangbei, observing his son's expression in the rearview mirror, was well aware of his thoughts. He let out a long sigh, lamenting, Why have you not matured at all? Does it truly matter whether the prodigy of the Liu family is genuine? What matters is that the townsfolk are already spreading the word and creating a buzz. This year, we are opening a large supermarket, and with its opening next month, if we can forge a good relationship with the Liu family, perhaps we can have the prodigy assist in promoting it, or even sponsor the family with some resources under the supermarket's name, offering a lifetime discount card. Wouldn't that create quite a stir? Liu Xiangbei spoke lightly, but the weight of his words struck the young man into a state of astonishment. Only then did he realize that his father, who had always been driven by profit, would never engage in endeavors devoid of significance for himself. Whether the Liu family truly had a prodigy was irrelevant. What mattered was that the townsfolk were swept up in the fervor of belief. Thus, even if Liu Ze were not a prodigy, after today's visit from Liu Xiangbei, he would undoubtedly be elevated to one. The objective was clear: to harness the momentum of this prodigy craze to bolster their own business. After all, the county was small, unlike the bustling metropolis. Local sentiment was crucial, and the support of the people was paramount. This was akin to enlisting celebrities to endorse a major enterprise. With this realization, the young man experienced an epiphany, and as he looked towards his father, only admiration remained in his heart. "You little rascal, just learn from this." Lu Xiangbei cast a proud glance at his son, exited the car, and proceeded towards the Lu residence, with the young man hurrying to keep pace. As the father and son entered the alley, they discovered it was already teeming with people. The narrow passage was filled with vehicles, all belonging to those who had come in search of the prodigy. Meanwhile, in the Lu family's small courtyard, Lu Ligua and Zhao Ruoxue felt overwhelmed by the continuous stream of visitors and could only brace themselves to entertain them. After all, the couple were simple, down-to-earth individuals who had never encountered such a scene. In stark contrast, the center of this whirlwind, Lu Zhe, sat calmly within the courtyard, exuding an air of maturity beyond his years. He welcomed all who approached him for conversation, photographs, or recordings without a hint of shyness, articulating his thoughts clearly, making it evident that this child was destined for greatness. Is there truly something to this? Lu Xiangbei and his son exchanged glances outside, both feeling a twinge of surprise. Could it be that this so-called prodigy was indeed genuine? With curiosity bubbling within him, Lu Xiangbei could no longer contain himself and strode inside. "Young man, I am." Before he could introduce himself, Lu Zhe's youthful voice interrupted him, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. "What do you mean, 500? He asked in bewilderment. "I haven't even said anything yet." Lu Xiangbei attempted to continue, but Lu Zhe preempted him once more, explaining in his childlike tones. "To enter the courtyard and witness the spectacle, it's 500. Outside is free." "What?" Lu Xiangbei's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is this how you conduct business? 500 just to enter the courtyard?" Looking around at the throng of people within, there were at least 20 or 30 present. For the first time in his shrewd life, he felt utterly confounded. Beside him, the young Lu family scion was both amused and exasperated, retorting, "Child, 500 is not an issue, but I heard you are a prodigy. If I give you the money, can you compose a poem for me on the spot?" "Buddy, 500 is for watching the spectacle. Composing poetry will cost 1,000. A well-meaning bystander interjected. 1,000? Mere pocket change." The young scion of the Lu family waved his hand dismissively. He was indifferent to whether it was 500 or 1,000. He merely sought to gauge Lu Zhe's caliber. However, scarcely had he spoken when Lu Zhe's voice rang out again. "No, 1,000 is someone else's price, uncle. It must be 5,000. This revelation left Lu Jia Gongzi perplexed, his brows knitting together in confusion. Lu Xiangbei, equally intrigued, turned his gaze toward Lu Zhe, eager to discern what further pronouncements this 3-year-old prodigy might unveil. The onlookers shared a similar reaction, all curious as to why the price for poetry had escalated to 5,000 when it came to the Lu family. In that moment, before the gathered crowd, Lu Zhe's clear, unreserved voice declared, "Because uncle and grandpa appear quite wealthy. The books say that when encountering the affluent, one must seize the opportunity." The innocent candor of his proclamation rendered the onlookers speechless. Clearly, no one had anticipated such unabashed honesty from a child, especially in the presence of those he sought to charge. While sincerity is often deemed a powerful weapon, this level of candor was rather extraordinary. The young prodigy of the Lu family was indeed remarkable. Though his words were audacious, they placed the Lu father and son in a precarious situation. Should they back down now, it would tarnish their status as the wealthiest in the county. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in astonished murmurs. Among them were several well-informed individuals who recognized the Lu family and immediately began to analyze the situation. Lu Xiangbei, after a moment's contemplation, burst into hearty laughter. "This is amusing indeed. If 5,000 it is, then 5,000 it shall be. Grandfather wishes to see what this little prodigy can compose." Chapter 17. Increased Payment for Poetry. Lu Jia Gongzi is convinced. In the Lu family courtyard, all eyes were fixed upon Lu Zhe. The 3-year-old child, with bright eyes and a radiant smile, exhibited an innate cleverness in every gesture. Upon hearing Lu Xiangbei's agreement, he extended a small hand and chirped, "It's a deal. Now let us see the money." What a clever boy, not one to part with his prize without assurance. Lu Xiangbei paused momentarily, then chuckled, not refusing the request. The Lu family scion, standing behind, immediately opened the bag tucked under his arm, grandly producing a thick wad of red bills. In this era, mobile payments were not yet widespread. Transactions were still conducted in cash. As the wealthiest in the county, Lu Xiangbei always carried 20 to 30,000 in cash for daily expenses. Although he did not count the money, it was certainly more than 5,000. Observing the scene, Lu Zhe grasped that this father-son duo was indeed affluent. This realization prompted him to seize the opportunity for an even greater reward. He then composed the poem, "Jade chopsticks strike the cup, a drum's resound." With ink unleashed, mountains of green abound. Wealth in the world, like spring snow, so light. Pales against a child's words, a star's pure light. As his words resounded, applause erupted around him. The Lu father and son exchanged glances, both shaken. Could it be that this so-called 3-year-old prodigy could indeed compose poetry? The couplet was so meticulously crafted that one could not help but wonder if it had been prepared in advance. After recovering from his initial astonishment, Lu Jiagongzi found himself engulfed in doubt. After all, the brevity of Lu Zhe's poetic creation raised suspicion. He had scarcely paused to ponder before the lines flowed forth, leading one to question whether they were rehearsed. Lu Xiangbei harbored similar doubts, squinting as he inquired, "Little one, I shall offer you another 5,000 if you can compose another poem on the spot." "Absolutely," Lu Zhe replied confidently. Having lived 3 lifetimes, he was well versed in the literary classics of the great Xia, and with the aid of his prodigious mind, improvising poetry was as effortless for him as reciting multiplication tables for a university student. He glanced at the Lu father and son, understanding their skepticism. With a twinkle in his eye, he spoke again, "Silk coats untainted, ink yet to scent. Laughing, I point to the clouds, value well meant. Do not say children lack discernment. Wealth of the Lu family shines through the ornament." This time, Lu Zhe seamlessly integrated the Lu father and son into his verse. It was not that he had prior knowledge of Lu Xiangbei. Rather, he had overheard the crowd's discussions revealing the Lu family's background. Consequently, he crafted his lines accordingly. As the poem concluded, the Lu father and son were left utterly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. A mere 3-year-old child had indeed spoken poetry. The speed and quality of his verses surpassed even those of a seasoned language instructor at a university. Lu Jiagongzi was now grappling with a profound existential crisis. He had previously stubbornly believed that the Lu family was engaged in some form of deception, that all talk of prodigies was mere folklore. Yet here he found himself confronted with undeniable talent. A true genius had emerged in their county. With this thought, Lu Jiagongzi produced another stack of bills from his bag, declaring, "Little prodigy, do you dare to compose yet another?" Clearly, despite his astonishment, Lu Jiagongzi remained skeptical. What if the Lu family had prepared only 2 poems in advance? After all, the notion of a prodigy was extraordinary, and he wished to probe any potential avenues of deception. If Lu Zhe could effortlessly deliver a 3rd poem, he would be utterly convinced. As Lu Jiagongzi's words echoed in the air, the crowd erupted in encouragement. "Little prodigy, compose another for us. The uncle has set up the camera. Come on. Showcase your talent. You are the pride of our county. Do not falter now." The courtyard buzzed with excitement. Yet, as Lu Zhe observed the 5,000 bills Lu Jiagongzi had cast aside, he shook his head. The Lu scion, seeing this, perked up, sensing a potential flaw in Lu Zhe's resolve. "What's this? Can't you come up with another? Or have you only memorized 2 in advance?" At that moment, all eyes were upon him. Was it truly that the little prodigy had exhausted his creative prowess? Or, as Lu Jiagongzi suggested, had he simply run out of pre-prepared verses? Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Lu Zhe stood slowly, hands nestled in the pockets of his hoodie emblazoned with a gallant warrior motif, and chirped, "Uncle, composing poetry consecutively is mentally taxing, and I am still growing. So I must request an increase in payment." Lu Jiagongzi was left speechless. The onlookers collectively fainted at the revelation. What a twist. After all this, was it merely that he found the initial sum insufficient? 5,000 for a poem was not enough to satiate his appetite. He sought even more. Did he intend to elevate his family to newfound prosperity? At such a tender age, Lu Zhe had not only learned to adapt his demands, but also to negotiate his worth. It was indeed remarkable. The crowd gasped in astonishment, while Lu Xiangbei's eyes sparkled with recognition of Lu Zhe's innate business acumen. Though merely 3 years old, the child's exceptional entrepreneurial talent was already becoming apparent. Alas, such a gifted child was not born into his family. With a heavy sigh, Lu Xiangbei lamented the whims of fate. Meanwhile, his eldest son, with a twitching smile, slammed the entire bag of cash onto the table before Lu Zhe, saying, "So you wish to raise your rates, do you? As long as you can still compose poetry. What is the harm in taking the bag?" A gentleman's magnanimity. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhe immediately gave a thumbs up, resembling a little adult as he engaged in the conversation. As he turned around, he deftly seized the leather bag and tucked it under his arm, clearing his throat in a childlike manner, shaking his head and reciting, "The price of poetry soars to the heavens. Jade steeds tread the dust from the celestial terrace. Children cast their pens in thunderous awe." At this point, his youthful voice paused, pointing at the Lu family's young master, proclaiming, "Tomorrow, the Milky Way shall be mortgaged." The latter was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise. This was due to the fact that as the largest real estate developer in the area, the upscale community, Milky Way Huayuan, was indeed a product of his family's endeavors. Lu Zhe's line about the impending mortgage of the Milky Way subtly implied that his family's properties were about to experience a major sell-off. Such a clever incorporation into the poem not only cleared any suspicion of prior rehearsals, but also served to flatter the Lu family father and son. It was no wonder that the young master of the Lu family was left momentarily speechless. Bravo! The little prodigy truly possesses remarkable talent. After hearing the third poem, the richest man, Lu Xiangbei, slammed the table in excitement. This was precisely the prodigy he was searching for. He even had a premonition that with the release of this third poem, the yet unsold units in Milky Way Huayuan would soon witness another surge of buyers. After all, this was the property recommended by the little prodigy. Chapter 18. A 3-year-old's extraordinary fate in collaboration with the county's wealthiest man. At the Tiandu Grand Hotel. Despite being merely 3 stories tall, it already stood as the most upscale restaurant in the entire county. At this moment, in a private room on the top floor, sat Lu Zhe and his family alongside the affluent Lu Xiangbei. Mr. Lu, you are truly fortunate to have such an astute son like little prodigy Lu Zhe. At the dining table, Lu Xiangbei raised his glass, gazing at the young Lu Ligua with a kindly expression laced with envy. You flatter me, Chairman Lu. Lu Ligua cautiously clinked his glass with Lu Xiangbei's. Until now, he was still unclear as to why the county's wealthiest man had invited their family to dinner. It was Zhao Ruoxue, seated beside him, who suddenly pursed her lips and interjected. Mr. Lu, we are just ordinary folks, truly unaware of what merits such a grand banquet. If there is something you wish to discuss, please feel free to state it directly. As her words fell, Lu Xiangbei's hand holding the wine glass paused momentarily. Then, with a wry smile, he decided to be straightforward. Actually, it's nothing much. I'm rather fond of this child, Lu Zhe, little Zhe. Both were taken aback by his words. They were well aware that their son was exceptional, fitting the description of a dragon among men. Yet, he was still merely a child, just 3 years old. What possible connection could he have with the county's wealthiest man? Lu Xiangbei then elaborated. Our county is quite impoverished. Ultimately, it lacks distinctive features. I was contemplating whether this child, Lu Zhe, a remarkable prodigy, could be cultivated into a symbol of our city. Little Lu Zhe's reputation as a prodigy has already spread throughout the county. One day, it could reach national acclaim. At that point, our county could become renowned as the hometown of prodigies, attracting countless tourists and enhancing our investment opportunities. After all, it is not impossible for one individual to drive a city's GDP in this era. Lu Xiangbei set down his glass, smiling as he looked at the couple. In truth, prior to visiting the Lu family, Lu Xiangbei had not entertained such thoughts. Just as his son had remarked, whether this so-called prodigy was genuine was still uncertain. At that time, Lu Xiangbei's intentions were quite simple. Regardless of whether Lu Zhe truly possessed talent, he intended to elevate Lu Zhe's status and establish a connection, generating buzz for the supermarket opening next month. However, after witnessing Lu Zhe's true prowess in poetry firsthand, he was profoundly astonished, leading him to reconsider. He believed that a prodigy of Lu Zhe's caliber held far greater value waiting to be uncovered. For instance, he envisioned paving the way for him with unwavering financial support, allowing this gifted child to transcend the confines of the county and make a mark nationwide, ultimately bringing fame to their unremarkable little county. Lu Xiangbei's aspirations were bold yet not exaggerated, for similar occurrences had transpired in the past. The most classic example being the renowned Litong king, whose rise to fame transformed the impoverished Litong into a popular tourist destination, attracting a steady influx of visitors, filling local accommodations to the brim and multiplying incomes by countless times. Thus, as long as an individual possesses value, even one who is illiterate can be crafted into a city's emblem through the machinations of capital. Moreover, Lu Zhe was certainly not illiterate. He was an authentic prodigy. What? Do you think that in this age, merely relying on the title of a young talent may not be sufficiently captivating? Fear not, for Lu Zhe possesses charm as well. Physical allure is a timeless asset. Yet, Lu Zhe does not rely solely on his looks. He is also well-versed in multiple languages. He embodies the perfect combination of beauty and intellect. Once this condition enters the public eye, coupled with his astonishingly low age of merely 3, it would be nearly impossible for him not to become a sensation. Lu Xiangbei's ability to perceive these nuances is indicative of his success, showcasing his unique vision and lofty ambitions. He is indeed a talent. I plan, under the auspices of the group, to sponsor the little prodigy. When he achieves success in the future, all I ask is that he remembers to give back to his hometown. As he downed his drink, Lu Xiangbei's gaze bore into Lu Ligua and his wife. Listening to this heartfelt declaration, the Lu couple exchanged glances, both somewhat uncertain, perhaps having lived in simplicity for too long. The sudden arrival of such a grand opportunity left them momentarily flustered. I shall consult my son's opinion. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Lu Ligua and Zhao Ruoxue exchanged glances and spoke. Lu Xiangbei was taken aback, but then smiled with understanding, saying, "That's fine. Little prodigies are not like ordinary children. They possess wisdom beyond their years, so let us hear his thoughts." With that, he turned his cheerful gaze toward the young Lu Zhe, who was eagerly devouring his food. Confronted by the attentive eyes of the adults in the room, Lu Zhe understood that such a significant matter required his input, and he could not feign ignorance. Thus, wiping his mouth, he cheerfully declared, "Rest assured, Grandpa Lu, upon achieving fame, I shall grant the portrait endorsement rights to the Milky Way Group free of charge. Striving to give back to my hometown, and working towards elevating our county from poverty to being among the top 100 counties." This statement rendered all three adults in the room utterly speechless. Clearly, none had anticipated that Lu Zhe's response would encompass such depth, completely defying the expectations of a 3-year-old child. His words astutely pinpointed Lu Xiangbei's true concern, securing an endorsement for the Milky Way Group. Regardless of how beautifully Lu Xiangbei spoke, he remained a businessman at heart. It was implausible that he would genuinely extend his kindness without expecting a return. His aim was simply to ensure that once Lu Zhe gained fame, he would reciprocate by promoting the Milky Way Group, thereby acquiring the rights to his image at minimal cost. Naturally, this also entailed certain risks. Lu Xiangbei was also taking a gamble, wagering that Lu Zhe would smoothly rise to fame across the nation without any scandals tarnishing his reputation. For Lu Zhe, the stakes were not unfavorable either. A mere endorsement for his likeness had transformed into an invaluable opportunity, as the county's wealthiest individual, Lu Xiangbei, was investing heavily in his development, akin to a no-risk venture. Moreover, by simply agreeing, he could immediately uplift his family's financial circumstances, granting his parents a more comfortable life. Thus, Lu Zhe promptly acquiesced. After a moment of surprise, Lu Xiangbei clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "Excellent! This little prodigy truly possesses keen insight. Let us toast to a fruitful collaboration and a glorious future ahead." After several rounds of drinks and a delightful meal, the arrangement was firmly established. At the tender age of 3, Lu Zhe had successfully rewritten his destiny, welcoming his first affluent benefactor alongside his parents. Chapter 19. Renowned across the province. Rewarded as exiled poet immortal. As spring gave way to winter, another year had passed. The once tranquil county had recently become increasingly vibrant, for it had birthed an extraordinary prodigy. Not only did he shine on a national scale, but within the province, his fame was unparalleled. He was heralded by many as the 3-year-old poetry immortal, reincarnation of the literary star, and young genius, among other illustrious titles. Whispers circulated that Lu Xiangbei, the head of the Galaxy Group and a local tycoon worth 2 billion, was his most ardent admirer. Under his influence, numerous prominent figures from the circle had sought an audience with the young prodigy. It was said that all who met him were left in awe, further fueling the fervor surrounding his meteoric rise to fame. Those who had yet to encounter the prodigy flocked eagerly, yearning for a glimpse of his true self. As time passed, his renown only grew louder. Lu Zhe, the prodigy, had undeniably become a symbol of the locality. Galaxy Huayuan, a luxurious duplex penthouse. Lu Zhe was seated in his study, diligently engrossed in his reading. Since agreeing to collaborate with Lu Xiangbei a year ago, his family had relocated to this opulent abode. Spanning nearly 300 square meters across 2 levels, they had not spent a single penny. This was Lu Xiangbei's gesture of goodwill towards their partnership. Initially, his parents were astonished and hesitant to accept such a generous offer. However, after Lu Zhe's heartfelt persuasion, they, who had lived modestly all their lives, finally consented to move in. Indeed, the quality of the residence was exceptional, had it been situated in a first-tier city. Its value could easily have soared into the tens of millions. Yet, alas, this was merely an unnoticed small city, and thus the total worth was significantly diminished. Capped at a mere million. For Lu Xiangbei, worth 2 billion, this sum was negligible. In light of the potential returns Lu Zhe's fame could yield for the Galaxy Group, it was but a trifling matter. Hence, Lu Zhe accepted this grand gift with a sense of rightful entitlement. As for the collaborative plan they had devised for his rise to prominence, it progressed remarkably smoothly. With financial backing paving the way, few obstacles remained in the world. Lu Zhe's name as a prodigy spread far and wide. While it was premature to claim national fame, he had certainly become a bona fide celebrity within the province. Throughout the year, a myriad of influential figures visited the Lu household to witness Lu Zhe's remarkable gifts. Numerous media outlets vied for interviews, and his accomplishments graced the pages of various newspapers and websites. He had firmly established himself in the public eye. No longer a fleeting phenomenon as he had been the previous year. County television reporter Sun Dajing had played a pivotal role throughout the year. Capitalizing on his established rapport with the Liu family, he frequently visited to document Liu Zhe's daily life. It could be said that a significant portion of the news surrounding Liu Zhe originated from his efforts. In turn, Sun Dajing garnered a considerable following across major media platforms, subtly positioning himself as Liu Zhe's dedicated paparazzo. Additionally, Sun Dajing, besides his enthusiasm for crafting interviews, had even launched a dedicated account to showcase Liu Zhe's appealing visage. The previous year, many had been captivated by Liu Zhe's looks, which momentarily overshadowed his prodigious talents. This realization led Sun Dajing to understand that physical allure is a timeless currency. Even if Liu Zhe possessed no talents, his striking appearance would guarantee his extraordinary status. Consequently, Sun Dajing created a beauty account focused on chronicling Liu Zhe's evolving aesthetics. Unsurprisingly, this account garnered far greater attention than other reports, enabling Liu Zhe to amass his first batch of fans online. Completed the 3-year stage script, having read through the ancient and modern literature of the great Xia. Possessing exceptional talent, eloquence and poetry, and gaining fame across the province, attracting the attention of wealthy merchants and media, thus exceeding the script's requirements. Rewarded with the talent of exiled poet immortal. Exiled poet immortal. A disposition as ethereal as a divine poet descended to earth, with boundless talent displayed in every action. Capable of crafting verses that could be immortalized through the ages. Eternal reward progress, 3032. Just after his birthday, Liu Zhe's script reward was once again credited. This time, the talent was rather standard, lacking any extraordinary enhancements, yet it was by no means inadequate. This talent had immensely elevated Liu Zhe's poetic abilities to an unparalleled level. In ancient times, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a master of literary arts, standing shoulder to shoulder with giants like Li Bai and Su Shi. To declare that his genius would echo through the ages and that his poetry would transcend time would not be an exaggeration. Oh, the talent of exiled poet immortal seems to have transformed my aura. Rising from his seat, Liu Zhe glanced at his reflection in the mirror, unable to suppress a slight arching of his brow. Before him stood a small lad, now 4 years old, increasingly handsome and fair. Standing at a height of 1.20 meters, clad in a simple white tracksuit, he exuded an ethereal charm that radiated youthful vitality. He bore no resemblance to a child from humble beginnings. Rather, he resembled a scion of a noble family. Truly, he was beyond any price. There was a hint of a regal air about him. As Liu Zhe stroked his chin, he recalled a celebrity from his past life on Earth. Renowned for his elegant demeanor and hailed as Asia's most handsome man, his current image bore a striking resemblance to that of the star. Of course, imitation had never been Liu Zhe's path. As he matured, his aura would only grow more refined, eventually surpassing it, becoming a unique presence recognized across the globe. At that time, the name of the blue planet would be undeniably justified and unassailable. In this 4th year of life, according to the script, a milk powder manufacturer would approach him for an advertisement, improving his family's situation. However, as he was already collaborating with the Galaxy Group, his family's circumstances had already seen improvement, which could be considered an early fulfillment of the script, right? Withdrawing his gaze from the mirror, Liu Zhe returned to his desk, pondering the script for the year of 4. The prospect of a milk powder manufacturer approaching him for an advertisement was beyond his control. Yet, the enhancement of his family's situation was undeniably real. Thus, had the script for this 4th year already been half fulfilled? Life, indeed, is as effortless as a mere gesture. Contemplating this, Liu Zhe couldn't help but chuckle softly, picking up a French literary classic with keen interest. Several days later, Sun Dajing visited the Liu family once more, this time with a newly acquired camera. He intended to regularly photograph Liu Zhe, documenting his growth. This endeavor received enthusiastic support from Zhao Ruoxue. After all, the ability to comprehensively record a child's development is a dream cherished by every parent, albeit often unattainable due to various practical constraints. Now, with someone willing to take these photographs for free, it was akin to a windfall from the heavens. Who would refuse such a gift? This is also one of the reasons why Sun Danian frequently visits the Liu family. This time, upon seeing Liu Zhe again, Sun Danian was momentarily taken aback. How could this child have transformed so remarkably in just over a month? Struck by Liu Zhe's effortless grace and innate talent, Sun Danian found himself in a state of sheer astonishment, his mind filled only with exclamations of admiration. In a daze, he even forgot to press the shutter button. Chapter 20. Beauty is Justice, a divine assist from the internet's top influencer. What a handsome face. And that physique, it's as if he was born to be a model. Under the lens, Liu Zhe, whether captured from the front or in profile, appeared exquisitely, as if sculpted by the hands of the divine, devoid of any flaw. This left Sun Denian, who was photographing him, in a state of awe. Setting aside his knowledge and talent, merely based on this visage, he was nothing short of breathtaking. Over the past year, he had never staged a photo shoot for Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe was free to study or watch movies as he pleased. Sun Denian, lacking any understanding of photography techniques, merely needed to click the shutter randomly to capture images that were hailed as embodiments of beauty, garnering immense attention. It was inevitable. The model was simply too striking, presenting a flawless view from every angle, which more than compensated for the photographer's inexperience. Moments later, after taking 8 consecutive photos, Sun Denian graciously declined Lu Ligua's invitation to stay for dinner and headed home. He opened his dedicated account for documenting Lu Zhe's breathtaking looks, which had amassed 500,000 followers, and uploaded the 8 photos without any editing, presenting them in their original form. Click. With a simple press of a button, the upload was complete. Sun Denian then shut down his computer, intending to have dinner first and check the response later. Meanwhile, with the new post published, this collection of photos was delivered to the hands of 50,000 fans. Wow, it was swift. Lu Zhe's multitude of admiring aunts and sisters quickly flocked to the post, eager to appreciate this latest series of images. Comments began to accumulate steadily. Sisters, what brings us together? Is it love? No, it is Lu Zhe's stunning looks. Dear Zhe, when you see this comment, your aunt will be diligently buying lottery tickets, waiting for a decade later when I remain unmarried, and you have grown up, so we can be a perfect match. Has the sister above mine too much? Are they seeing things? I truly envy the girls in Lu Zhe's future class. They must be swooning every day. By the way, today's photos are exceptionally well taken. Could it be that it's not the photography skills that improved, but that Lu Zhe has changed? I too feel that his temperament is different now. There is a refined elegance to him. One person enthusiastically writes, debut already. The comments continued to surge, and the heat was steadily building. The beauty fan demographic is remarkably pure. As long as there are no scandals, they remain the most stable. Among the myriad comments, it was evident that many had noticed the shift in Lu Zhe's demeanor. His natural charisma radiated like that of an ethereal being, even through the screen, captivating countless viewers who found themselves entranced. Some even transferred the photos to other platforms, such as Weibo, which boasts the highest number of registered users in the country, with over 100 million daily active users and a plethora of celebrities. It is undoubtedly the most popular social media platform at present, dwarfing other sites like Daxiao and Lekwa News by more than tenfold. In fact, for the past 6 months, many had already shared Lu Zhe's photos on Weibo. However, since they were from ordinary users with few followers, they failed to create much of a stir. Today, however, was different. The leading self-media account on Weibo, known for its humorous rankings and run by a user affectionately dubbed Ranking Sister, serendipitously stumbled upon the reposted Lu Zhe photos. Upon viewing them, she was utterly astonished. What a beautiful child! Who is this? After closely examining the 8 photos, a sudden insight struck her, and she keenly sensed the potential for virality. Her account typically shared amusing content or funny anecdotes. In this age, with no short video distractions, people surfing the internet primarily viewed text and images. Thus, humorous stories and captivating images garnered considerable attention. Pet bloggers, for instance, have amassed millions of followers simply through charming photos of their cats and dogs. In other words, the realm of beauty is expansive. Attractively handsome men and women, along with adorable pets, all have the potential for popularity. Now, this young lad possesses an extraordinary combination of looks and charisma, prompting Ranking Sister to conclude that with sufficient exposure, he is bound to become a sensation. Where did these photos come from? I must investigate. Intrigued by the prospect of riding this wave of popularity, Ranking Sister knew she had to uncover the origins of the images before sharing them with her sizable audience. Thus, she privately messaged the local user who had shared the photos and quickly obtained Sun Denian's account dedicated to Lu Zhe's beauty. After silently reviewing the past posts of Lu Zhe's photos, she was left in a state of profound shock. Following that, she traced her way to another account belonging to Sun Denian, filled with news articles. Each report detailing the exploits of this prodigious child left her in utter disbelief. This extraordinarily handsome boy, was he truly as remarkable as described? At just a year and a half, he had vanquished a large dog. At 2, he had effortlessly acquired multiple languages. At 3, he had penned poetry that resonated throughout the county, leading his family to prosperity. Each account seemed as fantastical as a fairy tale. Suppressing her astonishment, Ranking Sister opened a search engine and typed in Prodigy Lu Zhe. Soon, a plethora of reports emerged. Lu Zhe had gained fame across the province over the past year, with numerous journalists, not just Sun Denian, having covered his story. Thus, a quick search across the internet revealed a wealth of related posts and articles. Ranking Sister found herself entranced, spending an entire hour poring over them before regaining her composure. Her eyes alight with wonder. Bizarre. Dreamlike. Unbelievable. He possessed every characteristic necessary to become an internet sensation. After a long moment, Ranking Sister took a deep breath, filled with admiration. As a self-media operator, she understood all too well what kind of content attracts attention. The more it defied conventional understanding, the more captivating it became. What an extraordinary and fantastical trajectory this child named Lu Zhe has had. Who could watch and not be bewildered, regardless of whether one believes it or not? Curiosity would compel clicks, and thus, traffic would follow. Moreover, setting aside the truth of the Prodigy claims, his looks were undeniably real. With this thought in mind, Ranking Sister no longer hesitated. She selected several of Lu Zhe's stunning photos, compiled them into a grid, and decided to first post a pure beauty share to test the waters. Soon, a brand new update quietly appeared on her account's homepage. With 30 million followers, Ranking Sister's post surpassed 100,000 views in merely a second. And for the first time, Lu Zhe's visage entered the eyes of countless netizens. Chapter 21. Ascending to Stardom, Lu Zhe registers a personal account. The influence of top-tier internet celebrities on Weibo is profound, often overshadowing that of many second- and third-tier stars. After all, the attention garnered by over 30 million followers is a formidable summit that few can hope to scale. Therefore, when the esteemed influencer, known as Bang Jia, posted on Weibo, the response was staggering. Within a mere 2 hours, the post amassed over 10 million views, received more than 100,000 comments, and was shared over 1 million times. This was a genuine phenomenon, devoid of any manufactured engagement. On the trending topics list, it claimed its position and rapidly ascended the ranks. If all goes as expected, it is projected to reach the pinnacle within the hour. What a fortunate bet that was. In a luxurious residential complex in Pengcheng, Bang Jia sat at her computer, her eyes alight with excitement. Based on her previous experiences, she anticipated that her post would typically reach 10 million views after 5 hours. The metrics of comments and shares would depend heavily on the quality of the content. However, Lu Zhe's recent set of candid photographs had shattered all precedents. The data was astonishingly explosive, and once it claimed the top spot on the trending list, it would undoubtedly multiply further. With this thought, Bang Jia was in high spirits, for in the realm of self-media, view counts translate directly to revenue. Moreover, the exposure of Lu Zhe's photographs had also brought her a significant surge in followers, amounting to hundreds of thousands. As time passed, the clock struck 10 in the evening. The topic of the most handsome boy, Lu Zhe, had ascended to the first place on Weibo's trending list. It was indeed a stroke of luck, as the entertainment industry had been relatively quiet that day, with no major scandals or gossip to divert attention. This allowed Lu Zhe's meteoric rise to stardom to proceed with remarkable ease. Bang Jia's post became the hottest topic of the day, with comments soaring past 500,000 and views exceeding 80 million. As this time coincided with peak internet usage, the metrics surged rapidly. Numerous celebrities and influential figures in self-media were keenly observing her post, filled with envy. 500,000 comments. What a staggering figure. Although top-tier idols often boast millions of comments, those in the know understand that the genuine engagement is merely a fraction of that, with the remainder being artificial. In contrast, Bang Jia's post was composed entirely of authentic user interactions, the value of which was indisputable. How stunning. How can a child be so handsome? Which mother is so skilled at giving birth? The comments were filled with admiration. If my brother were this handsome, I would wake up smiling from my dreams. The admiration for this child was palpable. A brief search revealed an abundance of news surrounding him, though they all seemed to exaggerate his achievements. Whether in Bang Jia's comments or the real-time posts on related topics, the speed of comments was akin to a machine's rapid-fire output. Some were captivated by his exquisite features, while others were astonished by the rumors of his prodigious talents. Regardless, one thing was certain. Lu Zhe had become an undeniable sensation. His exceptional qualities meant that any opportunity would catapult him to greater heights, and now, the prominent influencer Bang Jia had become the catalyst for this phenomenon. In just one night, the prodigy Lu Zhe's name spread far and wide, making him a household name among internet users. The following morning, Lu Zhe was still asleep when he groggily heard his mother, Zhao Ruoxue, on the phone. What? My son is famous? Rubbing his eyes, Lu Zhe sat up in bed, peeking into the living room. After a moment, he grasped the situation. It was a call from Sundan, conveying that a major internet celebrity had shared Lu Zhe's photos from the previous day, igniting a viral sensation across the web. He was now a burgeoning internet star, and Sundan's call served as a reminder for the Lu family not to miss this golden opportunity. With the current high level of buzz on Weibo, Lu Zhe could take advantage of the moment to register an account and accumulate followers. It seemed that the decision to have Sundan take those growth record photos was indeed the right one. as long as he continued to update online. Unexpected rewards would follow. Lu Zhe stroked his chin. Although he felt a sense of astonishment at his sudden fame on Weibo, he was not entirely surprised. For he had always known this day would come. He simply hadn't anticipated it would arrive so swiftly. Nonetheless, registering for Weibo now was undoubtedly a timely move. At this moment, the platform had not yet become tarnished as it did in his previous life, rife with controversies and filled with various distractions. Currently, Weibo was flourishing, serving as a robust community platform with substantial reach. With this thought, Lu Zhe approached his computer desk to begin the registration process. Signing up with an email was straightforward. However, to achieve verified status, real name authentication was required. He chose the moniker Prodigy Lu Zhe, as the prefix would assist new fans in easily locating him. Serving as a keyword, once his follower count grew, he could revert to his real name. Soon enough, the account was set up. Lu Zhe posted a self-introduction video, establishing his identity. This step was crucial, as he had already noticed many impersonators during the registration process, making it essential to verify his authenticity. As the first subject of the trending topic, the release of his video caused a significant uptick in engagement. Within mere minutes, his follower count surged past 100,000, with notifications flooding in. Am I dreaming? The Zhe Bao I followed for 6 months is finally on Weibo? 10-year-old fan here, uninvited. Wait a minute. Lu Zhe is only 4 years old, and you've been a fan for 10 years? Lu Zhe, Auntie's phone wallpaper is you. Can you reply to Auntie? Hello. Little Lu Zhe, I work in utility billing. Can you tell me your address? Beware of human traffickers, Dachau police. The comments were a dizzying flurry. With his own account now established, Lu Zhe experienced firsthand the exhilarating sensation of being in the spotlight. This novelty brought him immense joy, as he realized how delightful it was to be adored. No wonder so many people strive to achieve fame. Chapter 22. Fame brings controversy, hostility from the poetry competition champion. In the first month following Lu Zhe's rise to fame, his Weibo follower count reached an impressive 5 million. Do not underestimate this figure. Having never purchased artificial engagement, most of these followers were genuine. Their activity level was remarkably high, having navigated the explosive growth of the internet in 2 lifetimes. Lu Zhe was well-versed in the survival tactics of internet celebrities. Consequently, he updated his account with remarkable frequency, posting daily updates every 3 to 4 days. These were not mere text posts, but rather vibrant photographs and short videos, demonstrating his dedication to his fans. This approach cultivated an exceptionally strong bond with his followers. It is no exaggeration to say that many celebrity artists now find their influence eclipsed by this 4-year-old child. Naturally, such immense fame attracted commensurate benefits. Lu Zhe had caught the attention of numerous major corporations. One such entity was Jiuheng Dairy Group, a formidable enterprise specializing in dairy products, particularly various formulas of milk powder. Renowned for its strength, it had been recognized as one of the top 500 most valuable brands in Dachau and was celebrated as a famous trademark. In recent days, the head of the advertising department, Su Qi, had been quite overwhelmed, as the group's profits had been declining for several consecutive quarters. After thorough investigation, it was revealed that among the myriad of products, the sales of milk powder for middle-aged and elderly individuals, women, and pregnant women remained stable. However, the infant formula, which is the company's primary focus, suffered losses for 4 out of 6 months. For such a large corporation, this situation is undeniably grave. The chairman took this matter seriously and assigned tasks to various departments, insisting that they must ensure a rebound in the company's profits in the second half of the year. As the head of the advertising department, Su Qi naturally felt immense pressure. After all, advertising serves as the external marketing image of products and can significantly influence the market. Yet, the challenge lies in the fact that creating advertisements for infant formula is no easy feat. Over the past decade, the corporation has produced 2 advertisements annually, and they have nearly exhausted all creative ideas. Furthermore, finding a suitable spokesperson for the infant formula advertisements proved to be a daunting task, with very few appropriate celebrities in the entertainment industry. Nevertheless, with pressure mounting from above, Su Qi had no choice but to forge ahead. At that moment, his desk was cluttered with numerous files containing potential spokesperson candidates sent by his assistant. He perused them with a detached demeanor. Wang Dalong, an actor from anti-Japanese dramas? Can he really endorse a milk powder advertisement? Absurd. Lu Jing, a second-tier singer, recently became a mother, which could barely be relevant, but her appearance is far too ordinary. Su Mingming, a rising star with 20 million fans online. Indeed, her influence is substantial, yet she is merely in her early 20s, which does not align with the product's essence. Yang Shuhua, a seasoned actress, age 69, are you kidding me? An elderly lady can endorse this? Minutes later, Su Qi, scowling, muttered curses under his breath as he tossed the files into the trash bin. Just as he was about to discard the last file, he suddenly froze, captivated by a particularly striking photograph. It featured a clean, adorable young boy whose striking looks were utterly captivating. Lu Zhe, who had skyrocketed to fame on Weibo with 8 photos, was also a child prodigy, facing ferocious dogs at just 1 year old, mastering both Chinese and foreign history by 2, and composing poetry by 3. After reading the introduction in the file, Su Qi was rendered speechless. To be honest, he was quite taken with Lu Zhe at first glance. His beauty was undeniable. Moreover, at only 4 years old, he was perfectly suited to represent a product meant for infants. However, the so-called prodigy claims in the file caused him to furrow his brow in skepticism. Truth be told, the prodigy label is not necessarily a blemish for a product spokesperson. On the contrary, it can create an intriguing narrative. For instance, the advertisement could proclaim that it was precisely due to consuming their milk powder that one became so intelligent. Given that parents in Daxia are willing to invest in their children, this advertisement would undoubtedly be a resounding success, provided that Lu Zhe is genuinely a prodigy. Su Qi had never met Lu Zhe, and he found online hearsay to be unreliable. Particularly, the information in this file seemed excessively exaggerated. How could someone be so precocious? Could they truly excel in both literature and sports? Regardless of how one viewed it, it seemed like mere hype. Thus, Su Qi hesitated. In this day and age, selecting an advertising spokesperson is fraught with challenges. There are many who have suffered fall from grace, and he certainly did not wish to choose a spokesperson with potential risks. Yet, gazing at Lu Zhe's photograph, he felt a pang of reluctance. After all, the child's image was remarkably fitting for an advertisement. After much deliberation, Su Qi ultimately chose not to discard the file. Instead, he circled it and noted it as pending. There was no rush. He would let the situation unfold for a while. As the head of the advertising department, Su Qi was acutely aware of the prevailing sentiments online. The pool of traffic is limited, and Lu Zhe's meteoric rise to fame would undoubtedly incite discontent among many. Furthermore, the prodigy label attached to him was overly grandiose, leading Su Qi to believe that there would certainly be those who would seek to capitalize on this. A storm was brewing, and whether this little prodigy could weather it would depend on his abilities. At that point, it would not be too late to decide on the advertising spokesperson. It must be said that Su Qi's foresight was remarkably accurate. After another fortnight, there were finally murmurs online, as someone could no longer contain their discontent towards Lu Zhe. The instigator was not a self-proclaimed media influencer or a celebrity, but rather another boy who also bore the title of prodigy. Tian Wenyu, aged 8, had gained fame 2 years prior by winning first place on the central television program Daxia Poetry Competition, heralded as the most gifted young poet. A professor in the literature department once remarked that he possessed 7 parts of Li He's spirit. The Tang Dynasty poet Li He was known for composing poetry at the tender age of 6 or 7 and was dubbed a poetic ghost. With his lines such as black clouds pressing down on the city, threatening to topple it still echoing through time. Had Tian Wenyu been born in ancient times, he would undoubtedly have secured his place among the immortal poets. The praise he received was no small matter. Particularly after his victory, media coverage propelled him into the limelight, instantly making him a sensation online. Thus, in contrast to Lu Zhe's sudden emergence, Tian Wenyu had gradually stepped into the public eye. Officially recognized as a bona fide prodigy, after 2 years of cultivation, he amassed 3 million followers on Weibo. Before Lu Zhe's rise to fame, the realm of young prodigies had been solely dominated by him, reaping the benefits of traffic. But now, another prodigy had entered his territory, surpassing his cumulative follower count in just a month. Now, when one searched for prodigy in the Weibo search bar, the results were no longer dominated by Tian Wenyu, but instead by Lu Zhe. This left the young and ambitious Tian Wenyu feeling quite indignant. He had seen reports by Sun Dan about Lu Zhe and watched recordings of Lu Zhe composing poetry impromptu in the courtyard, and he felt a sense of disdain. Is this really poetry? It barely rhymes, hardly worthy of the title of prodigy, relying solely on a pretty face for fame. Very well. Let him learn that the realm of prodigies is not a domain that just anyone can enter. After enduring for over a month, Tian Wenyu finally resolved to take action. He intended to find evidence to expose Lu Zhe as a pseudo-prodigy, ensuring his disgrace and banishment from the online world. Chapter 23. Competing in Poetry with Me. The Celestial Poet? Do you have what it takes? Before long, a post appeared on Tian Wenyu's Weibo. Nowadays, some unscrupulous media outlets tend to exaggerate their reports, labeling anyone and everyone as prodigies, and I wish to clarify that the term prodigy is not so cheap. The content was straightforward. Literati do not indulge in convoluted expressions. Ancient literary officials could bicker right in the Golden Palace, even in front of the emperor. The young and proud Tian Wenyu, naturally, scorned using underhanded tactics and instead opted to launch his critique through an established Weibo account. Although his words did not explicitly name Lu Zhe, It was evident to any discerning eye who he was referring to. After all, if one were to search Prodigy on Weibo, the first result would be none other than the prodigy Lu Zhe. In the realm of prodigies, it was solely a contest between the two of them, making the implications of this post quite apparent. Soon, Tian Wenyu's followers caught wind of the situation. What has little teacher Tian been up to? Who has offended him? It seems he is dissatisfied with another prodigy on Weibo. Who could that be? Who else but Lu Zhe? I always thought Lu Zhe was a product of the beauty race, but now I remember that his name is preceded by the title of prodigy. That child indeed gained fame through his looks, yet all related reports claim he is a prodigy. I have read those reports, and they are utter nonsense. I have long suspected that the child's parents were merely engaging in hype, but I was too afraid to say it. Once again, teacher Xiaotian dares to speak the truth, and I shall forever support him. Genius Lu Zhe, come forth and face the music. There are indeed numerous ardent admirers of Tian Wenyu, as the comment section has already surpassed 1,000 messages in mere moments. Among them, a mischievous individual has directly tagged Lu Zhe's account, seemingly reveling in the chaos. In Hongdu, at the scenic Tungwang Pavilion, Lu Zhe's mother, Zhao Ruoxua, wielding her camera like a seasoned photographer, captures her son striking a pose in front of the pavilion. Ever since receiving financial support from Lu Xiangbei, the family's economic crisis has been alleviated, granting them the occasional opportunity to travel. This weekend, the Lu family embarked on a 500-kilometer journey to the neighboring province of Hongdu. Naturally, a visit to Tungwang Pavilion was on the agenda. The weather was splendid, with a clear blue sky, perfect for photography. Thus, Zhao Ruoxua transformed into a photography maestro, clicking away incessantly. Some of these photos would be cherished as mementos, while others would be shared on Weibo. After finishing a series of photos, Lu Zhe personally selected a few handsome shots, connecting the camera to his phone via data cable to import them. With practiced ease, he uploaded them to his Weibo homepage. After waiting a moment and refreshing the page, he glanced at the latest updates. However, he was taken aback to find that while the likes and shares were modest, the comments had skyrocketed to over 500. This perplexed Lu Zhe. How could the comments have increased by such a staggering number in just over 10 seconds? Feeling uneasy, he promptly opened the comments section, and a flood of remarks inundated his view. A fake genius still has the leisure to travel? ISNT teacher Xiaotian criticizing you? You may be handsome, but please do not tarnish the title of genius. It's not merely about scribbling verses or paying unscrupulous media for flashy articles. Have you ever participated in the Great Xia Poetry Competition? Have you ever won a championship? Please remove the genius from your nickname. Thank you. As Lu Zhe scanned the deluge of disparaging comments, his brows furrowed slightly. Had someone targeted him? He was acutely aware that the tides of the online world shift rapidly. After registering his personal account, it was inevitable that he would encounter such situations eventually, though he did not expect it to occur so soon. Having only established his account for just over a month, who could possibly be so eager? Perplexed, Lu Zhe continued to read through the comments until he stumbled upon the key reference to teacher Xiaotian. Following the leads, he swiftly uncovered Tian Wenyu's profile. A champion of the poetry competition, a youthful prodigy, having composed over 100 poems, earning accolades from professors of the literature department at Northwest University. After perusing the account's personal introduction, Lu Zhe realized he had inadvertently encroached upon another's territory. This shouting harbored jealousy towards him, feeling that his own spotlight was being usurped. After lying low for over a month, he could no longer contain himself and had decided to launch an attack against Lu Zhe. Intriguingly, Lu Zhe did not feel anger, but rather found his once mundane life had become unexpectedly entertaining. After contemplating briefly, he decided to post a Weibo update consisting of a mere 8 words. A gentleman does not compete. A petty person envies the talented. This marked Lu Zhe's first purely textual post since establishing his Weibo account, though not explicitly directed. It was clear to discerning eyes that this was a retort aimed at Tian Wenyu. In response, Lu Zhe's fans rallied together. Good job, Zhe Bao. Do not indulge them. Who is Tian Wenyu? Never heard of him. He is merely seeking attention because of Zhe Bao's fame. Is this Tian Wenyu really only 8? He looks 40. Without checking, I'd have thought he was 36. Come on, our Zhe Bao is only 4 years old. He has no hair. Lu Zhe's fans exhibited remarkable combativeness, particularly the female supporters. The suddenness of the attack had initially overwhelmed Lu Zhe's comment section, but now, with Lu Zhe's response, his fans were united in defense, while simultaneously launching an offensive on Tian Wenyu's profile with sharp and cutting remarks. The onslaught left Tian Wenyu bewildered. He gazed into a mirror, questioning if he truly appeared so aged. No, was this the moment to ponder his age? As he contemplated Lu Zhe's retort, rage twisted his features. A gentleman does not compete. A petty person envies the talented? Am I now deemed a petty person? Gritting his teeth, he mulled over how to retaliate against Lu Zhe. After a moment's hesitation, his fingers danced across the keyboard, sharp-tongued and distorting the truth. If you truly possess talent, dare you engage in a live poetry duel? This time, Tian Wenyu did not resort to veiled insinuations. Instead, he directly responded to Lu Zhe's Weibo post. After all, both of them knew who they were referring to, and so did their fans. Maintaining a facade held little significance. Furthermore, as this was a cultural contest, it would be far more thrilling to engage in a direct duel and ascertain who truly deserved the title of the uncrowned king of the genius realm. With this reply, the fans from both sides erupted in excitement. Tian Wenyu's supporters were the first to react. Teacher Xiaodian is boldly challenging another to a poetry duel? A live poetry contest on Weibo? How exhilarating. But hold your horses. Teacher Xiaodian is a champion of the poetry competition. I wonder if that faux genius will dare to accept. I bet he won T. He'll just pretend to be invisible. The comments surged like a tidal wave. Tian Wenyu, boasting 3 million followers, had garnered considerable fame from his championship win 2 years prior. His bold challenge to engage in a poetry duel with the newly popular Lu Zhe, who had amassed 5 million followers, was inherently entertaining. This immediately ignited the enthusiasm of his fans as well as many casual observers. They eagerly anticipated whether Lu Zhe would accept the challenge. For this was a contest of literary prowess between two youthful prodigies. In this day and age, such an event was as rare as finding a needle in a haystack. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe, having caught wind of Tian Wenyu's Weibo post, raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a smirk. You wish to compete in poetry with me? Do you possess the capability, my dear brother? Chapter 24. Tian Wenyu's Challenge. Is this considered poetry? The truth is inescapable. The false cannot become true. So let the challenge commence. Soon, Lu Zhe updated his status, responding directly to Tian Wenyu's challenge. The online community erupted in an uproar. The 4-year-old prodigy, renowned for his looks, Lu Zhe, had indeed accepted Tian Wenyu's challenge. After all, he was a champion certified by the Central Mother, and at 8 years old, he was 4 years Lu Zhe's senior. For ordinary children, the age gap between 8 and 4 might not pose a significant divide, and they could easily play together. However, among prodigies, the difference was substantial. Tian Wenyu, already self-proclaimed as mature beyond his years, spoke in a refined manner. Those additional 4 years afforded him a considerable edge in knowledge and exposure over Lu Zhe. Given such a disparity, where did Lu Zhe's confidence to accept Tian Wenyu's challenge stem from? Even Lu Zhe's own fans began to feel a twinge of concern at this moment. Fearing an inadvertent misstep, Lu Zhe could unwittingly become the laughingstock of the entire internet. Does the control over little Lu Zhe's Weibo lie in his hands or in his parents? How could one possibly agree to this? After all, the other party is the genuine champion of the poetry competition. Zhe Bao has been rather reckless in this instance, as long as he refrains from acquiescing. They have no way to compel him. Indeed, if he simply feigns ignorance, the fervor surrounding this matter will surely subside with time. Should he fail in this poetic duel, it would lead to a catastrophic downfall. Among Lu Zhe's fanbase, the female demographic currently dominates, and they are all in a state of anxiety. In truth, whether Lu Zhe is a prodigy is of little consequence to them, for most are captivated solely by his looks. Many fans even believe that Lu Zhe's prodigious label is merely a marketing ploy. After all, no matter how one spins it, Lu Zhe is just a 4-year-old child. At that tender age, while his peers are still clad in split pants, playing in the mud, how much more could he possibly excel, even if he is precocious? Compared to the bona fide prodigy Tian Wenyu, who has won accolades, how could he possibly stand a chance? A defeat would be utterly humiliating. It would be a grave pity if it culminated in a complete retreat from the online world, squandering such a fine visage. This lack of trust, even among fans, reflects Lu Zhe's current predicament. Though he catapulted to fame overnight due to his looks, the fan base he attracted is alarmingly radical, comprised largely of superficial admirers. Ironically, his appearance is the least noteworthy of his attributes. Thus, this poetic contest represents a golden opportunity for Lu Zhe to validate himself, a chance to redirect attention from mere aesthetics to his inherent talent. Has he truly agreed? Meanwhile, Tian Wenyu stared at the screen, momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. To him, Lu Zhe epitomizes the unknowing fool, unaware of his own limitations. With a mere provocation, he took the bait. Amused by the thought, Tian Wenyu rose to retrieve a sheet of rice paper from his bookshelf, already marked with ink. This was a poem he had penned 2 years ago, inspired by a sudden epiphany. The two would not engage in a poetic duel akin to the poetry competition, where they would quiz each other on ancient literary classics, reciting the works of Li Bai or Du Fu. After all, this was not a live event, but rather a battle conducted across the digital ether. Regardless of how challenging the prompt might be, one could always search online for answers. Hence, To circumvent such a scenario, their poetic exchange must be rooted in originality. After all, news articles on Liu Ze have consistently praised his ability to compose poetry spontaneously. Therefore, such a contest is entirely reasonable. Yet, despite the reports, Tian Wenyu harbors profound skepticism. A 4-year-old child composing poetry? Does he fancy himself a celestial bard descended from the heavens? Ridiculous. Shaking his head, he snapped a photo of the poem on the rice paper and uploaded it. This was an ode entitled Ode to the Pine and Cypress. Twisted branches once bore a chariot of 5 clouds. Iron armor still cloaked in ancient mist. Should I allow the weeds to vie for the jade sky? The star crown alone can stabilize the horizon. At 7 years old, Tian Wenyu gazed upon the pines and cypresses below, crafting this poem. He likened himself to the pine and cypress, using the chariot of 5 clouds and ancient mist to signify his status, while deriding his contemporaries with his mention of weeds. Today, he shared this creation with the world, accompanied by an explanation of its provenance. In an instant, countless onlookers and fans, eager for entertainment, flocked to the comments section. So profound. A boy under 10 can compose such grandiose verses, truly deserving of the poetry competition title. Little teacher Tian may appear mature, but his literary prowess is undeniable. I can't comprehend it, but it seems impressive. Now I'm curious to see how Liu Ze will respond to this poem. I've been following little teacher Tian for a while. He occasionally shares his impromptu creations. This poem is far from his peak, but it should suffice to counter Liu Ze, that faux prodigy. Amidst the flood of comments, some reveled in the spectacle, others stoked the flames, while a few offered earnest critiques of Tian Wenyu's verses. Simultaneously, as the poetic rivalry unfolded, the fervor surrounding the prodigies began to surge, propelled by the fiery exchanges between their respective fans, landing the saga on trending lists. An increasing number of netizens turned their attention to this unfolding drama, and after grasping the context, they gathered in eager anticipation. Both Liu Ze and Tian Wenyu witnessed a notable uptick in their follower counts. This poem by little Tian carries a certain charm. While it may not be a groundbreaking piece, it surpasses Liu Ze's previously revealed verses by a significant margin, remarked a professor of Chinese literature at a university, observing the unfolding events with keen interest. As one of the guests at the Daxia poetry competition, he had shared the stage with the esteemed professor Zhao Hao from Northwest University, witnessing Tian Wenyu's victory firsthand. Naturally, they were acquainted. At that moment, during his break from work, he casually browsed Weibo and stumbled upon the dispute between Tian Wenyu and Liu Ze. He had heard of Liu Ze, the boy who rose to fame overnight under the guise of a prodigy. Out of curiosity, he perused Liu Ze's earlier poetry. While those verses contained some redeeming qualities, they were undeniably scarce. In the eyes of this literature professor, they hardly qualified as masterpieces. Thus, he did not hold high hopes for Liu Ze in this contest. It seemed that this farcical struggle between prodigies would soon yield a victor, and the so-called prodigy Liu Ze might very well be driven offline by little Tian. Chuckling to himself, the university professor switched his screen to Liu Ze's homepage. Observing that Liu Ze's Weibo remained remarkably silent, it appeared he had been left utterly defenseless against Tian Wenyu's poem. At that very moment, on the 5th floor of the Tungwang Pavilion, Liu Ze, who was enjoying a family outing, caught sight of the poem shared by Tian Wenyu on his phone screen. After a quick read, a look of disdain reminiscent of Anya crossed his youthful face. Is this it? I thought he was some celestial prodigy, armed with the gift of a poetically inclined immortal. Liu Ze believed himself unparalleled in the realm of poetry, while Tian Wenyu's Ode to the Pine and Cypress might be regarded as commendable by ordinary standards. In Liu Ze's eyes, it fell dramatically short. The poem was overly formal, and its diction lacked finesse. The self-proclaimed prowess of stabilizing the horizon was an amusing exaggeration. After all, he was still a child, reeking of naivete. Clutching a child's ticket as he entered the scenic area, Liu Ze, with an air of precocious wisdom, shook his head in critique. He then raised his voice, exclaiming, "Mom, buy me some paper and a brush. I want to write poetry." Chapter 25. In poetry, retorts fly and every line hits hard. The Tungwang Pavilion is replete with cultural products, including commemorative sets of the 4 treasures of the study, complete with ink and brushes. Zhao Ruoxue quickly procured rice paper and a brush, handing them to Liu Ze. A smile graced her face as she encouraged him. "Son, daring to compete is commendable. I will always support you. Go forth and write bravely." Mother Zhao Ruoxue may not grasp the intricacies of online fame or the nuances of literary creation, but one thing she excels at is silently supporting Liu Ze from behind. Even in his past life, she maintained this unwavering support. Throughout Liu Ze's journey, regardless of the setbacks he faced, he had never heard a word of reproach from her. Whenever he turned to her, her words were always a resounding affirmation. "My son is truly remarkable." This encouraging form of education has warmed Lu Zhe's heart for a lifetime. At this moment, with a confident smile, he declared, "Mom, rest assured, he cannot compete with me. In my past life, he lost continuously. In this life, he shall only prevail." As soon as the childish voice of young Lu Zhe faded, a hand grasped the brush. Since Lu Xiangbei began supporting Lu Zhe's family, Lu Zhe, now free from worries, has indulged himself in various pursuits to develop additional skills, one of which is the art of calligraphy. With the innate talent of a sports prodigy, his coordination is remarkably advanced. This prowess extends beyond sports to include writing, painting, and playing the piano, where his dexterous fingers exhibit a natural advantage in both agility and control. After practicing for just half a year, he has already mastered the art of beautiful handwriting. On the rice paper, the brush danced like a dragon, swiftly composing a 7-character poem. Zhao Ruoxue stood nearby, capturing the moment with her phone before uploading it to Weibo. Lu Zhe has responded. The moment the photo was published, it sparked a fervent reaction, as many had been eagerly awaiting updates on Lu Zhe's Weibo page since Tian Wenyu made the first move. They were curious to see how this seemingly superficial, self-proclaimed poetic genius would respond. Tian Wenyu was no exception. Upon Lu Zhe's update, he quickly checked. Eyes were glued to the screen, revealing a beautifully crafted piece of calligraphy, with fresh ink indicating it had just been written. The complete poem read, "Last night, the wind tore through the Shanhai Jing. The remnants transformed into the call of the partridge." Picking up half a scroll to mend the heavens cracks, I jestingly asked the young child, "Do you recognize Ding?" Many stared in disbelief at the lines of poetry. Did he truly write this? The couplets are remarkably well-structured. Is anyone bold enough to compare this poem with Tian Wenyu's? In literature, there is no first or second. Such comparisons are futile. What foolishness! It's merely that we lack understanding. The literary giants could undoubtedly discern the differences. Intriguingly, while Tian Wenyu's poem emphasized illusions and structure, lacking in depth, Lu Zhe's work boldly broke conventions, tearing the Shanhai Jing to assert dominance, with the final line playfully mocking Tian Wenyu. Truly ingenious. Both poets seem to be testing each other, primarily through mutual ridicule. However, Lu Zhe's retort is indeed more artful, each line a precise counterattack, overshadowing Tian Wenyu. The comment section erupted with enthusiasm as Lu Zhe's verses incited fervent discussions. The university professor who ardently supported Tian Wenyu straightened in his chair before the computer, adjusting his glasses to scrutinize the poem closely. After a moment of contemplation, he stroked his chin, remarking, "If no adult aided him in writing, for a 4-year-old to produce such poetry indeed warrants the title of prodigy. Is this not merely hype?" It appears that young Tian has genuinely encountered a formidable rival. Clearly, upon reading the entire poem, this language teacher had entirely discarded his previous dismissive attitude. Meanwhile, it was Tian Wenyu who felt the most discomfort. His gaze was fixed on the enlarged characters on the screen, his teeth nearly grinding together in frustration. What does he mean by this? Not only has the poem overshadowed his own, but the final line, I jestingly asked the young child, "Do you recognize Ding?" is a blatant insult. It's as if he is pointing and ridiculing him for his lack of culture. And who does he think he is calling me a young child? You, a mere 4-year-old. Dare to challenge me, an 8-year-old elder. Very well, if that's how it is. Tian Wenyu could not swallow his pride, realizing it was time for serious action. He scanned his bookshelf, recalling the years he had diligently cultivated his poetic talent, writing numerous poems during his leisure time, many of which had never been publicly displayed. Now was the perfect opportunity to utilize them. After some contemplation, Tian Wenyu selected a 7-character poem he was quite satisfied with, believing it to be worthy of comparison to ancient poets. With a decisive snap, he captured it and posted it on Weibo. Lu Zhe, this is a poem I wrote while climbing Mount Tai. I dare you to match it. After editing the text, Tian Wenyu fixed his gaze on the screen. The onlooking netizens hurriedly turned their attention to the post, revealing a poem titled Ascending Mount Dai, with characters that, while decent, paled in comparison to Lu Zhe's. The Azure Emperor's talisman subdues the chaos. The 72 lords seal the sacrificial chapters, wishing to borrow the heavenly gate to measure the mountains and seas. Where the clouds and waves end, there lies my domain. As soon as the poem emerged, the comment section erupted once more. Little teacher Tian has unleashed his power. This poem is evidently superior to the last one. What a grand piece. Naturally, as the champion of the poetry competition, Tian Wenyu possessed considerable skill. Teacher Tian is serious now. Lu Zhe's side must surely be on the verge of collapsing. After previously allowing Lu Zhe to take advantage, now they eagerly awaited his response. Tian Wenyu's fans were all aflame with excitement, and casual netizens were enthusiastically appraising the quality of this poem. Upon seeing this, the university language professor smiled. After some reflection, He typed a comment. Young Tian exhibits a commendable depth of knowledge, employing the allusion to the sacrificial rites at Mount Tai. In the traditional Chinese context, the Azure Emperor symbolizes the deity of spring and the wood element, presiding over the East, hence his significance in the sacrificial system. Furthermore, a deeper analysis reveals the phrase 72 Lords cleverly alludes to the changing tides of internet celebrities, while the Azure Emperor's talisman resembles a social media verification badge, with chaos symbolizing the online realm. The fierce competition between you two prodigies in the realm of fame is encapsulated within this poem. The professor's Weibo account bore a verified badge, making his comment particularly conspicuous. Upon posting, it swiftly garnered attention, with many eagerly replying to express their admiration for his insights. Seeing this, Tian Wenyu liked the comment and pinned it at the top. Look at that. This is a prestigious comment from a university professor of Chinese literature. After such an in-depth analysis, even those who typically lack an understanding of poetry should now recognize the brilliance of this piece. I refuse to believe that Lu Zhe can respond. With unwavering confidence, Tian Wenyu regarded this poem ascending Mount Dai as his magnum opus. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe and Zhao Ruoxue scrolled through Tian Wenyu's response. His mother, Zhao Ruoxue, gazed at the pinned comment with a hint of concern, saying, "Son, that university professor truly lacks shame. Critiquing a child's poetry and making it seem like Tian Wenyu is exceptionally talented." Clearly, she feared that this comment would influence Lu Zhe's creative process. As for the thought of not being able to match Tian Wenyu's poem, that was never a consideration for Zhao Ruoxue. Her faith in her son was unwavering. "Don't worry, Mom, I'm no longer a mere 3-year-old. This comment won't intimidate me." The 4-year-old Lu Zhe flashed a charming smile, embodying the spirit of a mischievous dragon king. After a mere second of contemplation, he unleashed his brush, his strokes flowing like the wind. "Once I witnessed Nuwa casting the pillars of the universe. The remnants became inkstones for writing spring and autumn. Today, I casually dip into the Yellow River's waters, splashing forth 10,000 captives of the Green Mountains." With the poem completed, Lu Zhe hesitated for a moment before titling it Response to the Mountain's Rhyme. Thus, the poem was born, and the pen came to a halt. Chapter 26. Did Tian Wenyu play dead? Lu Zhe takes the initiative, composing preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tung. As the poem was finished, Zhao Ruoxue's eyes sparkled with pride, clapping her hands and exclaiming, "My son is incredible." Even if Zhao Ruoxue is not a literature major, she can perceive the exquisite brilliance of Lu Zhe's casually composed poem, Reply to the Mountain. The entire piece flows seamlessly, exuding grandeur and providing an exhilarating reading experience. Truly remarkable. Upon hearing her words, Lu Zhe chuckled and captured the poem with his phone. With the innate talent of a poet immortal, this poem, conceived in a mere second, possesses an impeccable quality. Moreover, it is entirely crafted in direct response to Tian Wenyu's work. For instance, the deliberate invocation of the Nuwa myth in the poem serves to disrupt the narrative of consecration, effectively trampling upon Tian Wenyu's conceptualization. After all, poetry fundamentally revolves around the imagery it constructs. Much like Li Bai's lines, the waterfall cascades 3,000 feet, seeming like the Milky Way falling from the heavens. Such verses conjure vivid mental imagery, overwhelming in their grandeur. Lu Zhe's poem, in turn, employs an even more sophisticated imagery to obliterate that of Tian Wenyu. From Lu Zhe's observations, it is evident that Tian Wenyu's poetry is overly forceful. The closing line, "Where the clouds and waves cease is my territory," appears bold, yet is constrained by geographical limitations. Thus, Lu Zhe penned the line, "Pour out 10,000 prisoners from the Green Mountains," transforming the landscape into captives that can be deftly maneuvered by ink and brush, achieving a higher dimension of freedom through deconstruction. The superiority of one over the other is immediately apparent. With a smile, he uploaded the poem to Weibo. Instantly, countless netizens, who had been lurking on Lu Zhe's profile, turned their attention to it. Meanwhile, some fans still embroiled in discussions about the merits of Tian Wenyu's poem, upon hearing of Lu Zhe's new poetic response, hastily abandoned their debate and rushed over to Lu Zhe's side. Under the focused gazes of many, Reply to the Mountain came into view for all. This poem, is this Lu Zhe's response? Climbing Mount Tai, replying to the mountain. Excellent, excellent. Now this is poetry competition. I previously thought Lu Zhe was merely a publicity stunt, a name without substance, but now, it seems he is indeed a true prodigy. He is certainly no less formidable than Tian Wenyu, the poetry competition champion. The internet is truly fascinating. Heroes abound, like fish crossing a river. Yet, who among these two prodigies possesses the superior poem? Where is that university literature teacher? Come and analyze this. The comment section erupted in fervor. Various onlookers and fans engaged in heated debates over Lu Zhe's poem. Naturally, the university literature teacher also took note of Lu Ze's response. After perusing it, his expression shifted dramatically. If he had perceived the previous poem as merely average, this one unmistakably showcased Lu Ze's extraordinary talent. The myriad metaphors, suppressions, and imagery were all meticulously crafted, standing in stark contrast to Tian Wenyu's creation. The level of sophistication is astounding. After all, free expression and directed creativity are two distinct concepts. No, wait. Student Tian's poem is evidently an unpublished work from before, unseen by anyone. Yet Lu Ze's reply to the mountain manages to pinpoint every flaw. Does this not imply that with his improvisational prowess, he can rival the carefully considered verses crafted by Tian Wenyu? No, not just rival. He utterly surpasses and suppresses them. Suddenly, the university literature teacher recalled something. His expression one of utter astonishment. It is no wonder he is so taken aback. Lu Ze's performance is astonishing. While others painstakingly refine their cherished works over time, Lu Ze can effortlessly produce a poem of the same genre, yet overshadow it in artistic brilliance. What an alarming creative capacity. Most notably, from Lu Ze's recent Weibo photo, it appears that he is enjoying a family vacation. Does this mean that amidst his leisure at a tourist site, he found time to engage in a poetic duel with Tian Wenyu from afar? What kind of prodigy is this? The university literature teacher became increasingly alarmed. His fingers hovered over the keyboard, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Tian Wenyu gazed at Lu Ze's poem, his expression one of uncertainty. Reply to the mountain? I write climbing Mount Tai, and you respond with reply to the mountain? And you target me throughout the poem? Most importantly, the entire piece feels organically whole, not haphazard in structure. How is this possible? As the champion of the great Xia poetry competition, Tian Wenyu is well aware of his own abilities. Thus, he comprehends the implications of this moment. He has hit a solid wall. Rising to his feet, his gaze vacant, the once arrogant boy, lauded by many as a prodigy, now lacks confidence. After all, if he is considered a prodigy, what does that make Lu Ze? He cannot be merely a publicity stunt. He truly is not a publicity stunt. Tian Wenyu stared at the magnified lines of the poem on the screen, murmuring to himself, utterly unsure of how to proceed. For this climbing Mount Tai is one of the pinnacle works of his poetry. While there are other pieces on the shelf, none compare to this one. And now that the strongest of them has been effortlessly eclipsed by Lu Ze, what significance do the others hold? In a moment of despair, Tian Wenyu clenched his fists, his body trembling uncontrollably. 10 minutes passed. Online, noticing Tian Wenyu's silence, many bystanders began to speculate. What is happening? Who won this poetic duel? Why hasn't Tian Wenyu responded? Doesn't he claim to be the poetry competition champion? How can he be so lacking in substance? It seems that Lu Ze, the prodigy, holds more value. The strength of the two poems has become evident to many netizens. Throughout these 10 minutes of discussion, they have educated others on the matter. Thus, the sentiment in Tian Wenyu's comment section has largely shifted in favor of Lu Ze. This scene understandably displeased Tian Wenyu's fans, many of whom stubbornly insisted. Lu Ze's poem is just mediocre. Little teacher Tian simply doesn't want to argue. Remember, there is only one poetry competition champion in the Great Xia, Little Teacher Tian. Indeed, Little Teacher Tian's poetry has been praised by university literature professors. Does Lu Ze have such accolades? What does winning this duel matter if he ultimately pales in comparison to Little Teacher Tian? The backlash from Tian Wenyu's fans naturally invited disdain from the bystanders. However, Tian Wenyu cannot produce a new response. Thus, it appears this controversy is destined to conclude here. Meanwhile, in Hongdu, on the 5th floor of the Tungwang Pavilion, the sky began to darken. As the sun set in the west, a slanting glow enveloped the earth. Standing on the pavilion, leaning against the railing and listening to the wind, one could behold the breathtaking scenery and the grand festivities hosted by the official scenic area below. Visitors flowed in and out, the warmth of humanity palpable. 4-year-old Lu Ze gazed at this scene, a sudden spark of inspiration igniting within him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The Tungwang Pavilion in Hongdu is one of the 3 great towers of Jiangnan, where countless poets and scholars have left their mark, including Bai Juyi's Farewell at Zhongling. Yet, if my memory serves me right, among all these renowned works, the most famous Tungwang Pavilion preface is conspicuously absent. Tian Wenyu, you truly have the worst luck. Blue Star is ultimately not Earth. Although the historical trajectories of the two worlds and their cultures are broadly similar, there remain discrepancies in the details. For instance, while Wang Bo existed in history, the timeless Tungwang Pavilion preface does not. Upon arriving at the scenic area in the morning, Lu Ze had already made a notable discovery. Initially, he dismissed it as trivial until Tian Wenyu's challenge to a poetry duel served as a reminder. To firmly establish his reputation as a prodigy, he required more sensational and authoritative validation. The reason Tian Wenyu garnered such attention from the outset was due to his distinction as the champion of the national poetry competition handpicked by the Central Mother. This exemplified the weight of his credentials. Now, with Tian Wenyu opting for a subtle retreat, how could Lu Zhe pass up such a fortuitous opportunity? If he wouldn't engage, he would still pursue him. Lu Zhe was not a person to be swayed by sentiment. He intended to ascend to the pinnacle of the Daxiao Prodigy by leveraging Tian Wenyu's fame as the poetry competition champion. In this context, nothing could be more impactful than composing a rendition of Tengwang Gusu. Chapter 27. The birth of the first ever parallel prose, the internet, in an uproar. Atop the Tengwang Pavilion, Lu Zhe meticulously prepared his Xian paper, ready to transcribe Tengwang Gusu from memory. In truth, endowed with the talent of a poet immortal, he excelled in the realm of poetry and could have created an original timeless masterpiece for the pavilion had he chosen to focus. However, Lu Zhe opted against this course. For one, poetry does not equate to parallel prose. A renowned poem comprises merely a few lines, far less impactful than the grandeur of parallel prose. Tengwang Gusu, revered as the foremost parallel prose of all time, boasts a total of 773 characters, characterized by its extensive use of couplets, precise symmetry, and the incorporation of 46 allusions. Over 40 idioms, of which more than 20 are original. To thoroughly overshadow Tian Wenyu, Tengwang Gusu was evidently the perfect choice. Furthermore, having traversed time and space, Lu Zhe desired to astound this world with a piece from his homeland, ensuring his journey was not in vain. Having informed his mother, he plunged into writing with fervor, his brush moving like the wind. On the Xian paper, the slender gold characters danced into existence. Yuzhang's old capital, Hongdu's new palace. Stars align at Yizhen. The earth connects at Henglu. Tengwang Gusu had manifested. Facing the wind, cloaked in the glow of dawn, the 4-year-old boy stood at Tengwang Pavilion, brimming with vigor. He penned 772 characters in one breath, leaving the final character, which posed the question, where is the imperial prince of the pavilion now? The empty character in the Yangtze River flows endlessly beyond the railing. As for why he chose to do this, it leads to a small anecdote. Legend has it that the Governor Yan of Hangzhou, in a bid to elevate his son-in-law's name within literary circles, spent lavishly to renovate Tengwang Pavilion and invited esteemed literati from across the land to inscribe verses. Naturally, the predetermined champion was his son-in-law, with the winning piece already prepared. The assembled scholars were well aware of this and refrained from contributing, patiently awaiting the appearance of the son-in-law. In the midst of this, Wang Bo, unknowingly passing by Tengwang Pavilion, was inspired and penned the timeless Tengwang Gusu. In the end, Wang Bo humbly claimed he merely cast a brick to attract jade, hoping others would continue the endeavor before departing with a smile. However, he left behind a single character for others to fill. The literati, upon witnessing the emergence of this masterpiece, completely forgot the original purpose of the banquet, clamoring to read and critique. Yet, no one among them could fill in the vacant character. Ultimately, Governor Yan, exasperated, dispatched someone on horseback to pursue Wang Bo and inquire about that elusive character. Wang Bo, upon hearing this, laughed heartily and revealed that the empty character was simply empty. Today, Lu Zhe emulated Wang Bo's actions from yesteryear, deliberately omitting a character to see if anyone in this era could fill it. Contemplating this, a smile of anticipation graced his lips as he photographed and uploaded this ancient literary marvel to Weibo, tagging Tian Wenyu. As soon as the post was made, the comment section erupted with activity. Wow, Lu Zhe has posted on Weibo again. Without waiting for Tian Wenyu's response, he initiated his own offensive. Goodness, is this not poetry? What is this? So many characters, and I can't make sense of it. Not only can I not comprehend it, I can't even read it aloud. Has Lu Zhe lost his mind, scribbling nonsense to post? Silence. You illiterates, this is parallel prose. The fog of Xiongzhou, the brilliance of stars. The platform rests at the confluence of Yihua and Xia. So many classical allusions, it's beyond my understanding. We need a literary expert to decipher this. Where's that college literature teacher from earlier? With the release of Tengwang Gusu, the previously quiet fans and various netizens reignited their fervor. The number of comments on Lu Zhe's post surged, with the majority of netizens appearing utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the content. Only a handful with substantial cultural grounding could discern some meaning, albeit partially. After all, this parallel prose was laden with allusions that exceeded comprehension, alongside numerous self-created idioms that rendered it perplexing. What in the world is this? On the other side, Tian Wenyu, as the target of Lu Zhe's challenge, also saw the post, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. What is going on? We were engaged in a friendly poetry duel, and suddenly you unleash this parallel prose? Is this even appropriate? As the champion of the poetry competition, Tian Wenyu possessed a higher literary acumen than the average person. Thus, he could distinctly sense the talent encapsulated within the piece. His mind was abuzz. It is known that writing parallel prose is significantly more challenging than composing poetry. Crafting a poem does not demand high standards. Even a simplistic verse like the Daming Lake is vast, with lotus flowers blooming and frogs leaping about could qualify as poetry, albeit rather unrefined. However, writing parallel prose is an entirely different matter, requiring mastery of antithesis, classical references, and a deep literary foundation. Liu Zhe's sudden display left Tian Wenyu unprepared. Moreover, although Tian Wenyu could not ascertain the precise caliber of this Tengwang Gusu, he had an instinctive feeling that the value of this work was exceedingly high. Could this truly be penned by that 4-year-old child? Gazing at the computer screen, Tian Wenyu found himself momentarily lost. In the lower right corner of the page, messages continued to pop up, all from fans. Teacher Xiao Tian, that pretender just provoked us. Teacher Xiao Tian, Liu Zhe posted something incomprehensible. I can't make sense of it. Teacher Xiao Tian, you should write an article to take him down. Tian Wenyu's fans were diligently trying to uphold their idol's image. Hearing their requests, Tian Wenyu felt utterly bewildered. Me? Take him down? Are you speaking in human language? That's a piece of ancient parallel prose with 700 or 800 characters. I can hardly decipher it, and can barely recognize 3 or 4 allusions. And you want me to take him down? Am I even qualified? Tian Wenyu's lips twitched as he opted to feign ignorance, ignoring the fans' messages. Meanwhile, with Liu Zhe's proactive move in releasing this ancient parallel prose, the fervor surrounding their poetry duel surged once more. Topics such as Prodigy poetry duel, Prodigy Liu Zhe, and Tian Wenyu's defeat all surged into the top 5 trending searches. Subsequently, new topics like Liu Zhe's parallel prose and Tengwang Gusu skyrocketed in popularity, capturing the attention of an ever-growing audience aware of this rare modern literary duel. They also took note of Liu Zhe's little poem and the freshly released Tengwang Gusu. Most netizens merely indulge in the spectacle, while a select few, possessing genuine talent and knowledge, are utterly dumbfounded. They gaze intently at the elegantly crafted prose of nearly 800 characters, their breaths growing increasingly heavy. The setting sun and the solitary wild goose fly in unison. The autumn waters reflect the endless sky. This is astonishing, a remarkable piece, a literary marvel of the ages. The university Chinese professor who had initially held high hopes for Tian Wenyu now stares blankly at his computer screen, his mind buzzing. After a considerable pause, he suddenly leaps to his feet, stumbling out of his office, making his way downstairs. Professor, a monumental event has transpired, a seismic shift in the literary world. Chapter 28, a seismic shift in the literary realm. The old professor is struck with existential doubt. By the lakeside on campus, an elderly gentleman, over 60 with graying hair, is diligently fishing. After an entire afternoon, not a single fish bites. It seems today will again be a day of emptiness. If angling were as simple as crafting literature, how delightful that would be. After a long while, the old man sighs, his enthusiasm waning as he prepares to pack up and leave. Just then, a distant voice suddenly calls out urgently, Professor Wang. Professor Wang, a significant event. You must see this article. The source of this commotion is none other than the university's Chinese teacher. He rushes over, his face flushed and breathless. Goodness, what could possibly warrant such haste? You are a teacher. You ought to exhibit some poise, the elderly man admonishes, shaking his head at his panting disciple. Professor, there is no time for such talk. You must see this article. In the face of his mentor's rebuke, the language teacher, undeterred, thrusts his phone forward. This scene leaves the old man momentarily astonished. His student, who typically reveres his teachers, now appears so flustered, insisting he view something on his phone. What could possess such power to unnerve a seasoned university instructor? Even when the celebrated high school essay The Death of the Red Hare circulated years ago, it did not elicit such astonishment from him. Curiosity piqued. The old man accepts the phone. After donning his glasses, he leisurely begins to read. The preface to the Pavilion of Princeton? An essay about the Pavilion of Princeton? That is indeed rare. The old capital of Yuzhong, the new capital of Hongdu. Ah, this is a piece of parallel prose. The old man swiftly recognizes the genre, a hint of amusement lighting his face. As times have changed, parallel prose has lost its former prominence. With scarcely anyone practicing it in the modern era, only a handful remain dedicated to its craft. Thus, encountering an unseen piece of parallel prose is indeed a novelty. His interest piqued, the old man continues to read. However, as he delves deeper, his previously relaxed demeanor gradually shifts to one of solemnity, especially upon reaching the lines. The setting sun and the solitary wild goose fly in unison. The autumn waters reflect the endless sky. He is jolted, his breath becoming labored, visibly trembling. What exquisite and unparalleled lines! It is as though a meteor has plunged into the depths of the Dead Sea, stirring tumultuous waves within his heart. An unprecedented shock floods his mind. Gone is his initial calm. He clutches the phone as though it were a treasure, engrossed in the reading. The further he reads, the more profound his astonishment becomes. Mountains and rivers are hard to traverse. Who mourns the lost traveler? Strangers meet by chance. All are guests in a foreign land. In old age, one remains vigorous, steadfast in heart despite white hair. In poverty, one grows resolute, unyielding in ambition. When fate does not favor you, cherish the clouds. When chance encounters you, how can one feel shame in playing the flowing waters? By the time he reaches the conclusion, the old man's excitement is palpable, his frail body retreating in exhilaration. Had it not been for the quick reflexes of the language teacher beside him, he would have fallen. Professor, what do you think of this article? The teacher inquires cautiously. A timeless masterpiece. Even if I devoted my entire life to literature, I could scarcely hope to match a third of its brilliance. In the annals of Chinese history, this can be regarded as a premier work of parallel prose. The old man responds without hesitation, his words overflowing with admiration. The language teacher stands frozen, realizing the article's greatness, but never anticipating it to such an extent. To evoke such a response from the renowned Professor Wang, nearly to the point of fainting, left him feeling inadequate. It is crucial to note who Professor Wang is, a towering figure in the realm of contemporary Chinese literature. Not only a professor in the Chinese department of this prestigious university, but also possessing an impressive legacy. Having dedicated over 3 decades to the teaching and research of ancient literature, he has authored numerous works, including studies on the styles of classical literature in the Great Xia, research on the forms of ancient prose, and studies on classical literary forms, alongside publishing over 100 papers. Last year, he was honored with the title of Outstanding Social Scientist by the province. He is indeed adorned with accolades and honors. Yet, this eminent modern literary figure, upon reading the preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tong, has lost his composure to such a degree. His reaction is more exaggerated than that of an ordinary person winning 5 million. How unfathomable is this? The language teacher stands in disbelief, utterly bewildered. The article flows seamlessly, with exquisite couplets and allusions so numerous that even I cannot identify them all, requiring further research. And this final poem, wait, why is there a missing character? Did you not transcribe it fully? Professor Wang, brimming with excitement, continues his commentary until he encounters the blank puzzle left by Lu Zhe, at which point he is rendered speechless. Turning to the language teacher for clarification, the latter shakes his head in confusion. No, Professor. Lu Zhe's original manuscript did not include it. Lu Zhe? Professor Wang murmurs, suddenly recalling a line from the text. Zhe, a life of humble means, a mere scholar. And he realizes with a sudden epiphany, Lu Zhe must be the original author of this poem. Who is his teacher? Has he graduated? Instinctively, Professor Wang begins to regard Lu Zhe as a newcomer in the literary world. Professor, Lu Zhe has never been to school. Never been to school? A self-taught genius? No. He is only 4 years old, not yet of school age. With this revelation, silence envelopes the scene. Only Professor Wang's expression undergoes several transformations, from shock to confusion, and finally to utter bewilderment. Above his head, a colossal question mark seems to hover. The language teacher, sensing his bewilderment, musters the courage to explain. Professor, I know this is hard to believe, but it is indeed the truth. He succinctly recounts Lu Zhe's background and the events of the poetic duel with Tian Wenyu that transpired today. Upon hearing this, Professor Wang stands in a daze, muttering to himself, 4 years old? For years. Could it be that the literary star has descended from the heavens? I have toiled and studied for half my life, only to find myself merely a footnote in the literary world? Professor Wang's face falls in despair. He had presumed such an extraordinary piece would be the work of a literary prodigy, a child of destiny. Yet, unexpectedly, its creator is but a 4-year-old child, merely due to a poetic contest sparked by a clash for attention, and while visiting the pavilion of Prince Tong, he has effortlessly penned an unrivaled piece of parallel prose. Such astonishing talent has never been witnessed throughout history. In comparison, the literary giants of yore become mere embellishments. The language teacher, observing Professor Wang's expression, can only watch in disbelief. An article penned by a mere 4-year-old child has struck profound disbelief into the hearts of literary giants, causing them to question their very existence. Had someone forewarned the child of this reaction, he would have been inclined to respond with a sharp slap. Simultaneously, many, akin to Professor Wang, found themselves caught in a whirlwind of admiration, laughter, and emotional upheaval. It is fair to say that practitioners of literature across various institutions are presently undergoing an unprecedented seismic shift in their perceptions. The literary realm has been irrevocably altered by Lu Zhe's masterpiece, the Ode to the Pavilion of Prince Tong. Chapter 29, Tian Wenyu's counterattack, a reversal of public opinion online? On this day, the Daxia dynasty was abuzz. Numerous luminaries of the literary world were stirred. At Northwest University, a modestly attired elderly professor gazed silently at the printed ode to the pavilion of Prince Tung. It was only after savoring its verses repeatedly that he let out a long sigh. A timeless literary marvel has emerged, talent that resonates through the ages. Wenyu, your defeat is not unwarranted. This venerable scholar, who had previously lauded Tian Wenyu during the Daxia Poetry Conference, observed the poetic duel between Wenyu and Lu Zhe with great interest. For a child of merely 4 years, the artistry displayed in the initial 2 poems was already enough to earn his respect. With the advent of the ode to the pavilion of Prince Tung, his understanding was utterly transformed. How could one possess such extraordinary talent, while other children at 4 are still awakening their minds? Lu Zhe has already poured forth the brilliance that dwells within him. In stark contrast, what weight does Tian Wenyu's modest talent hold? The so-called champion of the poetry competition appears utterly insipid in the presence of such a prodigy. Many shared the sentiments of this elderly professor. Anyone with a modicum of understanding of Chinese literature was left in awe of this composition. Such exquisite prose truly embodies the essence of the universe. When reflecting upon the past 5 millennia, among the literati of various dynasties, it could easily claim the top rank. This young lad, Lu Zhe, is indeed a prodigious talent. However, why does the final line of the poem lack a character? Is it intended for us to fill in the blank? The phrase "beyond the railing, the Yangtze River roars" seems rather challenging to complete. As the fervor escalated, literary enthusiasts from across the nation flocked to witness the ode to the pavilion of Prince Tung. The enigma left by Lu Zhe's final word became a focal point of discussion. A throng of eager individuals attempted to complete it. What about the Yangtze River flows alone beyond the railing? At a classical literature research society, a refined elder adjusted his spectacles and engaged in discourse with others. After a colleague reiterated his suggestion, he shook his head, disapproving. At a gathering of a provincial writers' association, the president, who had published multiple bestsellers, enthusiastically proposed. What about the Yangtze River flows solitary beyond the railing? It's intriguing, yet somehow feels insufficient. Speak plainly, it doesn't quite resonate. In a chat group for online writers, the excitement was palpable. This is utterly astonishing. Can this piece truly be crafted by a mere child? The fact that he is only 4 years old is astonishing. If Lu Zhe were to write web novels, would he not achieve platinum status with ease? It's hard to say. Crafting ancient texts and modern web literature are inherently different. They are indeed distinct. Yet from the moment he penned the ode to the pavilion of Prince Tung, his name is destined for the annals of history. Why toil away writing web novels? Henceforth, in the literary scene of Daxia, Lu Zhe shall be regarded as a titan, akin to an ant gazing at the vast sky. Brothers, I have it. How about the Yangtze River flows in fragments beyond the railing? This works. A resounding success. Across the nation, a fervor for filling in the blanks took hold. On Weibo, the trending topic had shifted from the child prodigy's poetic duel to the question of what word is missing from the ode to the pavilion of Prince Tung. The second trending topic was the emergence of the greatest prose in history. Beyond Weibo, major media outlets seized the opportunity, launching a flurry of coverage. Articles and reports flooded users' notifications. Bolstered by formidable traffic, it can be said that within a single night, the ode to the pavilion of Prince Tung had become a sensation online. Following this, Lu Zhe once again captured the attention of the public. Unlike his initial rise to fame, which was primarily due to his looks, this time he dazzled with his extraordinary talent, sweeping across the land in an instant. Of course, such brilliance would inevitably attract skepticism. After all, few possess true discernment. Coupled with the internet's tendency for inflated egos, which often leads to rampant criticism, it was only natural that upon its meteoric rise, many derided Lu Zhe's work as ostentatious. This chorus of dissent persisted until several esteemed professors from Chinese literature publicly praised the ode to the pavilion of Prince Tung, asserting its rightful place as the greatest prose of Daxia, at which point the naysayers fell silent. Each critic was left thoroughly chastised. Even those with scant knowledge of classical literature began to grasp the intrinsic value of the ode to the pavilion of Prince Tung. How could this be? Can Lu Zhe truly produce such remarkable writing? Confronted with the myriad accolades online, Tian Wenyu seethed at home, his teeth nearly ground to dust, fists clenched in frustration. Once the embodiment of Daxia's prodigious youth, he now found all his glory evaporated overnight. His once coveted reputation had become mere adornment for the ascendance of the new child prodigy. Lu Zhe, how could Tian Wenyu possibly accept this? Most troubling was the fact that all of this acclaim was directed towards a mere 4-year-old child. Forgery. It must be forgery. A child of 4, still innocent and naive, could not possibly pen such an enduring piece. Surely, He must have plagiarized someone else's work and presented it as his own for notoriety. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Tian Wenyu felt a renewed sense of hope for a comeback. He promptly opened Weibo and launched a fervent tirade against Lu Zhe. Indeed, the Ode to the Pavilion of Princeton could very well be deemed the greatest prose of all time. Yet, I do not believe it was authored by you. Lu Zhe, as a mere 4-year-old, do you not think you are exaggerating your abilities? Or perhaps those behind you are engaging in mindless self-promotion. A passionate outburst swiftly garnered the attention of many netizens. After reading his remarks, the public was taken aback. Was Lu Zhe's Ode to the Pavilion of Princeton not his own? Was it plagiarism? Was it mere hype? In the wake of these assertions, many began to ponder deeply. Indeed, the caliber of the Ode to the Pavilion of Princeton seemed exaggerated, hardly resembling the work of a 4-year-old. After all, what can a child at such a tender age accomplish? They can scarcely manage their own bodily functions, let alone comprehend classical Chinese, much less compose a meticulously structured prose. It seems more plausible that the world would end tomorrow than for this to be true. With Tian Wenyu's prompt, an increasing number of individuals began to express their doubts, particularly his enthusiastic followers, who transformed their despair into fervor. They began inundating the relevant discussions with claims of Lu Zhe's deception, fervently steering the narrative. They did not question the merit of the Ode to the Pavilion of Prince Tong, but rather fixated on whether Lu Zhe had indeed authored it himself. Under this onslaught, more and more casual observers found themselves wavering. Initially, those who extolled Lu Zhe as a true prodigy began to grapple with doubt, pondering whether the truth was indeed as Tian Wenyu had asserted. Lu Zhe, having been steeped in literature from a young age, was undeniably a genuine genius. No one, except him, could have penned the Tengwang Gusu. Journalist Sun Darnian, observing this wave of skepticism, felt a profound urgency and took to his verified account to defend Lu Zhe. After all, he was a first-hand witness to Lu Zhe's gradual ascent. Each visit to the Lu household revealed the young lad diligently studying in his study. How could such a hard-working, genuine prodigy possibly be a charlatan, stealing others' works for the sake of publicity? Alas, Sun Darnian was merely a small-time reporter, his words lacking weight in the overwhelming tide of public opinion. Perhaps the truth was indeed as Tian Wenyu claimed. Suddenly, a highly respected literary scholar, an old erudite, voiced his opinion on Weibo. Though possessing only a modest following of a few tens of thousands, he was far from a celebrity. Yet, his personal verification lent him immense authority, adorned with an impressive array of literary titles. Consequently, his statement garnered significant attention amidst the uproar. If even the esteemed Rome Lao voiced such sentiments, could it be that Lu Zhe had fabricated his work? But who, then, was the true author of the Tengwang Gusu? Lu Zhe, you false prodigy. What do you have to say for yourself? After Tian Wenyu set the tone, within a mere hour, the narrative online had completely reversed. The trending topic of prodigy Lu Zhe was supplanted by allegations of fraud. Simultaneously, the #1 trending query became, who truly authored the Tengwang Gusu? The entire situation had turned decidedly against Lu Zhe. Chapter 30, Lu Zhe's countermove. The young prodigy questions the literary giants. In Hongdu, at a 5-star hotel, Lu Zhe and his family, having departed from the tourist attractions, were now acutely aware of the cacophony of voices online. His mother, Zhao Ruoxua, seethed with righteous indignation, exclaiming, "These people just praised my son as a prodigy, and in the blink of an eye, they flipped their stance. They possess no self-judgment whatsoever." This was quite typical of the internet. In the face of such circumstances, Lu Zhe remained remarkably composed, even offering words of comfort to his mother. The online landscape is ever-changing. What was once black can swiftly turn white. A short video from a marketing account can lead countless individuals astray. A careless article from unscrupulous media can ruin a person's reputation. Moreover, now the very protagonist of the prodigy controversy, Tian Wenyu, had entered the fray personally. Fortunately, we had the foresight to record our son while he composed the Tengwang Gusu. Lu Ligua, his father, lifted the camera in his hand, a cold smile gracing his lips. His mother sighed in relief, grateful that their son had anticipated such challenges. Indeed, Lu Zhe had foreseen that doubts might arise. Thus, while composing atop the Tengwang Pavilion, he had instructed his mother to capture the entire process on video. "You claim I plagiarized? Allow me to show you how I spontaneously wrote the Tengwang Gusu." This was Lu Zhe's strategic safeguard. Had Tian Wenyu not stirred up trouble, he would not have released this video. As it stood, Tian Wenyu was destined to be soundly rebutted. Soon, Lu Zhe uploaded the video, unedited, merely adding subtitles to the audio, accompanied by the caption, "The innocent shall be vindicated." Undoubtedly, once the Weibo post was made, it unleashed a torrent of traffic. Within a mere minute, Lu Zhe's homepage saw over 100,000 visits. The video's view count soared into 6 figures. Countless netizens and fans from both sides eagerly anticipated Lu Zhe's response to the tempest. It was noteworthy that Lu Zhe's last Weibo post, the one announcing the Tengwang Gusu, had drawn over 1 million comments, an unprecedented level of engagement. Faced with such fervor and public scrutiny, Lu Zhe's swift response took many by surprise. Thus, many were left wondering how he would assert his integrity amidst adversity. Would he resort to sophistry, admit fault, or offer an apology? Those who had already labeled Lu Zhe a fraud harbored dark thoughts. Tian Wenyu, at the forefront of the storm, sneered as he clicked on the video. The first thing to greet his eyes was an endlessly captivating visage, an impeccably handsome face. The diminutive youth, standing at approximately 1.23 meters, donned a pristine white tracksuit, exuding an otherworldly charm and striking good looks. He leaned against the railing, a gentle breeze tousling his hair, while the scenic backdrop revealed the Gan River coursing through Hongdu. Under the golden hues of sunset, the water shimmered, a leisurely cruise ship gliding by, with the towering modern edifices of the opposite bank showcasing the splendor of contemporary architecture. Most enchanting were the magnificent clouds, ablaze with hues of red and gold, continually forming in the lofty sky. The combination of the handsome youth and the stunning scenery left a profound impression on many viewers. Wait a moment. Is this the Tengwang Pavilion? Is this for real? Could Lu Zhe actually be at the Tengwang Pavilion today? As a resident of Hongdu, I can confirm this is indeed the Tengwang Pavilion. I would never mistake those iconic structures across the river. At this juncture, some astute viewers in the comments section began to piece together the clues. The very spot where Lu Zhe stood was none other than the illustrious Tengwang Pavilion of Jiangnan. This revelation sent ripples of uncertainty through many. Tian Wenyu's brow furrowed. He had not anticipated that Lu Zhe was indeed at the Tengwang Pavilion today, and an unsettling feeling stirred within him. In fact, in the earliest photos Lu Zhe had updated today, the backdrop was the Tengwang Pavilion. But many had unconsciously overlooked this detail. Only Lu Zhe's devoted fans had retained that memory. As the scenic display concluded, the video transitioned to a brief dialogue between Lu Zhe and his mother. The conversation was inconsequential, primarily consisting of light-hearted banter regarding their poetic duel with Tian Wenyu. Though not disparaging, the tone conveyed a sense of casual amusement, clearly indicating they did not regard Tian Wenyu with much seriousness. Finally, Lu Zhe gazed at the scenery, reflecting momentarily before suddenly picking up his pen and reciting. Yuzhong's ancient town, Hongdu's new abode. Stars divided at the wings, the land meets Henglu. Natural beauty and treasures. The dragon's light shines on the ox's den. People of talent and spirit. Su Ru descends to Chun Fan's couch. Falling clouds and solitary wild geese soar together. Autumn waters merge with the vast sky's hue. He wrote swiftly, his posture relaxed and unrestrained, the verses flowing smoothly. It was evident that this was indeed an improvised creation. As he concluded the poem, he intentionally left one word blank. At this moment, his mother's voice chimed in from the side. Son, why is there a missing word? This query resonated deeply with countless viewers. A multitude of eyes fixated intently on the video, where Lu Zhe, with a smile upon his lips, captured a photo with his phone before exuberantly declaring, to complete it all would be rather mundane. Better to leave one word as a suspense, to see if anyone in the world can fill it in. As his words echoed, the audience fell into a profound silence. It turns out that the choice of character was not a result of Lu Zhe's indecision, but rather a deliberate act. This 4-year-old child, brimming with literary spirit, endeavored to challenge all contemporary literary giants. His composition of the preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tung was not aimed at Tian Wenyu, but rather directed towards the world at large. As for the poetic duel between the two, it may well have ended long ago in his eyes. Tian Wenyu's subsequent actions resembled those of a self-deluded jester. Did he not consider his own capabilities, believing himself worthy of being targeted by such an eternal masterpiece? This is akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Thus, when viewed from this perspective, Tian Wenyu appeared as nothing more than a mere passerby. The dim-witted netizens, at this moment, finally experienced a moment of clarity. Meanwhile, Tian Wenyu himself was already furious, his face flushed and fists clenched. Had he managed to compel Lu Zhe to create the preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tung under duress during their poetic contest, he might have accepted his defeat with grace. However, in Lu Zhe's eyes, he was scarcely worth consideration. The contest had long concluded. This preface was an impromptu creation born from a moment of inspiration amidst a beautiful setting. In fact, by the conclusion, Lu Zhe had even left behind a riddle for the world to decipher. This merely served to accentuate Tian Wenyu's role as a figure of ridicule. So, what was that elusive character? As the video approached its climax, Lu Zhe's mother provided a voiceover. This statement electrified all viewers, who perked up their ears in anticipation. Clearly, Everyone was curious about the answer to this riddle that had stumped countless literary authorities. As the scene unfolded, just as Lu Zhe was about to speak, a sudden gust of wind swept through, interrupting everything. The wind billowed Lu Zhe's white garments and rustled the rice paper laid upon the table. Yet Lu Zhe, quick-witted and undeterred, grasped his brush and began to write. Even amidst the tempest, his pen danced like a dragon. When the wind finally ceased, the camera zoomed in, revealing a carefree and unrestrained character that had filled the blank space. It was, indeed, empty. Chapter 31. The Ascendancy of the Literary Realm. The Fall of Tian Wenyu into Ridicule. Where are the imperial sons of the pavilion now? The Yangtze River flows freely beyond the bars. This, then, was the answer to the blank character left in the preface to the Pavilion of Princeton. As Lu Zhe's final stroke settled upon the rice paper, and the somewhat chaotic yet unfettered character of empty was inscribed, this treasured piece of literature, a cultural gem of the great Xia's 5,000-year history, made its grand entrance into the world. The child, the towering pavilion, the howling wind, the fluttering rice paper, and the still wet ink. The video concluded with this imagery. This scene would undoubtedly become an iconic moment for countless future enthusiasts of literary archaeology. As the video drew to a close, innumerable viewers remained entranced, their hearts shaken. It was the empty character that had eluded so many. Literary enthusiasts slapped their thighs in realization, lamenting why they hadn't thought of it sooner. Had they successfully filled in that character, they would have surely achieved fame and fortune. Meanwhile, many scholars and experts in the literary field, including Professor Wang, trembled with uncontrollable excitement and enthusiasm. The Yangtze River flows freely beyond the bars. This character of empty was indeed a stroke of divine inspiration, truly marvelous. Waves of fervent exclamations echoed throughout the lands of Great Xia. At that moment, countless seasoned scholars, upon witnessing the complete preface to the Pavilion of Princeton in the video, danced with joy, and tears streamed down their faces. These were tears of exhilaration. To witness the emergence of the greatest parallel prose of all time in this era is an immense honor. They were both participants and witnesses to history, reflecting on the countless literary figures of the past who dedicated their lives yet never had the fortune to witness such a work. It was a dreamlike and inconceivable reality. Indeed, with the release of Lu Zhe's clarifying video, all rumors were laid to rest. The internet fell silent, and no one dared to question the authenticity of Lu Zhe's authorship of the preface to the Pavilion of Princeton. To hear the truth at dawn and die in peace by dusk. In a prominent hospital room, an elderly man with graying hair gazed at the images on the screen, tears streaming down his face. After several deep sighs, a smile graced his lips as he suddenly closed his eyes, slipping into eternal rest. Old Master Xia? Old Master Xia? Old Master Xia has departed this world. The room erupted into chaos. The elder's family wept bitterly, and the students who had come to pay their respects were filled with grief. The man before them was a true literary titan of the Great Xia, a living relic, having reached the venerable age of 108. His father was the last top scholar of the late Qing dynasty, a family steeped in scholarly tradition, well-versed in literature from an early age. Old Master Xia's accomplishments were countless, having made significant contributions to modern literature, including editing the first edition of the Great Xia Dictionary after the establishment of the Republic. It could be said that he was a man who devoted his life to the study of language. Such a virtuous and benevolent scholar should have completed his life in peace and happiness, free from illness. Yet, in reality, this healthy elder had experienced a sudden decline in health months prior and was hospitalized in critical condition. The doctors had bluntly stated he had only days left to live, urging the family to prepare for the worst. Naturally, the younger generation of the Xia family did not dare to be negligent, preparing everything in advance, waiting for the elder to pass. Unexpectedly, this wait extended for over 100 days. The old man clung to life, seemingly unwilling to depart, as if there were unfinished business. This perplexed the Xia family for quite some time. As juniors, we could never fathom what it was that the elder was reluctant to leave behind. Yet, today, upon hearing his sister recite the preface to the Pavilion of Princeton, the old man astonishingly exhaled his last breath, uttering the sentiment of to hear the truth at dawn and die in peace by dusk. Now I finally understand. What the elder was truly concerned about was not merely the affairs of the Xia family, but rather the state of the Great Xia literary world. He was worried that after his departure, there would be no one to carry on the legacy of the Great Xia literature. In the hospital room, Xia Huimin, the eldest son of the third generation, wept as he finally grasped the entirety of the situation. Many students who had come to visit were equally astonished. Could it truly be that there was a divine intention at play? That the elder lingered on, waiting for the emergence of the preface to the Pavilion of Princeton? The unveiling of such an extraordinary literary work heralded a bright future for the Great Xia literary scene. With that, the elder had no more worries. As the old stars fell, new stars ascended. Though the old and new kings of the great Xia literary world were worlds apart and had never met, they silently completed their exchange. A thought uncontrollably surfaced in the minds of some students. One preface to the pavilion of Prince Tung, resounding through the ages and traversing the land, compelled all literati to bow their heads, while also granting old master Xia the satisfaction of departing this world. This tale, if it were to be shared, would undoubtedly become a timeless story of beauty. The Xia family shared this sentiment as well. Wiping away his tears, Xia Huimin waved his hand decisively. Notify the reporters. Announce the news of the elder's passing. Furthermore, we shall also release his evaluations of the prodigy Lu Zhe and the preface to the pavilion of Prince Tung. As his words fell, the members of the Xia family nodded in agreement. The students present were deeply moved by the unfolding events, with the esteemed Mr. Xia lending his support to Lu Zhe. The literary world of the great Xia shall no longer harbor doubts regarding his prodigious talent. Henceforth, the literary realm has gained an unparalleled genius. A video showcasing the creation of Tung Wang Gusu has unequivocally validated Lu Zhe's worth. The tide of online sentiment has shifted once more, with everyone extolling Lu Zhe's prodigy. Those who previously occupied lofty positions, vehemently denouncing Lu Zhe amidst public discourse, have retreated like turtles into their shells, fearing the repercussions of their earlier outbursts. In a remarkably brief span, Lu Zhe has rapidly amassed followers, with his Weibo account witnessing an astonishing surge of 2 million. If, in the past, his fanbase predominantly consisted of female admirers, now the proportion of male supporters has finally caught up. The poem Tung Wang Gusu is simply impeccable, winning the admiration of countless netizens, except for Tian Wenyu, who is left seething. At home, Tian Wenyu slammed his palm onto the computer desk, causing the monitor to tremble violently. In the flickering light, this former prodigy of the great Xia gritted his teeth, wishing he could dive into the screen and shred Lu Zhe's Weibo post to shreds. How could Tung Wang Gusu possibly be his creation? I refuse to accept it. A mere 4-year-old child, what does he know to pen such a masterpiece? It's a fabrication, purely a fabrication. Tian Wenyu's chest heaved in frustration, and after a long while, he began to calm down slightly. However, upon opening his comment section, a fresh wave of anger surged through him. The comments had already been commandeered by Lu Zhe's fans and a host of casual netizens, all wielding sharp words that struck deep into his heart. Imposter. Champion of the poetry competition? Is this all you've got? Bah. Almost got led astray by you. I see Tian Wenyu is just a fraud himself, with no talent of his own, merely envious of others. Don't say we Zhe fans are bullying you. If you're unconvinced, why not write your own Tung Wang Gusu? Indeed, why not write it? Oh, could it be that you simply can't? The comments flooded in, sharp and mocking. Countless negative reviews bombarded Tian Wenyu until his vision blurred with rage. Those who had once defended him had vanished without a trace, leaving no support in sight. It was a jest. Netizens were incensed and rallied against him. And who would dare to stand up at such a juncture? Tian Wenyu found himself utterly isolated online. Gritting his teeth, he seethed internally, especially incensed when someone challenged him to write his own Tung Wang Gusu. He could no longer contain himself and began furiously typing away, engaging in a war of words with that netizen. However, while Tian Wenyu possessed a remarkable skill in reciting poetry, he was no match for the wit of these online commentators. The result was that he became increasingly agitated, and in a moment of impulsive folly, he recorded a video of himself. In the video, he feigned calmness, adopting a disdainful demeanor, and declared, "It's laughable. It's just a poem Tung Wang Gusu. What is there to boast about? I could write such a piece in a heartbeat. Not a week, but 3 days. Tung Wang Gusu is easy to write, far too easy. Why haven't I written it? Because, quite frankly, I, a champion of the poetry competition, have more dignity. Why should I compete with a 4-year-old child? I, a child of the imperial capital, must hold my head high." With this proclamation, he waved his hand dismissively, as if to indicate that he had no interest in continuing to compete with Lu Zhe. After viewing the video, netizens were left dumbfounded. Goodness, they had never encountered such audacity. Chapter 32. The transition from old gods to new gods, Su Qi's resolution. This great Xia is beyond salvation. Tian Wenyu, are you a fool invited by monkeys? His brain seems to have been devoured by zombies. Both manly and childish, he is content to revel in his own little world. The people of the imperial capital embody a duality. Until one opens their mouth to introduce themselves, you can never discern whether they are a man or a child. Tian Wenyu's bewildering statement had everyone in stitches. The number of comments soared, surpassing 10,000 in mere moments, garnering tremendous attention. Those unaware would mistakenly believe Tian Wenyu to be immensely popular. However, upon delving into the comments, it became clear that the overwhelming majority were mocking him. After all, Netizens are not foolish. Tung Wang Gusu has garnered acclaim from numerous literary luminaries, with many elder professors expressing their profound admiration, even dubbing it the greatest parallel prose of all time. Yet Tian Wenyu had the audacity to brazenly claim it was easy to write. When challenged to put pen to paper, he faltered. What nonsense was this about the dignity of a man from the imperial capital? How could they not laugh at him? The entire comment section was soon filled with a buoyant atmosphere. A new meme emerged from Tian Wenyu's remarks. For instance, a humorous blogger, seizing the trend, tweeted, "Peking University and Tsinghua University are easy to get into, far too easy. I could gain admission without 3 years of high school, just 3 months. Why don't I enroll? Because it's too far from home. I'm a dutiful son." This statement immediately attracted considerable attention. Netizens began to emulate this style. "Graduation papers are easy to write, far too easy. I could finish mine in 3 days. Why don't I write them? I'm already graduated. Lu Zhe is easy to marry, far too easy. I could wed him without a dowry of 100,000. Just 3,000 will suffice. Why don't I marry him? Because I'll be postmenopausal by the time he grows up." Historical records state that following the emergence of Tung Wang Gusu, another meme was born on this very day. Naturally, Tian Wenyu was left utterly flabbergasted, particularly when he spotted a comment from a netizen claiming that at least he wasn't a loser, for in the realm of jest, Lu Zhe could not surpass him. This realization sent him into a rage, culminating in him smashing his monitor into smithereens. Afterward, he slapped himself in frustration. "Damn it, I haven't even deleted my Weibo yet." Tian Wenyu's myriad reactions were of little concern to Lu Zhe, who regarded him as nothing more than an inconsequential buffoon, incapable of disrupting his life. After enjoying a lavish dinner with his parents, he retired early to wash up and sleep. After a long day, young Lu Zhe's body was weary. Unbeknownst to him, in the dead of night, news regarding Mr. Xie's passing quietly trended on social media. His final evaluation of Tung Wang Gusu was prominently highlighted. Countless netizens expressed their astonishment, and numerous literary giants solemnly paid their respects. As for Tian Wenyu, he inevitably found himself mentioned once more, facing scorn anew. After all, how could one openly declare a work admired by the late Mr. Xie to be easy to write? Such statements were simply intolerable. Undoubtedly, Tian Wenyu's reputation was irrevocably tarnished. The so-called halo of a prodigy had vanished entirely, and he lost nearly 1 million followers on Weibo, leaving him with no hope of redemption. Mr. Xie had waited several months to depart this world, finally at peace to leave after the release of Tung Wang Gusu. Perhaps, in the grand tapestry of existence, there truly is a predetermined fate. Professor Wang, watching the news late at night, could not help but exclaim in reflection. Many others in the literary world shared his sentiments. This day bore immense significance for the great Xia, having witnessed too many events unfold. The foremost paired prose of all time has emerged. A new prodigy of the great Xia has ascended to the pedestal of fame, and the venerable Mr. Xie has departed from this world. Each of these events evokes a sense of nostalgia and contemplation, further embellishing the already legendary persona of Lu Zhe. Indeed, he is the quintessential candidate for the new advertising campaign. In the depths of the night, Su Qi of Jiuheng Dairy Group, his eyes aglow with ambition, toiled away. A fortnight prior, he had marked Lu Zhe's profile as tentative, eager to ascertain whether this young lad was indeed a genuine prodigy or merely a pretender. Over the past 2 weeks, the board had been incessantly pressing for progress on the advertisement shoot, placing immense pressure upon Su Qi. During this period, he had also identified several suitable spokespersons, each commendable in their own right, capable of fulfilling the task at hand should the shooting proceed smoothly. Yet, Su Qi found himself perpetually captivated by the radiant visage of the youthful boy. Thus, the process was repeatedly delayed. At last, the incident involving the poetic duel erupted today. Lu Zhe did not disappoint. He outshone Tian Wenyu, demonstrating his prowess and ultimately penning the timeless masterpiece, Preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tung. Overnight, his fame resonated throughout the internet, echoing across the expanse of Great Xia. Such an achievement transcends the ordinary definition of a prodigy. It is akin to the descent of the star of literature, a name that could proudly stand the test of time throughout history. With such renown and talent, coupled with his exquisite countenance, Su Qi was resolute in his belief that Lu Zhe was the spokesperson Jiuheng Group had been seeking. Securing Lu Zhe's endorsement could revitalize the company and perhaps even usher in unprecedented heights of performance. However, given Lu Zhe's newfound fame, the previously budgeted endorsement fee was likely woefully inadequate. Su Qi paced restlessly in his study, alternating between elation and furrowed brows. Over the past fortnight, he had repeatedly contemplated the financial implications of engaging Lu Zhe for the advertisement. The final estimate settled at 10 million. Yet, the upper management had allocated only 15 million for the entire project. 10 million would suffice for securing certain A-list celebrities, underscoring the lofty expectations Su Qi harbored for the mere 4-year-old child. Now, witnessing the unfolding events, Su Qi realized the circumstances had once again surpassed his anticipations. 10 million was a price for a time before preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tang was written. With such a monumental work to his name, the value would surely multiply exponentially. Endorsement fees for top-tier stars hovered around 80 million for 2 years, and Lu Zhe's worth could only ascend, never descend. Su Qi stroked his chin, murmuring to himself. Although Jiuheng Group had never collaborated with top-tier celebrities, he was well informed about the endorsement prices commanded by other companies in prior years. Thus, he concluded that Lu Zhe's value could only increase. After all, the significance of preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tang is unparalleled. It is a work destined to be immortalized in history, and as its author, Lu Zhe shares that fate. In contrast, what are the so-called top-tier celebrities? In a century, few will remember their names. Yet Lu Zhe, as long as the civilization of Great Xia endures, his name will be recounted for generations to come. Such a prestigious identity is not one to be belittled by the worth of a mere celebrity. Therefore, Su Qi understood that to secure Lu Zhe's endorsement, he would need to propose a substantial offer. The following day, at 10 in the morning, Su Qi hastily entered the office of the chairman. Chairman Zhao, I wish to apply for an increase in the advertising department's budget. Upon entering, his resonant voice echoed within the room. Zhao Qingshan, the seasoned chairman of Jiuheng Group, absent-mindedly inquired while adjusting the tea set on the sofa. How much? 200 million. What? Chairman Zhao trembled, his eyes widening in astonishment as tea spilled from his cup, failing to comprehend the declaration. 200 million. Su Qi reiterated, holding up 2 fingers. I'll secure the group for you. Chairman Zhao slammed the teapot onto the table, scrutinizing Su Qi with an air of authority. He simply could not fathom why an advertisement would necessitate 200 million. With such funds, one could finance a film. Are you planning to gather the 4 beauties of the entertainment industry to play mahjong? Is that so? In the face of the chairman's skepticism, Su Qi had come prepared, producing a meticulously organized dossier from his briefcase and respectfully handing it over. Chairman Zhao, this is the proposal and budget breakdown for the advertisement shoot. Please review it. After a few minutes of contemplation, Chairman Zhao, with a hint of skepticism, inquired, you intend to choose the prodigy Lu Zhe as the spokesperson? While Chairman Zhao may not have been familiar with Lu Zhe prior, the events of the previous day had certainly made him well acquainted. A piece such as Preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tang has rekindled 1,000 years of literary brilliance in Great Xia. Who in the world would not recognize him? Not one to be oblivious to current affairs, Zhao Qingshan kept abreast of news developments. After weighing the matter, he queried, even top-tier celebrities do not command such high endorsement fees. Lu Zhe has only just risen to fame overnight. How can you guarantee this endorsement won't falter? Simply based on Preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tang. Su Qi thumped his chest, assuring with conviction, with this literary work, Lu Zhe's name will be immortalized, and the prestige of the Pavilion of Prince Tang will soar, eclipsing the other 2 renowned towers. It is a stroke of luck for us to coexist in the same era as such a figure. If we could become the first collaborators in Lu Zhe's journey, it would be an honor for our group. Indeed, Jiuheng Group could also bask in the glory, leaving an indelible mark in the annals of history. The more Su Qi spoke, the more fervent he became. Historically, among the 3 famed towers of Jiangnan, the Pavilion of Prince Tang has always lagged behind due to the absence of a monumental work to elevate its status. After all, Yellow Crane Tower boasts the lines the former travelers have ridden the yellow crane away, leaving only the empty tower behind. And Yeyang Tower is celebrated for worrying before the world worries, rejoicing after the world rejoices. Yet, the Pavilion of Prince Tang lacked such a defining piece, leaving it standing somewhat awkward among the 3. However, that has now changed. With Lu Zhe's preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tang, sweeping through the annals of literature, the pavilion is destined for monumental acclaim, becoming a vital symbol of Chinese culture. One can foresee that in the coming years, visitors flocking to admire the Pavilion of Prince Tang will be ceaseless, significantly boosting the local GDP. Undoubtedly, the tourism sector in Hongdu is already rejoicing. Thus, aligning with Lu Zhe is an opportunity that promises immeasurable returns. Chairman Zhao, do not hesitate. We are akin to Wang Luan of your. Opportunities slip away in the blink of an eye. Observing the lingering contemplation of Zhao Qingshan, Su Qi urged once more. This remark finally swayed the chairman. In the past, Li Bai was renowned throughout the Tang dynasty, a veritable superstar with countless admirers. Yet, only Wang Luan earned his favor with the lines. The waters of the peach blossom pool run 1,000 feet deep, yet cannot compare to the affection Wang Luan bestowed upon me, ensuring his name would endure through history. This was all due to Wang Luan's willingness to invest, merely throwing money at the top-ranking figure. But was it a losing venture? One could say Wang Luan reaped immense rewards. Present-day Liu Ze is akin to the legendary Li Baievure. However, those wishing to be the modern-day Wang Luan are not limited to this single group. Thus, the opportunity is fleeting, arrived too late, and one may find nothing but the dregs. This is precisely why Su Qi dares to inflate the endorsement fee to 200 million. It is noteworthy that the current top celebrity endorsements merely amount to 80 million, typically contracted over 2 years. However, Liu Ze's compensation is a staggering 200 million for just 1 year, should he wish to renew his contract next year. It is unfathomable how many more billions will be required. This can be described as a princely sum for endorsement. Yet, Su Qi remains convinced that it is worth every penny. What if Liu Ze, in a moment of inspiration, casually penned a poem titled Gift to Jiuhong? Such a treasure transcends mere monetary value. At this moment, Zhao Qingshan appears to have arrived at the same conclusion, his imagination painting vivid scenes in his mind. And he can barely suppress a smile. Suddenly, he slams his hand on the table, stands up, and declares, "Sign. Is it not merely 200 million? The corporation can manage it. Xiao Su, you are to personally oversee this project. Within a week, ensure the deal is finalized." Although Jiuhong Group has faced losses in recent quarters, it remains a venerable enterprise with substantial resources. A 200 million expenditure can be maneuvered without difficulty. Upon hearing this, Su Qi's heart swells with joy, and she promptly takes her leave. Meanwhile, as Jiuhong Group begins to take action, other parties are also in a state of unrest. An essay titled Tung Wang Gusu has garnered unprecedented attention, captivating countless tycoons across the nation. Yet, their interest does not lie in having Liu Ze endorse any product. Rather, they are fixated on acquiring Liu Ze's exquisite calligraphy, the original manuscript of Tung Wang Gusu featured in the video. Early in the morning, the area outside Liu Ze's hotel is already teeming with people, packed to the brim with reporters who have rushed in from all corners of the country, as well as executives from various corporations and families. Even leaders from Hongdu cultural tourism are among the crowd. Countless eyes are fixated on the hotel entrance. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, as Liu Ze steps out with his parents, preparing to return home, they are taken aback by the sight before them. His mother, Zhao Ruoxue, gasps, "What is happening? Could it be that someone intends to kidnap our son?" Liu Ligua is equally startled and instinctively shields his wife and child while warily observing the throng pressing forward. "Little genius, fear not. I am from Gufan Group." A middle-aged man at the front announces himself. However, before he can finish, he is shoved aside by another. "Little genius, I am the general manager of Somao Entertainment, and I wish to purchase the original manuscript of Tung Wang Gusu you wrote yesterday, offering 30 million. Huh? You think 30 million is enough to buy the work of a little genius? Has Somao lost its mind? We, at Penguin Group, are willing to offer 80 million. What a laugh. Don't you make more than 80 million in a single day just from your gaming revenue? And this is the best you can offer? How insincere. I, at Baoyu, am prepared to pay 100 million. 100 million? How about 200 million from our old-gone family? Representatives from various domestic enterprises rush forward, fervently bidding against one another, their faces flushed with excitement. After all, this is the original manuscript of a timeless literary masterpiece. Who wouldn't desire to acquire it for their collection? The representative from Hongdu Cultural Tourism, caught in the chaos, is nearly beside himself with anxiety. Though he represents an official entity, his financial capabilities pale in comparison to those of the nation's top corporations. He is sweating profusely. On the other hand, witnessing the increasingly outrageous bids, Liu Ligua and his wife are left in a daze. To think that a piece of writing casually penned by their son could incite such frenzy among so many esteemed enterprises and families. Is this not a tad excessive? The bidding has already escalated to 200 million, and it appears to be far from over. Yet, the ink, paper, and writing tools used to create that prose cost a mere 80 yuan. The astonishing profit is beyond Zhao Ruoxue's comprehension. Yet, she understands that the true value lies not in the sheet of rice paper, but in Liu Ze's creation of Tung Wang Gusu. Such a miracle is hard to replicate. "Son, what should we do?" At this moment, Liu Ligua blinks and looks at his son, Liu Ze. From the moment Liu Ze first composed poetry, Liu Ligua recognized that his son was no ordinary talent, and thus he has always respected Liu Ze's opinions, refraining from the autocratic tendencies exhibited by some parents. Upon hearing the inquiry, a multitude of curious eyes turned towards Liu Ze, eager to discern the thoughts of this prodigious child. In the midst of such attention, Liu Ze confidently strides forward, addressing the gathered corporate executives, reporters, and onlookers with clarity. "Dear uncles and aunts, please cease the clamor. Since this Tung Wang Gusu was inspired during my visit to the Tung Wang Pavilion, it rightfully belongs there. Therefore, I intend to gift it to the Tongwang Pavilion free of charge. As soon as his words fall, silence envelopes the crowd. The representative from Hongdu Cultural Tourism appears as though struck by lightning, incredulously pointing at himself. Is this true? Chapter 34. Fame and Fortune, Fulfilling Promises. Little genius. This is a treasure valued at over 100 million. Are you truly giving it away for free? Following the initial silence, a wave of astonishment erupts, with reporters clamoring for answers. There is skepticism regarding whether this young prodigy fully comprehends the significance of money. Considering the astronomical sums involved, wealth that would take an ordinary person a lifetime to amass. Yet, Luze remains unfazed. His remarkable generosity prompts questions about whether this young prodigy truly understands the value of currency. Nonetheless, when confronted by the reporter's inquiries, Luze merely smiles with an air of nonchalance, responding, "Gold is not the true treasure. Knowledge is the rare gem." With that, he approaches the representative from Hongdu Cultural Tourism, handing over the original manuscript of Tongwang Gusu. The representative, well into his 40s and accustomed to grand spectacles, finds himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed with emotion. After a lengthy moment of reflection, he solemnly promises, "Little genius, all of us at Hongdu Tongwang Pavilion will forever remember your kindness. Rest assured, this manuscript will not fall into anyone else's hands. It will be displayed on the top floor of the Tongwang Pavilion for all to admire." With the representative's assurance, Luze's face brightens with a smile. Meanwhile, nearby reporters click their cameras, capturing this poignant moment. Gold is not the true treasure. Knowledge is the rare gem. The words of the young prodigy resonate profoundly. Alas, having lived half a lifetime, I find myself outshone by a 4-year-old child with such vision. This young genius truly transcends the ordinary. From this day forth, his virtuous reputation shall echo throughout our great land. What a remarkable child who regards wealth as trifling. The representatives from various corporations, witnessing this scene, are left in deep reflection. Thus, this tempest over a treasure comes to a close. Luze's family, invited by local cultural tourism, remains in Hongdu for several more days. During this time, Luze personally witnesses his masterpiece prominently displayed atop the Tongwang Pavilion. Numerous photographs are taken in the presence of various media outlets. News reports flood in over the next few days. Luze's name remains a constant presence on the trending topics of Weibo. His personal fanbase swells rapidly, reaching a staggering 13 million. With his striking appearance, prodigious talent, and literary genius, a plethora of labels converge upon Luze, further embellishing his aura of legend. On the final day in Hongdu, Su Qi finally made an appearance. Luze understood that this was the milk powder advertisement endorsement that was supposed to emerge in his life script at the age of 4, and naturally, he did not decline. Before long, the contract was signed. To demonstrate his sincerity, Su Qi took the initiative to transfer the entire endorsement fee up front. Gazing at the 9-figure balance in his bank account, Zhao Ruoxue was so exhilarated that she found it impossible to sleep. Witnessing his parents' joy, Luze felt a surge of happiness in his own heart. In truth, he held a deep affection for money. Having experienced poverty in his past life, he had a greater yearning for wealth than anyone else in this new life. The reason he had not sold the original manuscript of Tongwang Gusu was that Luze, having seen his life script, already knew that Jiuheng Group would come knocking. Eventually, his family's circumstances would improve, rendering the sale of that priceless calligraphy less significant. Instead, he preferred to bestow it upon Hongdu Cultural Tourism, thereby promoting the illustrious reputation of the place. In this manner, the script for his 4th year was deemed complete, with both fame and fortune within his grasp. This would undoubtedly yield significant rewards come year-end evaluations. Half a month later, the filming for the milk powder advertisement concluded successfully. The editor, upon reviewing the footage, found himself at a loss for how to proceed. The child's striking looks were simply too extraordinary. Every frame was a visual masterpiece. A seasoned industry veteran, with a decade of experience in advertising editing, was left in awe as he beheld the footage. Little did he know that this was all due to Luze's talent as a camera charmer. With his innate good looks amplified by this gift, his presence radiated charm and beauty, making even the most casual shots breathtaking. However, the advertisement was limited to 30 seconds, necessitating the painful decision to cut excess footage. Ultimately, the editor had no choice but to painfully trim the material into a final product. As for the discarded clips, they were not wasted but shared online, resulting in a chaotic yet unexpectedly viral behind-the-scenes feature that propelled Luze back into the trending spotlight. Many expressed their eagerness to see Luze's debut advertisement. The attention on Jiuheng Dairy Group surged, and their stock prices saw a notable rise. Chairman Zhao Qingshan couldn't contain his delight, exclaiming that the 200 million spent was well worth it. Su Qi breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that this gamble had paid off. The results proved that engaging Liu Zhe as a spokesperson was a surefire profit. The promised endorsement for Inha Group would also be filmed soon. Upon returning to his hometown, Liu Zhe wasted no time and arranged to meet with Liu Xiangbei, the wealthiest man in the county. Previously, Liu Zhe had secured investment from Liu in exchange for endorsing Inha Group for free after achieving fame. Now, it was time to fulfill that promise. Upon hearing about the endorsement fee offered by Jiuheng Dairy, Liu Xiangbei was immensely grateful for his decision. After all, the exorbitant 200 million fee rivaled Liu's entire net worth. This was a tremendous windfall for him. He marveled at the power of original shares, contemplating that without his foresight, a local enterprise from a small county would never have had the fortune to secure an endorsement from the author of Tongwang Gusu. With the prodigious Liu Zhe's aura surrounding him, Liu Xiangbei felt a surge of ambition. Believing that Inha Group could once again soar to new heights and venture into the national real estate market. At 50 years old, it was indeed the perfect age to take risks. As the months swiftly passed, Liu Zhe steadily maintained his progress, occasionally publishing a poem to sustain his popularity. The milk powder advertisement he filmed for Jiuheng Group had already aired on major television networks. Viewers responded with overwhelming praise, once again placing the venerable domestic brand in the public eye. The company's previously disappointing quarterly results were dramatically reversed, prompting many enterprises in the infant industry to seek collaborations with the Liu family for new advertising projects. However, this time, Liu Zhe declined their offers. Advertising was a one-time affair. Too many endorsements could tarnish his carefully crafted image and lead to public perceptions of him as merely a commercial spokesperson. After all, Liu Zhe was still regarded as a literary prodigy. Historically, scholars have maintained a sense of aloofness, and being too closely associated with monetary pursuits could invite criticism. Furthermore, Liu Zhe's financial empire was not built solely upon a few commercial advertisements. His endorsement for Inha Group, however, was more acceptable, as it was rooted in his hometown, making it seem as though he was advocating for his place of origin. Now, the small county was adorned with Liu Zhe's promotional posters. A towering 3-meter statue of Liu Zhe greeted visitors at the entrance of the county, complete with an inscription honoring the birthplace of the prodigy. Clearly, through the efforts of Liu Xiangbei and local leaders, this once backward county had undergone a complete transformation, gaining considerable recognition nationwide. Every day, a multitude of tourists flocked to witness the remarkable city that birthed the greatest prodigy in history. From the south to the north of the town, hotels, inns, night markets, and cultural merchandise thrived. The entire county was enjoying unprecedented prosperity, truly embodying the notion of one person uplifting an entire city. On this particular day, the atmosphere in the Liu household was vibrant and festive as it marked another birthday celebration. Liu Zhe turned 5, following the customary cake cutting and wish-making. The adults continued their merriment over dinner, while Liu Zhe retreated to his room, engrossed in a book as he awaited the system's evaluation. That night, the familiar voice finally resonated. Phase 1 of the 4-year life script completed. Your literary prowess is unparalleled. You have penned the timeless Tongwang Gu as a cornerstone work that reverberates throughout the nation, earning a staggering endorsement fee of 200 million, which has significantly improved your family's fortunes, thereby exceeding the script's expectations. Reward, talent, imperial ambition. Imperial ambition, you possess the bearing of a sovereign, a child of destiny, with an unyielding spirit capable of ending chaos and achieving greatness. Eternal reward progress, 49,999. Upon reviewing the rewards, Liu Zhe sat up straight. Had he triggered another critical success? His eyes widened as he scrutinized the remarkable surge in his eternal reward progress, his heart swelling with joy. Clearly, this year of his life had been exceptionally splendid, resulting in another critical hit. Much like the omniscient trait, this imperial ambition was an immensely powerful gift. Perhaps it was due to his literary triumphs, having ascended to the zenith of the literary world with his Tongwang Gu, that the system granted him this talent. However, after carefully examining the description of imperial ambition, a hint of confusion crept across Liu Zhe's face. To be candid, this talent was formidable. Once obtained, any endeavor would undoubtedly meet with success, making the role of a founding monarch as easy as eating and drinking. Yet, the issue lay in the fact that the feudal dynasty had long since ended. This regal bearing was indeed impressive. In ancient times, it would have been a decisive advantage. But now, the Qing dynasty had perished. Liu Zhe rose and gazed at his reflection in the mirror, observing the further evolution of his charisma, and could not help but reveal a bittersweet smile. Though the myriad of system talents within his heart seemed boundless, there are moments when the rewards bestowed appear rather inopportune. Were this the ancient era, the talent of imperial ambition would undoubtedly reign supreme. Yet in the present, it has become somewhat of a double-edged sword. The sole consolation for Lu Zhe is that his temperament has indeed undergone a subtle transformation, manifesting a newfound resilience. For instance, he has recently delved deeply into the realm of mathematics, exploring numerous prime number formulas and mathematical conjectures. Although endowed with the talent of superbrain, which facilitates swift learning, the rapidity of acquisition does not equate to an inherent love for study. Mathematics, in its essence, is rather monotonous. At times, Lu Zhe finds himself unable to engage, succumbing to a sense of ennui. However, influenced by the attributes of imperial ambition, that very tedium has morphed into a driving force, a fervent desire to master all unfinished endeavors. Thus, it has proven somewhat beneficial. Reflecting on this, Lu Zhe rises to gaze into the mirror. The figure reflected, once characterized by the refined aura of the exiled poet, now exudes an air of mystery and nobility. Though his features remain unchanged, the glimmer in his eyes betrays an unintentional regal bearing, reminiscent of a youthful monarch. His charisma has experienced yet another elevation. This is only fitting, for which sovereign, capable of founding a dynasty in ancient times, did not possess an abundance of personal charm? After all, such individuals could rally vast legions, compelling numerous talents to willingly follow and assist. Satisfied with this talent, Lu Zhe turns his thoughts toward the unfolding script of his life. At the age of 5, his life trajectory appears rather tranquil. In the simulation, he merely declined an invitation to star in a film, immersing himself instead in the acquisition of new knowledge. Of course, this serves only as the foundational framework of the script. Lu Zhe possesses the freedom to expand upon it, crafting a more riveting life narrative. Additionally, there is another matter that fills Lu Zhe with anticipation. After the age of 5, he shall have the opportunity to rewrite his life script anew. It is not difficult to foresee that, with his current foundation, the scripts for the ages of 6 to 10 will undoubtedly be most exhilarating. With this expectation in mind, Lu Zhe calmly embraces the transition into the 5th-year script. Time, like a thief, stealthily slips away. Before he realizes it, another 6 months have passed. On this day, in Hungyan Film and Television City, a motorhome comes to a gentle halt by the roadside. The door swings open, revealing the figures of Lu Zhe's family of 3. Since last year, when they received 200 million in advertising revenue and achieved financial independence, monthly excursions have become a staple for the Lu family. To facilitate this, Lu Ligua even purchased a motorhome, taking his son and wife to explore the magnificent landscapes of their homeland. This time marks their long-anticipated journey to the south of the Yangtze River. The itinerary is relatively simple, aside from a few major cities as primary destinations. Their journey will be dictated by whim. Today, they fortuitously pass through Hungyan Film and Television City and decide to stop. As a 5A-rated tourist attraction, Hungyan boasts immense fame. Often referred to as the Hollywood of the East. Spanning over 50,000 acres, with 7 distinctly styled sub-attractions, it offers a dreamlike travel experience reminiscent of time travel. It is a favored haven for countless directors, hosting an average of more than 15 film crews daily, including high-budget period dramas and films. Under such a myriad of accolades, Hungyan has become synonymous with the global film industry, akin to Hollywood itself, drawing a continuous stream of visitors each year. This time, it was Zhao Ruoxue, an avid drama enthusiast, who proposed the visit. Thus, the family made a special detour of 200 kilometers to arrive at Hungyan. Chapter 36. Lu Zhe's popularity. The sensation of the film city. In the sub-attraction of Along the River during the Qingming Festival, the Lu family leisurely strolls about. Darling, I've seen this place in The Legend of the Sword and the Fairy. It's where the male and female leads shared their first kiss. Zhao Ruoxue, with her left arm linked to Lu Ligua and her right hand cradling a milk tea, walks along with uncontainable excitement, snapping photos at every turn. As a seasoned drama enthusiast, Zhao Ruoxue has watched an abundance of shows. Arriving in Hungyan feels akin to returning home. Every sight seems familiar. Lu Ligua patiently listens to his wife's animated commentary, his face adorned with a look of indulgent affection. Little Lu Zhe, with his arms crossed behind his head, lags 3 meters behind his parents, feeling somewhat exasperated. Is it really appropriate to display such public affection in front of their son? It seems that true love belongs solely to parents, while children are merely an afterthought. Lu Zhe feels a twinge of hurt. Adjusting the oversized sunglasses that obscure much of his face, trailing behind them in boredom. At present, Lu Zhe has grown to a height of 1.50 meters. And donned in trendy attire, he resembles a young lad. He does not require constant supervision from his parents and cannot easily get lost in the bustling attraction. Spotting an ice cream vendor by the roadside, Lu Zhe halts in his tracks. Zhao Ruoxue, aware of her son's discomfort in walking with them, cheerfully remarks, "Your father and I will head over to the Qinhuang Palace. You can meet us there later." Got it. Lu Zhe waves his hand, and joins the queue for ice cream. The sight of the young boy standing there is quite striking, drawing numerous fleeting glances from passers-by. Liu Ze has grown accustomed to this attention. His talents of the exiled poet and imperial ambition bestow upon him a unique aura that sets him apart from the ordinary crowd. Even if draped in a curtain, he would still exude the presence of a top model adorned in high fashion, naturally attracting the gaze of onlookers. Typically, after an initial moment of surprise, the crowd would divert their eyes, unable to maintain their stare. However, this time, there is something different. Liu Ze keenly senses that among the multitude of gazes, one individual remains fixated on him. Frowning, he turns his head to follow the sensation. He intends to discover who possesses such a lack of decorum. He soon spots a gaunt, monkey-like man squatting by the roadside, staring at him in a daze. As their eyes meet, before Liu Ze can utter a word, the man suddenly leaps to his feet. "Oh my gosh, Liu Ze!" The exclamation reverberates throughout the attraction. Liu Ze's body stiffens. He reaches up to adjust his sunglasses, incredulous. "No way. Even in this disguise, you still recognize me? Do you have X-ray vision or something?" Liu Ze momentarily forgets the context. Hongdian, the largest film city in the country. Aside from tourists, it is filled with film crews, extras, celebrities, and paparazzi. Ordinary visitors may not be as perceptive regarding public figures, but others are different. Their eyes are keen and observant. A prominent figure like Liu Ze, with over 13 million Weibo followers, is impossible to conceal. The gaunt man is a paparazzo. He had originally been stationed at the Ming and Qing Palace Gardens to photograph a certain star, but unexpectedly encountered Liu Ze. In fact, the moment he laid eyes on Liu Ze, he recognized him immediately. The reason he took a moment to speak was that his mind struggled to process the encounter. After all, while Liu Ze is a hotshot, he does not belong to the entertainment industry, and no one anticipated his sudden presence in Hongdian. Even the protective measures he took appear rather lackluster. He wore no mask, merely sunglasses. Children will always be children, with such rudimentary disguises. "Do you truly think I couldn't recognize you? I shall not let you escape my sight." This exclamation reverberated through the scenic area, drawing an array of gazes towards the source. Liu Ze? Which Liu Ze? Surely, the one renowned for penning the Tungwang Pavilion poem. Goodness, it is the prodigious Liu Ze. Where's the treasure? A decade-long fan has arrived, uninvited. Make way, make way. I wish to behold the living Liu Ze. Good sir, has he truly passed away? Hey, who just stepped on my foot? Is this truly necessary? Liu Ze is not a celebrity. Why do you all exhibit such fervor for a mere poet? Nonsense. If you encountered Li Bai in the Tang dynasty, would you not be equally excited? Unsurprisingly, this small area quickly transformed into a hub of activity. Although Liu Ze may not be a star, he possesses an allure that surpasses that of any celebrity. Nearby visitors, extras, and crew members out for a casual stroll all craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the commotion. Moreover, the momentum of this spectacle appeared to be rapidly expanding, drawing in more and more tourists towards this focal point. If one were to soar above and gaze down from the heavens, they would undoubtedly witness a torrent of people converging from all directions toward a single epicenter, where Liu Ze stood. Such is the magnetic charm of the foremost prodigy of the Great Xia. The officials of the Hongdian Film and Television City were soon alerted. The person in charge, visibly anxious, hastily organized personnel while demanding answers. Who has arrived? A film emperor? A pop king? What are they doing running about instead of remaining in the restricted area to shoot? Hongdian, with its immense foot traffic and plethora of stars, is prone to accidents stemming from fan frenzy, such as stampedes. To mitigate such incidents, the officials enforce strict regulations on film crews, including cordoning off the shooting locations. Mr. Yang, he is not a celebrity, a staff member wiped his brow. Then who is it? The responsible party inquired, taken aback. It is Liu Ze. Liu Ze? Which Liu Ze? The one who wrote the Tungwang Pavilion poem. Mr. Yang, where are you going? Do not bother me. I am seeking Liu Ze for an autograph. Open a green channel for me, quickly. Staff member, what the? After all this, you are just another fan? The staff member, feeling faint, could only seek out the second-in-command of the scenic area to stabilize the situation. Simultaneously, the disturbances began to ripple through various film crews. At the location of the Along the River during the Qingming Festival scenic area, beneath a tightly sealed zone, a well-dressed actress regarded the suddenly departing crowd with a frown, asking, why have they left? Sister Sue, I heard a popular figure was inadvertently recognized, and they all went to pursue him, replied her assistant, applying sunscreen to her skin. The actress, incredulous, retorted, surely no one could outshine my brother, who has been filming for 2.5 years. It is worth noting that her crew is currently among the most luxurious in Hongdian, second only to the group at the Qing Palace, featuring a host of second-tier actresses alongside a top-tier male star. Typically, at least half of the visitors are drawn to see this leading man. Yet today, someone else has stolen the limelight. Who could it be? As the actress voiced her confusion, her assistant hastily checked for updates on their phone and exclaimed, "It's Lu Zhe. He is in Hengdian." Lu Zhe? That prodigy? The actress's demeanor shifted as jealousy dissipated considerably. After all, Lu Zhe is not an actor. They belong to entirely different realms, thus eliminating any notion of competition. Chapter 37. You were supposed to find me an actor for the young Ing Zhang, yet you brought me the prodigal Lu Zhe? Amidst the commotion caused by Lu Zhe throughout the scenic area, a middle-aged man, covered in dust, emerged from the main gate of the Qin Palace scenic area. He is the assistant director of the epic drama The Empire of Qin, a project boasting a staggering investment of 500 million. Helmed by the internationally acclaimed director Zhang Huahua, featuring numerous veteran actors and first-tier film emperors, 17 national first-class actors, to be precise. With its opulent cast and over 100 million investment, this production has been the subject of considerable attention within the industry since its inception, being heralded as the country's premier historical drama. Currently, the project is nearing completion, with only minor details left to shoot. However, a significant transitional scene depicting the young Ing Zhang has yet to be cast. The script has been polished and the set prepared. But one issue remains unresolved. The casting of this pivotal role has been stalled. For 3 days, over 30 young actors have auditioned. Yet none have met director Zhang Huahua's exacting standards. Renowned for his unyielding demands and volatile temperament, he has earned the moniker of tyrant on set. One of the primary responsibilities of the assistant director is to aid in the casting process, yet the role of young Ing Zhang has effectively paralyzed the crew for days. Zhang has erupted in fury, issuing an ultimatum. If the assistant director fails to find a suitable actor, he may as well pack his bags and leave. The middle-aged man felt a deep bitterness in his heart, acutely aware that offending Zhang would not only mean his dismissal from the Empire of Qin, but could also spell the end of his career in the film industry. Yet at this critical juncture, where could he possibly find a fitting actor? After all, this is the young Ing Zhang, the eternal emperor who ascended the throne at 13 and took power at 22. What child could embody such a character? Lost in his melancholy thoughts, the middle-aged man unwittingly strayed beyond the confines of the Qin Palace scenic area. Just then, the sound of a bustling crowd reached his ears. Standing on the stone steps, he looked up and spotted a fair-skinned youth clad in sportswear walking helplessly ahead, trailed by a throng of admirers. Is this Lu Zhe? Has he come to the Qin Palace? The middle-aged man was taken aback, recognizing the youth's identity. As an assistant director, he was well informed of the happenings within the film city. News of the events had reached him earlier, but at that time, Lu Zhe had been seen at the along the river during the Qingming Festival scenic area. Little did he expect that he had now arrived at the Qin Palace. Dear brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts, Lu Zhe is immensely grateful for your affections, but today, there are simply too many people. I implore you to heed the guidance of the scenic area staff and disperse, if you would be so kind. As they drew nearer, the middle-aged man could even hear Lu Zhe's voice, observing the handsome youth amidst the crowd, filled with exasperation, continuously repeating his plea. The fervor of the onlookers was overwhelming. Had it not been for the few paparazzi, including the slender monkey, who exhibited a modicum of decency by forming a protective barrier around him near the ice cream stall, Lu Zhe might have already been lost in the throng. Not to mention, escaping that street would have been improbable. Yet, despite these efforts, the situation remained grim. The fervor of the tourists burned brighter than the sun above. They stubbornly followed in Lu Zhe's wake, unwilling to budge an inch. This resulted in the formation of an excessively long and chaotic queue at the scenic area, posing significant safety risks. Lu Zhe could only persistently guide the crowd, calling out to them. Among the throng, there were indeed a few reasonable individuals who, unwilling to further burden this young boy, chose to leave on their own accord. However, such individuals were in the minority. Most continued to surge towards Lu Zhe with an alarming lack of restraint and boundaries. The more the staff attempted to obstruct and dissuade them, the more exhilarated they became. Particularly, those at the forefront were on the verge of breaking through the makeshift wall formed by the security guards, their expressions grotesque and zombie-like as they reached out towards Lu Zhe from a distance. The path leading to the Qin Palace was already an uphill struggle, and with their pushing, the slender security guard was nearly losing his balance, almost toppling over several times. Witnessing this scene, Lu Zhe felt a surge of anxiety and anger. Although his identity as the slender guard was exposed, the surrounding crowd, now agitated, still rallied to protect him with utmost diligence. Despite being strangers, their actions moved Lu Zhe profoundly. Throughout the journey, the slender guard had sustained numerous injuries from the frenzied crowd, and now he was on the brink of falling. Should he collapse, it would be akin to a dam bursting, causing the human wall to disintegrate entirely, which could potentially lead to a stampede due to inertia. The downed slender guard would be the most endangered among them. With this thought, A wave of fury surged within Lu Zhe. He removed his sunglasses, revealing his true visage. His gaze fierce and penetrating, and he suddenly shouted, "I command you to step back. Do you not hear me?" His voice was laced with an undeniable authority, resonating with the intensity of a dragon's wrath, reminiscent of an emperor's decree. Unintentionally, the new talent, Emperor's Ambition, activated, imbuing the young boy with an aura of supreme power. In an instant, he exuded the majesty of a sovereign, capable of swallowing vast realms. The entire scene fell into an immediate silence due to his reprimand. The few fervent individuals at the forefront froze in their tracks, their bodies stilled by an overwhelming presence. What a terrifying aura! What is happening? Why does the voice of this young prodigy instill such fear? Oh no, we have angered the young prodigy. Their hearts trembled as they gazed upon Lu Zhe's face, a sense of trepidation creeping in, causing them to cease their ruckus. After exchanging glances, they instinctively began to retreat. The other members of the crowd mirrored this reaction. Even without the assistance of the staff, they voluntarily dispersed in all directions. It was as if Lu Zhe's command echoed the ancient edicts of emperors, unassailable. In that moment, a perilous crowd-chasing incident was deftly diffused. The slender guard and the other diligent uncles, who had been tirelessly working, now looked at one another in bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the situation. It was only when they turned to glance at Lu Zhe that they were startled. How had the aura of this young prodigy suddenly transformed into something so chillingly formidable? He resembled a young dragon, akin to an enigmatic emperor from ancient times. If Ying Zheng were alive, this would be him. Meanwhile, the middle-aged deputy director at the top of the slope, witnessing this spectacle, was so overcome with excitement that he trembled. It might be hard for anyone to believe, but at that moment, when Lu Zhe displayed his power, he thought he saw the shadow of the young Ying Zheng from the renowned drama, The Qin Empire. That stature, that presence, that unassailable chilling voice perfectly embodied the image of the timeless emperor. This young prodigy must be cast in the role, for the loss would not only be that of the Qin Empire, but a significant setback for the entire film industry of the Xia Kingdom. The deputy director, having firmly identified his choice for the role of young Ying Zheng, turned and dashed towards the Qin Palace, sprinting with the fervor of a 100-meter dash, racing all the way to the Hall of Four Seas Uniting. Director Zhang, I have found the actor for young Ying Zheng. The poor deputy director, despite his age, was panting heavily as if he were a child. Before him stood a man around 50, with long hair and a gray vest, exuding an artistic aura. This was Zhang Huahua, an internationally acclaimed director with over 30 years of experience in the Xia film industry and a box office record exceeding 1 billion. Upon hearing the deputy director's words, Director Zhang was not overly excited, merely grunting, "You better have truly found someone, or your career as a deputy director is over." Zhang's notorious temper was well known in the industry. He often erupted in anger while filming, showing no leniency even to top actors. This time, the search for a young actor to portray Ying Zheng had proven fruitless despite days of effort, which would undoubtedly infuriate the already short-tempered Zhang. His tone reflected his displeasure towards the deputy director. Hearing this, the deputy director felt anxious but was also inspired by Lu Zhe's commanding presence, his resolve strengthening. He confidently asserted, "Director, this person is absolutely suitable. He is the living embodiment of Ying Zheng." "Who is it? Don't keep me in suspense." Zhang Huahua frowned. "Lu Zhe, the prodigy Lu Zhe." The deputy director, sensing the urgency, quickly revealed the name. "The one who wrote Tingwang Pavilion." "Yes." Upon hearing the deputy director's affirmation, Zhang Huahua's expression darkened immediately. "I asked you to find an actor for young Ying Zheng, and you bring me the prodigy Lu Zhe? He is merely a poet. Not even an extra. His only connection to television was an advertisement. You expect me to let him act? Especially in the challenging role of young Ying Zheng? Is this a joke?" Chapter 38. Zhang's Shock. The young emperor walks into reality. "Do you think you're being humorous?" In the grand hall of the scenic area, Zhang Huahua glared at the exuberant middle-aged deputy director, his face a storm of displeasure. He was well aware of Lu Zhe's popularity across the nation. However, while Lu Zhe was indeed handsome, he belonged to the literary world and had no ties to the film industry. His single appearance on television was due to an advertisement. How could someone so utterly inexperienced be cast as young Ying Zheng? It was no wonder Zhang's expression was so grim. The deputy director, sensing Zhang's frustration, struggled to defend himself, his face anxious as he explained, "Director, we were deceived by Lu Zhe's photographs. In person, he possesses an extraordinary aura, far from an ordinary child, more akin to a true ancient young emperor. After all these years of working with you, would I lie about such matters? Come see for yourself. Lu Zhe truly resembles an emperor. If you're not satisfied after seeing him, I will accept any consequence." Listening to the deputy director's impassioned words, Zhang Huahua's anger subsided somewhat. revealing a flicker of doubt in his gaze. Could it be that Liu Ze possessed some extraordinary quality? Otherwise, how could a veteran deputy director be so adamant and willing to stake his career on it? With this thought in mind, Zhang Huohua decided to trust him this once. He lifted his leg and said, "Lead the way. I must see if this prodigy is truly as remarkable as you claim." "Absolutely." The assistant director, filled with joy, promptly turned and began to jog, anxious not to miss the opportunity to meet Liu Ze. They traversed through the numerous structures of the scenic area, and upon reaching the central palace gate, they happened to see Liu Ze entering through the Qin Wang Palace entrance. The throng of admirers trailing behind had considerably diminished, leaving only a few stragglers. Fearing their resurgence, Liu Ze, with his hands plunged into his pockets and an expression of stern aloofness, strode forward with purpose, exuding an air that seemed to ward off any intruders. At that moment, he encountered Zhang Huohua and the assistant director head-on. Seeing Liu Ze maintain such an imposing demeanor, the assistant director felt a profound sense of relief. Zhang Huohua, however, was momentarily taken aback, staring at Liu Ze in astonishment. What an aura! It was enough to instill trepidation even in a titan of the film industry like him. It was no exaggeration to say that the moment Zhang Huohua laid eyes on Liu Ze, his usually fiery temperament rendered him somewhat hesitant to meet the boy's gaze. In his perception, although Liu Ze's appearance still bore a hint of youthfulness, his presence was overwhelmingly powerful. His eyes, cold and profound, resembled the impenetrable depths of an emperor's palace. Every gesture seemed to reveal a hint of dragon-like majesty. He was, indeed, a young sovereign emerging from the annals of history. No wonder the assistant director had lost his composure, willing to stake his future on Liu Ze. With such a demeanor and grace, the question of whether Liu Ze could act became irrelevant. He would require no performance. Simply by assuming his place on the throne, he would embody a living monarch. "Director Zhang, what do you think?" The assistant director inquired cautiously at that moment. "I owe you a great debt." Zhang Huohua clapped him on the shoulder, took a deep breath, and approached Liu Ze. The two soon crossed paths. "Old man, do you want to take a photo too?" Liu Ze looked up at the elderly gentleman before him, instinctively assuming he was a literary enthusiast or perhaps a fan. However, this remark prompted Zhang Huohua to stroke his prickly beard, pondering whether he truly appeared so aged. Though just over 50, he had maintained a habit of letting his beard grow and refraining from dyeing his hair to uphold his artistic image. Indeed, a number of white strands had infiltrated his locks. Although Liu Ze appeared as a mere child of 10, his true age was only 5. Thus being called grandfather was not entirely unjust. Amused by the thought, Zhang Huohua laughed heartily and said, "Little Prodigy, not only do I wish to take a photo with you, but I also want to invite you to step into my frame and play the role of an emperor. Are you involved in filmmaking?" Upon hearing this, Liu Ze's eyes sparkled with realization, and he replied, "Clever." Zhang Huohua's gaze gleamed with admiration. After all, Liu Ze was indeed the prodigious child who penned Tung Wang Gusu. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Zhang Huohua, a director." He extended his palm towards Liu Ze, presenting a solemn self-introduction. He understood that a talent of Liu Ze's caliber, despite his youthful visage, possessed a wisdom surpassing that of many adults. Any attempts to deceive or manipulate would be utterly futile. "Director Zhang, I have heard of you." Liu Ze reciprocated politely with a handshake. Zhang Huohua's reputation had resounded through the ages, even in Liu Ze's previous life, although he was unfamiliar with his appearance. Now, after this introduction, he recognized that this Zhang Huohua was indeed the illustrious director who had come to invite him to act in his 5-year life script. "Little Ze, you've arrived." Just then, as the elder and the youth were exchanging introductions, Liu Ligua and his wife, having completed their tour, arrived at the exit of the Qin Wang Palace scenic area. Zhao Ruoxue, who had been calling for Liu Ze, froze upon spotting Zhang Huohua, her excitement palpable. Unlike Liu Ze, she was well acquainted with the faces of the stars, having followed numerous dramas over the years. Zhang Huohua's works, including several films and television series, were among her favorites. Thus, encountering such a renowned international director left her utterly thrilled, a reaction typical of an ordinary person meeting a celebrity. The nonchalance exhibited by Liu Ze was indeed a rarity. "You must be the parents of the little prodigy. Truly impressive to have raised such a remarkable son." Zhang Huohua smiled warmly at the couple, his demeanor markedly less tempestuous than it was on set, radiating a more amiable aura. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he revealed his purpose. "I am currently filming a historical drama titled The Great Qin Empire and believe the little prodigy's aura is perfectly suited for the role of the young Yingzheng. I would like to invite him to portray this character. Although it is a cameo, the remuneration will be substantial, at least 7 figures. I wonder how you both feel about this." Zhang Huohua regarded the couple with a smile. The words fell upon the ears of the assistant director, who was left utterly astounded. The role of Young Zheng had minimal screen time, barely lasting half an episode at most. Consequently, the original budget for any actor was a mere 100,000. That was Zhang Huahua's explicit statement, regardless of who would play the part. Even the most popular child star. Yet, upon seeing Lu Zhe, Zhang Huahua had effortlessly cast aside the rigid constraints he had previously established. He had immediately offered a guaranteed remuneration in the seven-figure range. How could the assistant director not be astonished? However, reflecting on Lu Zhe's innate imperial charisma, it indeed warranted such a price. Meanwhile, as they listened to Zhang Huahua's heartfelt invitation, Lu Ligua and his wife exchanged incredulous glances, both taken aback. They had not anticipated that a simple trip to Hongyan would lead to their son being selected by an internationally renowned director who had personally come to extend an invitation. The surprise was truly unexpected. If they were like any other parents, they would have immediately agreed. However, the circumstances of the Lu family were different. The family's guiding force had always been Lu Zhe. Moreover, Lu Ligua and his wife held profound respect for Lu Zhe's opinions, so after exchanging glances, they could only say, "Director Zhang, our family is delighted to receive your recognition, but whether our son takes on this role ultimately depends on his own wishes." Upon hearing this, Zhang Huahua felt a wave of relief wash over him. In his view, if the child's parents did not oppose, the matter was half settled. After all, he was Zhang Huahua, a name synonymous with authority. Throughout his career, no actor had ever turned down a role offered by him. Additionally, children of Lu Zhe's age were often lively and playful, and the allure of acting, a novel and exciting endeavor, was undoubtedly significant. He could not fathom Lu Zhe rejecting the opportunity. Yet, just as he confidently turned his hopeful gaze towards Lu Zhe, he found the boy with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of youthful defiance, firmly stating, "I don't want to act." Chapter 39. Lu Zhe's reason for refusing the role would propel the world forward 1,000 years. "I don't want to act." The boy's clear, youthful voice resonated across the area, his tone resolute and unwavering. Everyone present was left in a state of shock. The once smiling, confident director Zhang Huahua felt his body stiffen, his eyes gradually filling with disbelief and astonishment. The little prodigy had refused director Zhang. Behind him, the middle-aged assistant director felt a tumultuous wave of shock wash over him as he witnessed this scene. After all, who was the person before him? The sole director in the Great Xia to achieve a staggering 10 billion at the box office. With an array of domestic and international awards to his name, he has repeatedly clinched the title of the annual box office champion for Chinese cinema 5 times throughout his illustrious career. Even in Hollywood, he has garnered multiple nominations for Best Foreign Language Film and the Golden Globe for Best Director. Moreover, he has nurtured over 10 first-rate stars and acclaimed actors. Serving as a distinguished professor at the Beijing Film Academy, he boasts a multitude of students. To claim that he single-handedly upholds half of the Chinese film industry would not be an exaggeration. However, this eminent director, standing at the pinnacle of the film industry, humbly extended an invitation to a 5-year-old child to partake in a film, only to be met with refusal. Who would believe such a tale? It's utterly unfathomable. After all, within the industry, when Zhang Huahua expresses a desire to cast someone, that individual, regardless of prior commitments, would invariably rearrange their schedule. Such is the weight of the name Zhang Huahua. Yet now, the prodigious child Lu Zhe, upon hearing the invitation, exhibited not a shred of hesitation and swiftly turned Zhang Huahua away. His demeanor and posture conveyed an unmistakable indifference towards the esteemed director. Zhang Huahua remained silent for a considerable time before finally inquiring, "Why do you not wish to act?" He refrained from elaborating on the advantages of stardom, for he understood that a child of Lu Zhe's intellect must surely comprehend these benefits. Thus, he sought merely to understand the rationale behind such a rejection. An opportunity that countless individuals would covet lay before him. Why would the prodigy refuse it? In response to the inquiry, Lu Zhe merely shrugged and replied, "Any diversion from my studies would only impede my learning pace." As those words resonated, Zhang Huahua was left momentarily speechless. The assistant director was equally taken aback, while Lu Zhe's parents coughed in disbelief. "No way. You're only 5 years old. Is this truly how you should speak? Even a high school senior doesn't exhibit such diligence." Zhang Huahua could hardly fathom that such a reason would be the cause for refusal. To decline acting merely out of concern for academic performance? Indeed, there are many child stars who, upon reaching middle or high school, choose to retreat from the limelight to concentrate on their studies. But Lu Zhe is but 5 years old. He hasn't even begun first grade yet. Is it not premature to ponder the impact on his education? Zhang Huahua blinked in bewilderment, querying, "Little prodigy, you have already penned the most celebrated prose of the ages, establishing yourself as a luminary in contemporary literature. What more do you need to learn? A mere piece like the Tungwang Pavilion has rendered many modern literary giants envious. Logically, Liu Ze has reached the zenith of his academic pursuits. There should be no concern for further influence on his studies. Others shared the same confusion. Glancing at him with curiosity, Liu Ze, hands clasped behind his back, shook his head and declared, "What does a mere literary achievement signify? There are myriad fields of knowledge awaiting my exploration: mathematics, physics, chemistry, astronomy. The vast cosmos of knowledge is endless. Countless hypotheses and universal laws await my unraveling and discovery." Pardon me? You comprehend mathematics, physics, and chemistry as well? Upon hearing this, Zhang Huahua's eyes widened in astonishment. He had always assumed that the little prodigy excelled solely in the realm of literature, renowned for his poetry and prose. Yet now he was informed that, lo and behold, the young lad is a polymath. How astonishing is that? Equally flabbergasted were Liu Ze's parents. Although Lu Ligua and Zhao Ruoxue were aware of their son's penchant for reading a wide array of books, including numerous math and science textbooks, they had never before heard his grand aspirations of deciphering various hypotheses and uncovering the unknown laws of the universe. My son, so formidable all along. His ambitions are truly lofty. The ancients professed to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a destiny for the populace, to continue the teachings of the sages, to create peace for all generations. I was born into this world with such a keen intellect, and I must not squander this gift. Hence, I shall strive to become a beacon for all humanity, utilizing my lifelong learning to solve historical conundrums and illuminate the path to a splendid future for our race, accelerating the advancement of technology and civilization by a millennium. Suddenly, Liu Ze's voice resonated once more, imbued with fervor and ambition. In his eyes, there was not a hint of frivolity, only a resolute determination to achieve his goals. A subtle aura of imperial might flowed through him, reminiscent of a young emperor in ancient times, full of vigor and a fervent desire to bestow blessings upon the world and establish a glorious era for posterity. Thus, even words that seemed audacious to the extreme, when heard, evoked no sense of discomfort. In that moment, the four adults present were rendered speechless. Accelerate the world's development by 1,000 years? Zhang Huahua murmured softly, his heart brimming with astonishment. When he regained his composure, all that remained was the sight of Liu Ze sauntering away. "Son, wait for your parents." Lu Ligua and Zhao Ruoxue quickly snapped back to reality and hastened after him. Meanwhile, Zhang Huahua and the assistant director stood frozen in place, exchanging bewildered glances. "Director Zhang, do you think what the little prodigy said was genuine?" The assistant director gulped, his throat dry. If such statements had emanated from any other child, he would have dismissed them with a laugh. But who is Liu Ze? He is the extraordinary child who penned the most celebrated prose at the age of 4, an individual whose intelligence and talent undoubtedly place him at the apex of humanity. Such a figure, even at a tender age, cannot be overlooked for his utterances. Who knows? Zhang Huahua shot him an exasperated glance before declaring, "Inform the crew that today's shoot is cancelled. We shall resume filming only when I have successfully invited the little prodigy." "Director, you still intend to seek out the little prodigy?" The assistant director was astounded. He had never expected Zhang Huahua to remain undeterred after being rejected once. "What? Besides the little prodigy, can you find a more suitable candidate for the role of young Zhang?" Zhang Huahua shot him a cold look and scoffed. Liu Bei made 3 visits to Zhuge Liang's cottage. "A person of the little prodigy's caliber is worth my repeated invitations. I will clarify to him that the role of young Zhang is merely a cameo, and that the filming will not consume much of his time." As he spoke, determination shone in Zhang Huahua's eyes. Where sincerity is present, even stone can be moved. He believed that as long as he demonstrated sufficient earnestness, the little prodigy would eventually be swayed. Chapter 40. 3 Rejections and Zhang Huahua. The entire entertainment industry is shaken. On the path leading out of the Hungyan film city, Liu Ze's mother, Zhao Ruoxue, held his hand, a mixture of curiosity and regret in her voice as she asked, "Son, do you truly not wish to act?" His father echoed her sentiments, wistfully stating, "Son, becoming a star is the dream of many, especially when it involves working with Zhang Huahua. It would be nearly impossible not to achieve fame." Lu Ligua and Zhao Ruoxue, being ordinary individuals, held the common perception that being a star is a glamorous affair. Once one becomes a public figure, recognition follows them wherever they go, and earning a living becomes effortlessly easy. A few film shoots and participation in commercial events could lead to abundant wealth and fame. Even if one were to fade from the limelight, they would still enjoy a life devoid of financial worries. One can only imagine the prestige of being invited to act by Zhang Huahua. Through his films, one could debut and gain instant respect in the industry, in accordance with the entertainment industry's penchant for hierarchy and seniority. Who in the future would dare to address Liu Ze without the utmost respect, calling him little prodigy teacher? Consequently, Lu Ligua and his wife often find themselves perplexed by Lu Zhe's ambitions. Upon hearing such remarks, Lu Zhe merely chuckled softly and remarked, "There is indeed nothing amiss with acting. However, it pales in comparison to the grand aspirations I hold within my heart. In this lifetime, Lu Zhe is destined to be a transformative figure in the world, a paragon of excellence, reigning supreme and radiating brilliance. He could become a financial titan or a behind-the-scenes mogul in the entertainment realm, yet he must never stoop to the level of a mere performer on stage. That would be beneath his dignity. Of course, making occasional cameo appearances poses no issue. Many presidents in the past have graced the silver screen. As long as it does not become his primary vocation, it is acceptable. As for Lu Zhe's journey to Jiangnan, it is primarily a leisurely escape, a family outing. Thus, if pressed, he could indeed spare a few days to shoot with Zhang Huahua's crew. However, declining the invitation of a renowned director is intrinsically part of the life script he has been simulating since the age of 5. Moreover, Lu Zhe genuinely lacks interest in acting, which led to his polite refusal. After leaving the scenic area, the family of 3 sought out a highly rated restaurant in Hengdian town to indulge in the local delicacies. While they were enjoying their meal in a private room, a sudden knock echoed at the door. What a coincidence! Mr. Lu, Ms. Zhao, little Prodigy. Upon opening the door, Lu Ligua was greeted by none other than Zhang Huahua, the illustrious director, who wore a friendly smile and held a glass of wine. Our crew is dining next door, and upon hearing the commotion, I couldn't resist the urge to come over and intrude for a moment. As he spoke, his gaze shifted toward Lu Zhe. Little Prodigy, since we've crossed paths again, I must clarify something that I failed to articulate earlier. In my production, The Great Qin Empire, the role of the young Ying Zheng is minimal, merely a cameo, and it would not consume much of your time. Would you reconsider? The remuneration is negotiable. At this, Lu Ligua and Zhao Ruoxue exchanged peculiar glances, while Lu Zhe waved his hand dismissively, saying, I truly cannot act. Director Zhang, please seek out others. Haha, understood. Understood. Zhang Huahua, though somewhat disheartened by the repeated refusal, did not press the matter further. After finishing his drink, he apologized and gracefully exited, closing the door behind him. Is Director Zhang stalking us? Once the outsider had left, Zhao Ruoxue leaned closer to her husband and whispered, It certainly seems that way. Lu Ligua responded, his lips curling in disbelief. The imposing Zhang Huahua, a titan in the industry, was behaving like a sycophant, trailing behind them and humbling himself to solicit his 5-year-old son to act. The surreal nature of the situation was undeniable. Even more amusing was the fact that Zhang Huahua had been rebuffed for a second time. Who would believe such a tale if it were to spread? In truth, the news had already begun to circulate, and indeed, no one believed it. The restaurant where Lu Zhe's family dined was quite upscale and spacious, frequented by numerous film crews for their gatherings. Zhang Huahua's appearance there was impossible to conceal. The incident of inviting Lu Zhe to act, only to be turned down, could not escape the ears of the observant. Without a doubt, the story spread at an astonishing pace. By afternoon, every crew, actor, and director in Hengdian was aware of it. Yet the outcome was unanimous: disbelief. Who was Zhang Huahua? After all, a top-tier authority in the industry, it was unheard of for anyone to reject an invitation from him. After all, connecting with Zhang Huahua was tantamount to guaranteed fame. In the eyes of many, working with him transcended mere acting. It was synonymous with wealth and glory. Little Prodigy was no fool. How could Zhang Huahua personally approach him without success? Thus, most dismissed the tale as mere gossip and rumor. People these days dare to spread the most absurd stories. Indeed, to even suggest that someone could refuse a role in a project directed by Zhang Huahua is ludicrous. A commoner, even in a minor role in one of Zhang Huahua's productions, could potentially achieve legendary status. Even if they chose not to continue acting, they could become an internet sensation, living off that one role for a lifetime. Actors across various crews were discussing the matter privately. In small chat groups among extras, the gossip thrived. However, all discussions abruptly ceased the next day. An astonishing announcement reverberated through Hengdian. The Great Qin Empire production had halted filming. Currently, the Sihai Gue Hall had been commandeered by another crew, and Zhang Huahua was nowhere to be seen. The rumored reason? The actor portraying young Ying Zheng had yet to be secured. This revelation silenced all the major crews in Hengdian. After all, just yesterday, news had circulated that Zhang Huahua personally invited Little Prodigy to act, only to be refused, and now the production had ceased. Did this not indirectly confirm the truth of Zhang Huahua's rejection? In an instant, all industry professionals in Hengdian were left bewildered. No way. There truly exists someone who can refuse a role from Zhang Huahua? To turn down such an opportunity is akin to rejecting a lifeline. How could one squander such a chance? If he won't take it, I certainly will. I would even finance my way into the project. Dude, aren't you over 40? Playing young Ying Zheng? Do you think the audience is blind? Does anyone have Zhang Huahua's contact information? My nephew is 12 and bears a striking resemblance to little Prodigy. I beg for an opportunity. Bro, don't be deceived. Your nephew looks like a chubby cartoon character. Apart from gender, he bears no resemblance to little Prodigy. The entirety of Hengdian was abuzz. From celebrated actors to daily extras, everyone was engrossed in this unfolding drama. By that evening, another piece of news emerged. Zhang Huahua had checked into the same hotel as Lu Zhe's family and feigned an encounter in the elevator, once again inviting little Prodigy to act. The result? Yet another polite rejection. Sources revealed that this was already the third attempt. What? 3 times already? My goodness. How could the formidable Zhang Huahua have devolved into a mere supplicant? Honestly, I wouldn't give a girl 3 chances to reject me. What kind of enchantment did little Prodigy possess? Was this role truly indispensable to him? I foresee a 4th invitation looming on the horizon. As the story spread, it transcended the boundaries of Hengdian. Directors and actors in the know were all apprised of the situation. After all, gossip is part of human nature. By the 3rd day, half of the entertainment industry was aware of Zhang Huahua's 3-time rejection by Lu Zhe. In an instant, the entertainment world trembled. Chapter 41. The international director becomes a sycophant. The most difficult actor to invite in history emerges. Zhang Huahua was rejected 3 times. In the Northwest, a crew was filming on location. During the lunch break, the portly director, upon hearing the news, froze in disbelief before bursting into laughter. This old chap finally got his comeuppance. Clearly, this director was of equal stature to Zhang Huahua. Though his achievements may not shine as brightly, he was nonetheless a prominent figure at the pinnacle of the film industry. After indulging in a hearty laugh, he couldn't help but grow curious. With the perspective of that old fellow, ordinary actors hardly merit his concern. Thus, what is it that makes this young prodigy so exceptional? The plump director murmured to himself, filled with curiosity. He had yet to meet Lu Zhe in person, having only glimpsed his photographs online. Consequently, he yearned to uncover the enchantment that captivated Zhang Huahua, his long-standing rival, to the extent that he disregarded his pride and humbly visited multiple times. Many prominent figures within the industry shared the same perplexity as the fat director. These individuals, whether seasoned veterans of the trade or emerging young directors, or even top-tier investors who had never encountered failure, were all luminaries in their own right. At this moment, they collectively directed their attention towards Lu Zhe, eager to discern what it was about this literary genius, who was not even an actor and had no ties to the entertainment realm, that had so enthralled Zhang Huahua. The Great Qin Empire is hailed as the foremost historical drama, having undergone 3 years of script refinement. Given Zhang's perfectionist disposition, not only the lead and supporting roles, but even the background actors could not afford a single flaw. Therefore, it seemed improbable that the prodigy Lu Zhe, who had never dabbled in acting, could attract Zhang's attention, regardless of his good looks, especially since this was far from an idle drama. Zhang Huahua is no fool. The prodigy Lu Zhe must possess extraordinary qualities. Immediately, connections in Hengdian were contacted to investigate thoroughly. These industry magnates sensed an unusual undertone amidst the sensational gossip that swept through the entertainment circle. Those with strong execution began dispatching individuals to conduct inquiries. Where there are people, there exists a world, and this is especially true in the entertainment sector, where competition is fierce in such a limited landscape. That Lu Zhe could command such respect from Zhang Huahua already indicated his exceptional nature. Could he be a top-tier, gifted actor? If so, various talent agencies would surely take action. After all, Lu Zhe, as an outsider, had no contractual obligations. An actor capable of inciting such fervor in Zhang Huahua is undeniably invaluable. As the industry buzzed with excitement, all eyes converged on Hengdian. Early in the morning, within the hotel, Lu Zhe opened his door to find Zhang Huahua bearing 3 breakfasts, beaming at him. Young prodigy, would you care to join the crew for some filming? It's quite enjoyable. Perhaps next time, Lu Zhe replied, accepting the breakfast with a polite bow before retreating back into his room. Observing this, Zhang Huahua sighed deeply in the corridor, turning away with a hint of melancholy. In a corner of the hotel, a paparazzo witnessed this scene, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Soon after, the news of Lu Zhe again declining Zhang Huahua's invitation to act spread throughout Hengdian. This marked the 4th time. The entire film city erupted in astonishment. Lu Zhe is truly resolute. It appears the young prodigy genuinely has no desire to act. Even Liu Bei made 3 visits to the thatched cottage. This young prodigy is even more elusive than Zhuge Liang. One wonders how long director Zhang will persist in his pursuit. Discussions ensued throughout Hengdian. In various group chats, both small and large production teams debated this matter. By now, the novelty had worn off, and the initial shock had given way to admiration. Admiration for Lu Zhe's apparent indifference to fame and fortune, and for Zhang Huahua's willingness to humble himself for the sake of securing a remarkable actor. A director of such stature, willing to lower his pride repeatedly to solicit a 5-year-old child for a role, who else could accomplish such a feat? It could be said that 99% of people in reality would falter in such a situation. After all, once one reaches Zhang Huahua's level, the pride cultivated over years does not permit one to bow low. It is not an exaggeration to say that if I could command the entertainment circle, residing in a villa, driving luxury cars, surrounded by starlets, and collecting awards effortlessly, I wouldn't spare a second thought for prodigies. Even a passing dog would feel my wrath. Such sentiments echoed the thoughts of many. This only served to highlight the distinction between Zhang Huahua and the average person. His vision and magnanimity exist on an entirely different plane. Even Lu Zhe's parents were moved by the director's actions. "Son, are you truly not going to act?" Director Zhang has gone to such lengths, Zhao Ruoxue remarked, nibbling on the breakfast personally delivered by Zhang Huahua to the Lu household, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. After all, one cannot accept favors without a sense of obligation. Is it really that simple? A breakfast bought your loyalty? Lu Ligua teased, finding no fault in the situation. Now that Zhang Huahua was imploring Lu Zhe to act, it was only reasonable for him to adopt a certain demeanor. This is a truth even a common man like Lu Ligua understands. Of course, while attitude is one thing, the willingness to comply ultimately rests upon the individual's decision. With this thought, Lu Ligua turned his gaze towards Lu Zhe, who, while munching on a bun, expressed his resignation. "I never anticipated that Director Grandpa would be so persistent. But I truly cannot act. However, since I've already told him I'd consider it next time, if he approaches me again, I might just give it a try." Lu Zhe relented, unable to withstand Zhang Huahua's fervent invitations. After all, who could resist a 50-something man arriving early in the morning with breakfast for a half-grown boy? He reasoned that having claimed he wouldn't act, Zhang Huahua would likely relent after witnessing his performance on set. Later that evening, while strolling through Hongdian, Lu Zhe fortuitously encountered Zhang Huahua once more. The latter, donning black-rimmed glasses and clutching a hefty script, smiled and asked, "Young Prodigy, taking a stroll as well? As a literary genius, would you care to assist this old man in reviewing the script for the Great Qin Empire for any oversights?" "Certainly," Lu Zhe readily agreed, stepping forward to take the script from Zhang Huahua's hands, perusing it with ease. The director stood frozen, heart racing, visibly excited. For this was the first time the prodigy had not rejected him. He was even perusing the script for the Great Qin Empire. Could there be a glimmer of hope? Soon, under Zhang Huahua's expectant gaze, Lu Zhe concluded his reading. Returning the script, he remarked, "Well written. When do we start filming?" Zhang Huahua was momentarily taken aback, struggling to process the information. "What's wrong, Director Grandpa? Did you not invite me to play Zhang? Are you not filming anymore?" Lu Zhe inquired with a smile. "We are filming. We start tomorrow morning." Zhang Huahua, finally regaining his senses, nodded fervently, overwhelmed with joy. Heavens above, earth below. 5 invitations, for refusals. The young prodigy has finally agreed. At over 50 years of age, Zhang Huahua felt elated as a child. Before long, this news spread throughout Hongdian, igniting a fervor within the film city. Chapter 42, Dressed in Dragon Robes. Lu Zhe is the very embodiment of Zhang. Lu Zhe has been persuaded by director Zhang 5 times, a total of 5 times. In the annals of the Daxiao film history, he is arguably the most difficult actor to invite. Wrong. The young prodigy is not an actor. To be precise, he is the most challenging non-actor to solicit. Such matters, if they were to befall us, would be unthinkable. Indeed, reality often proves to be the most fantastical. Dear family, no longer shall we serve as extras. I shall promptly return home to compose a thrilling narrative titled 5 Invitations and 4 Rejections, a top director's plea for my return. By all means, without you. I have no interest in reading tomato novels. The atmosphere in Hongdian is charged with excitement. The sensational gossip surrounding Zhang Huahua's relentless pursuit of a 5-year-old prodigy for a role has finally reached its denouement. The young prodigy has been persuaded and has agreed to portray the youthful Zhang in the Empire of Qin. However, this turn of events was, in fact, quite predictable. Considering he had been invited 5 times, anyone would find it difficult to decline further. The staff of the Empire of Qin were overwhelmed with joy. Having endured a full 3 days of halted production without any compensation, essentially rendering them unemployed for that duration, the situation was even graver for the other actors. With the young Zhang's actor absent, they had to wait idly, causing the chemistry they had cultivated to dissipate. Most importantly, this would inevitably affect future schedules. It is worth noting that many capable actors are in high demand, with an unceasing stream of roles throughout the year, making each day exceedingly precious. Yet, the director of the Empire of Qin is none other than Zhang Huahua. Even if they were anxious, none dared to show it. In front of Lu Zhe, Zhang Huahua is a kind and approachable director, but to them, He is a bona fide tyrant of the set. A mere misstep in expression could invite a barrage of scathing criticism. Thus, when Lu Zhe consented to play the young Zhang, the crew of the Empire of Qin erupted in elation. The entire team worked tirelessly through the night to prepare the filming environment at the Qin King's palace. The Grand Hall was transformed to suit the needs of the production. When Lu Zhe arrived at the set the following morning, everything was in readiness. Little Prodigy, please follow me for your makeup. The staff in charge of costumes and props rushed over to greet Lu Zhe. Among the crowd, Zhang Huahua nodded at Lu Zhe. A silent acknowledgement. The set was bustling with activity, and since this scene involved many personnel, Zhang Huahua could not spare a moment for conversation with Lu Zhe. After all necessary discussions had taken place the day before while reviewing the script. Lu Zhe responded casually, obediently following the stylist. His gaze filled with curiosity as he surveyed the set. It was indeed a hive of activity. Every individual was engrossed in their tasks. Several key supporting actors were engaged in intense rehearsals. Lu Zhe discerned that one was portraying Lu Bue while another was playing Lao Ai. There was also a beautiful woman in palace attire, presumably cast as Ying Zheng's mother, Zhao Ji. Today's scene depicted the moment when the young Ying Zheng is welcomed back to the Qin kingdom and ascends the throne. The dialogue was minimal as it served as a transitional sequence, only a few minutes long when aired on television. However, the actual filming would prove to be quite challenging. After all, it was a pivotal moment in the ascent of the Qin king, and given Zhang Huahua's pursuit of perfection, they would likely toil for an entire day. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Huahua's voice boomed through a megaphone. Crew, how is Ying Zheng's look coming along? It was evident that the other actors had completed their scenes, and it was now time for Ying Zheng's ascension. All set, director, came the response from the makeup room. Laced with palpable excitement, Zhang Huahua, the assistant director, and the rest of the crew were filled with anticipation, eager to see how Lu Zhe would appear once attired, and whether he could embody the character of Ying Zheng. Then, under the gaze of numerous eyes, a slender figure emerged from the corner of the Grand Hall. The first thing that caught the eye was the striking black and red dragon robe, trailing elegantly, yet exuding an air of authority. Above, the imperial crown swayed gently on his forehead, the jade beads clinking melodiously. Behind this curtain of beads, a handsome, ethereal face emerged, with lips as red as coral and teeth as white as jade. This visage, serene yet aloof, bore a depth akin to the vast cosmos, instilling a sense of awe in those who beheld it. As he advanced step by step, he ultimately stood atop the dragon throne, surveying the ministers below with indifference. In that instant, Zhang Huahua was rendered speechless. The assistant director was dumbfounded. The actors portraying the ministers stood in stunned silence. The crew members were equally astonished. Lu Zhe's appearance was nothing short of perfection. When he donned the dragon robe of the Qin Empire, it felt as though a true emperor had graced the scene. Indeed, the little prodigy was the most fitting choice for the role of young Ying Zheng. The assistant director's heart soared with joy, realizing that his recommendation had been spot on. Director, how should I portray this character? Lu Zhe inquired, glancing at his attire with curiosity. As he spoke, the initial awe evoked by his costume somewhat diminished. Zhang Huahua, upon hearing this, fell into contemplation and replied, Little Prodigy, your body language need not be overly elaborate, but as it is your first ascension, let your eyes convey a yearning for power. Strive to embody the essence of Ying Zheng. Although Ying Zheng ascended at merely 13 years of age, under Lu Bue's influence, his temperament was anything but ordinary, as he was destined to become the first emperor, uniting the 6 states and the world, even without wielding power. Sitting upon the throne should evoke a semblance of the ambition befitting a timeless emperor. While Zhang Huahua was satisfied with Lu Zhe's attire, he felt it lacked a certain gravitas. Convey a desire for power in your gaze? Lu Zhe was momentarily perplexed, lost in a fog of confusion. How could an ordinary person convey such nuanced expressions? No wonder it was said that Zhang Huahua's productions were challenging. This was rather troublesome. Lu Zhe felt a tinge of helplessness as he shifted his gaze, attempting to find that elusive feeling. In the midst of his aimless searching, his eyes landed upon an object on the table. It was a jade seal, emerald green, measuring approximately 4 inches square, adorned with 5 dragons at its top, quietly resting on the desk. As Lu Zhe's gaze fell upon it, the other crew members also turned their attention. The prop master's expression changed drastically as he rushed forward, exclaiming, I'm so sorry. I forgot to remove the jade seal. Indeed, this jade seal was meant to represent the imperial seal of the first emperor of Qin in the production. However, it was crafted only after the unification of the realm. And since they were currently filming the scenes of the young Ying Zheng, it should not have been present, an egregious oversight in prop preparation. Had it been captured on camera unawares, the backlash upon the series release would have been immeasurable. It was no wonder the prop master was in a state of panic. Yet at this moment, Lu Zhe gently waved his hand to halt the man, then picked up the jade seal. His fingers grazed its surface, and upon turning it over, he discovered 2 lines of ancient script etched on the bottom. Endowed by heaven, may it endure in prosperity. Throughout history, countless heroes and illustrious figures have sacrificed their lives for this jade seal, and many emperors have found their lifetime glory encapsulated within those 8 characters. Even though Lu Zhe was acutely aware that this jade seal was merely a prop fabricated by the crew, as he held it in his hand, waves of emotion surged within him, especially in the grand hall, clad in the imperial dragon robe, as he prepared to receive the minister's reverence. In a moment of disorientation, it seemed as though one had truly transcended the annals of history, transforming into a sovereign of a bygone era. His gaze, unbeknownst to him, had narrowed to a singular, unadulterated ambition, an ambition to unify the realm and eliminate all obstacles. At this moment, the latent talent of imperial ambition was ignited. On that serene visage, the countenance of a ruler suddenly manifested, exuding an emperor-esque gravitas that wafted through the air like an ocean-esque depth. The force of his presence surpassed that of the initial encounter with Zhang Huahua by an order of magnitude. Hiss! Within the hall, the actors portraying the ministers collectively inhaled sharply, clearly aware of Lu Zhe's transformation. Indeed, this was precisely the sensation they had been yearning for. Zhang Huahua trembled with excitement, having at last discovered the actor he sought. Chapter 43. Lu Zhe portrays the king, driving the entire cast into a frenzy. What constitutes the demeanor of an emperor? In this instant, those present truly grasped its essence, especially when coupled with the meticulously arranged scenery. The multitude of extras donned in official robes gazed upward at the figure adorned with the imperial crown. For a fleeting moment, they perceived a distortion of light and shadow, momentarily believing they had traversed a millennium back to the era of Qin Wang Yingzheng, who dominated the realm. The oppressive aura of the Son of Heaven, so palpable it approached the tangible, left them in awe, their minds consumed by thoughts of submission. Long live the king! Long live the king! Long live the king! Suddenly, as if by a shared consciousness, the ministers collapsed to their knees in unison. Their exclamations of praise resonated throughout the hall of unification. Before Yingzheng unified the 6 kingdoms, he was not yet the first emperor, and the customary chants of long live were not yet established. At that time, as the ruler of Qin, he was bestowed with the adulation of Long live the king, a line that was preordained in the script. Yet at this moment, it seemed as if everyone had forgotten they were merely acting, and under the influence of Lu Zhe's imperial aura, they instinctively knelt and cried out. The authenticity of their reverence was magnified by the ritualistic sound echoing through the grand hall, rendering the scene extraordinarily magnificent. The crew members were left in a state of astonishment. Fortunately, Zhang Huahua, possessing considerable composure, was the first to regain his wits and promptly took charge from behind the monitor. Several cameras advanced and retreated to capture this moment in its entirety. It was nothing short of perfection. Within the frame, the young Prodigy's presence was even more formidable than in reality. After a considerable time, Zhang Huahua was entranced. Admiring the footage just captured, he beheld Lu Zhe, standing solitary upon the elevated platform, his stature unassuming yet radiating an aloofness befitting an emperor. Cradling the jade seal in his hands, his gaze was fixed and unwavering, flickering with the flames of power, enhanced by the talent of camera charisma. Lu Zhe's demeanor and appearance struck Zhang Huahua with a double impact. It prompted him to exclaim in awe, "Do you comprehend what it means to be a born actor? Look at the young prodigy, this aura, this expression, this unmasked yearning for power, and the gaze directed at the jade seal. It is the very embodiment of a true emperor." Wait, the jade seal? Where did that jade seal come from? Just as Zhang Huahua was reveling in the hard-won footage, he suddenly realized the prop team had mistakenly left the imperial jade seal in place. This scene was not meant to be captured at all. Yet, Lu Zhe's overwhelming presence had so intensely captivated everyone that they were unwittingly drawn into the performance. Consequently, the minister spontaneously enacted the ceremonial homage, recreating the moment of Yingzheng's ascension. Zhang Huahua, realizing this, was infuriated, his beard bristling with indignation. Had it not been for the jade seal intruding upon the frame, this segment of performance would have been utterly flawless, necessitating no reshoots. Alas, there are no what-ifs. Now, the only course was to retain the minister's reactions through editing. While Lu Zhe's performance on the platform would need to be res-hot, this left Zhang Huahua, ever the perfectionist, feeling an immense sense of loss. He feared that during the second shoot, the young prodigy's expressiveness might not match the first. Fortunately, such trepidation proved unfounded, for Lu Zhe had discovered the essence of the performance. He realized that the reason Zhang Huahua, the esteemed director, regarded him with such importance was not due to superficial appearances, but rather the imperial charisma bestowed by his imperial ambition talent, along with the inadvertent manifestation of an emperor's presence. In ancient times, such a quality would signify a royal destiny. Thus, embodying the role of an emperor became an effortless endeavor. Liu Ze needed not to force his performance. By merely standing there with the imperial ambition talent, he effortlessly slipped into the state of acting that Zhang Huahua had described. Having grasped this nuance, Liu Ze's subsequent performances became increasingly adept. Zhang Huahua's eyes sparkled with delight, exclaiming how exhilarating the filming had become. Meanwhile, the other actors portraying ministers found themselves under considerable strain, not only contending with Liu Ze's strikingly authentic imperial demeanor, but also adhering to Zhang Huahua's exceedingly rigorous demands. The pressure was immense. During the evening break, many actors found their legs weak, exclaiming, "It's terrifying. The young prodigy seems just like a real emperor." Especially when I was kneeling below, it felt utterly natural. Indeed, it was as if the true young Ying Zheng had stepped forth from the annals of history. Frankly speaking, I nearly mistook the young prodigy for the genuine emperor, feeling an urge to join him in conquering the world. What of your role? I'm playing a eunuch and nearly lost myself in the character, feeling an overwhelming desire to undergo a procedure in the cleansing room. Otherwise, it would be a disrespect to the imperial authority. If this were ancient times during a tumultuous era, with Liu Ze raising his arm and calling upon the masses, who would doubt the success of his grand enterprise? I sense that the highlight of our drama, once aired, will not belong to the first-rate leading actors or seasoned veterans, but rather to Liu Ze, a mere guest star in a single episode. Undoubtedly, the young prodigy's expressiveness is unparalleled, resembling a true emperor, making the performance of teacher Ho Tingjun as the adult Ying Zheng seem significantly inferior. If I were Ho Tingjun, I would be overwhelmed with pressure right now. The actors engaged in casual conversation, their words brimming with genuine admiration for Liu Ze. Dressed in the official garb of the Qin dynasty, they gathered, creating a scene reminiscent of ancient courtiers expressing their respect for the sovereign after court had adjourned. Even in the emperor's absence, they dared not utter a single word of impropriety. Suddenly, a commotion arose amongst them, all eyes gravitating toward a single direction. It was Liu Ze, having changed into another set of attire, approaching with an air of authority. Instinctively, everyone clasped their hands in greeting, with one actor reflexively kneeling down. Only after bowing did he realize the absurdity of his actions. Why am I bowing when it is not even time for filming? His face flushed with embarrassment. Liu Ze, equally perplexed, wondered why this 30-something gentleman suddenly knelt before him, a mere child. He could only clear his throat and gesture, "Please rise, my minister." "Thank you, your majesty," the actor blurted out, then quickly realized the awkwardness of his words, his mouth twitching in embarrassment. "Your majesty, Teacher Su has become too immersed in his role. Please don't take offense." Another actor, seemingly familiar with him, interjected to alleviate the tension, ensuring the atmosphere remained less uncomfortable. Liu Ze cast a glance at him, his face etched with exasperation. "You call yourself a king with such fervor. Have you not become too immersed in your role?" "I have not," the other party immediately replied, cupping his hands in a gesture of denial. Liu Ze sighed. "Well, it seems the entire cast has lost their wits." Chapter 44, The Conclusion of Filming. Liu Ze's acting exposed, and doubts across the internet. "Farewell, your majesty." As Liu Ze exited the Hall of Unity, a cacophony of cheers erupted from the ministers behind him. Coincidentally, Liu Ligua and his wife arrived to visit the set, eager to witness their son's first day of filming and see how it fared. Instead, they were met with the astonishing scene before them. The couple was momentarily stunned. "Isn't he just a buddy? How can our son wield such authority? He's merely playing the role of an emperor for a day, and yet he's treated as if he were a genuine monarch. Son, what is this?" Zhao Ruoxua hesitated, wanting to inquire further. However, before she could finish her sentence, an actor portraying a eunuch leaped up, exclaiming, boldly daring, "How dare you refer to the king as your son? Do you not fear the annihilation of your 9 clans?" At this declaration, Liu Ligua was once again dumbfounded. Zhao Ruoxua gaped in disbelief, pointing at herself. "I merely came to see my son. What do you mean by annihilating 9 clans? This is absurd." Liu Ze, feeling helpless, covered his face and silently reminded, "This is my mother." The eunuch actor's expression froze, and the surrounding actors fell into a momentary silence. Yet, an actor capable of portraying a eunuch would undoubtedly possess some skills. Regaining his composure, he stepped forward, slid to his knees before Liu Ze, and sobbed. "This humble servant has offended the Empress Dowager. Please, your majesty, let the punishment extend to my 9 clans as a lesson." Liu Ze replied. Zhao Ruoxua interjected. "Have I suddenly become the Empress Dowager?" Liu Ligua approached and tugged at Liu Ze's sleeve. "Son, are all the people in your caste this eccentric? It has nothing to do with me. I assure you, I am not involved. Lu Zhe hastily shook his head, quickly leading his parents away from this chaotic scene. The trio arrived at the makeshift studio set outside the hall, where Zhang Huohua, after finishing his work, came over to greet them and showed Lu Ligua and his wife some footage just filmed. Before long, Lu Ligua and Zhao Ruoxue stood there in a daze, clearly astonished by Lu Zhe's performance. The natural regal aura emanating from him seemed to leap off the screen, striking them in the face. Is this truly my son, who at home is so endearing yet occasionally clamors for snacks? Lu Ligua glanced at Lu Zhe, who appeared lost in thought, then looked back at the monitor displaying the young Ying Zheng, utterly bewildered. At this moment, Zhang Huohua spoke up. In fact, throughout this day, we filmed numerous scenes. I can't bear to discard any of them. Unfortunately, the script is already set, leaving limited content for young Ying Zheng after editing. He'll only have about half an episode's worth of footage. However, I believe the performance of this young prodigy should not be confined to discarded film. Thus, I propose to compile the behind-the-scenes footage and some unused scenes and share them online, allowing the audience to appreciate them, serving as a prelude to the Qin Empire. What are your thoughts? Listening to Zhang Huohua's words filled with regret, yet tinged with anticipation, Lu Ligua and his wife exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. After all, if their son's hard work could be acknowledged by a broader audience, it would indeed be a worthy endeavor. Seeing their response, Zhang Huohua's lips curled into a pleased smile. Although he was an artistic director, he was also a king in the realm of commercial films. He understood the nuances of marketing and how to create anticipation for a project. Do not underestimate behind-the-scenes footage. Many viewers are indeed captivated by it. With the young prodigy currently enjoying such high discussion, releasing the behind-the-scenes footage in advance would undoubtedly be an astute promotional strategy. Moreover, since young Ying Zheng is merely a supporting character in the grand narrative, it would not detract from the main storyline, making it a win-win situation. With everything arranged, and after exchanging pleasantries with Lu Zhe's parents, the crew resumed their night shoot. By around 10 o'clock, considering Lu Zhe's tender age of 5 and his limited energy, the day's filming for young Ying Zheng concluded. Accompanied by his parents, Lu Zhe returned to the hotel, washed up, and retired to bed early. In the following days, crew members arrived each morning to pick up Lu Zhe. Although young Ying Zheng's scenes were few, the final product would be showcased on television. The mere minutes of footage required numerous days of filming, given the rapid narrative transitions. This segment depicted Ying Zheng's journey from being a hostage to his return to the Qin kingdom, his clever maneuvers against Lu Buwei, and witnessing his mother Zhao Ji's illicit affair with Lao Ai, among other events. Each of these scenes needed to be filmed meticulously. Though the first day focused on the ascension to the throne, the shooting sequence varied in subsequent days, culminating in the completion of all necessary footage. On the day Lu Zhe finished filming, the entire crew gathered for a celebratory feast. Everyone was tearful and lamented the departure of the young king, leaving a 5-year-old boy visibly flushed. Ultimately, it was Lu Ligua who stepped forward, raising his glass and navigating the social obligations. Lu Zhe, however, slipped away to the hotel early. 3 days later, the family's trip to Hengdian officially concluded. Lu Ligua prepared their RV for the journey home, transporting his wife and son back to their hometown. During the drive, Zhao Ruoxue noticed that the promotional plan for behind-the-scenes footage mentioned by Zhang Huohua had already commenced. The official account for the Qin Empire had released a post, with Zhang Huohua and the cast sharing it on Weibo. However, they had not published a complete video but rather announced the young prodigy Lu Zhe's involvement in the Qin Empire with an eye-catching poster featuring him in a dragon robe. Undoubtedly, the announcement sent shockwaves through the internet. The attention of the entire online community was captured. After all, the Qin Empire was heralded as the foremost historical drama, boasting a star-studded cast and directed by the esteemed Zhang Huohua, maintaining a high level of excitement. Moreover, young prodigy Lu Zhe had previously stunned the internet with his composition of Tungwang Pavilion, earning immense acclaim in literary circles, making him a hot topic figure. The intersection of these two worlds, though seemingly disparate, generated significant intrigue. The official Weibo post for the Qin Empire quickly garnered over 100,000 comments. Is this for real? That prodigy Lu Zhe? P.S. filming? Lu Zhe is portraying young Ying Zheng. This doesn't make sense. Ying Zheng ascended the throne at 13. I recall Lu Zhe is only 5. Exactly. Isn't the Qin Empire supposed to create the foremost historical drama? How can they be so lax? To those doubting, while Lu Zhe is indeed 5, he has matured exceptionally well and appears much older. Age is not an issue. Are you all missing the point? Shouldn't the focus be on Lu Zhe entering the entertainment industry? Lu Zhe is so generous. He said he'd enter the world of entertainment, and he truly did. Sister, I am also a fan of Lu Zhe, but rationally speaking, I don't think his entry into the entertainment industry is a wise choice. I believe Liu Zhe is currently the leading figure in literature, a young prodigy that shines far brighter than being a child star. The primary concern lies in whether Liu Zhe can indeed act. Should he falter in his performance, it could potentially tarnish his reputation. Liu Zhe's parents seem rather misguided in allowing their prodigy to venture into the entertainment industry. It is undoubtedly a grave misjudgment. The comments section is ablaze with fervent discussions regarding Liu Zhe's acting capabilities. His fans are divided, some expressing delight, while others harbor apprehensions. After all, Liu Zhe occupies a lofty position, attracting envy akin to that faced by Tian Wenyu. Previously, Liu Zhe was free from any blemishes, leaving his detractors powerless. They could not find any grounds to malign him. However, now that he is set to act, and in a highly anticipated series featuring a plethora of esteemed actors and seasoned veterans, a subpar performance could unjustly add another stain to his record. It is highly likely that malicious individuals will seize upon this opportunity to manipulate the narrative. Indeed, numerous indistinguishable fake accounts have emerged in the comments. And trending topics have suddenly sprung up, including phrases like Liu Zhe filming, Liu Zhe as Qin Shi Huang, and will the Great Qin Empire flop? It feels as if invisible hands are orchestrating the entire affair. Chapter 45, behind-the-scenes video plays, opening with a bang. As the saying goes, those who stand high can see far. Yet, it is also true that from lofty heights, there are many envious souls lurking below. Zhang Huohua, despite being a towering figure in the domestic film industry, is not without rivals. Along his journey, he has offended many, and numerous renowned directors within the industry are eagerly awaiting his misstep, hoping he produces a lackluster film that leads to his downfall. His decision to release news of Liu Zhe portraying Yang Yingzheng is clearly a strategic blunder. Furthermore, the production company backing the Great Qin Empire also has its competitors. The entertainment industry resembles a martial arts world, with each company representing various sects. There exists both collaboration and long-standing grudges. In the realm of capital, conflicts can escalate to significant proportions, with hiring a few trolls or purchasing trending topics being mere trifles. Ultimately, Liu Zhe himself commands substantial attention, with numerous individuals viewing him as a thorn in their side. The convergence of these three forces has culminated in the current predicament. Upon the announcement of Liu Zhe portraying Yang Yingzheng, the sentiment across the internet has been overwhelmingly negative. Under the deliberate guidance of trolls, it seems that Liu Zhe's portrayal of Yingzheng is perceived as an affront to the first emperor. Of course, a segment of passers-by has expressed anticipation for Liu Zhe's performance, yet their voices are scarcely audible amidst the cacophony of the trolls. What nonsense! These people are speculating wildly about my son's performance without even seeing a teaser. Zhao Ruoshiwa exclaimed in indignation after perusing the comments and trending topics from the RV. It's all just the work of trolls. Why pay them any mind? Lan Ligua, the driver, comforted her with a smile. Look at our son. He is completely unfazed. Through the rearview mirror, they could see Liu Zhe reclining in the luxurious massage chair of the RV, engrossed in a book. His body rising and falling with the rhythm of the chair's massage, utterly unperturbed by the concerns surrounding his reputation. Were it any other celebrity facing such a situation, they would undoubtedly be in a frenzy, scrambling to manage public relations. Liu Zhe's lack of concern stems from his indifference towards the celebrity lifestyle. Accepting the role of Yang Yingzheng was merely a response to repeated invitations, a means to add a dash of excitement to his otherwise mundane life. The aftermath of the performance is simply beyond his realm of concern. Moreover, as an industry veteran, Zhang Huohua knows how to handle such matters with ease. Liu Zhe even suspects that the intentional release of the casting news to stir online discourse is part of Zhang Huohua's strategy. This would subsequently amplify the buzz surrounding the behind-the-scenes footage. In truth, Liu Zhe's suspicions were correct. Zhang Huohua was indeed deliberate in his actions. He initially leaked the information through a text poster to gauge the reaction, whether positive or negative, with the aim of capturing the internet's attention. Once the wave of public opinion peaked, he would promptly unveil the complete video to maximize the pre-release hype. One cannot deny that Zhang Huohua, a top-tier director and seasoned industry veteran, is adept at the art of online promotion. Even what appears to be a simple behind-the-scenes compilation conceals layers of intricacy. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the buzz had reached a fever pitch, and netizens engrossed in their online escapades were well aware of the unfolding events. Trolls, self-media bloggers, and fans from various factions were engaged in a heated debate. Just then, the official account of the Great Qin Empire, which had been silent, made a sudden update. A lengthy video appeared on their homepage, swiftly pinned to the top. Subsequently, a multitude of esteemed actors, including the male and female leads, shared the Weibo post. With such a surge of traffic, the video was promoted to the forefront within mere minutes. Countless onlookers and fans flocked to witness the complete behind-the-scenes footage, which was finally unveiled to everyone. Accompanied by a resounding orchestral score, the first scene of the video featured a narrator passionately asking, "O King Ingzheng, have you forgotten the great aspiration of your forebears to unite the realm?" The thunderous inquiry resonated in the ears of all viewers. Following this, the scene shifted to the inner chambers, where Lan Zhe, portraying Ingzheng, abruptly sat up from his bed, his eyes sparkling with intensity as he powerfully responded, "Zheng, I dare not forget for even a moment." This declaration was imbued with the convictions of countless ancestors of the Qin, resolute in its fervor. Every viewer of the video felt a shiver run down their spine, as Lan Zhe's sudden rise, adorned in long hair and ancient garb, revealed an imperial visage that starkly contrasted with his usual refined and spirited demeanor. He appeared more like a genuine young monarch, weathered by the trials of a chaotic world. It was indeed a breathtaking commencement, causing every heart present to skip a beat as they remained transfixed. As this powerful declaration echoed, the background music surged. Boom, boom, boom. Under the rapid cadence of the drums, various scenes began to flash by in quick succession. There were images of Ingzheng's hardships while in exile, his trepidation upon returning home, the exhilaration upon being named heir apparent, his thirst for power after ascending the throne, and his fury upon witnessing Lu Buwei's grasp on the court. Each scene, each frame, rapidly flickered within mere seconds, until finally, it all abruptly ceased, plunging the screen into darkness. 2 seconds later, accompanied by a cacophony of voices, the video gradually illuminated, revealing Lan Zhe in the makeup room, just having donned long hair, smiling and flashing a peace sign at the camera. Clearly, the behind-the-scenes footage had officially commenced. Amidst the bustling set, the camera wobbled slightly, yet the focus remained steadfastly on Lan Zhe. In his flowing long hair and ancient garb, Lu Zhe exudes a distinct charm. Every gesture and expression reminiscent of a true youthful sovereign, embodying perfection in demeanor and countenance. However, perhaps due to his nascent experience in acting, he occasionally fluffed his lines during scenes with co-stars. Yet, this only added to the authenticity and warmth of his portrayal. After all, what would behind-the-scenes footage be without laughter and bloopers? Soon enough, the lengthy video nearing an hour reached its conclusion, leaving all viewers profoundly moved. Wait, are you telling me this is the young prodigy Lu Zhe? Completely unexpected, my friends. Lu Zhe's portrayal is simply stellar, not only in appearance, but the regal presence and commanding aura he projects seem ready to burst forth from the screen. If you claim this was the true Ingzheng, I would readily believe you. Such an extraordinary performance. The long-haired Lu Zhe possesses a visage capable of conquering the 6 kingdoms. As a seer, I had not noticed before. But now it is clear. Lu Zhe's celestial features and radiant phoenix-like eyes reveal a born emperor. If the historical Ingzheng did not resemble this, it must surely be his own failing. This behind-the-scenes video silenced all prior criticisms online. Those who claimed Lu Zhe was ill-suited for the role of Ingzheng, that portraying the first emperor was an affront. Where are they now? Are they not smacked in the face by reality? This is not a mere portrayal. This is Ingzheng himself incarnate. Chapter 46. The astonishing young sovereign who captivated the entire internet. An invitation. Undoubtedly, the behind-the-scenes footage of the youthful Ingzheng, produced by Zhang Huahua, swept across the internet, igniting a wildfire of excitement. No amount of online trolls or detractors could withstand this momentum. Countless netizens were irresistibly drawn to this behind-the-scenes glimpse, especially the rapid cuts from the main drama that were replayed incessantly. It was simply too breathtaking. In the entire entertainment industry, one has rarely encountered a child star exuding such imperial charisma. Some even re-uploaded the video onto other platforms, where view counts soared just as high. On Bilibili alone, it amassed nearly 10 million views. Whoever shares it becomes a sensation. Lu Zhe's followers on Weibo surged dramatically in a single day, jumping from 13 million to 19 million, an increase of 6 million in just one day. At this moment, Lu Zhe has undeniably become one of the leading figures among Weibo's 10 million follower celebrities. Following the release of the behind-the-scenes footage, he generously liked the official Weibo account of the Great Qin Empire and shared a set of personal stills from the shoot. Without a doubt, this immediately attracted a plethora of fans showering him with adoration. Upon opening the comment section, the messages exceeded a staggering 50,000, all from real, enthusiastic fans. The top comment read, "Thank you for giving Zhenggu a face," garnering a remarkable 1 million likes. Indeed, it is not just Lu Zhe's fanbase that has flourished. As the legendary first emperor, countless netizens refer to him as my charming ancestor. While there may not be numerous fans of the Qin dynasty, the followers of Ingzheng are undoubtedly abundant. Regrettably, despite the numerous productions centered on the Qin dynasty, few have successfully brought Ingzheng to life. This may be due to the monumental image he holds in the hearts of people. He is the one who conquered the 6 kingdoms and unified the realm. Throughout history, Even emperors like Tang Taizong and Han Wudi felt dwarfed in comparison to the first emperor. Such a figure, how could a modern actor convincingly portray him? Even the actor playing the adult Ing Zheng in the Great Qin Empire, based on leaked information, could only be described as adequate. Yet, no one anticipated that before this epic role, a prodigious talent like Lu Zhe would emerge, bringing the youthful image of Ing Zheng to life with such depth and authenticity. It transcended mere acting. It felt as though Ing Zheng himself was present. Particularly, a moment in the behind-the-scenes footage where he gazed back captured the hearts of many. Hailed as the most striking scene of the entire video. Some remarked that his gaze was one of sovereign disdain, while others noted that Lu Zhe's appearance bore the marks of noble lineage. A few even jested, "I suspect Lu Zhe has truly been an emperor." On Weibo's trending topics, various discussions about Lu Zhe continued to dominate the charts, with topics such as Lu Zhe brought Ing Zheng to life, this is Ing Zheng himself. When will the Great Qin Empire air? And a face capable of conquering the Six Kingdoms, among others, flooding the platform. Out of the top 10 trending topics, 7 were related to Lu Zhe, while the remaining 3 pertained to the Great Qin Empire. It is safe to say that Zhang Huahua's promotional strategy has remarkably propelled both Lu Zhe and the production team to unprecedented heights. On her way back home, Zhao Ruoxue, having just set aside her phone in a buoyant mood, suddenly received several unfamiliar calls. Upon answering, she quickly realized these were from major talent agencies. Although the young prodigy had previously enjoyed some fame, being a literary scholar kept him distanced from the entertainment industry. Now, having portrayed Ing Zheng, he had ignited a frenzy online even before the series aired, showcasing immense potential to these film companies. No, this was no longer mere potential. It was a veritable goldmine. With a little nurturing, he could become another cinematic legend, especially since Lu Zhe currently had no agency. How could they not flock to him? Each agency presented exorbitant offers. Seeing this, Zhao Ruoxue felt uncertain and glanced at Lu Zhe. Yet, regarding these lavish recruitment offers, Lu Zhe simply shook his head with a calm demeanor. He reiterated that becoming a professional actor was simply not an option. Zhao Ruoxue, not surprised by his response, understood that her son had previously turned down Zhang Huahua multiple times. It was only natural for these agencies to face rejection. After declining each offer, she finally turned off her phone, allowing the external tumult to swirl while the Lu family chose to remain unaffected. Time flew by, and before long, the year was drawing to a close. Throughout the latter half of the year, one topic dominated the internet: the airing of the Great Qin Empire. As a highly anticipated national drama, bolstered by Lu Zhe's behind-the-scenes footage, it swept across all online charts upon its release. The series was exclusively broadcast on CCTV Channel 8 during prime time, achieving viewership ratings that eclipsed all other networks, leading by a staggering margin. The quality of the series was commendable, with the only drawback being the limited screen time given to the young Ing Zheng. Many viewers confessed that they were drawn into the series after watching Lu Zhe's personal footage, only to find that his appearances in the actual drama were scant, not even accumulating to a full episode's worth of screen time. Consequently, many viewers found themselves repeatedly re-watching the episodes featuring Lu Zhe online. Moreover, during the entire airing of the series, the Great Qin Empire consistently trended on Weibo. Almost every actor made their way onto the trending topics, and Lu Zhe was no exception. Despite having the least screen time, even concluding his scenes in the early episodes, he left an indelible mark on the audience. Notably, whenever the actor portraying the adult Ing Zheng faltered in performance, comparisons to Lu Zhe would inevitably arise. This predicament left the immensely popular male lead feeling quite frustrated. Yet, he found himself powerless, for the portrayal of Ing Zheng by his counterpart was undeniably superior by leaps and bounds, reminiscent of a true emperor. On the day the series concluded, the trending topics were overwhelmingly dominated by discussions surrounding the Great Qin Empire, as if the production team had convened a gathering on Weibo. Among the hottest topics, it was not the finale's plot that garnered attention, but rather the fervent calls from netizens urging Zhang Huahua to produce a second season of the Great Qin Empire, casting Lu Zhe as the male lead to depict the youthful Ing Zheng. Faced with this audience demand, Zhang Huahua could only offer a wry smile. He was acutely aware of how challenging it was to enlist the prodigious Lu Zhe, whose ambitions lay far beyond the realm of entertainment. Thus, the eagerly anticipated second season of the Great Qin Empire may well remain a mere dream, never to see the light of day. After the airing of the Great Qin Empire, its fervor gradually subsided. Time swiftly moved to January as the festive season approached, and the excitement of the spring festival travel rush began. On one such day, while gazing at the snow from his balcony, Lu Zhe received a New Year's gift from the production team of the Great Qin Empire. It included some custom figurines, merchandise, and a replica of the jade seal that Lu Zhe had grown quite fond of during filming. Beneath the seal lay an invitation, a summons for Lu Zhe to attend the Fatian Awards. Chapter 47. The opening of the Fatian Awards, the Great Qin Empire honored. The film and television industry in Daxia is exceptionally prosperous, with various ceremonies and award shows emerging frequently. Among them, 3 awards stand out as the most prestigious: the Fatian Award, the Bai Yulan Award, and the Golden Eagle Award. Notably, the Fatian Award is regarded as the most esteemed, as it is organized by the Daxia National Radio and Television Administration, making it an official accolade in the television realm. Each edition attracts a constellation of stars and is marked by grandeur and solemnity, serving as the highest honor for actors and directors alike. Even a mere nomination can significantly elevate one's status. Presently, another edition of the Fatian Awards is set to commence, and naturally, the Great Qin Empire, a sensation from the previous year, is included within the invitation list. All principal actors are expected to attend. However, as the actor portraying the young Ying Zheng, Lu Zhe, by conventional standards, had no qualification to partake in the festivities, given that his role was merely a supporting character with limited screen time, barely noticeable amidst the expansive narrative of the 45-episode series. Even if he were to attend, it seemed unlikely that any accolades would be bestowed upon him. Yet, his popularity was undeniable, as he had captured the hearts of audiences across the internet. Data indicated that the episode featuring Lu Zhe garnered the highest viewership of the entire series, with a corresponding peak in comments and interactions. With a single performance, he overshadowed all other cast members. His personal edits and fan-made videos proliferated online, and many historical content creators, while discussing the Qin dynasty, opted to use clips of Lu Zhe's portrayal of Ying Zheng, underscoring the profound impact he left on the audience. Thus, after much deliberation, the officials ultimately decided to extend an invitation to Lu Zhe. Accompanying the invitation was a letter penned by Zhang Huahua himself. In the letter, he expressed gratitude for Lu Zhe's remarkable performance, which enriched the narrative of the Great Qin Empire. He also mentioned the forthcoming Fatian Awards, acknowledging that Lu Zhe might not have a chance at winning any awards. Yet he sincerely invited Lu Zhe to join the event to experience the atmosphere and gain a unique life experience. The Fatian Awards, Lu Zhe mused, stroking his chin, stirred within him a sense of intrigue. Although he had little interest in the entertainment industry, he had often heard tales of actors triumphantly claiming the Fatian Award, basking in the glory it bestowed. Little did he anticipate that, in this life, the Fatian Awards would somehow intertwine with his own journey. While he would merely be attending for the spectacle, with nothing pressing to occupy his time, a public-funded trip could indeed be worthwhile. The production team would cover the travel expenses. With this thought in mind, Lu Zhe called out Mom. Whether there was a reason or not, he would always call for his mother. With that exclamation, Lu Zhe and Zhao Ruoxue embarked on their flight to Xiqing. This year's Fatian Awards were scheduled to be held at the Straight Grand Theater in Xiqing. Opting for first class, they ensured a comfortable journey. That evening, they checked into a 5-star hotel arranged by the production team. The ceremony was set to take place 3 days later. During this time, Lu Zhe and his mother enjoyed a brief respite, visiting several nearby attractions, including the famed Galanjiu Island, although Lu Zhe found it rather unremarkable. Zhao Ruoxue reveled in the experience while Lu Zhe merely skimmed through. On the night of the 3rd day, Lu Zhe donned a finely tailored suit and, accompanied by the production team, arrived at the Straight Grand Theater. From a distance, he could see the red carpet unfurled at the entrance, flanked by throngs of reporters and media personnel. Luxury cars rolled in one after another, with luminaries from the industry stepping out. There were no minor celebrities in sight. After all, only those who had reached a certain stature could attend the Fatian Awards. Lu Zhe shared a vehicle with Zhang Huahua, and as they entered, it became immediately apparent just how esteemed Zhang was within the industry, with fellow stars approaching him one after another, each bowing their heads in respect. When they turned their gaze to Lu Zhe standing beside Zhang Huahua, many were taken aback. The little prodigy is here too? Lu Zhe's appearance caught many off guard, as he did not strictly belong to their circle. However, now that he was present, no one dared to voice any objections. Internally, they marveled at how a genius's fate diverged from the ordinary. These individuals had toiled immensely to arrive at this moment, while Lu Zhe had achieved attendance through a mere cameo in a supporting role. Such a figure, if he were to truly enter the entertainment industry, would undoubtedly become a dragon crossing the river. Fortunately, Lu Zhe had rejected all offers from talent agencies, harboring no intentions of stepping into the entertainment sphere. Accompanying Zhang Huahua into the hall, the ceremony officially commenced at 8 o'clock. 2 renowned hosts delivered the opening remarks, with multiple cameras focused on them. As the Fatian Awards were broadcast live, one award after another was revealed, and before long, the ceremony had reached its midpoint. The next announcement pertained to the nominations for Outstanding Director. The hosts raised their voices slightly, prompting the attending directors to perk up in anticipation. In the front row, Zhang Huahua wore a confident smile, flanked by several other distinguished directors, whose expressions ranged from anxious to tense. On stage, the host's voice resonated. The nominees for this year's Outstanding Director are Zhang Huahua, Director Zhang; Lu Xinyan, Director Lu; Wang Haoran, Director Wang. A total of 5 nominees were announced. As the list concluded, all eyes were drawn to these 5 individuals, with particular attention lingering on Zhang Huahua and Lu Xinyan. Due to the prowess of these 2 individuals, they stand as the most formidable directors among a multitude of peers. Zhang Huahua enjoys unparalleled fame and accolades. Yet Lu Xinyan equally reigns supreme in the realm of film and television. The difference between the 2 is negligible. This year, although the Great Qin Empire premiered in the latter half and became a sensational hit, sparking a nationwide fervor for binge-watching, the first half of the year belonged to Lu Xinyan. His modern urban drama, Dust and Light, achieved unprecedented success, setting a record for the highest viewership ratings in the past 5 years right at the start of the year. At that time, the release date for the Great Qin Empire remained uncertain, leading industry insiders to proclaim Lu Xinyan as the indisputable recipient of the Outstanding Director Award and the Outstanding Television Series Award. However, in the latter half of the year, Zhang Huahua made a resounding entrance with the Great Qin Empire. This evening, the stage is set for an undeniable clash between the 2. Under the scrutiny of numerous gazes, Zhang Huahua maintains a serene demeanor, exuding calmness, while Lu Xinyan intermittently casts glances at him, his expression shifting. At this moment, the host's voice resonates once more. I shall now announce the final award recipient. The Outstanding Director Award goes to Zhang Huahua. Let us extend our congratulations to Director Zhang. As the words echoed, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. The large screen on stage began to showcase scenes from the Great Qin Empire, with a narration extolling Zhang Huahua's mastery of historical dramas and his outstanding directorial prowess. Below, Zhang Huahua rose confidently, striding towards the stage, while Lu Xinyan clenched his fists, his eyes narrowing in reluctant envy as he fixed his gaze on his counterpart. Thus far, the Great Qin Empire had secured the awards for Outstanding Television Series, Outstanding Director, and Outstanding Actress, leaving only the Outstanding Actor Award yet to be announced. In contemplation of the remaining accolade, Lu Xinyan appeared to recall something, a cold smirk suddenly gracing his lips. Zhang Huahua, I refuse to believe you can sweep all the awards tonight. Chapter 48, The Elusive Grand Slam, the final nomination. Lu Xinyan's thoughts were not born of malice, but rather stemmed from the recognition that the Great Qin Empire indeed harbored its shortcomings, rendering it not invincible. The most criticized aspect since its airing has been the male lead's acting prowess. Although the male lead, Ho Tingjun, boasts the title of Best Actor, he has not secured the most prestigious accolades such as the Golden Rooster, Golden Horse, or 100 Flowers Awards, but rather holds lesser-known second-tier awards with diminished authority and recognition. Moreover, compared to dedicated and skillful actors, Ho Tingjun leans more towards being a celebrity artist, taking on merely 1 or 2 projects each year while spending the rest of his time participating in variety shows for monetary gain. Thus, his professional capabilities pale in comparison to those of the other cast members. His casting as the male lead in the Great Qin Empire was primarily due to the machinations of financial backers. Despite Zhang Huahua's authority within the industry, he remained merely a director, and when faced with the demands of investors, his capacity to resist was limited. Ultimately, he had no choice but to accept Ho Tingjun as the male protagonist. Upon the series release, Ho Tingjun's portrayal of the adult Ing Zheng faced considerable backlash from netizens. It can be said that the fervent nationwide interest in the Great Qin Empire, despite the shortcomings of its male lead, was upheld entirely by the seasoned performances of the other veteran actors. For Ho Tingjun to appear at the Feiqian Awards Gala today and show gratitude to the other cast members would not be unreasonable. Zhang Huahua, oh Zhang Huahua, how many opportunities for a grand slam does one encounter in a lifetime? Today, with you at the helm of the Great Qin Empire cast, having clinched the Outstanding Television Series, Outstanding Director, and Outstanding Actress awards, what does it matter? Ultimately, a crucial misstep renders the Outstanding Actor award forever out of your reach. Lu Xinyan gazed at Zhang Huahua on stage, holding his trophy and addressing the audience with eloquence, his eyes flashing with envy that swiftly morphed into a sense of satisfaction. Many in attendance shared this sentiment, and discussions regarding the final Outstanding Actor award were rampant online. The grandeur of the Feiqian Gala, broadcasted live by 10 television stations, attracted an audience exceeding 10 million online viewers. Most of those taking the time to watch the gala were avid drama enthusiasts, well aware of which shows excelled and which faltered over the past year. The fervor of online discussions was particularly intense. Zhang Huahua's receipt of the Outstanding Director Award was indisputable. Indeed, while Lu Xinyan's Dust and Light was commendable, Its romantic narrative paled in comparison to the historical gravitas of the Great Qin Empire. As a fervent supporter of the Great Qin Empire, I find satisfaction in the awards it has garnered, save for the Outstanding Actor Award that would render it complete. The Outstanding Actor Award is out of the question, especially with that Ho Tingjun. It cannot be said that Ho Tingjun's performance was subpar. Rather, it is a testament to the brilliance of the other actors in the series. Alas, had Ho Tingjun infused even half the vigor of Lu Zhe's portrayal of the young Ing Zheng into his adult character, he would have been worthy of contention for the award. It seems the Great Qin Empire is destined to miss out on the 4 major awards. Indeed, the likelihood is that this honor will be bestowed upon the male lead of Dust and Light. But what can be done? The male lead's performance in Dust and Light was indeed exceptional and immensely popular in the first half of the year. It is a pity for director Zhang, for he may only have this solitary opportunity in his lifetime to seize the 4 major awards at the Fatian Gala, only to depart with lingering regrets. Numerous netizens engaged in fervent discussions. Acting talent is a binary trait. One either possesses it or does not. No one is blind. One cannot simply praise the male lead due to the high achievements of the Great Qin Empire. Ultimately, the success of this series is largely detached from its male protagonist. Without the riveting performances of the veteran actors, the series would have been merely mediocre. On the other side, at the Straits Grand Theater, after one award was presented, the 2 leading actors of the Great Qin Empire took the stage to perform the theme song. Following this, the host took control of the proceedings, delivering a series of eloquent remarks before the ceremony transitioned into the most anticipated segment, the final award, the Outstanding Actor Award, commonly referred to as the Best Actor. This year, the television industry has witnessed an explosive surge in exceptional works, providing audiences with an unprecedented visual feast, a feat made possible by the dedicated performances of professional actors. Next, let us welcome the award presenter to unveil tonight's highly anticipated Outstanding Actor Award. As the host's words concluded, 2 actresses, one older and one younger, stepped onto the stage from the side. After introducing themselves, the older actress spoke first. Every year, the competition for the Outstanding Actor Award is fierce. I just took a glance at the nominations, and every candidate is truly exceptional. The younger actress chimed in with a smile. Please, no need for suspense. Everyone is eagerly awaiting the announcement. The camera panned over the nominated actors, revealing their palpable tension. Observing their anxiety, the older actress stepped aside. Now let us look at the big screen. As her voice faded, the stage dimmed. The massive screen behind them began to showcase visuals. The nominees for the Outstanding Actor Award at the 27th Fatian Awards include Wang Shi from Bloody Espionage. Accompanied by a grand score, the screen displayed a montage of the drama's most compelling scenes, focusing on the male lead's riveting moments. In the second row of the audience, a male actor, visibly excited, waved at the camera. The onlookers were not surprised. Although the performance of Blood Shadow had been mediocre, Wang Shi's portrayal was undeniably commendable. The screen continued to roll. Zhang Jian, the 12 Zodiac. Another highlight reel played, showcasing Zhang Jian, who was seated not far from Wang Shi, smiling with evident satisfaction. Sun Shanglei, the 9 Curved River. The screen changed again, this time nominating an actor in his 50s, his expression calm, clearly a veteran in the industry. That marked the 3rd nomination. With only 2 slots remaining, tension was etched on many male actors' faces. Ho Tingjun anxiously gnawed at his fingers, while Zhang Huahua remained silent, his downturned lips betraying his discontent. At the opposite end of the front row, Lu Xinyan, witnessing this scene, relaxed noticeably. Soon, the 4th nomination appeared on the big screen. Yang Fan, Dust and Light. The male lead of Dust and Light was announced. His nomination was expected. For Yang Fan, the nomination itself was trivial, as the true aim was to secure the grand prize. By this point, 4 out of 5 slots had been filled, and the chances for the Great Qin Empire seemed increasingly bleak. Zhang Huahua's breathing grew heavier, his demeanor clearly deteriorating. Although he had anticipated that, given Ho Tingjun's performance, the likelihood of a nomination was slim, facing this reality was still difficult to bear. This was, after all, the pinnacle of his career. The Great Qin Empire had received much acclaim, yet at the awards ceremony, its male lead hadn't even garnered a nomination. How humiliating. Zhang Huahua was in a foul mood, while Lu Xinyan found amusement in the situation. Haha, Zhang Huahua, you old fool, no matter how well you direct, it won't guarantee a sweep. The male lead under your lens isn't even worthy of a nomination, while my male lead is on the path to victory. Lu Xinyan mused, his lips curving in a smirk. Given the circumstances, he felt he hadn't suffered a significant loss today. Though the Great Qin Empire had won 3 awards, the Outstanding Drama Award was not the sole accolade. Dust and Light had also secured it. Therefore, if Yang Fan were to win Outstanding Male Lead, it would effectively mean that Dust and Light had claimed 2 awards, falling just one short of the Great Qin Empire. That hardly constituted a crushing defeat. Most importantly, the inability to achieve a sweep was particularly disheartening for Zhang Huahua. That alone was sufficient. Meanwhile, online, a wave of netizens sighed in unison. It's over. Given the current situation, Ho Tingjun, that useless celebrity, is completely out of the running. There's no way he'll receive the last nomination. Otherwise, the organizers must be blind. What a pity for such a remarkable show as the Great Qin Empire. I bet Zhang Huahua is seething with rage. At the scene, amid the collective attention, as Lu Xinyan nearly burst into laughter and Zhang Huahua and the rest of the Great Qin Empire closed their eyes, unwilling to listen. The final nomination was finally revealed. Accompanied by the rolling screen, a grand voice echoed through the hall. The Great Qin Empire, Lu Zhe. Chapter 49. The birth of the youngest best actor in history, Lu Zhe, the cinematic legend. At the Feitian Awards ceremony, as the fifth nomination was announced, a profound silence enveloped the venue. Lu Xinyan's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by sheer astonishment. Zhang Huahua, who had initially harbored no hope, leapt to his feet, utterly unrestrained. Moments later, upon recognizing the montage featuring the youthful Ing Zheng from the Great Qin Empire on the big screen, the audience erupted into a frenzy. The noise overwhelming. Every pair of eyes, every gaze, focused intently on the small boy in the back row, who appeared on the verge of slumber. How could it be Lu Zhe? How could it possibly be Lu Zhe? This nomination left everyone in the audience bewildered. Even Zhang Huahua was astonished. It's worth noting that Lu Zhe's role encompassed only half an episode. While the Outstanding Male Actor Award did not stipulate that the nominee must be the lead, the notion of a character appearing for merely a few minutes in a 45-episode series seemed excessively extravagant. Furthermore, what kind of place was the entertainment industry? It was one that emphasized seniority above all. Young actors might achieve sudden fame, but winning awards at various ceremonies? That would be but a dream. Take the Feitian Awards. For instance, past Outstanding Male Actor titles had been awarded to first-class actors from daxia, seasoned veterans. Even the youngest recipient had been in their 40s. As for those in their 20s or 30s, they might have a chance at more entertainment-oriented awards like the Golden Eagle, but at the Feitian Awards, there was no opportunity whatsoever. Nomination was merely a stroke of luck. The prevailing sentiment in the industry was clear: to win an award, one must endure the test of time. It was only after one had established themselves among the senior actors that chances would arise. Among the previous 4 nominees, the youngest was Yang Fan from Dust and Light, yet he was already 38. And Lu Zhe? Just 5 years old. A 5-year-old child had been nominated. How could this be right? One could only wonder who in attendance was not baffled. The immediate reaction was that the Feitian Awards had made a mistake. The young prodigy had indeed performed admirably, but a nomination seemed rather out of place, did it not? Had the organizers perhaps confused the materials? The Feitian ceremony was being broadcast live. With such grandiosity, surely they wouldn't make an error. So, are you implying that after 30 years of struggling in the film industry, acting in over 100 productions, I am outdone by a 5-year-old child in a casual cameo? A 5-year-old nominated for Best Actor, and the most prestigious Feitian Best Actor at that. Has the world gone mad, or have I? The actors exchanged whispers, their murmurs rising to a cacophony that could not be silenced. Lu Xinyan blurted out, "This must be a scandal." Yet, as soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them. The Feitian Awards were an official accolade organized by the Daxia National Radio and Television Administration, the certificate emblazoned with the Daxia emblem. Even if there were an error, it was not his place to raise the issue. Sure enough, seated in the front row, as soon as he uttered those words, he caught a disapproving glance from a broadcasting leader beside him. Lu Xinyan shrank back, falling silent. At that moment, the big screen continued to showcase the montage of the youthful Ing Zheng, showing no signs of stopping. Zhang Huahua, upon reaching this point, suddenly understood what was happening. Unable to contain himself, he erupted into laughter. Truly, my daxia's unparalleled little prodigy is capable of creating miracles. Initially believing that the Great Qin Empire would miss out on a grand sweep, and that there was no chance for a turnaround, the tables had turned. And the little prodigy had been nominated. Although the award was not yet secured, merely being nominated was a significant opportunity. How could Zhang Huahua not feel elated? Had the organizers come to their senses, no longer adhering to rigid hierarchies? The other prominent directors and producers in the front row exchanged astonished glances, increasingly taken aback. For if seniority was no longer the guiding principle, the little prodigy indeed deserved the nomination. After all, his portrayal of the youthful Ing Zheng was nothing short of lifelike. In the entirety of the film industry, it is exceedingly challenging to find a second contender worthy of replacement, setting aside age and experience. When it comes to pure acting prowess, there are indeed few male actors in this year's television dramas who can rival him. Such thoughts stirred restlessly within the hearts of the onlookers. Meanwhile, In the online streaming room, after the announcement of the fifth nomination, the bullet comments erupted instantaneously. The screen was inundated with a flurry of exclamations, rendering the original video almost unrecognizable. The astonishment of the netizens was no less than that of the guests present at the event. Isn't that a buddy? Who nominated him? Luze? Is it the Luze I am thinking of? Of course. Is there another actor with the surname Liu in the cast of The Empire of Qin? My goodness. A 5-year-old nominated for Best Actor. Luze's performance is indeed beyond reproach. Old Jiu has no faults at all. I can only give this little prodigy a score of 91, as the remaining 9 points have been flipped. Speaking of which, since we have come this far, why not dare to think even bolder? Are you suggesting that Luze might win the ultimate award? Hiss, hiss, hiss. After a brief wave of excitement, the bullet comments returned to normal, and the netizens began to engage in fervent discussions. The nomination by the organizers of the Tycoon Awards was truly unexpected. The entire online audience erupted in a frenzy. Not just in the video stream, but also on forums, social media, and Weibo, the excitement was palpable. Some even boldly speculated that perhaps tonight's Outstanding Actor winner would also be Luze. Did you notice that in the earlier montage of nominations, many of Luze's scenes were included, yet the most iconic moment, the night before Ing Zheng's ascension, gazing back at the throne, was conspicuously absent? According to the nomination process for the Tycoon Awards, the organizers must prepare at least 2 sets of videos for the trophy recipient. One set is shown during the nomination announcement, and the other when the actual award is presented. Given that Luze's footage was already sparse, the fact that the most classic scene was omitted from the nomination video suggests it is likely reserved for the second video. On Luze's fan forum, ardent supporters swiftly posted analyses that garnered considerable attention. The well-reasoned insights left many in awe. Upon deeper reflection, it seemed quite plausible. The original poster is impressive, truly capable of making prophetic predictions. With only a few minutes remaining until the announcement, the truth would soon be revealed. Fire Clamp Lu Ming, at the Tycoon Awards venue. Until the final video concluded, the organizers had yet to make a statement. Everyone in attendance understood that Luze had indeed been nominated, and it was not a mistake. In an instant, the other 4 nominated actors felt an inexplicable discomfort. After all, competing for Best Actor with a 5-year-old child was hardly a flattering narrative. What troubled them further was a nagging feeling that, in the contest for Best Actor, they might not truly stand a chance against this 5-year-old prodigy. Even Yang Fan, who had considered himself the frontrunner, found himself in a state of unease. After all, this little prodigy was no ordinary child. Who does not know the young Ing Zheng he portrayed? With a presence both regal and striking, he undeniably embodied the essence of a youthful emperor. The traces of performance were nearly non-existent. To be fair, even seasoned actors with years of experience seemed to pale in comparison to his performance. How could Yang Fan remain calm? Lu Xinyan, the director of Dust and Light, fidgeted nervously, betraying his inner turmoil. Renowned figures like Zhang Huahua fixated intently on the stage, daring not to blink. Amid the collective anticipation and scrutiny, the 2 presenters on stage finally concluded their preliminary remarks and proceeded to the main event. Teacher, please do announce the recipient of the Outstanding Actor Award. The young actress humbly offered. Very well. The older actor nodded, clumsily opening the envelope. The recipient of this year's Tycoon Award for Outstanding Actor is. As he spoke, he unfolded the card for the younger actress to see. In the next moment, both their expressions transformed into one of shock, as if they had encountered something utterly unbelievable, their mouths agape. The actress rubbed her eyes repeatedly, before playfully teasing, please, let us look at the big screen. As her words echoed, the stage was plunged into darkness, with only the big screen illuminating the room as a chilling voice resonated throughout the hall. What are the 6 nations? I intend to lead the Iron Cavalry of Qin and conquer vast territories. With that proclamation, a visage of extraordinary authority and vigor emerged on the big screen. His forehead was noble, his eyes radiant, and the imperial demeanor of the dragon was unmistakable. The rapidly shifting montage of scenes could not diminish his awe-inspiring presence. And after a full minute, the video froze on a shot of him gazing back from before the throne. Only the narrator's voice reverberated in every ear. The recipient of the Tycoon Award for Outstanding Actor is Luze. Chapter 50, Acceptance Speech? No way, I can't act at all. With the screen image frozen, the organizer's narration concluded, and the entire venue erupted in a whirlwind of astonishment. The little prodigy truly won the Best Actor award. The organizers were indeed bold. Lu Xinyan sat there, deflated like a punctured balloon. The other 4 nominees also fell into a stunned silence, their expressions reflecting shattered aspirations. The cast of The Empire of Qin was elated, with some even rising from their seats in excitement. The king has won an award, cheered an old veteran actor who played a minister in the drama. Long live the king. Another shouted towards Luze. Upon hearing this chant, the surrounding guests cast perplexed glances. What? Are you still in character? That cheer came too naturally. Zhang Huahua observed the scene without intervening, allowing the revelry to unfold. After all, Lu Zhe's victory was indeed an unexpected delight, completely turning the tables, making the Empire of Qin the biggest winner of the night, sweeping the Grand Slam. It was only natural for everyone to celebrate wildly. Meanwhile, countless viewers in front of their television screens were left in stunned silence. The online audience was ablaze with excitement. What? He really won the award? Lu Zhe is incredible. This little prodigy is unbeatable. This is the Feitian Best Actor. Among the 3 major domestic television drama awards, this one holds the most prestige. How many actors dream of winning it? And yet Lu Zhe has achieved it so effortlessly? What Best Actor? Mai Zibao only needs to make a slight move. Lu Zhe, the foremost figure in literature, the pinnacle of film, with achievements that are verifiable. The youngest Best Actor in history has been born. In the future, will the genius newcomers say, I shun his brilliance. I refuse to accept the Feitian Award's judgment. What does it mean to be a 5-year-old Best Actor? The barrage of comments flooded the screen like a storm cloud, nearly overwhelming the live stream. On the fan forum, the earlier prophetic posts exploded. In a mere second, hundreds of replies poured in, all coming to pay homage. The original poster is truly a marvel, absolutely spot on. You really called it right. That classic shot of him gazing back was indeed included in the award-winning montage. Hats off to the master. Given your predictive prowess, could you perhaps forecast tomorrow's lottery results? On Weibo, the topic of the Feitian Awards, which was already soaring in popularity, has once again experienced a meteoric rise in fervor. Lu Zhe's nomination for Best Actor, his subsequent victory in the same category, and his recognition as a 5-year-old film emperor quickly trended on social media, rapidly climbing the ranks. Simultaneously, Lu Zhe's personal Weibo account updated with news of his award, igniting a fervor in the comments section. Countless netizens flocked to express their congratulations to the young prodigy. A particular professional film critic remarked, although the little prodigy is only 5 years old, he has left an indelible mark on the screen, presenting us with an authentic portrayal of Zheng Ge. This film emperor is truly deserving. Another internet celebrity, a second-generation wealthy individual with 2 million followers, candidly stated, I never expected that the entertainment industry, which typically favors seniority, would change its tune, judging purely by acting skills. The little prodigy is indeed far superior to those seasoned veterans. Their comments resonated with many. Meanwhile, at the Feitian Awards venue, Lu Zhe was momentarily dazed. Did I really win the Best Actor award? He was utterly bewildered. This was truly beyond his expectations. Initially, he had come merely to enjoy the spectacle. However, the lengthy award ceremony had lulled him into a drowsy state as he sat in the back row, where the cameras could hardly capture him. It wasn't until he heard his own lines echoing through the hall that he jolted back to reality, only to find a multitude of eyes fixed upon him. Moments later, the announcer declared that he had won an award. Lu Zhe blinked in astonishment. At that moment, the host's voice resonated from the stage. Let us extend a warm welcome to the little prodigy Lu Zhe as he comes forward to accept his award. The camera zoomed in on Lu Zhe's face. Positioned in the back row, his elevated seat was captured in an upward angle, presenting a somewhat aloof image of the groggy Lu Zhe, as if he were looking down upon the crowd with a sense of superiority. Behold, the face that conquered 6 kingdoms. The live stream's chat exploded with excitement. The little prodigy is on stage. Zhang Huahua, seated in the front row, turned to remind him. Seeing this, Lu Zhe responded and rose to approach the stage. Despite having come merely to observe, he had never anticipated winning, nor had he prepared any acceptance speech. However, now that the moment had arrived, he could only muster the courage to proceed. After all, he was just a child. It wouldn't matter if he stumbled over his words. With this thought, Lu Zhe relaxed considerably and strode confidently onto the stage. The host first handed him a microphone, and then a presenter approached, delivering a red certificate into Lu Zhe's hands. The certificate, rectangular in shape, bore the official emblem of the Daxia dynasty, with the words Best Actor inscribed in golden lettering below. Upon opening it, one side displayed Lu Zhe's personal details, photograph, awarded role, and the work he had performed in. The other side contained a congratulatory message from the organizers of the Feitian Awards. At the bottom, a line read, "This award is issued by the Daxia National Radio and Television Administration." This line signified the certificate's authoritative legitimacy within the country. After perusing it, Lu Zhe closed the certificate. The host then inquired, "Little prodigy, congratulations on receiving this award. I would like to ask on behalf of those present, as a prodigy of the literary world, how did you forge an unbreakable bond with the great Qin Empire crew to portray the young Yingzheng?" This was a rather commonplace question, intended to prompt the award-winning actor to express gratitude towards the crew, perhaps praising the director for providing opportunities and nurturing talent. However, after glancing at Zhang Huahua, Lu Zhe candidly replied, "The director invited me 5 times. I declined 4 times, but in the end, I couldn't bear to refuse. So I agreed to participate." The host was taken aback, completely unprepared for Lu Zhe's frankness. Although the story had circulated throughout the entertainment industry, it was still live broadcast at the award ceremony. One couldn't just say such things outright, right? A little artistic embellishment would have been appropriate. The host desperately blinked at Lu Zhe, but he feigned ignorance. If he were part of this industry, he would need to consider various relationships and his future. Thus, he would have to utter some diplomatic phrases. But the reality was that Lu Zhe was not entrenched in the entertainment world at all. "Why should I care about your intricacies? I've endured enough of human relationships in my past life. Now, as a mere child without any vested interest in the entertainment industry, you expect me to recite polite platitudes? I see you're trying to put me in a difficult position." Lu Zhe spoke his mind without hesitation. The host, witnessing this, had no choice but to smooth things over. "It seems our little prodigy possesses quite the charm. However, the fact that director Zhang persisted in inviting him 5 times also highlights his discerning eye. Otherwise, he would not have discovered such a rare talent." One must commend professional hosts for their quick thinking, as she swiftly deflected by paying a compliment to Zhang Huahua. Then, glancing at her cue cards, she asked, "Little prodigy, at just 5 years old, you portrayed Zhang so vividly that many seasoned actors are in awe. Is there any particular technique you employ in your performances?" Upon the posing of this question, many in the audience perked up their ears, clearly curious about how this 5-year-old could embody Zhang with such authenticity and commanding presence. If there were indeed a technique, they would be eager to learn from it. Under the watchful gaze of numerous eyes, Lu Zhe shrugged lightly. "I don't know. I don't really act, and I have no interest in being an actor." The host, Zhang Huahua, other nominated actors, and the audience collectively gasped. "Wait, what? You have no interest in acting, yet you just won the Best Actor award? You claim you can't act, yet you delivered an unparalleled performance as Zhang? How does that make sense?" As the ceremony concluded, the audience of actors exchanged incredulous glances, feeling as if they had swallowed a fly. Achievements they had spent half a lifetime striving for paled in comparison to the casual talent of a mere 5-year-old. Just look at what he said. "I can't act at all," and yet, he casually performed and, guess what? Was crowned Best Actor. Who can withstand such a blow? Even seasoned veterans of the industry were left speechless. Online, with Lu Zhe's 2 statements, the live chat erupted. "Whoa, is this the pinnacle of arrogance? Cultural matters. How can they be deemed arrogant? It's simply a display of one's true self. If I had won Best Actor at 5, I would be even more audacious." Observing the clarity in the little prodigy's eyes, one could sense that he was entirely unaware of what it meant to show off. He was merely expressing his genuine thoughts. Wow, this heartfelt statement has pierced through the defenses of half the entertainment industry. After all, it is not lies that hurt, but the truth that cuts like a knife. The audience of esteemed actors exclaimed, "Please stay away." As they witnessed the little prodigy effortlessly dismantle the pretenses of the entertainment world, netizens erupted in laughter. The barrage of comments flowed freely, filled with joy and amusement, until Lu Zhe's interview concluded and he returned to the audience with his award certificate in hand. The crowd remained abuzz with discussions. At the Straits Grand Theater, amidst the anticipation surrounding the announcement of the Outstanding Actor Award, the subsequent musical performances failed to capture anyone's attention. The award recipients basked in their glory, their smiles unceasing, while those merely accompanying them found amusement in the spectacle, feeling little concern. However, it was the nominees who did not clinch the award, particularly Yang Fan, the male lead of Dust Light, who felt the deepest disappointment. He had been a frontrunner for this year's Best Actor title, with numerous renowned directors and producers courting him even before the event commenced, subtly hinting at potential collaborations. Yang Fan had smiled broadly at the prospect, aware that securing the title would ensure a remarkably smooth career ahead, with a deluge of film offers likely to propel him to the pinnacle of the industry. Yet, who could have anticipated that his fiercest competitor would not be another leading actor from a popular drama, but rather a 5-year-old child, with merely a half-episode cameo? The child had burst onto the scene, delivering a performance so exquisite that the National Radio and Television Administration awarded him the highest honor. Most astonishingly, the child claimed to have no interest in acting, even dismissing the entertainment industry altogether. Who could maintain composure when bested by such an opponent? Even after the Flying Sky Awards concluded and Yang Fan exited the Grand Theater, he remained in a daze. As he stepped out the front entrance, a throng of reporters, who had been waiting eagerly around the red carpet, surged forward like a tidal wave. A male journalist, quick on the draw, thrust a microphone toward Yang Fan, who was nearest. "Mr. Yang, could you share your thoughts on why you lost to the prodigy Lu Zhe? Was it a matter of insufficient acting skills?" The moment he opened his mouth, the incisive questioning began. Behind him, several other reporters jostled to extend their microphones, encircling Yang Fan completely. Faced with this scene, Yang Fan, having endured internal turmoil for half the day, exploded. His emotions erupted as he glared, rolled up his sleeves, and exclaimed, "What do you mean by insufficient acting skills? Let me ask you this. I am an actor, and no matter how hard I try, I am merely portraying a character. But what of Lu Zhe? That was no mere acting. It was as if Ing Zheng himself had come to life. Am I to be compared to a living Ing Zheng? Why not let me sweep through the 6 kingdoms as well? Answer me. Look into my eyes. Those who claim I cannot act, do you expect me to follow the script? Should my performance leave no trace? Speak up. You think you can act better than me? Ah, can you?" Yang Fan transformed into a one-man army, fiercely battling against the throng of media representatives, his words sharp, his tone impassioned, his body language animated. He effectively commandeered the attention of the reporters, allowing other stars to escape the red carpet. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe hurriedly traversed the red carpet alongside Zhang Huahua, making their way to a minivan. Upon hearing the commotion behind him, Lu Zhe couldn't help but glance over with curiosity. "Director Grandpa, what is happening over there?" Zhang Huahua, without even turning to look, waved his hand dismissively. "It's irrelevant. Let us focus on our own path." Oh, Lu Zhe nodded, entirely unaware that Yang Fan's unraveling was in any way connected to him. Following Zhang Huahua's lead, he quickly entered the vehicle. "Son, you were magnificent." Inside the car, his mother, Zhao Ruoxue, immediately enveloped Lu Zhe in a warm embrace. After all, the Flying Sky Awards rank among the top 3 prestigious awards in the nation, with stringent entry and exit protocols. As a family member, Zhao Ruoxue was unable to attend, but she had followed the entire event via live stream and was well aware of Lu Zhe's recent triumph. That was the title of Best Actor at the Flying Sky Awards, the highest honor in the television industry. The fact that the Lu family had produced a child star who had even appeared on television was remarkable, let alone winning the Best Actor award, which sounded almost mythical. How could Zhao Ruoxue not be elated? "Little Prodigy, why don't you consider acting professionally?" At this moment, after settling into the vehicle, Zhang Huahua hesitated but ultimately couldn't resist speaking up. Starting his career at 5 and winning the Best Actor award upon his debut was an unprecedented leap. If Lu Zhe were to enter the entertainment industry, his future achievements could be limitless, perhaps even leading to the emergence of another world-class film emperor from Daxia. In response to Zhang Huahua's renewed invitation, Lu Zhe recognized that asserting his lack of interest in acting would be futile at this juncture. He thus replied candidly, "Director Grandpa, once I turn 6 after my birthday, I need to prepare for school. I truly have no time for acting." "I see," Zhang Huahua replied, no longer pressing the issue. After all, for the people of Daxia, education always took precedence. Scholarship comes first. He sighed, a sense of loss evident in his voice. It was a lament for the loss of a prodigious talent in the Daxia film industry. Within the minivan, silence enveloped them as they followed the procession of celebrity vehicles disappearing into the night. Thus concluded the enchanting gala of the entertainment world. The following day, Lu Zhe and his mother boarded a flight back home. Once away from the spotlight, Lu Zhe reverted to being the book-loving boy nestled in his small town. The ensuing days passed swiftly, with New Year's Eve, the Lantern Festival, and the spring equinox seeming to rush by. Finally, Lu Zhe celebrated his 6th birthday. That night, the script of his past year began its reckoning. Completion of the 5-year phase script. You have consistently declined invitations from internationally renowned directors, demonstrating an unwavering commitment to education. Yet, unable to resist the passionate pleas of an elderly director for the sake of art, you eventually agreed to a cameo as the young Ing Zheng. And with a mere 40 minutes of exceptional performance, you successfully secured the title of Best Actor, creating a nationwide sensation and surpassing the script's expectations. Reward, talent, public focus. Public focus. The higher the public's attention, the greater the enhancement of cognitive agility. When public attention reaches its zenith, cognitive ascension becomes possible. Eternal life, reward progress. 5,891. Congratulations on completing the first phase of the 5-year life script. The system is currently rating your performance. Rating completed. Evaluation is outstanding. You have achieved the milestone of a prodigious child, rewarding you with the ultimate prize, an increase of 5 in eternal life progress. Eternal life reward progress, 10,891. In his mind, a series of notifications echoed one after another. Lu Zhe's previously tranquil eyes finally sparkled with brilliance at this moment. Chapter 52, Second Phase Simulation. New discoveries in the Life Editor. The 5-year script has been exceeded. Yet another talent acquired. Moreover, this talent has propelled the eternal life reward progress by over 1%, appearing no less impressive than the previous critical talent. Contemplating this, he once again glanced at the description. Public focus. The greater the public's attention, the stronger the enhancement of cognitive agility, potentially leading to cognitive ascension. Undoubtedly, this was an exceptionally powerful and practical talent. The distinction between individuals. The boundary between genius and the ordinary often lies in the realm of thought. Different ways of thinking yield different perspectives, and consequently, divergent fates in life. In ancient times, there existed a sage who, upon encountering enlightenment at Dragonfield, ascended in thought and perceived the essence of the world. With a single moment of clarity, he felt the vastness of heaven and earth. This represents a realm unattainable by mere mortals. Presently, Lu Zhe possesses the innate talent of focus of public opinion, which may lead him to this exalted domain in the future, coupled with the remarkable critical talent, omniscient. The synergy of these two strengths will elevate his intellect and personal realm to an unprecedented pinnacle, transcending all worldly matters. What does this signify for me? Am I drifting further from humanity, yet drawing closer to divinity? Lu Zhe stroked his chin, a smile gracing his countenance. Soon after, he turned his gaze towards the unexpectedly unlocked milestone achievement talent, Prodigy of the Ages. This is a reward for completing a phase of life as script. Its effect? A direct surge of 5 in the progress of immortality. Surely, this must be the highest accolade. Lu Zhe reflected on the fleeting years from his birth until the age of 5. In the guise of a mere child, he achieved renown and garnered numerous honors. He had indeed reached the zenith of mortal existence. What lay ahead was the simulation of a life at 610 years, promising yet another breathtaking journey of boundless potential. With this thought, Lu Zhe brimmed with anticipation, mentally communicating with the life editor. In an instant, his consciousness soared, returning to the original system space. Congratulations on completing a phase of the script, having lived the grand soul of 3 lifetimes. You may now proceed to simulate the second phase of your life as script. Current simulation range, 610 years. Upon completion of the simulation, rewards will be granted based on the degree of objectives achieved. The higher the achievement, the richer the rewards. Please select a simulation direction. 1. Diligent study and deep contemplation. 2. Galloping and singing, a life of heroism. Hearing that familiar voice and the unchanged options, Lu Zhe hesitated not for a moment, decisively selecting the second. What does it matter to retreat and reflect halfway? Having already established his name, he would pursue a singular path to the end. In this lifetime, he vowed to revel and command attention. Choice successful. Simulating your phased life script. Simulation successful. Age 6. The astute you originally decided to enter elementary school a year early, but with your aunt's assistance, you secured an opportunity to skip directly to middle school, successfully completing your studies with your remarkable literary prowess. Age 7. The talent of the omniscient allowed you to delve deeper into various fields, and during summer vacation, you successfully developed a more powerful mobile chip, suddenly envisioning a high-tech company that transcends the times. Age 8. To realize your aspirations, you ventured into the financial domain, aiming to accumulate initial capital. This year, the financial crisis in beautiful country erupted, and leveraging your past life's memories, you amassed a fortune. Age 9. With substantial funds at your disposal, you established the Ziyuan Group, setting your first target to disrupt the mobile industry, officially commencing your era. Age 10. The Quadrennial World Cup has commenced, and the global atmosphere is electric. To quickly recoup funds for developing a second-generation product, you astonishingly predicted the outcomes of 64 matches with extraordinary mathematical acumen combined with metaphysical insights, winning the global prize pool and astonishing the world. Notification. The phased life simulation has been completed. After a considerable time, Lu Zhe gazed at the text displayed on the large screen, nodding in satisfaction. The system's simulation was generated in accordance with his desires, rendering the final outcome perfectly aligned with his expectations. This life was precisely what he envisioned. He refused to squander his precious life on a prolonged academic journey, opting instead for an accelerated path, channeling his energy into scientific research to break through contemporary technological barriers, subsequently entering the financial arena to embark on a business empire. Each aspect represented an extension of Lu Zhe's innermost aspirations. Not to mention, the script for each year imposed no stringent demands, and exceeding expectations yielded ample rewards awaiting him. Thus, upon the unveiling of the 610-year life script, Lu Zhe's heart brimmed with anticipation. In my 10-year script, I accurately predicted the results of 64 World Cup matches? Does that mean I foresaw every match correctly? Suddenly, Lu Zhe's gaze fixated on the content of the 10-year script, a peculiar expression crossing his handsome face. Although he had watched that World Cup in his previous life, a lifetime had passed. Who could recall the specific outcomes of every match? Therefore, to accurately predict all results was inconceivable to be accomplished merely through past life memories. The simulation stated that he predicted through mathematical calculations and metaphysical practices, which seemed even more implausible. While mathematical models could indeed calculate match outcomes to some extent, the success rate was far from absolute. The nature of the field is inherently unpredictable, filled with variables. No matter how advanced the mathematics, it could not achieve precise prophecy. Thus, it could only be attributed to metaphysics? No, it was not metaphysics. It was simulation. The life editor, paramount in its essence, allows for the free editing of one's life. From the moment the simulation script is generated, the events of each age are predetermined. Thus, in that 10th year, the results I predicted through mathematical models must undoubtedly be accurate. Under the insight of the superbrain, Luze suddenly grasped the essence of causality. Just as in the previous phase of the life script, even if he did nothing, what was meant to happen would still occur. The journalist Sun Dajing would come to interview him, Jiuheng Group would invite him to shoot advertisements, and Zhang Huahua would automatically appear to invite him to act. These established outcomes stemmed from the causes planted during the initial simulation. Simultaneously, each segment of simulated life narrative was generated based on his true intentions. Therefore, could this be considered as possessing the ability to manipulate the future? In a moment of realization, Luze seemingly uncovered a new application of the system. The life editor. Supreme and unparalleled, the system has not deceived me. Luze sighed in awe, ultimately withdrawing his consciousness from the system space. The following day, the morning sun poured into his bedroom. Luze opened his eyes, ushering in a brand new life at the age of 6. Chapter 53. Luze's entrance exam for skipping grades. Will there be an issue with the test paper? Sister, is what you said true? Has the Education Bureau truly allowed little Luze to skip grades? Early in the morning, Luze observed his mother, Zhao Ruoxue, engaged in a phone call. He caught snippets of conversation, piecing together the situation in his mind. It seemed the foreshadowing laid in the small courtyard was finally coming to fruition. On the other end of the line, his aunt, now the grade director, chuckled, "My dear nephew is a prodigy. Skipping grades is a piece of cake. However, the necessary procedures must still be followed. I applied for him to skip to the first year of middle school, and during the assessment, the focus will primarily be on middle school Chinese, which is quite straightforward. In Daxia, students wishing to skip grades must first apply to their current school, which then reports to the Education Bureau before undergoing an assessment. Of course, not everyone can apply. They must provide documentation proving the child's capability to skip grades and adapt to the new environment. Among these materials, the most crucial is their academic performance. For instance, the exemplary performance in subjects related to his grade serves as proof. Luze is a child prodigy in the literary world, and in his aunt's eyes, his greatest strength lies in the Chinese language. Therefore, the assessment subject is naturally Chinese. As the grade director at the city's experimental primary school number 1, it was a simple matter for his aunt to apply for this step on behalf of the school. In fact, she had already completed the application to the Education Bureau. The higher authorities had approved the documents for the little genius, and they could proceed directly to the assessment. Sister, I want to express my gratitude on behalf of Xiao Zhe. Without your diligent assistance, my husband and I would have had to exert much effort. Zhao Ruoxue said to her aunt over the phone. Xuejia, we are family, no need for such formalities. You and your husband have raised such an exceptional child. And I take pride in that as well, her aunt replied. After a heartfelt exchange, they reluctantly ended the call. Zhao Ruoxue then dashed into the inner room, her flip-flops slapping against the floor. Son, it's all set. We are going to the city for the assessment the day after tomorrow, and you can directly enter junior high after school starts. Zhao Ruoxue exclaimed excitedly. Her son was finally going to school, and what was more, he would skip straight to junior high upon enrollment. This was a rare occurrence nationwide and a testament to her son's remarkable talents. How could she not be overjoyed? Although Luze had been aware that this scenario would unfold, he still wore a smile. For a child, bringing joy to their mother is of utmost importance. A few days later, Lu Ligua drove the family to the city. His aunt had already sent the exam location, which was at number 13 middle school. This institution is a prestigious junior high in the city, boasting a strong faculty and having nurtured numerous talents over the years. Many renowned local entrepreneurs hail from this alma mater. As it was currently the holiday season, the school was closed. When Luze and his family arrived, the playground was deserted, except for 2 vans parked by the side entrance of the teaching building, emblazoned with the logo of a television station. Brother-in-law, over here. His aunt had been waiting at the door and, upon recognizing Lu Ligua's vehicle, waved enthusiastically. Moments later, they gathered and proceeded towards the teaching building. Sister, isn't school on break today? Why are there several vehicles parked here, all belonging to the television station? Zhao Ruoxue could not help but inquire as they climbed the stairs. Recalling the scene below, hearing her sister-in-law's confusion, her aunt chuckled and explained, "Today, Not only is Lu Zhe participating in the grade skipping assessment, but there is also another student, a genius from the key class at number 13 middle school. I believe their surname is One. Although they have just entered the second year of junior high, this student has already mastered the entire junior high mathematics curriculum. Last summer, they even participated in the city's youth mathematics competition and achieved third place. This year, they felt junior high lacked challenge and submitted an application to skip directly to high school. Upon hearing this, Lu Ligua and Zhao Ruoxue exchanged astonished glances. They had heard of the city's mathematics competition, which was known to attract top students from prestigious high schools. For this one student to stand out among high schoolers was indeed remarkable, demonstrating their exceptional mathematical aptitude. It was only natural for such a talented youth to aspire to skip grades. After their surprise, Lu Ligua pressed further, "What about the television station's vehicles downstairs?" "Oh, those were specially invited by the leadership of number 13 middle school. They wish to live stream Wen's grade skipping assessment as a way to promote the school's capabilities. By the way, Lu Zhe's assessment might be live streamed as well. Although Lu Zhe is not a student of number 13, our little prodigy certainly has a considerable reputation." As she said this, Lu Zhe's aunt chuckled. After understanding the situation, Lu Ligua and Zhao Ruoxue refrained from asking further questions. They felt no apprehension about the possibility of their son being live-streamed. After all, their son was composed and steady, having even spoken at a grand ceremony. A mere live broadcast would surely not faze him. Lu Zhe shared this sentiment. With a relaxed demeanor, he followed his aunt to the third floor, hands behind his back, strolling leisurely. After turning a corner in the corridor, two adjacent classrooms came into view, Class 7 and Class 8 of the third year. This was the venue for the assessment. Numerous media reporters were already present in the hallway, setting up cameras. In front of Class 8, a girl in a school uniform, possessing an elegant yet spirited demeanor, was conversing with a nearby teacher. Surely, this was the aforementioned one student. Although they were both taking the grade skipping exam, they were assessed in different subjects and aimed for different grades, thus not competing against one another. Consequently, Lu Zhe glanced at her and lost interest. However, the reporters, upon spotting Lu Zhe, lit up with excitement. Had it not been for the fact that this was an examination overseen by the Education Bureau, they would have rushed over for interviews. After all, compared to an ordinary student like One, Lu Zhe was far more well-known. A mere photograph of him could become headline news. Lu Zhe, aware of the reporters' tendencies, did not give them a chance, promptly turning away and entering Class 7. Inside, the classroom was devoid of clutter, leaving only a single desk and chair in the center, accompanied by two mounted cameras. There was no need for an invigilator, as conditions for cheating were non-existent. Moreover, both One and Lu Zhe were genuinely talented individuals. Their presence at the assessment was merely a formality. Thus, the atmosphere was not overly stringent. Lu Zhe settled down comfortably, daydreaming as he awaited the arrival of the examination papers. Meanwhile, in the teacher's office on the fourth floor of the school, a teacher from No. 13 middle school was reviewing two sets of examination papers, one for high school mathematics and the other for junior high Chinese. After ensuring that everything was in order and complete, he neatly stacked the papers on either side, preparing to place them in sealed file bags. Just then, a sudden, urgent rumble emanated from his stomach, followed by an unbearable wave of pain, as if a sharp blade were twisting within his intestines, causing him to grimace in agony. "Oh no, why did my stomach suddenly turn?" The teacher's face paled, and he yearned to rush to the restroom to alleviate his distress. However, with work still unfinished, he intended to hold on until he had placed the papers in the file bags, yet his trembling hand threatened to drop the documents. The overwhelming urge to relieve himself surged forth, as if he might transform into a projectile at any moment. "I can't hold it any longer. I must hurry to the restroom." The thought of the embarrassment he would face if he failed to control himself frightened him further, and disregarding the papers, he hunched over and dashed out of the office. Just then, a young teacher was approaching to collect the papers. Upon witnessing this scene, he was taken aback. "Teacher Wang, what is wrong with you?" "Not the time to explain." Teacher Wang gasped, clutching his abdomen. "You go to the office and seal the papers. One set for Chinese, one for mathematics. Don't mix them up. I need to rush to the restroom." And with that, Teacher Wang bolted down the hallway like a whirlwind. The young teacher stood there, bewildered. What just happened? What did he mean by needing to rush? "I'm just here to collect the papers." The young teacher stood in place, momentarily bewildered, before reluctantly pinching his nose and making his way into the office. After scanning the room, he located Teacher Wang's desk, where indeed lay two sets of examination papers, one for Chinese and the other for mathematics. Beneath the mathematics paper was a scrap of paper filled with various characters. This must also be part of the examination, he mused with a hint of confusion. As a physical education teacher, he was not well versed in the connection between the two. Regardless, it all had to be submitted. If it were merely useless scraps, then naturally, student 1 would not concern herself with them. After a flurry of activity, the young teacher confidently clutched the 2 sets of papers and ascended to the 3rd floor. I have brought the exam papers. Chapter 54. Exchanging Papers, the Fallen Calculation Sheet. As the papers arrived, just when Lu Zhe was lost in thought, gazing at the ceiling, a young teacher approached with a sealed file bag, beaming as he placed it on Lu Zhe's desk. What a charming little genius. He couldn't help but exclaim before departing. Lu Zhe politely thanked him, watching as the young teacher exited the classroom. Soon, with the door closed, Lu Zhe found himself alone. The tranquil environment was conducive to concentration. Although he was indifferent to such matters, the sudden quietude did indeed calm his nerves. He opened the file bag and extracted the papers, which were surprisingly larger than he had anticipated. As he spread them across the desk, poised to begin writing, he suddenly frowned. Had he taken the wrong paper? Before him lay an examination paper that, while containing some Chinese characters, was predominantly filled with mathematical symbols. This was unmistakably a mathematics exam, with topics such as trigonometric functions, sequences and inequalities, and solid geometry, all high school mathematics questions. Was this really student 1's paper? Glancing hastily at the closed classroom door, Lu Zhe contemplated calling someone in but hesitated. His aunt had enrolled him in a middle school accelerated assessment. If he completed student 1's paper, could he possibly leap directly into high school? As this thought crossed his mind, he unconsciously picked up a pen. Over the years, he had self-studied various subjects, mastering mathematics to an extraordinary degree, though he had yet to find an opportunity to showcase his skills. To him, these high school mathematics problems were akin to a college student reciting multiplication tables, utterly trivial. With this in mind, Lu Zhe began to write. Each question was so easily discernible that he hardly needed to ponder or deduce. His pen flowed with remarkable speed. At the same moment, in class 8-3, the mathematical prodigy Wen Jing received her examination paper. This spirited young lady, brimming with enthusiasm, swiftly tore open the seal. Years of diligent study have led to this moment, she declared. Let me see what challenges this high school mathematics accelerated assessment has in store. With unwavering confidence, she unfurled the paper before her. At first glance, a smile tugged at her lips. A trivial exam. I shall conquer you in 30 minutes. The first question read, which of the following pairs of words is written correctly? As she read the question, Wen Jing's expression shifted to one of shock, confusion, and disbelief, her face morphing into a canvas of question marks. What is this? Where is my mathematics exam? Grasping the paper belonging to Lu Zhe, she felt lightheaded. The sheet was densely packed with middle school Chinese knowledge. Flipping it over, she discovered the essay prompt. If you mistakenly take someone else's exam paper during an examination, what would you do? Please write an essay on this topic, no less than 800 words. Goodness, what kind of absurdity is this? Wen Jing was at her wit's end, raising her hand to call for the teacher outside. But then, a realization struck her. Wait, if the little genius's paper is with me, then my original mathematics exam must be with him. Wen Jing retracted her hand, her gaze fixed on the wall ahead, her expression one of astonishment. The papers delivered to Class 7 had been sent long ago. Surely, the little genius must have noticed the mix-up by now. But why hadn't he called for the teacher? Could it be that he was working on that mathematics paper? The mere thought widened her eyes in surprise. Her paper contained high-level mathematics, topics laden with complexities and frequent pitfalls in college entrance examinations. Could a literary genius like him really comprehend it? A wave of doubt washed over Wen Jing. After a moment of contemplation, seeing that there was still no movement outside, she finally concluded that he must indeed be answering her mathematics paper. Strangely, she felt no urge to call for the teacher any longer. She gazed down at the Chinese paper before her and suddenly made a resolute decision. If you're writing mine, I shall write yours in return. Watch as I wield my pen to outdo you. With that, Wen Jing buried herself in her work, diligently filling in the answers. In Class 7-3, as Lu Zhe filled in the last blank space on his exam paper, he officially completed the questions. As expected of me, full marks. After a thorough review, ensuring no details were overlooked, Lu Zhe awarded himself a score. This paper would surely elicit praise from even the most seasoned mathematics professors. Each question was answered with clarity and precision, a definitive perfect score. As he laid the paper flat, preparing to call for someone to collect it, he suddenly noticed a scrap of calculation paper that had fallen from the file bag. Another problem? Lu Zhe mused, picking it up and raising an eyebrow. The contents were markedly different from typical student work. Everything was handwritten, and the content was exceedingly profound for a student. Were it not for the fact that he had utilized his superbrain to self-study calculus, probability theory, advanced mathematics, number theory, linear algebra, complex functions, and integral transforms over the years, he might have furrowed his brow at the material. The scrap paper boldly presented a conjecture. If x by CZ0, where a, b, c, x, y, z are positive integers and XYZ3, then A, B, C must share a common prime factor, i.e., their greatest common divisor, text GCD, A, B, C1. To the average individual, this would be utterly perplexing, akin to being lost in a forest of confusion. But Liu Zhe's mathematical prowess was profound enough that he instantly recognized this as an unproven conjecture in the mathematical world, known as the Beal conjecture. This conjecture concerns the relationship between the solutions of high-degree indeterminate equations and the powers of numbers. In simpler terms, if the sum of the cubes of three numbers equals another cube, then the bases of these three numbers must share a common prime factor. It may sound straightforward, yet this conjecture has stumped the mathematical community for over 2 decades. The American banker, Andrew Beal, who proposed the conjecture, has offered a reward of $1 million for anyone who can prove it. Unfortunately, since its inception in 1993, no one has succeeded. Even in his previous life, until the year of Liu Zhe's demise in 2070, the Birch conjecture remained one of the many formidable enigmas in the realm of mathematics. This is entirely understandable. The Birch conjecture is intricately linked to Fermat's last theorem, which took humanity an astounding 357 years to prove. Thus, it is only natural that the Birch conjecture would present a similar challenge. Without groundbreaking mathematical tools or interdisciplinary breakthroughs, it is indeed a formidable task to overcome. Liu Zhe found it perplexing that a trivial middle school examination venue would yield the Birch conjecture from a file. Yet, at that moment, his interest was piqued. He pursued mathematics to unravel difficult problems and validate various conjectures. In fact, 2 years prior, he had attempted to prove the Birch conjecture, only to be met with failure midway due to his lack of expertise. Subsequently, as various matters demanded his attention, he gradually ceased his efforts. Even in his spare time, he delved into other profound mathematical knowledge to enrich himself. Today, the omniscient allowed him to increasingly glimpse the essence of mathematics. Thus, upon encountering the Birch conjecture once more, he felt an exhilarating sense of capability. The challenges he had faced in the past were now within his grasp. In this moment, Liu Zhe resembled a general poised to charge into battle, his eyes ablaze with determination. The black pen in his hand transformed into a sword, striking the draft paper with fervor. Chapter 55. Both are stunned. You prove the Birch conjecture? 1. Search for counterexamples. Seek solutions to X by CZ, where GCD, A, B, C, 1. 2. Validate constraints. Limit X, Y, Z to 3, and A, B, C to 1. In the tranquil classroom, Liu Zhe wrote fervently. The draft paper quickly filled with his thoughts on the proof of the Birch conjecture. Before long, the elegant script had covered the page completely. Without hesitation, Liu Zhe swiftly retrieved a stack of A4 paper from his desk drawer to continue his proof. Unbeknownst to him, an hour had elapsed. Immersed in a state of complete absorption, Liu Zhe found that the original mathematics exam paper had vanished, lost in some obscure corner. Instead, the draft paper sprawled across the desk, layered with incomprehensible symbols. Even with maxnum set to 100 and max power to 10, the iteration count had reached an astounding 3. For billion. This approach was futile. A different method was required. After countless failures, clarity began to dawn upon him, as if a door within his mind had swung open, illuminating his thoughts. This time, merely 10 minutes sufficed to fill a draft paper. Simultaneously, Liu Zhe paused, his eyes glimmering with fervor. He had done it. The renowned unsolved problem in mathematics, the Birch conjecture, had finally been proven by him. Utilizing his superbrain for multiple verifications, he confirmed the absence of any errors. Undoubtedly, this achievement represented not only a milestone for humanity, but also an honor Liu Zhe would cherish for a lifetime. At that moment, the door creaked open with a soft thud. Teacher Wang, his face flushed with frustration, sighed. Little Prodigy, you took the wrong exam paper. Why didn't you mention it? Yu and Wenjing both sat quietly, completing each other's papers. Beside Teacher Wang, the originally spirited girl stood like a quail, pouting as she gazed at Liu Zhe. Clearly, upon being discovered by Teacher Wang, Wenjing, a student of the 13th middle school, was bound to receive reprimands. However, her fleeting glances revealed a hint of defiance. Hey, little Prodigy, I scored full marks on my Chinese paper. What about my math paper? You weren't stumped by high school math, were you? At this moment, Wenjing suddenly turned to Liu Zhe, her delicate chin raised, speaking with a hint of indignation. It was evident she was irked that Liu Zhe had not returned the math paper. Her sudden inquiry seemed aimed at gauging Liu Zhe's performance on a few questions. Be quiet. Teacher Wang, hearing her words, shot a helpless glare at Wenjing. Then, he turned to Liu Zhe and said with a smile, Little Prodigy, don't pay any heed to her nonsense. That math paper doesn't count, so no need to worry. The mix-up with the papers was the school's fault. The teacher responsible for the exam didn't do his job properly. How could we let Lu Zhe bear the consequences? After all, he knows well how challenging the questions on that paper are. They are all difficult concepts from high school mathematics, with even a couple of previous year's college entrance exam questions mixed in. In the entire 13th middle school, or rather the entire city, apart from Wenjing, the mathematical genius, and a few renowned scholars from the city's key high schools, hardly any student could tackle those problems. Although Lu Zhe was exceptionally bright and well known in the Great Xia, he was ultimately a literary prodigy renowned for his poetry and prose. It is essential to understand that mathematics and literature are entirely distinct realms. Hence, excelling in writing does not imply proficiency in solving mathematical problems. Teacher Wang had not anticipated that Lu Zhe would manage to solve that math paper. He assumed the child was merely playing and had intentionally left it behind. However, upon hearing Teacher Wang's words, Lu Zhe insisted, "No, teacher, I don't mind having taken the wrong exam paper. Please make sure to grade it fairly." Lu Zhe spoke with utmost sincerity. He was counting on this paper to secure an opportunity for a leap to high school. Grade it normally? You might just fail the promotion assessment. When Jing interjected, throwing in a sarcastic comment. Clearly, she thought Lu Zhe had become somewhat arrogant. After all, that paper had been prepared for her. If a literary prodigy like Lu Zhe managed to solve it, where would that leave her reputation as a renowned mathematical genius in the region? Moreover, it seemed utterly implausible. Even Teacher Wang fell silent for a moment before sighing. "Little prodigy, stop joking around. Hand me the paper." With that, he began to search Lu Zhe's desk. Lu Zhe, feeling quite disheartened, realized that his chance to take advantage of the situation had slipped away. Reluctantly, he prepared to return the exam paper and complete the Chinese exam once more. Reaching out for the paper, he found it missing. The desk was cluttered with calculation drafts, and he had forgotten where the original math paper had gone. Looking down, he finally spotted it on the floor. Picking it up, he handed it to Teacher Wang, who, upon noticing the shoe prints on the paper, twitched his mouth in amusement. Just as he was about to turn to fetch a new paper, Lu Zhe suddenly exclaimed, "Teacher, what about the extra question?" "Extra question? What extra question? I was unaware there was an extra question." Teacher Wang turned back, perplexed. Lu Zhe then extracted the initial paper that had fallen from the file and handed it to him. Upon holding it, Teacher Wang immediately recognized it. This was the birch conjecture he had idly written a couple of days ago. It seemed that it had been too close to the math paper on his desk, leading the gym teacher to mistakenly regard it as part of the exam. Realizing this, he found it both absurd and amusing, unable to resist asking, "Little prodigy, do you know what this is?" Lu Zhe cast a glance at him. This old fellow, does he not recognize his own work? Internally scoffing, he nonetheless replied candidly, "The Beale conjecture." Unbeknownst to him, this was indeed the answer. Wait a moment. Teacher Wang had anticipated that Lu Zhe would respond with ignorance. But halfway through his utterance, he suddenly grasped the situation. No way. The little prodigy actually knows the Beale conjecture? So this is what the Beale conjecture looks like. At that moment, when Jing leaned over, her mouth agape in astonishment. As a mathematical genius, she had only ever heard the name of the Beale conjecture, but had never seen the actual formula. To her surprise, she was witnessing it here. She hadn't even recognized it herself. Instead, it was the little prodigy who so readily articulated its origins. Meanwhile, seated in his chair, Lu Zhe observed Teacher Wang's reaction and inwardly rolled his eyes. When he had seen the draft paper of the Beale conjecture in the file, he had thought that the school harbored some hidden genius, someone who could solve this monumental problem in mathematics and attain fame. But now, it turned out you were merely toying with it? I thought you were a dragon crossing the river, but it turns out you're just a small fry. With that thought, Lu Zhe subtly shook his head and casually picked up the completed draft paper, countering, "Then do you know what this is?" "Huh." Teacher Wang looked utterly bewildered. "What on earth is this?" He scrutinized it closely, barely recognizing it as related to mathematics, yet comprehending nothing. "This is the complete proof of the Beale conjecture. According to the reward offered by Beale himself, it is worth $1 million. As Lu Zhe pinched the draft paper between his fingers and casually revealed the answer, both Teacher Wang and Wenjing were left in a state of shock. Their minds momentarily ceased to function, their bodies frozen like marionettes with tangled strings. Almost 10 seconds later, a soprano voice suddenly broke the silence. "You proved the Beale conjecture?" Chapter 56. Complete proof of the Beale conjecture? The old professor couldn't understand. In the classroom, Wenjing, having regained her senses, shouted so loudly that it seemed to pull Teacher Wang's soul back into his body. It also attracted the attention of the media reporters outside, who peered in with curiosity. The Beale what? What conjecture? What are they talking about? They were utterly perplexed. After all, concepts like mathematical conjectures are far too remote for the average person. However, within the classroom, Teacher Wang and Wenjing were both engulfed in a tumult of emotions. Wenjing needed no further explanation. She was already beside herself with excitement. As a mathematical prodigy, she understood the immense significance of the Beale conjecture. As for Teacher Wang, he was even more flustered. He continuously swallowed hard, his body slightly leaning forward, his gaze fixated on the draft paper clutched between Lu Zhe's fingers. His throat tightened as he cautiously inquired in a trembling voice, "Why you prove the Beale conjecture?" The uncertainty of his voice echoed in the quiet classroom. Teacher Wang was on edge. Just asking this question made his head spin. Whether it was real or not, Teacher Wang could tell at a glance. Lu Zhe calmly extended the draft paper forward, nonchalantly speaking. However, this simple act of verification rendered Teacher Wang utterly rigid. He pointed at himself in disbelief. "Not me, mate. This is the proof of the Beale conjecture. You expect me, a middle school teacher, to look at it? Am I even worthy?" It was no exaggeration to say that if he could comprehend the Beale conjecture today, he would be invited to become a distinguished professor at Tsinghua or Peking University tomorrow. Teacher Wang didn't even dare to take the draft paper. The Beale conjecture was of monumental importance. Although its status in mathematics may not rival that of the Millennium Prize problems, it had vexed countless scholars. If the little prodigy had indeed proven it, then this draft paper, as the original verification document, held immense significance. Should it be damaged or lost? The responsibility was beyond what a mere middle school math teacher could bear. At that moment, commotion erupted from outside the door. The Beale conjecture, one of the most recognized challenges in mathematics, with a $1 million reward offered by Beale himself. Had the little prodigy just cracked the Beale conjecture? It seemed the reporters had already conducted online searches and learned of the significance of the Beale conjecture. One by one, armed with cameras, they rushed in excitedly. Their original mission for the day was to conduct live interviews with the two students who had just completed their exams, including the subsequent grading and announcement of results. All to be broadcast live. Given that they were a local television station, even if they streamed online, the viewership would be modest, perhaps only around 20,000 at most. Even upon discovering that the other exam participant was the little prodigy, it was too late to build up hype. For instance, at this moment, the viewership in the municipal television station's live stream had only just reached 30,000. Half of those viewers were local, while the remaining half were drawn in by the little prodigy's fame. Now, upon learning that the prodigy had proven the Beale conjecture, how could the reporters not be thrilled? Their keen professional instincts told them this was a monumental story, one capable of shaking the world. In contrast, what did the original accelerated examination matter now? Every gaze was drawn to the unfolding drama. Teacher Wang, witnessing the influx of people into the classroom, was initially taken aback. He swiftly stepped forward to intervene, nervously stating, "Dear reporter friends, I understand your excitement. However, the Beale conjecture is of great importance, so please do not disrupt the scene. As for whether the little prodigy has truly proven the Beale conjecture, that remains to be verified. I will now call a professor at Fudan University to confirm." Teacher Wang, after all, was a seasoned educator, maintaining his composure in a crisis. While calming the reporters, he dialed out to the external world. Meanwhile, at Fudan University, in an office, a scholarly gentleman in his 60s was examining a mathematics textbook in his hands. Just then, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, a look of surprise crossed his face. "Wang Yu? Why is this kid calling me?" As he pondered, the old scholar reminisced about over a decade ago, when this somewhat clumsy student, whom he had struggled to teach, had now become a middle school teacher himself after 20 years. Wang Yu was quite filial, often calling to extend greetings during holidays, but he typically did not disturb him. Was something troubling him? With this thought, the old professor felt a tinge of worry as he answered the phone. However, he was unprepared for what came next. As soon as the call connected, before he could say a word, Wang Yu's excited, trembling voice came through. "Teacher, major news. The Beale conjecture has been proven." "What did you say?" The old professor initially did not comprehend, but once he did, he sprang to his feet. "Wang Yu, are you serious? How do you know the proof is correct?" Although the old professor was equally shaken by this sudden news, he maintained a semblance of rationality. After all, the Beale conjecture was a famed mathematical enigma, and many had attempted to prove it over the years. However, none have truly achieved success. Many are filled with enthusiasm, believing they have obtained complete answers, yet in reality, they are far from it. This time, the call came from one of his esteemed disciples. Had it been anyone else delivering the news, the venerable professor would scarcely have lifted an eyelid. "Professor, I feel there is at least a 70 to 80% chance that this has indeed been validated. That's why I wanted to seek your insight." Wang Yu, aware of his mentor's status as an esteemed academician, hastily began to explain. "All right, send it over immediately." The old professor, recognizing the integrity of his student, understood that he would not have troubled him unless something significant were at hand, and thus he refrained from further delay. Soon, a photograph of the proof of the birth conjecture arrived on his mobile phone, freshly captured by Wang Yu. After a mere glance, the professor, who had just settled into his chair, was suddenly back on his feet. This proof is astonishingly clear. Is it possible to validate it this way? He exclaimed. Why is this being interpreted in this manner? If calculated this way, wouldn't it mean? The more he scrutinized, the more astonished he became. The photograph was magnified repeatedly, and after several minutes, he was utterly stunned. The initial sections were manageable, but he found himself lost in the latter portions. The information was overwhelmingly abundant. At that moment, the old professor realized that he could not verify this alone and needed assistance. He abruptly dashed out of his office. In the corridor, a student happened to pass by and was about to greet the professor. However, before a word was spoken, they witnessed an astonishing sight. The once unsteady and elderly Professor Zhang, who had often lamented his frail condition, now surged past like a gust of wind, displaying the vigor of a sprinter. The student was left dumbfounded. Is that really old Zhang? Have you gone mad? All those complaints about poor health were just a ruse? At this speed, you could rival a track athlete. Is it true that the young are delicate while the elderly are sprightly? Chapter 57. Professors unite for verification, impact spreads. Oldly. From afar, an urgent voice echoed down the corridor in front of a laboratory, imbued with palpable excitement. Before the speaker even appeared, the individuals within the laboratory looked up, astonished. You all continue your discussions. I'll step outside for a moment, said Professor Lee, furrowing his brow as he addressed the students before turning to exit. No sooner had he crossed the threshold than he encountered the hurried Professor Zhang. Observing the latter's disheveled appearance, as though fleeing from a pack of wild dogs, Professor Lee quipped, "You old rascal, at your age, why are you running around like this? Is the sky falling at the school? It's not the school that is collapsing. It's the mathematics world that has cleared up." Professor Zhang gasped for breath, recovering somewhat before responding with renewed vigor. He then extended his arm, presenting his phone to Professor Lee, who looked at him incredulously. "The latest proof of the birth conjecture. My students sent it to me. I've verified the first half, and there are no errors. But the latter part involves such vast data that I cannot compute it myself." Professor Zhang succinctly conveyed the situation, thrusting the proof process into Professor Lee's hands. The latter's playful demeanor vanished as he wordlessly accepted the phone. After meticulously examining the document for several minutes, a look of sheer astonishment mirrored that of Professor Zhang on his face. This is utterly unfathomable. The birth conjecture can be proven in such a manner? Professor Lee could hardly believe his eyes, exclaiming in wonder. He finally comprehended why Professor Zhang, his peer, had lost his composure. The content within the photograph was simply extraordinary. The conjecture that had perplexed countless eminent mathematicians worldwide was now seemingly proven with such completeness, though he could not yet ascertain the validity of the results. The depth of mathematical understanding exhibited by the author was unmistakable from the initial portion alone. Casting a glance at Professor Zhang, he immediately declared, "Relying solely on the two of us is far from sufficient. Let us summon a few other esteemed colleagues from the university." The birth conjecture was of paramount importance, and if proven correct, it would undoubtedly trigger a seismic shift in the global mathematical community. Professor Lee dared not take liberties. The two of them alone would not suffice to validate this answer. Professor Zhang shared this sentiment, and after exchanging a glance with Professor Lee, they both hurriedly exited the building to rally additional support. Meanwhile, inside the laboratory, the students looked at one another in confusion. "Wait, Professor, have you forgotten something? You promised to take us for an experiment, and now you've vanished." The students, like fledgling birds awaiting nourishment, could only watch as their mentors took flight, bewildered. The one who had approached Professor Lee was indeed Professor Zhang, and they had spoken of the proof and mentioned that they couldn't comprehend it alone, needing to seek others. But what could possibly render two esteemed professors incapable of understanding? After a moment of silence, one student finally voiced the question. The others soon followed suit, collectively gasping in realization. Both Professors Zhang and Li were giants in the mathematics department at Fudan University, esteemed academicians of the highest caliber. Yet, now there existed something that could baffle both of them. Curiosity surged within the students, accompanied by an ominous premonition that something monumental was about to transpire in the world of mathematics. As Wang Yu anxiously sought validation from his mentor over the phone, on the other side of the online realm, the official television channel's live broadcast was gradually attracting an increasing audience. Having been live for half an hour, Lu Zhe and Wen Jing were situated in a classroom, rendering camera switches unnecessary. Thanks to Lu Zhe's renowned reputation, nearly everyone who stumbled upon the live stream paused in surprise before clicking to explore further. After all, the nationally celebrated Prodigy had not made a public appearance in over 6 months. While he regularly updated his Weibo, his popularity had waned considerably. Thus, when viewers suddenly discovered Lu Zhe featured in a live stream from a local media outlet, it created quite a stir. Observing the surge in viewership, The reporters began recounting the events that had unfolded, from Lu Zhe and Wen Jing mistakenly swapping their test papers, both scoring full marks, to Lu Zhe incidentally proving the birth conjecture that had been mistakenly included by the physical education teacher, all relayed in its entirety. The audience was left in stunned disbelief. What? The little prodigy took the accelerated assessment, accidentally answered high school mathematics, and still achieved full marks? Isn't he known for poetry and literature? How could he excel in mathematics? Logically speaking, aside from current high school students, 90% of others would struggle with high school math problems, right? It was preposterous. Which university student hasn't progressed from high school? How could they not answer such questions? Clearly, they underestimated the university students. It is well known that one's intellectual peak occurs in their final year of high school, after which knowledge retention gradually declines. Indeed, while knowledge is enriched through review, the rigors of high school contrast sharply with the relaxed environment of university, where one often prioritizes leisure, leading to an inevitable regression in academic prowess. To speak candidly, I graduated from a 211 university, yet I find myself pondering for an extended period even on a middle school mathematics problem. By the way, what exactly is the conjecture proposed by Andrew Beale, which the prodigy completed with full marks? If unclear, perhaps we should inquire with our junior in mathematics, Wah? If he doesn't know, maybe our senior, Go, can shed some light? Allow me to elucidate. The Beale conjecture is a renowned unsolved problem in number theory. Introduced by Andrew Beale in 1993, it pertains to the relationship between solutions of high-degree indeterminate equations and the powers of numbers, serving as a generalization of Fermat's last theorem. I sense confusion. This is indeed a complex subject. The proof of this conjecture has been incentivized by Beale himself with a reward of $1 million. In the live broadcast, various netizens are engaged in lively banter. Some express astonishment at Lu Zhe's achievement of a perfect score on a high school mathematics exam, while others are curious about the nature of the Beale conjecture. When someone steps forward to explain, the barrage of comments erupts in exclamations of disbelief. They may not grasp the intrinsic value of the Beale conjecture, but they certainly comprehend the significance of $1 million. Moreover, as news breaks about Lu Zhe's proof of the Beale conjecture, a flurry of mathematics enthusiasts floods the live stream. Some take the time to elucidate the genuine value of the Beale conjecture and its implications for the mathematical community, prompting many to adopt a more serious demeanor as they realize Lu Zhe is embarking on a monumental endeavor. Currently, young prodigy Lu Zhe has submitted his proof to Professor Zhang Qingyu at Fudan University, who is also the esteemed mentor of our own Wang Yu from the 13th Middle School, now a distinguished academician. The latest reports indicate that Professor Zhang has collaborated with other professors from the mathematics department to rigorously verify the Beale conjecture, leaving us eagerly awaiting further developments. As a local television station reporter scans the barrage of comments, he timely broadcasts this news. Upon hearing this, the online community erupts with excitement. The involvement of a top-tier professor from Fudan University clearly indicates the seriousness of this matter. Could it be that the young prodigy is truly on the verge of solving the Beale conjecture? Such a feat would be nothing short of extraordinary. Chapter 58, Nationwide Sensation. Veteran academics stunned. At this moment, nearly 100,000 viewers have gathered in the live stream. Given such a vast audience, the news can spread like wildfire. Within just half an hour, the announcement of Lu Zhe's proof of the Beale conjecture has permeated the internet. On Weibo, a trending topic has seemingly descended from the heavens to claim the top spot. Prodigy Lu Zhe proves the Beale conjecture. Following closely are other discussions related to the Beale conjecture itself, such as its significance and public understanding. Undoubtedly, amidst this unprecedented attention, Lu Zhe has once again risen to prominence. Having vanished from the public eye for half a year, he reemerges with the astonishing news of proving the Beale conjecture, delivering a bombshell surprise to the entire nation. Everyone is taken aback upon hearing this. Prior to this revelation, Lu Zhe was primarily known as a literary prodigy and performing talent, with no one realizing his mathematical prowess. Moreover, the news of his proof of the Beale conjecture, a celebrated problem in number theory, has taken everyone by storm. This is truly a remarkable beginning. I am yet to recover from the shock of Lu Zhe achieving a perfect score on a high school mathematics exam, only to be informed that he has also proven the Beale conjecture. My goodness, I always thought you were a literary genius, but now it appears you are a polymath? Incredible. It seems you are no longer even pretending. With a literary masterpiece like Preface to the Pavilion of Princeton and a mathematical breakthrough like the Beale conjecture, young prodigy, are you trying to outshine us all? However, let us not rush to conclusions. Proving the Beale conjecture is no simple task, and we must await official confirmation. On Weibo, comments under the trending topic are surging at an astonishing rate. It is currently lunchtime, a peak period for internet surfing, thus drawing immense attention. Not only on Weibo, but the entire internet is abuzz with similar reactions. The trending topics on forums like Tieba also place Lu Zhe at the forefront. The real-time traffic in the Lu Zhe, Beal conjecture, and mathematics Tieba forums has surged by thousands of times. Meanwhile, in the live stream of the city television station, the online viewer count has reached the million mark. The barrage of comments and messages flows in like a torrential downpour, resulting in an exceptionally vibrant atmosphere in the live stream, which has propelled it to the top of the site's trending list. With several factors contributing to this momentum, the viewer count is on the cusp of reaching 3 million. As the city television station is an official media entity, it has not enabled a donation feature. Otherwise, the live stream would have been inundated with gifts and effects. In just one afternoon, the event of Lu Zhe participating in an accelerated entrance examination while simultaneously proving the Beal conjecture has become a nationwide sensation. Countless individuals are either discussing or eagerly anticipating further developments. Simultaneously, at Fudan University, in an academic research room, several venerable professors, exuding an air of scholarly gravitas, are engaged in heated debate, their voices rising in fervor. A young associate professor assists them, witnessing the scene with trepidation. The individuals present are all pillars of Fudan University, titans of the mathematics department, truly treasures of the institution. On the far left is academician Zhang Qingyu, a seasoned expert in partial differential equations, renowned for his significant contributions to computational methods and applications. The draft of the Beal conjecture proof he is presenting is his own. Next to him sits academician Li Jiaxing, another heavyweight in the field, celebrated for his accomplishments in differential geometry and his unparalleled teaching ability, making even the most complex mathematical concepts comprehensible to students. Following him is academician Wang Lan, a master in algebraic geometry, distinguished in the mathematics community and with a widespread influence. At the end of the table is the venerable elder Chen Wanli, a prominent researcher of dynamical systems, whose profound knowledge is acclaimed both domestically and internationally. Additionally, there are two other academicians from the Fudan University mathematics faculty who are not present. One is involved in a provincial-level research project, while the other is collaborating with foreign scholars and is currently abroad. However, upon hearing about the potential proof of the Beal conjecture, both have redirected their focus back and are participating in this verification meeting via remote video. With so many titans of the mathematical realm gathered for this intense debate, it is no wonder the young associate professor feels a sense of dread. Serving a room full of institutional treasures, any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Damn it. Oldley, is your calculation correct? This is complete nonsense. Well then, how would you propose it should be calculated? Just because you can't comprehend this segment, you're arguing with me? Everyone silence. You're disrupting my train of thought. Not to mention, old Chen, what is your input? You should be the last to speak. Your research on dynamical systems has absolutely no relevance to the solutions of high-degree indeterminate equations. Ridiculous. What is wrong with dynamical systems? Tell me, is there any relationship between elliptic curves and dynamical systems? Can the equations of the Beal conjecture be linked to certain elliptic curves? Speak up. Your arguments are flawed. Your arguments are flawed. The room is filled with elderly scholars passionately engaged in debate, their faces flushed with intensity. Do you believe that the academicians convene for meetings with courtesy and decorum, advocating for peaceful coexistence? In truth, it resembles a cacophonous marketplace argument, rife with high levels of maternal invective. All are esteemed academicians and top-tier professors. Who among them would yield? As the dispute escalated, Oldley struck the table and turned to the only young associate professor present, saying, Xiao Lu, whose opinion should we heed? Caught in the crossfire, the young associate professor felt utterly bewildered. ISNT at old Deng? I'm just a mere assistant, here to lend a hand. Please don't drag me into this. As countless eyes fixated upon him, Xiao Lu, summoning his courage, suggested, why don't we consult the author of the proof for the Birch and Swinnerton-Dyer conjecture? Upon uttering those words, a thunderous silence enveloped the room. The group of elder scholars exchanged glances, slowly grasping the implication. Indeed, the dialectic is bidirectional. We should consult the author of the proof for the conjecture. Who penned it? This individual is truly a genius. Which institution does he hail from? Old Zhang. The assembly turned their gaze toward Zhang Qingyu. This venerable professor, also the mentor of Wang Yu, appeared equally flummoxed. It dawned on him that, until now, they had not inquired as to who had authored the proof of this conjecture. You can't possibly be unaware, can you? An elder academic ventured with skepticism. Clearing his throat, Zhang Qingyu awkwardly coughed, scratching his head. Is it too late to ask now? He reached for his mobile device. At that moment, the young associate professor could no longer contain himself and interjected, Professor Zhang, don't make that call. The proof for the Birch and Swinnerton-Dyer conjecture was written by Lu Zhe, and they are currently broadcasting live. The news has gone viral across the internet. Lu Zhe? Which Lu Zhe? That name rings a bell, an elder academic mused. Gritting his teeth, the young associate professor replied. The prodigy Lu Zhe who composed the Tingwang Go at the age of 4. He is just 6 years old and about to start school. As the words settled, a collective astonishment seized the room. Zhang Xingyu, huh? Li Jiaxing, huh? The other elder scholars, huh? They were all utterly confounded. He wrote the Tingwang Go, the prodigy Lu Zhe? And he is only 6 years old? No way. Are you spinning us a yarn? Chapter 59. Collective shock. News spreads to the outside world. In the expansive research hall, one could hear a pin drop. The assembly of elder academicians exchanged glances, their minds buzzing. They had certainly heard of Lu Zhe, the literary luminary, often hailed as the reincarnation of the literary deity, who composed the most celebrated parallel prose at the tender age of 4. He is an unparalleled talent in the realm of literature, his eloquence unmatched. Among them, Old Li had closely followed Lu Zhe's work and had extolled the Tingwang good to no end. Thus, while none would dispute Lu Zhe's literary genius, the revelation that he had also authored the proof for the Birch and Swinnerton-Dyer conjecture left the elder scholars utterly unsettled. It is crucial to understand that linguistics and mathematics are worlds apart. Mastery of mathematics, while certainly requiring innate talent, demands far more extensive accumulation of knowledge. Mathematics is heavily reliant on logical training and a robust foundation. Many renowned mathematicians have emphasized the significance of diligent effort. For instance, international Olympiad competitors typically undergo training for 3 to 5 years, solving tens of thousands of problems. Yet, Lu Zhe has not even begun formal education. A mere 6-year-old. How can one claim that he has solved a conjecture that has confounded countless scholars, who would not be bewildered by such a proclamation? This shattered the foundational understanding of mathematics held by the assembly of academicians. Could it be that Lu Zhe's intellect surpasses even that of William James Sidis? Academician Wang Lan pondered aloud, astonished. Sidis, rumored to possess the highest IQ in human history, reportedly scored between 250 and 300 on IQ tests. In contrast, the average IQ of a person typically hovers around 90 to 100. An IQ of 110 is considered above average, while those achieving 130 are deemed geniuses. Thus, it is evident how extraordinarily high Sidis' IQ was. He was a prodigy known far and wide, having self-taught Latin at 2, Greek at 3, composed poetry in Greek at 4, and studied anatomy and logic at 6. By 8, he was fluent in 6 languages and had even invented a new language. At 9, he passed Harvard's entrance exam, officially enrolling at 11 and graduating as a lecturer at 16. Yet, here was this unparalleled genius, reputed for having the highest IQ, now reasonably questioned by academician Wang Lan, as to whether Sidis' intelligence could possibly exceed that of Lu Zhe. After all, Sidis could not have proven a mathematical conjecture at the age of 6. Our young prodigy from Daxia may very well possess an IQ surpassing 300. Others among the academicians could not help but concur. Zhang Xingyu sighed deeply, expressing envy. Not only is the young prodigy exceptionally intelligent, but his mathematical talent is second to none. I fear he may even eclipse Gauss. This statement reverberated like thunder, causing the hearts of the elder academicians to collectively skip a beat. They fell into a profound silence, grappling with a myriad of emotions. Gauss, the insurmountable mountain in the hearts of all mathematicians, the true prince of mathematics. He possessed an unparalleled natural aptitude for the discipline, laying the groundwork for modern number theory, discovering non-Euclidean geometry, and proving the fundamental theorem of algebra. His lifetime of accolades is immeasurable. Alongside Newton and Archimedes, he is celebrated as one of the greatest mathematicians in history. Yet, in the presence of Lu Zhe, even this towering figure seemed diminished. After all, Lu Zhe is merely 6 years old. Even if the proof for the Birch and Swinnerton-Dyer conjecture ultimately proves flawed, the very fact that he has reached this point is a testament to his formidable prowess. Contemplating this, the assembled academicians found themselves overwhelmed by a complex blend of emotions. Had Lu Zhe been born a few centuries earlier, even Newton and Gauss would have had to defer to his brilliance. Old academician Li, filled with astonishment, remarked. Professor Zhang Xingyu then slammed the table, declaring, "This young prodigy is the pillar of our great Daxia, but now is not the time for reverie. We must immediately contact him to jointly verify the results of the Birch and Swinnerton-Dyer conjecture." Precisely. With those words, the other elder academicians snapped back to attention, nodding in agreement. The young associate professor's assistant then produced a tablet, interjecting, "Esteemed professors, I have already contacted the municipal television station that interviewed the young prodigy. They are willing to connect with us for a live broadcast." He swiftly conducted his operations. In no time, the official account of Fudan University initiated a live stream. Shortly thereafter, the screen flickered, revealing the image from Lu Zhe's end. Teacher, it's been a while. You still look as youthful as ever, full of vitality. As the live connection was established, Wang Yu's large visage filled the frame, blocking the camera entirely. However, faced with his disciple's enthusiastic greeting, Zhang Qingyu, who should have been pleased, instead wore a look of disdain. He waved dismissively, as if wishing to push him away, admonishing, "Oh, step aside. Don't distract me from watching the Prodigy. I might just give you a whack." Observing Professor Zhang's vigorous gestures, Wang Yu instinctively recoiled, hastily stepping aside. The scene suddenly expanded, and everyone immediately caught sight of Lu Zhe, seated at his desk. "Little genius, greetings." Zhang Qingyu, representing the group, addressed Lu Zhe. "We are professors from the mathematics department of Fudan University, and there are several aspects of your proof of the Birch conjecture that we find rather perplexing and wish to verify with you. Of course, esteemed professors. Please feel free to speak," Lu Zhe replied politely, nodding in acknowledgement. There was no hint of refusal in his words. Before long, a complex academic exchange commenced between the two parties, filled with specialized terminology incomprehensible to the layperson. Meanwhile, the audience in the live broadcast was left utterly astonished. Though they could not grasp the mathematical discussions, they clearly recognized that venerable professors from Fudan University were earnestly seeking Lu Zhe's insights. This was truly remarkable. The spectacle of seasoned scholars, all over 50, humbling themselves to seek knowledge from a mere 6-year-old was far more impactful than any discussion regarding the significance of proving the Birch conjecture. My goodness, had I not witnessed this with my own eyes, I would never have dared to dream of such a scene. As a piece of trivia, each of these elderly gentlemen, if considered alone, would be of academician caliber, first-rate professors enjoying deputy ministerial status. Thanks to popular science, one could finally tangibly appreciate the worth of this little genius. Incredible. Absolutely astonishing. In the live stream, which boasted millions of viewers, the barrage of comments surged. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the eventual validation of the Birch conjecture. As time passed, an hour slipped by unnoticed. Many found the wait tedious and exited the stream, yet without exception, they returned periodically, fearful of missing this historic moment. Unbeknownst to anyone, at an airport in the capital, a specialized academic team quietly boarded a plane bound for the young Prodigy's homeland. In the outside world, news and trending topics continued unabated, even reaching foreign shores. After all, the Birch conjecture is one of the few major conjectures yet to be proven, continually attracting attention. In an international mathematics forum, discussions began to emerge regarding claims from the great Xia that they had proven the Birch conjecture. Can you believe it? The amusing part is, this individual is a mere 6-year-old child. Oh my goodness, a 6-year-old who cannot even solve a simple linear equation. How could he possibly prove the Birch conjecture? The people of Great Xia certainly have a penchant for fanciful dreams. Historically renowned mathematicians have predominantly emerged from the West, such as our powerful Germany or that wretched Italy. Let them amuse themselves, for in the end, it will merely provide the world with more laughter. As posts and discussions proliferated, the fervor surrounding Great Xia's Prodigy claiming to have proven the Birch conjecture began to visibly escalate on foreign forums. However, it was clear that disbelief reigned supreme. Some users from nations harboring animosity towards Great Xia began to express their skepticism with blatant sarcasm. Chapter 60, International Mockery? An urgent call for aid. The Imperial Bar sets out. On Twitter, the largest social media platform abroad, countless users posted updates every moment. At this juncture, a topic regarding the Great Xia Prodigy claiming to have proven the Birch conjecture quietly emerged. An increasing number of individuals joined the discussion. This is hilarious. A 6-year-old child's ramblings have drawn a group of professors to verify their authenticity. I heard it's live-streamed, with millions of viewers tuning in. Oh dear, millions? That's an overwhelming number. More than our country's entire population. After all, Great Xia is a prominent global power. A few million is nothing. Surely, these millions must be fools to believe that a child could solve such a monumental problem? I have reasonable doubts. This must be a publicity stunt by the people of Great Xia. Users from various countries actively contributed to the discussion, with some indulging in sarcastic remarks. This was to be expected, as who on the internet doesn't relish a bit of banter? Moreover, this was a matter between nations. Over the years, Great Xia has grown increasingly powerful, and many in the West are unwilling to witness such progress. The media has persistently sought to tarnish their image, deliberately fostering the illusion that this ancient Eastern nation remains significantly backward. Consequently, many individuals from developed countries have cultivated a sense of superiority and unfounded confidence, believing that people from other nations are quite foolish. Now, an ostensibly underdeveloped nation, as per media portrayals, boldly claims to have produced a prodigy who will prove the Birch conjecture. Naturally, they are reluctant to accept this assertion. As the fervor intensified, the tide of skepticism and ridicule grew ever larger. Not only on Twitter, but across several other major social platforms, Instagram, Facebook, and more, similar sentiments echoed. On Instagram, a stunning influencer with millions of followers decided to create content related to the Birch conjecture. In her video, the blonde beauty, clad in a revealing bikini, earnestly explained her self-developed techniques on the subject. Her previous videos followed a similar style, despite the overtly suggestive visuals. Her discourse revolved around genuine financial news or analyses of global trends, creating a stark contrast. Such tactics consistently garnered significant viewership, and this instance was no exception. With likes surpassing 1 million within just 2 hours, the comments section exploded with tens of thousands of messages, as gentlemen from around the globe engaged in fervent debates about the video. Yes, you're absolutely correct. Oh dear, it's all too much to grasp. What on earth are you saying? I didn't catch a single word. Darling, you're so alluring. Wait, did she just say the Birch conjecture is worth $1 million? Sour grapes, don't eat that. Is that ridiculous thing truly worth that much? This must be a publicity stunt. The Easterners are trying to seize that wealth. Andrew Birch is still alive. They cannot claim that reward. The Birch conjecture is among the world's most renowned mathematical conjectures. Unproven for over 20 years, there's no way an Eastern prodigy could accomplish it. Initially, the comments section was characteristically unfocused. But as more individuals noticed the mention of the $1 million prize, the narrative began to shift. An increasing number sought to understand what the Birch conjecture entailed. Once they grasped the intricacies involved, they couldn't help but mock the audacity of the Eastern prodigy. Media reporters further fanned the flames, with one article titled "The Easterners Have Set the Stage," placing a 6-year-old child as the clown, garnering significant attention. The comments section filled with users from various nations. Yet very few expressed confidence in the Eastern prodigy. The majority perceived Great Xia's claims as mere theatrics, poorly executed theatrics at that. After all, the most impressive achievement attributed to the Great Xia prodigy was composing the Tungwang Pavilion at the age of 4, a classical piece of prose. However, what is parallel prose to foreigners? Even those who made an effort to research Liu Zhe's accomplishments could not comprehend the significance of the Tungwang Pavilion. Thus, it was only natural that they dismissed the notion of an Eastern prodigy. Especially among the netizens of the United States, the ridicule has become particularly scathing. Meanwhile, users from other countries have grown accustomed to this behavior. After all, the rapid development of the Great Xia in recent years has posed a significant threat to the hegemony of the United States. The competition between the two nations is ubiquitous, and it is hardly surprising to see such mockery in the wake of such news. Even netizens from other nations seem eager to fan the flames of discord. This has only served to embolden the American netizens further. In contrast, due to the Great Firewall, the netizens of Great Xia are largely oblivious to these developments. With only a handful of students or expatriates struggling with their indignation, these barbarians, they fail to grasp the allure of Great Xia as culture. Unaware of the magnificence of the Tungwang Pavilion preface, can they truly question our prodigy? He is a celestial blessing bestowed upon us. And what of the esteemed professors from Fudan University? The collaboration of such titans in the mathematical realm to validate the conjectures of our prodigy should speak volumes. How infuriating it is that these foreign critics remain so obstinate. At this moment, the expatriates from Great Xia are filled with a profound sense of frustration. A monumental mathematical conjecture is on the brink of being proven by our prodigy, yet at this critical juncture, they are met with derision from around the globe. Competing against such numbers feels utterly disheartening. Just then, a brilliant idea struck someone. We may not be able to argue effectively, but we can rally support from home. Rallying support is an excellent strategy. However, circumventing the firewall poses a challenge. Without media assistance, the call for aid may not even create a ripple. In such circumstances, would anyone be willing to help? Yes, there are indeed brothers who would. I am aware of a group that will surely extend their assistance. Great Xia, being a populous nation with well-developed infrastructure, boasts extensive broadband coverage, resulting in the largest number of netizens worldwide. This leads to an online experience that rivals that of any other country, giving rise to numerous forums, video platforms, and a rich tapestry of internet users. Among these, there exists a particularly unique group, the Tieba veterans. Tieba can be considered one of the most distinctive platforms in the development of the domestic internet. While some may claim that Tieba is chaotic and disorganized, one must understand that within its ranks, there are indeed true dragons. The hardcore experts in these forums are numerous, with occasional appearances by illustrious figures. To put it plainly, if one were to find themselves destitute and starving on the streets, and were to post online seeking help, expressing a desire for a bowl of pig's trotters before passing, certain platforms would berate you for not striving harder. Others would mock your musical tastes at the end of life. Some might recommend a tale of time travel to become a butcher and marry a wealthy beauty, but only if you pay for premium membership. Yet, amidst all these platforms, only the Tieba veterans would ask for your address and promptly arrange for a delivery of pig's trotters. That is the true value of Tieba. When it comes to insults, their words can be quite harsh, yet when it comes to helping others, they are unhesitating and straightforward. At this moment, an overseas student noticed the brazen arrogance of foreign netizens who dismissed the efforts of the esteemed professors and our prodigy with scorn. Inspired, he turned to the Tieba veterans for support. I have already posted in Tieba. These barbarians won't be laughing for long. As a seasoned veteran of Tieba, student Wang Xiaoming felt compelled to step forward. The forum he sought assistance from was none other than the highly active and widely followed Tieba. Chapter 61. The combat power of Tieba veterans. The ignorant persist, and the holy war endures. It is well known that the offensive capabilities of Tieba veterans generally surpass those of users from other platforms. Among the various forums, Tieba stands out with the highest number of followers, monthly activity, and cohesion. In this realm, Tieba is not merely a subset of the Liyi forum. It is simply known as Tieba. It gathers millions of netizens from all corners of the earth, engaging in fervent discussions and generating over 1 million posts daily. One must remember that in an era before the explosion of short videos, various platforms contended fiercely for traffic. Yet, Tieba managed to carve out its own niche, with Tieba reaching unprecedented heights. Tieba's most formidable achievement was the reckoning against Korean Wave fans, systematically dismantling multiple forums and threads dedicated to K-pop groups. Under the banner of resisting Japan and South Korea, they executed a campaign that earned them the moniker, "The Holy War endures, ignorance persists, not a blade of grass remains." With unparalleled cohesion, their large-scale forum raids nearly brought rival servers to their knees. This battle remains one of the most iconic in the annals of Great Xia's internet history, establishing the extraordinary combat prowess of Tieba veterans. Regardless of how the internet evolves, it is unlikely that such a pure and dedicated group as the Tieba veterans will ever be found again. At this moment, student Wang Xiaoming is posting in Tieba to seek assistance. As the news of our prodigy proving the famous Bill conjecture spreads across the internet, Tieba is no exception, with vibrant discussions taking place within the forum. By incorporating related keywords in his post title, it becomes quite easy for it to gain traction and become a trending topic. He screenshots numerous comments from foreign netizens and provides translations. This quickly captures the attention of a significant number of Tieba veterans. Upon witnessing the derision aimed at Great Xia and the disdain for our prodigy, the patriotic Tieba veterans could hardly contain themselves. They immediately rallied under the battle cry of Tieba's expedition. Brothers, it's time to show those foreigners what the strongest online force truly looks like. My spirit for this campaign is ablaze. These ignorant foreigners are arrogant and lack understanding. How could they grasp the significance of a 4-year-old penning the Tengwang Pavilion preface, a 5-year-old winning the title of Best Actor, and a 6-year-old proving a world-renowned mathematical conjecture, validated by esteemed academicians at Fudan University? Great Xia has endured for too long. Now that our nation is strong, no one shall bully us, not even online. Those who offend our great China shall be punished, no matter how distant they may be. Brothers of Tieba, let us breach the firewall and showcase the might of Great Xia. Charge. And remember to don your red attire in our memes. If miracles have a color, it must surely be Great Xia red. Our prodigy will create miracles that astonish the world. Within less than an hour of Wang Xiaoming's post, it becomes a trending topic. The replies exceed 9,000, with an additional 5,000 new threads springing up. Countless Tieba veterans express their outrage, with many echoing the call for another expedition. 20 minutes later, observing the fervor within the forum, the main moderator of Tieba officially issues a battle post, outlining the strategic plan for Tieba's expedition into foreign networks. Subsequently, a junior moderator releases a detailed tutorial and guide for bypassing the firewall. Both posts are pinned and highlighted, instantly garnering immense response from the Tieba veterans. The expedition is scheduled to commence in 1 hour, targeting Twitter, Instagram, and the mathematical subforums of Reddit abroad, platforms where discussions surrounding the prodigy's proof of the Bill conjecture have gained significant traction, now largely occupied by foreign detractors. These will be the primary targets of their campaign. Soon, the bar was bustling with activity. Some were calling upon friends to bolster their ranks for the expedition, while many others engaged in discussions on how to circumvent the Great Firewall. Although the forum had already posted a guide, a plethora of individuals still found themselves perplexed, resorting to seeking assistance from others. Amidst the lively atmosphere, an hour swiftly elapsed. The time to embark on the expedition had finally arrived. My saber was already itching for action. Speaking of which, my comrades, if we were to overload the Twitter servers, would the foreigners demand compensation from us? Compensation, indeed. The Empress of Cixi has long since settled that for us, any issues should be directed towards the Qing dynasty. In that regard, I felt reassured. With a commanding call from the chief moderator, the brothers from the Empire marched forth in grand formation. 10 minutes later, the tranquility of Twitter was shattered, akin to a tempest sweeping through. Users who had insulted the great Xia and mocked the little Prodigy were astonished to find their comment sections besieged by a flurry of panda emojis. Each panda head was distinct in design, but consistently adorned in crimson attire, unmistakably heralding from the same faction. Oh, damn it. These accursed panda heads belong to the great Xia. Only they would revel in such bizarre expressions. Brothers, it seems my Twitter has been infected with some sort of virus. Overtaken by pandas. Damn it. Where did these people spring from? They've been hurling insults at me. Countless foreigners were left bewildered. Having just posted derisive comments about the great Xia, they immediately discovered their comment sections had been overrun. The speed of the flood was astonishing. No derogatory remarks related to the topic escaped unscathed. Many accounts were rendered inoperable or triggered violations of community guidelines, leading to suspensions. In an instant, the panda emoji became a source of dread for numerous foreigners, dubbed the terrifying panda. One foreign singer, notorious for spewing insults against the great Xia, was now in a state of panic, drenched in sweat, as his account had been overwhelmed to the point of being unable to access his main page. Oh God, these pandas make me feel ill. Fans, can you assist me? The great Xia not only flooded my comment section with panda emojis, but also inundated me with aggressive private messages. One individual claimed I was the product of my mother and a homeless man. Oh damn it, that was a filthy insult. This singer, enduring the chaos of his besieged homepage, watched the loading circle spin several times before finally managing to post a new update. Within a minute, the comments section ballooned with 30,000 replies, of which 29,900 were from the Empire's brothers. This time, not only were there panda emojis, but an array of text that, when translated, was filled with intricate insults. We cannot assist you. It seems the great Xia's insults resemble the incantations of a cursed sorcerer. After much effort, a few fan replies emerged, but they were of no help. The singer was utterly infuriated. Even more disheartening, within minutes, his account was banned due to unusual data activity, plunging him into despair. A similar scene unfolded across various corners of the internet. On Twitter, the global trend of the panda emoji topic soared to the top. Instagram was not spared, and the mathematics forums were utterly defenseless. That day, the combat prowess of the Empire's brothers astonished the world. Chapter 62, An Unexpected Twist, Global Unease. Did the little Prodigy miscalculate? In the domestic internet realm, the Empire's stronghold received a stream of victory reports. Brothers, how shall we evaluate this mouse's grand display of might on the foreign web? Utterly overwhelming the foreign detractors with a relentless barrage of insults? It leaves me in stitches. These foreigners' insults are directed solely at individuals, while we encircle them with a multidimensional attack on their entire lineage. A complete annihilation. After all, insults devoid of maternal references are akin to mere scratches. Just a moment ago, I told a foreigner that their mother gave birth to them with the equivalent of a malignant tumor. And this fellow chased me for half an hour explaining how both he and his mother were in good health. The foreigners truly lack in the art of linguistic expression. I sense that, on one hand, they are horrified by the panda emoji, yet on the other, they envy our ability to insult. This is only natural. After all, having been born in a nation with stringent gun control, honing our verbal prowess is only sensible. The atmosphere in the forum was vibrant. For the vast majority of forum members, daily disputes were merely exchanges of elaborate expressions, showcasing a plethora of complex sentences. Their skills had long been refined. Now that they ventured onto the foreign web, it was a clear case of a dimensional reduction strike, akin to experiencing the joy of foreign invaders blasting open the gates of the Qing dynasty, unable to retaliate with insults or strikes. Even their numerical advantage dissipated under the organized assault of the Empire's forces. Many foreigners were left in a state of confusion. The Empire's expedition once again became a trending topic across the internet, garnering significant media coverage and even briefly reaching the top of the topic charts. After all, as the verification results from Liu Zhe and the Fudan University professor team had yet to emerge, many were left idly waiting, seeking amusement instead. By all accounts, the Empire's brothers were wreaking havoc on the foreign web. Joking aside, had it not been for that wall, with the abstract nature of the domestic internet, we could easily assimilate the world. It has been proven that our presence on Twitter is not merely about the daily grand competition. We are also top tier in asserting our national pride. In the live stream room, viewers began discussing the Empire's expedition. A reporter from a television station, stationed in the live stream, was momentarily taken aback. Sensing that something significant had transpired, he hurriedly sought to understand the situation, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Sir, what has happened?" Lu Zhe inquired, noticing the reporter's change in demeanor. Instantly, the previously engaged professors turned their attention to him. The reporter, recognizing their focus, straightened up and promptly explained the developments occurring outside. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe felt no surprise. For the past 2 hours, his thoughts had grown increasingly lucid, clearly indicating that the talent of public focus had been activated. Public focus. The higher the public attention, the greater the agility of thought. The Bill conjecture is, after all, a world-class mathematical conjecture of monumental significance. It was unsurprising that news of it had spread widely on the foreign web. Thus, Lu Zhe remained calm. In contrast, Professor Zhang Qingyu scoffed. "A bunch of Western savages dare to critique our illustrious great Xia?" Professor Li nodded in agreement, stating that academic merit dictates that the accomplished should be the teachers, regardless of whether the little prodigy's conjecture proves successful. His achievements have already established him as a world-class figure, beyond their capacity for mockery. Very well, let us continue our verification. Where did we leave off? Ah, yes. Why must the elliptic curve EB constructed by the little prodigy necessarily exhibit anomalous divergence when GCD, A, B, C1? Before long, the classroom was once more enveloped in the urgent rhythm of the next round of verification. Meanwhile, on the foreign MSE Mathematics Forum, one of the world's more renowned mathematics discussion platforms, a multitude of mathematics enthusiasts had gathered. The overall academic atmosphere leaned towards positivity. The ongoing discussions regarding the Eastern Prodigy's proof of the Bill conjecture had ignited fervent debates within the site. Unlike the uninformed outsiders, the scholars within the forum refrained from personal attacks or mockery towards the Eastern Prodigy, instead expressing curiosity about the plausibility of his conjecture. As Lu Zhe was live-streaming, his written proof was considered rough notes, and he appeared on camera multiple times. Within the MSE forum, some users had already captured screenshots from the live stream, and everyone was engaged in verifying the claims together. One cannot help but marvel at this genius validation process. If this truly was the work of the 6-year-old prodigy from Daxia, then the child named Lu Zhe is undoubtedly a gift to the world, akin to the great Gauss of yore. As a PhD from Harvard, I find myself struggling to comprehend many aspects of this proof. Could it be that the Bill conjecture, which has confounded the world for decades, is on the verge of validation? The forum was abuzz with high praise from mathematics enthusiasts around the globe for Lu Zhe's proof. Indeed, many felt that perhaps the Bill conjecture was genuinely poised for verification. The East is about to witness its own ascendancy. Amidst this atmosphere of tension and anticipation, a post suddenly caught everyone's attention. The Eastern Prodigy is mistaken. He cannot resolve this step, ultimately missing the mark with the Bill conjecture. This eye-catching title stood in stark contrast to the prevailing sentiments within the forum. Although some were prepared to counter the claims, they fell silent upon seeing the name of the poster. The individual, Robert Rubin, is a seasoned user of the forum and a true heavyweight in the mathematics community. Having studied the Bill conjecture for over a decade, he has previously proven a variant of the Bill conjecture under specific indices. One could say he is among the contemporary mathematicians closest to proving the complete conjecture. Therefore, his words naturally carried weight. Whether the Eastern prodigy Lu Zhe is a mere publicity stunt, I cannot say. However, during the proof process, when transforming X by CZ into a Frey-type elliptic curve, it is essential to ensure the absolute irreducibility of the modular representation, which the young prodigy has yet to unravel. He replicated Weil's proof of Fermat's last theorem, but was unable to fully validate the stable reduction error of the elliptic curve, leading to a failed proof this time. Robert Rubin eloquently penned a lengthy discourse of several thousand words, meticulously outlining his perspective. His words clearly condemned Lu Zhe's proof to oblivion. Following the release of this article, the tide within the forum dramatically shifted. Numerous mathematics enthusiasts began to waver in their convictions. After all, the spokesperson was Robert Rubin, a titan in the study of the Bill conjecture for over a decade. He may not have proven the conjecture himself, but when it comes to evaluating others' proofs, the verdict is likely to be accurate. So, has the Daxia prodigy Lu Zhe indeed failed? Is the Bill conjecture, in this era, still unprovable? A sense of regret filled the hearts of many mathematics enthusiasts, leaving them despondent. Meanwhile, some opportunistic individuals quietly switched websites to propagate Robert Rubin's assertion. Before long, this news sparked an uproar. Those foreign netizens who had been ridiculed by the debug community began to retaliate with fervor. Foolish Easterners, your proof is erroneous. Daxia has no prodigy. The one who can prove the Bill conjecture must hail from our beautiful nation. Prepare to be humiliated, you despicable panda heads. The debug members naturally dismissed these insults with disdain. Impossible. The young prodigy cannot be wrong. So many professors from Fudan University are watching. How could they be outdone by your so-called Rubin? It's Robert Rubin. Regardless, he is but a mere boy. Today he will kneel. Regarding Liu Ze's authority, the Daxia netizens exhibited unwavering trust. After all, the miracles created by Liu Ze are numerous, and he has become a beloved national figure, cherished by the people. Naturally, they were displeased by the relentless skepticism from a group of foreigners. Consequently, the online quarrel intensified, escalating further. Time passed slowly, and several hours went by. It had been 7 hours since the professors from Fudan University and Liu Ze had connected to verify the proof. The sky outside had completely darkened. In the tranquil classroom, under the harsh glare of fluorescent lights, Wang Yu finally completed the last sheet of rough calculations. At that moment, however, academician Wang Lan from the professor's team had been silent for quite some time. Suddenly, he spoke. Young Prodigy, all verifications are complete. Only the flaw in the construction of the elliptic curve remains unresolved, and you have no new content to offer. Thus, the final result of this verification is a failure. Wang Lan's expression was grim, and it seemed that uttering these words was a considerable struggle for him. But academia is unforgiving. Right is right, and wrong is wrong. While Liu Ze's proof process was extraordinarily brilliant, regrettably, it ultimately fell short. Elder Zhang, elderly, and others also bore heavy expressions. The barrage of comments in the live stream had already gone into a frenzy. What is happening? Did the young prodigy truly fail? Is there a mistake, professors? Could it be true, as stated on foreign websites, that our young prodigy made an error? Everyone erupted in chaos. After waiting for a full 7 hours, all of Daxia was anticipating a miracle. Yet in the end, they were told that the young prodigy was indeed mistaken. Who could accept such a conclusion? The D-Bomb members, too, were left in shock when the news broke during the live stream. They had fought valiantly online for several hours, holding steadfast to the belief that the young prodigy would prevail. However, with Professor Wang Lan's words, that faith was nearly shattered, leaving them all in a state of dismay. At the 13th middle school, Teacher Wang felt the deepest sorrow. From the initial mishap of mistakenly distributing the wrong exam paper to Liu Ze's casual presentation of a complete proof of the Bill conjecture, he had been in constant contact with Professor Zhang. He had experienced all the events of the day firsthand, believing he would witness a mathematical miracle unfold. Now, however, he was told that this monumental verification ended in failure. Teacher Wang felt a profound emptiness within, a heavy heart. Young prodigy, have you truly erred? With tears glistening in his eyes, he gazed intently at Liu Ze, seemingly yearning to hear a definitive answer. Just as Liu Ze was about to respond, the classroom door swung open, and a voice rang out. He is not mistaken. This brief, yet powerful declaration resonated through the classroom and echoed in the ears of all the viewers in the live stream. Teacher Wang was taken aback and turned to the doorway, where a procession of scholars clad in academic garb entered, each face alight with excitement. At the forefront, a prominent emblem was embroidered on the chest of the leader, boldly inscribed with 2 striking characters, Qingbei. Chapter 63, The Arrival of Qingbei. The pinnacle affirmation of the conjecture's result. In this world, there is no distinction between Tsinghua and Peking University. Rather, there exists a synthesis of both, known as Qingbei University. It is undoubtedly the top-ranking university in Daxia and one of the 5 leading institutions globally. At this moment, as this group made their powerful entrance, Teacher Wang was the first to be rendered speechless. He instantly recognized that the individual who had just affirmed the correctness of their assertions was none other than Professor Liu Tianxing from the mathematics department of Qingbei University. A luminary in the realm of mathematics. Many years ago, at a national mathematics symposium, Professor Wang had the fortune of catching a distant glimpse of Professor Liu. At that conference, Liu Tianxing exuded vigor and charisma, showcasing an impressive depth of mathematical knowledge that had undeniably reached the pinnacle of domestic mathematics. This encounter left an indelible impression on Professor Wang. Now, witnessing Liu Tianxing leading a delegation to their modest institution, number 13 middle school, how could Professor Wang not be astonished? Meanwhile, in the live stream, a brief silence enveloped the atmosphere following the affirmation. As Liu Tianxing and his entourage had yet to step into the camera's view, the audience could only speculate through the barrage of comments. In the Fudan University live stream, a group of senior professors wore expressions of skepticism. It was not until a few seconds later, when Professor Liu entered the frame, that the scene became clear. Zhang Qingyu was the first to lean close to the camera, exclaiming in astonishment, "Old Liu, where on earth did you spring up from? How did you manage to be here in person?" This exclamation revealed the unusual camaraderie between the two. The other senior professors from Fudan were not taken aback by this revelation, having worked together for many years. They were well aware that both Zhang Qingyu and Liu Tianxing were former international students at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, who later returned to their homeland to serve at different universities. Their friendship spanned decades, solidifying their bond as true confidants. In response to Zhang Qingyu's outburst, Liu Tianxing merely turned his head and replied with a faint smile, "Old Zhang, I've always advised you to watch less of those films. It seems your mind is becoming increasingly muddled." Upon hearing this, the other professors from Fudan cast disapproving glances at him, while the comments in the live stream were flooded with question marks. "Defamation? He's slandering me," Zhang Qingyu retorted, his face flushed with indignation. "Lu Tianxing, clarify what you mean by that. What films are you implying I've been watching? Mathematics films? What else could it possibly be?" Lu Tianxing blinked innocently, as if to say, "What are you thinking?" This left Zhang Qingyu momentarily at a loss for words. The live stream erupted in a chorus of laughter. "Ah, so it was a mathematics film? I thought it was something else entirely. Goodness, this Qingbei professor is quite cheeky." The banter between these titans of mathematics was indeed entertaining. As the Qingbei luminary had just stated that the young prodigy was not mistaken, did this imply that Fudan's validation was flawed? Surely not. The team from Fudan had dedicated a full 7 hours to their work. Could such a prolonged effort result in a blunder? The question lingered. Which institution's mathematics department, Qingbei University or Fudan University, held greater prowess? Given that both are premier institutions in the country, a direct comparison seemed challenging. Perhaps a brief overview is warranted. While no definitive contest had occurred, a national ranking of university mathematics departments was conducted in 2007. In that assessment, Qingbei achieved perfect scores across all categories: overall performance, academic staff, scientific research, talent cultivation, and academic reputation. In contrast, Fudan University, while commendable, fell slightly short with a score of 89.74, placing it second. Hence, it could be deduced that Qingbei's mathematics team was indeed somewhat superior. Did this suggest that the young prodigy's case had taken an unexpected turn? With Qingbei's arrival, the discussion within the live stream surged to unprecedented heights. Media outlets had previously circulated news regarding the young prodigy's purported failure to prove the conjecture. But upon witnessing the shift in circumstances, they promptly retracted their statements. Countless eyes across the nation were fixated on Lu Zhe's situation. The number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed past 10 million. The platform hosting the stream hastily disabled all other live streams to alleviate server pressure, concerned that a misstep could lead to a crash. Amidst this fervor, Lu Tianxing smiled slightly and proclaimed, "The young prodigy is a treasure of our mathematical community. His abilities surpass all of your imaginations. I have come here overnight with my team for 2 reasons. The first is to announce to the world that Lu Zhe's proof of the Bill conjecture is unequivocally correct. In other words, the Bill conjecture, which has plagued the mathematical community for 23 years, will henceforth be officially renamed the Bill theorem." Upon this declaration, the live stream erupted into a frenzy of excitement, with countless viewers and media personnel wide-eyed in disbelief, their minds racing to formulate news reports on this sudden reversal. In the Fudan University livestream, the senior professors were left momentarily speechless. It was Wang Lan, an esteemed academician, who first broke the silence with a vehement exclamation, "Impossible. We verified for 7 hours." While the young prodigy's earlier proof was breathtaking, the final transformation of X by CZ into a Frey-type elliptic curve requires ensuring the absolute irreducibility of the modular representation, which the young prodigy has not yet resolved. As top-tier mathematicians, the fact that their validation results were being upended by Qingbei left Wang Lan agitated. Even Zhang Qingyu and the others were furrowing their brows, gazing at Lu Tianxing with confusion, who claims the young prodigy has not resolved the issue. Quite the opposite. The young prodigy has indeed solved it from the very outset. Lu Tianxing scoffed, then turned his gaze toward Lu Zhe, the extraordinary talent standing before him, nodding affirmatively. "Young prodigy, I was correct, was I not?" While the world was aware of Fudan University's professors collaborating with Lu Zhe for 7 hours, they were unaware that Qingbei's mathematical elite had also been en route to the prodigy's hometown, monitoring the live stream for the entire duration and conducting their own calculations. After meticulous iterations, they were confident that the young prodigy's proof contained no errors. This conviction was the very reason Lu Tianxing felt emboldened to make such audacious claims. On the other hand, as Lu Tianxing's gaze fell upon him, Lu Zhe stepped forward. "What Professor Lu has said is indeed accurate. I didn't have the opportunity to elaborate earlier, but when I first mentioned the transformation of X by CZ into a Frey-type elliptic curve, I formulated a related equation, which can be viewed as a trap." Subsequently, the young boy stood before the camera, displaying sheets of calculation paper, articulating his thoughts with clarity and succinctness. His discourse not only left the livestream audience in awe, but also rendered the senior professors from Fudan speechless, as well as mathematicians from around the globe. Chapter 64. Bill's own acknowledgement, a global sensation. With each of Lu Zhe's explanations broadcasted live, mathematicians worldwide erupted in fervor. On the MSE forum, discussions surged, resembling a flood, as everyone was captivated by Lu Zhe's revelations. So that is how it was. The young prodigy from Daxia never overlooked the issue concerning the Frey-type elliptic curve. Rather, he skillfully resolved it through a series of ingenious steps. Indeed, while addressing other challenges with equations, he inadvertently neutralized this issue, rendering the most arduous step in proving the Bill conjecture trivial. The concerns of the Fudan University professor team were entirely unfounded. This was a twofold victory. The young prodigy from Daxia is truly a genius. Esteemed Robert, may I inquire if you have any further remarks regarding the solution proposed by the prodigious Liu Ze of the Great Xia? It has been evidenced that even the illustrious Robert Rubin can occasionally misjudge. Haha, it seems Robert may be feeling rather despondent. I believe it prudent to refrain from hasty conclusions. What if the Great Xia prodigy is indeed mistaken? Within the forum, the volume of posts has surged dramatically, with many mentioning Robert Rubin. After all, it was his assertion that Liu Ze's proof contained flaws that sparked a worldwide shift in discourse. At this juncture, professors from the eminent Qingbei University in Great Xia have also commented on the matter, receiving a direct explanation from Liu Ze himself, clear, coherent, and meticulously addressing all doubts. Naturally, the layperson may find it incomprehensible, but for mathematicians, the clarity suffices. In due course, the truth shall reveal itself. It is inconceivable that the entire mathematical community would forsake their integrity merely to deny the brilliance of the Great Xia prodigy. Such a scenario is utterly implausible. Though the Bill conjecture may not rival the Millennium Prize problems in prominence, it retains significant importance within the mathematical realm. Once proven, it will hold profound implications for all of humanity. No one will dare to dissent at such a pivotal moment. Amidst the fervor of the MSE forum, the frequently mentioned Robert Rubin has finally responded. I apologize, I have misjudged. The Great Xia prodigy is truly astonishing. He is indeed a deity of mathematics. Such a commendation from a mathematical genius of Robert's caliber speaks volumes about the esteem in which Liu Ze is held. With Robert's acknowledgement, the forum erupted once more. Numerous mathematics enthusiasts showered Robert with praise while elevating Liu Ze to a pedestal of reverence. The news of Robert's admission of error quickly spread beyond the confines of the forum. On platforms such as Twitter and Instagram, the tide has turned once again. The members of the Imperial Bar are jubilant, launching a massive campaign of celebration. The comment sections of foreign detractors soon fell into chaos. Still pretending? How does it feel? Are you enjoying it? Speak up, haters. The insights of our Great Xia prodigy are beyond the comprehension of your Western savages. Your so-called young Aben has already knelt, admitting his errors. What of your arrogance now, foreign critics? This battle serves to unequivocally proclaim to the world that the Great Xia has risen. Not only in mathematics, but also in science and technology, we shall dominate comprehensively. Mark my words, the future will belong to us for millennia to come. Previously, it was Robert Rubin's assertion that had allowed foreign detractors to regain their swagger, audaciously challenging the members of the Imperial Bar and even insulting Great Xia. Now, with the tables turned and even Robert himself acknowledging his mistake, the members of the Imperial Bar are determined to reclaim their dignity. They intend not only to regain ground, but to strike decisively at the heart of their adversaries. Orders for attack have been issued from the headquarters of the forum. Countless warriors charge fearlessly, aiming to silence accounts that have insulted Great Xia, driving them to banishment and existential doubt. This battlefield is vast, the operations intricate. Yet no one feels fatigued. The fervor of the Imperial Bar remains undiminished, their blood ever warm, igniting their spirits. Foreigners, witnessing the unstoppable momentum of the Great Xia netizens and their own accounts facing suspension, are utterly disheartened. These Great Xia people are madmen, lunatics. Damn it. I followed 1,000 welfare accounts on Twitter, and now my account is suspended. I despise the people of Great Xia. Sour radishes do not eat. I was so frightened by those panda emojis that I couldn't sleep. I opened my blanket earlier and felt as if all those cursed emojis were grinning at me. The people of Great Xia should compensate me for my account and for my emotional distress. Brothers, I recently asked a Great Xia person for compensation, and he told me to ask Empress Cixi for it in hell. Foreigners huddled together in lamentation. When it comes to navigating the internet, they cannot match the average abstract genius from Great Xia. Indeed, some have begun to regret provoking the Great Xia people online, especially since they are losing accounts that they have used for many years. As for the Great Xia populace, they seem to have an endless supply of new accounts. As if there are tutorials for creating them, losing one does not faze them at all. They continue to surge forward, overwhelming the speed at which the authorities can impose bans. How can this battle continue? A pack of lunatics. Isn't Great Xia supposed to be a drug-free nation? How can their mental state be so frenzied, akin to those under the influence? Some have reached a point of utter despair, cursing as they disconnect from the internet. With this wave of demoralization, the foreign detractors have utterly capitulated. The situation is particularly dire for the American netizens, who are fleeing in disarray. The members of the Imperial Bar are in high spirits. Simultaneously, a heartening announcement has emerged from the academic community. The renowned banker, Tycoon, and mathematics enthusiast Andrew Beale has publicly voiced his congratulations to Liu Zhe of Great Xia for his proof of the Bill conjecture. He stated that upon completing his presentation at the International Congress of Mathematicians, he would promptly journey to Great Xia to personally deliver a reward of $1 million. This declaration has once again set the world ablaze. Even Bill himself has recognized it. It appears that Liu Zhe's proof of the Bill conjecture is an irrefutable reality. In truth, Andrew Beale, more than anyone else, yearns for the Bill conjecture to be proven. After all, should it succeed, this conjecture, which he proposed, will transform into a theorem, one bearing his name. What an immense honor that would be. Thus, Beale would wholeheartedly welcome anyone who could achieve this. Regardless of whether they are 6 or 60 years old, whether they hail from Great Xia or the United States, it matters not. Bill himself has taken the extraordinary step of offering a $1 million reward, sending shockwaves throughout the world. Meanwhile, at Fudan University, a group of senior professors is also taken aback, not by the external circumstances, but by the ingenuity of Liu Zhe's proof. So that is how it is. How could I have overlooked this? They murmur, recognizing their own oversight. Had it not been for Liu Tianqing from Qingbei, they might have inadvertently hindered the young prodigy. Fortunately, everything is now back on track. Thus, the issue concerning elliptic curves has long been resolved. Over here, Liu Zhe has finally elucidated his thought process. The classroom erupts in applause, and the professors from Fudan raise their thumbs in appreciation. At last, Zhang Qingyu suddenly remembers something and asks, "By the way, old Liu, if you wanted to point out an issue, couldn't you have just called remotely? Why go to such lengths to be here in person?" Upon hearing this, Liu Tianqing's lips curl into a smile of satisfaction. This is actually the second matter I came here to address. At this point, he turns to Liu Zhe, his gaze intense. "Young prodigy, on behalf of Qingbei University, I extend a heartfelt invitation for you to join the Qingbei Young Scholars Program." Chapter 65. The invitation to the youth class of Qingbei, leaving Fudan stunned. With Liu Tianqing's words echoing in the air, a momentary silence enveloped the classroom, as well as the millions of viewers watching the live stream. But soon after, an uproar erupted. Countless viewers across screens exclaimed in astonishment. The barrage of comments surged like a swarm of locusts. Did I hear that correctly? This esteemed professor made a special trip to the scene solely to invite the prodigy to join the Qingbei youth class. Good heavens. I initially thought the professor was there to discuss the proof of the Birch conjecture, but it seems the true intent was something entirely different. At merely 6 years of age, this prodigy is set to soar into the skies of academia. Regardless of whether the prodigy joins the Qingbei youth class, he has already commenced his ascent. After all, he is only 6 years old and has already proven the Birch conjecture. One can hardly fathom the heights he will reach in the future. Indeed, the prodigy's intrinsic value far surpasses that of a mere conjecture. If Qingbei truly enrolls him in the youth class, they will have struck gold. How enviable. We often discuss the aspirations of attending Qingbei or Fudan. Yet the reality is that even the simplest tasks can be daunting. While this prodigy is being personally courted by a professor from Qingbei at the tender age of 6, the disparity between individuals can sometimes be greater than that between man and dog. In a matter of moments, the entire internet buzzed with discussions. The Qingbei youth class is a prestigious institution accessible only to genuine geniuses. It disregards background and wealth, focusing solely on talent. Upon admission, students automatically register as university students. In previous years, the minimum age for enrollment in the Qingbei youth class was 14. The academic structure comprises 3 years of undergraduate studies, followed by 2 transitional years for a master's degree, and concluding with 3 years for a doctorate. Exceptional students may shorten this timeline. As the foremost academic institution in Daxia, virtually every graduating class from the Qingbei youth class consists of societal elites, pillars of the nation. The invitation extended to the prodigy at the astonishing age of 6 is, without a doubt, unprecedented. At this age, other children have not even started first grade. Of course, no other child at this age has managed to prove the Birch conjecture. Thus, it is only fitting that an extraordinary individual be treated with extraordinary consideration. Following the initial shock, netizens across the nation expressed their admiration and envy openly. The members of the Emperor Bar community were particularly ecstatic, having tirelessly engaged with various platforms to confront foreign critics. The prodigy himself has indeed made a remarkable achievement, successfully proving the conjecture, receiving congratulations from Birch himself, and now receiving a personal invitation from a Qingbei professor. Each of these events feels like a legendary tale, boosting their morale tremendously. To the foreign critics who refuse to acknowledge the prodigy of Daxia, How does it feel to see him invited to the Qingbei youth class? The prodigious talent of this child, upon receiving more specialized academic education at Qingbei, is bound to shine brightly, propelling Daxia to new heights and surpassing you all. Qingbei University, ranked among the top 5 globally, surely requires no further introduction, does it? The members of the Emperor Bar community stood tall and proud, provocatively challenging detractors abroad. The foreign critics seethed in frustration, yet felt utterly powerless. After all, in this world, Qingbei holds undeniable authority as a top-tier institution. As the audience in the live stream cheered, the members of the Emperor Bar community rejoiced. The foreign critics were left fuming. The situation could only be described as perfect. The only ones feeling the sting were the elderly professors from Fudan University. At this moment, one could clearly observe the expressions of Zhang Qingyu, Wang Lan, and others. After experiencing initial shock, confusion, and dismay, their faces turned an alarming shade of purple, as if they had just swallowed a fly. Goodness! It is no wonder that the professors from Qingbei chartered a plane to arrive at the scene. Initially, when they saw Lu Tianqing on camera, they were oblivious to the unfolding drama. But upon witnessing the smug smile on his face, the Fudan professors began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Qingbei was stealing their thunder. They had long recognized the Prodigy's exceptional talent and harbored a desire to recruit him. However, fearing that an online announcement would alert their competition, they chose to approach the matter quietly, arriving at the scene before Fudan could react, swiftly extending the invitation. This way, the Prodigy would likely direct his attention towards Qingbei first. Lu, you sly fox. You're playing dirty. The Prodigy initially had ties with our Fudan University. You cannot poach him. Young Lu Zhe, do not listen to that cunning old man. He is quite treacherous. Join our Fudan University youth class. We offer the most professional academic environment, and it will be a splendid experience. The elderly professors from Fudan were in a frenzy. Who wouldn't he want such a remarkable talent? A 6-year-old who can independently prove the Birch conjecture. Gauss and Newton would seem like novices in his presence. He is truly a god of mathematics. And this time, fortune favors Fudan. Due to a series of fortunate coincidences, Fudan was the first to establish a connection with the Prodigy among the many universities in the country. This implies that they originally held the greatest opportunity to invite him. Yet now, Qingbei has swooped in, usurping their chance. That cunning old man Lu Tianqing chartered a plane to arrive at Lu Zhe's accelerated assessment site overnight. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. With this maneuver, the Prodigy would undoubtedly prioritize Qingbei University. Who could tolerate such an affront? The elderly professors from Fudan, initially feeling merely frustrated, now found their anger escalating. They rolled up their sleeves, ready for a confrontation. Oh dear, are we feeling anxious? On the screen, Lu Tianqing wore an infuriating expression, his thumb pointing backward as if in a mocking gesture. He was reveling in the moment. Old Zhang, I advise you to save your breath. Do you truly believe you have the capability to invite the Prodigy to enroll? You can't even comprehend a conjecture. Of course. Dear audience, do not misunderstand. I am not implying that Fudan University is lacking in merit, merely that they fall slightly short compared to Qingbei. Hearing Lu Tianqing's words, the professors from Fudan were left utterly bewildered. The viewers in the live stream were thoroughly entertained. This Qingbei professor is quite the character. Lu's charisma is captivating. Goodness, he has managed to rattle Fudan University. Yet, what he said holds a kernel of truth. Fudan indeed failed to recognize the Prodigy's proof strategy. Indeed, Fudan has suffered a significant loss. The mathematics department professors and academicians worked tirelessly for 7 hours, only to have their efforts undermined. Viewers in the live stream offered sharp commentary. At Fudan University, Zhang Qingyu, the leading figure, caught a glimpse of the screen, instantaneously feeling as though the characters were sharp blades, piercing his heart. His anger reached a boiling point, prompting him to pinch his own skin. Beside him, a young associate professor, witnessing the scene, immediately pulled out his phone. Hello? Is this the funeral home? Yes, my professor may need eternal rest. Please prepare the grave. Chapter 66. Are there more experts? The universities clash. Fudan and Qingbei are at odds. On the love-hate rivalry between Daxia's universities, Professor Zhang Qingyu was so incensed that he nearly pinched someone. The Prodigy was rumored to be enrolling at Tsinghua or Peking University, while Fudan University lamented, claiming it was all a mistake in the end. On Weibo, trending topics surged rapidly, with a plethora of related news emerging at lightning speed, as marketing accounts expounded extensively. Within mere minutes, the entire nation was abuzz with the news of the fierce competition between Tsinghua, Peking University, and Fudan University for the young Prodigy. Both teams comprised top-tier academic elites, renowned professors who held academician titles. Yet, at this moment, they squabbled like vendors at a bustling market, their arguments over the Prodigy's admission escalating into a fierce brawl. The audience in the live broadcast room surged towards 20 million. The CCTV news channel even aired the live stream. Many elderly individuals, unable to access the live room or unfamiliar with the internet, tuned in via television to witness this sensational event. Such is the nature of the people from the Great Xia, they are drawn to spectacles. The Prodigy's remarkable talent had shaken two prestigious universities, an unprecedented spectacle. If it weren't broadcasted now, once missed, it would be irreplaceable. To put it bluntly, even the central media enjoys the thrill of a spectacle. Haha, the news channel is actually broadcasting. This is bound to leave Fudan University embarrassed within a day. However, one must not forget that it was Fudan that had connected with the Prodigy for 7 hours, establishing a bond. What if the Prodigy chose Fudan after all? Indeed, Fudan, as the second-ranked university in Great Xia, is still formidable. With just a minute's delay in the broadcast, what is the current situation in the live room? Allow me to provide a live update. Professor Zhang Qingyu has faltered, and now a new hero emerges. Academician Li Jiaxing, who enters with vigor, launching an opening move of a Q skill admission benefits, seemingly intent on reclaiming the advantage. With the central media stirring the pot, the entire internet buzzes with excitement. On Weibo and various forums, chat groups are abuzz with discussions. In the live room, as Professor Zhang Qingyu furiously pinches himself, academician Li Jiaxing boldly steps forward. He extends both hands toward the screen, 10 fingers pointed at the camera, passionately exclaiming, "Old Lu, you scoundrel, what else can you do besides poaching? It's the 21st century. In this world, sincerity matters. To put it bluntly, how dare you shamelessly invite the Prodigy? Young Prodigy, align your gaze with mine. Yes, it's me, Old Li. Here. I pledge that if you join our Fudan youth class, we will grant you an immediate scholarship of 600,000. Oh no, I meant 60,000. Plus, various perks at the end of the term, ensuring you leave with your hands full. Li Jiaxing, indeed, is a brave soul, daring to step into the limelight after Zhang Qingyu's fall. With his very first words, he promises generous conditions. The viewers in the live room are left astounded. Goodness, it's common knowledge that attending school incurs tuition fees, but witnessing a school offering benefits is a first. And to start with a sum of 600,000. What can 60,000 buy? A modest apartment, a fully equipped E300, or an Audi A7? As Li Jiaxing speaks, many viewers feel a pang of envy. Tears of jealousy flow. Being courted by a top-tier university with such treatment upon admission, Lu Zhe truly is the embodiment of success. While I, on the other hand, am merely a second-tier student whose father had to pull strings and spent 300,000 for my admission. Compared to the Prodigy, I feel like nothing but waste. I never imagined the day would come when I would think, if I could attend Fudan, I would even accept an Audi A7. This sentiment is not shared by all. If I were to receive that 600,000 scholarship, I would dedicate the next 4 years to abstaining from all indulgences. Comments flooded in. Li Jiaxing's words ignited unprecedented fervor. However, faced with such enticing offers, Lu Tianxing merely smiled coldly. With a single finger pointed, he declared, "Naive. Old Li, do you think that the Prodigy, who has already secured a fortune as a spokesperson for a milk powder advertisement worth at least 100 million, would be swayed by money?" With that, Lu Tianxing disregarded Li Jiaxing's astonished expression and turned to Lu Zhe, stating, "Young Prodigy, let us be straightforward. If you choose to enroll at Tsinghua or Peking University, I will personally arrange for a district housing unit in the capital for you, accommodating your parents as well. Furthermore, all academic research facilities within the school will be accessible to you, with no classes scheduled during your studies. Whether you wish to delve into mathematics or any other field, all professors and instructors will fully cooperate. We prioritize freedom. What do you say?" As his voice resonated, not only was Li Jiaxing left speechless, but the entire audience in the live room erupted with excitement. What a generous offer. Do you understand what top-tier treatment means? Look at that. As the leading university in Great Xia, they are willing to go to such lengths to attract a genius. Had it not been for hearing it live, the online community could never have imagined that the seemingly aloof Tsinghua and Peking University would display such eagerness. It's heartbreaking. To catch the attention of Tsinghua and Peking University, I had to toil for 3 years to achieve a score of 698. While the Prodigy has not uttered a single word, and Professor Lu has already laid out the conditions, even offering a district housing unit in the capital. Just that one apartment is worth several million. Viewed from this perspective, Professor Li from Fudan truly appears rather stingy. It's likely he is not stingy by nature, rather. He probably doesn't watch much television and is unaware that the Prodigy has appeared in advertisements. Based solely on these conditions, Tsinghua and Peking University have utterly eclipsed Fudan. Even a fool would know how to choose. Thousands of netizens expressed their astonishment. Parents could only watch, enviously weeping. Their 6-year-old children are still playing in the mud. while the Prodigy has already made a name for himself, carving out an impressive territory. Who wouldn't be bewildered by this disparity? Yet, it remains uncertain how the Prodigy will ultimately decide. Under the watchful eyes of the public at the 13th Middle School, Lu Zhe, surprised by Lu Tianqing's proposal, realized he had initially only intended to participate in a grade-skipping assessment. Yet, it had escalated into a fierce competition between Tsinghua and Peking University, vying for his enrollment in the youth class. For Lu Zhe, whether Tsinghua or Peking University was inconsequential, as he learned independently without relying on teachers. However, he was not foolish. If given the choice, he would naturally opt for the best institution. Just as he contemplated speaking, the corridor outside suddenly filled with the sound of hurried footsteps. The classroom door swung open once more, revealing an elderly gentleman with a receding hairline, exuding literary charm. Who boomed, "Young Prodigy, I am Zhang Ming from the Literature Department of the Capital Normal University. Come join us. On top of matching Tsinghua's offer, I will additionally provide you with a district housing unit." Upon his words, the classroom fell into stunned silence. The viewers in the live room were equally taken aback. What the heck, another contender? Chapter 67, each more absurd than the last. Lu Zhe's choice. This resounding declaration immediately drew the attention of everyone in the room. Under the collective gaze of Tsinghua and Peking University representatives, the elderly gentleman, flanked by a group, approached Lu Zhe with a beaming face. Lu Tianqing furrowed his brows. "Zhang Ming? What are you, a literary scholar, meddling in this?" This elderly gentleman, renowned in academic circles, was acclaimed not for mathematics, but for literature. Currently serving as a distinguished professor and academician in the Literature Department of Capital Normal University, his academic focus lies in classical literature and linguistics. He has participated in writing for core journals such as the Journal of Capital University and is also a best-selling author, holding significant positions in the Capital Writers Association and Literary Federation. In summary, the literary standing of the Daxia era is exceedingly high, with a multitude of disciples scattered across the land. Apart from the late Xie Laowai, this group constitutes the most profoundly influential figures in today's literary world. His unexpected appearance here has taken everyone by surprise, imbued with an air of intrigue. How can you say such a thing? Are those in the literary field forbidden from seeking out the little prodigy? Zhang Ming retorted, casting a sidelong glance at him, showing no signs of concession. No one has set such a rule, but the little prodigy is a divine gift to the realm of mathematics. I advise you to possess a modicum of self-awareness and return whence you came. Lu Tianqing stepped forward, equally unyielding. The two professors, both past 50, locked eyes fiercely, seemingly on the verge of a heated clash. In the live broadcast room, the viewers quickly caught on, and the barrage of comments surged. 666, another prestigious institution has arrived. The little prodigy is simply irresistible. Even the Beijing Normal University is vying for him. Beijing Normal University seems to pale in comparison to Tsinghua and Peking University. Doesn't it? Yet, their specialized programs are undeniably strong. The College of Humanities at Beijing Normal University is unparalleled nationwide, having received an A rating from the Ministry of Education last year. The little prodigy has the literary talent to compose preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tong, which is nothing short of astonishing. It is no wonder that Professor Zhang is eager to recruit him. Look, the two professors are closing in again. Let us see them fight. This is hilarious. What a bunch of elderly rascals. Zhang Ming, the professors from Tsinghua and Peking University are bullying us, and now Fudan wants in on the action? Then let the battle commence. The entire nation of netizens was entertained. Such a scene of prestigious institutions competing for talent is indeed a rarity. Even Professor Li Jiaxing from Fudan University couldn't help but smile at this moment. "Old Zhang, stop playing dead. Your kin has come to assist you," he exclaimed, nudging Zhang Qingyu, who lay on the ground, pinching himself. Startled, Zhang Qingyu quickly rose to his feet. He turned his gaze toward the screen and saw that the seemingly unremarkable classroom was now filled with more than just Tsinghua and Peking University, instantly uplifting his spirits. Although Fudan was essentially out of the competition, as long as there were others besides Lu Tianqing's team at the 13th Middle School, where the little prodigy was located, he would still have options. Not to mention, the conditions proposed by Beijing Normal University were exceedingly generous. Meanwhile, within the classroom, Lu Tianqing sensed the escalating tension and felt a wave of urgency wash over him. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "Zhang Ming, you traveled all this way to poach talent from me, and you even dangle the offer of a district housing unit as leverage? What does it matter if you pressure me and I pressure you? Have you ever recruited a true genius? Have you ever felt, firsthand, that this genius could change the world? I tell you, your sky-high offers here are futile. If you truly have the guts, why don't you venture into Wadaiku?" As Lu Tianqing's words echoed, the others in the room could barely contain their laughter. Zhang Ming, taken aback by the question, found himself at a loss for words. What the hell? I merely came here to recruit a student, and the atmosphere has turned into a gang fight. Have you forgotten that Wadeaku is often jokingly referred to as the vocational college of Tsinghua and Peking University? Coming here to snatch talent today and then heading to the Tsinghua stronghold tomorrow is akin to a mouse entering a cat's lair. Is this even logical? Am I just a pawn in your game? Zhang Ming said, his expression darkening as he waved his hand dismissively. Old Lu, spare me the nonsense. Let the little prodigy choose for himself. My conditions are laid out. With that, Zhang Ming turned his gaze away from Lu Tianqing, avoiding any further influence from this old rascal. Seeing this, Lu Tianqing was left with no options. He pondered whether to raise his offer further. Just then, a commotion erupted at the door, followed by a resounding shout. The Harbin Institute of Technology has arrived. Upon hearing this, a group of tall, formidable scholars entered with an air of icy determination. Zhang Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Lu Tianqing stomped his foot in frustration. Another contender? The viewers in the live chat erupted in laughter. More skilled players are entering the scene. Even Lu Zhe couldn't help but twitch his lips. Leaning forward to peer at the classroom door, eager to understand the sudden announcement, reminiscent of a Dragon King's return. Soon, he spotted Wen Jing leaning against the corridor wall, watching the spectacle unfold. Upon meeting Lu Zhe's gaze, she winked at him, clearly enjoying her role as the welcoming committee. Meanwhile, the professors from Harbin Institute of Technology approached Lu Zhe with palpable excitement. Little Prodigy, it is an honor to meet you in person. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the head of the admissions office at Harbin Institute of Technology. Our northern region is harsh and cold, and we cannot compete with Tsinghua, Peking University, or Fudan. We don't have 660,000 or 2 district housing units to offer. However, if you choose us, you will have access to rockets and nuclear weapons. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Tianqing and Zhang Ming nearly stumbled in shock. Are you serious? You think it's appropriate to tell a 6-year-old boy he can play with nuclear weapons? Is this even right? Besides, aren't you supposed to be focused on materials and physics? The little prodigy merely proved a mathematical conjecture. He hasn't discovered new physical laws. What are you trying to recruit him for? A cacophony of confusion erupted among the group, and the viewers in the live stream were equally astounded. Wow, the National Defense 7 have arrived. Is it true that Harbin Institute of Technology is the only institution capable of nuclear strikes? That must be a rumor, just exaggeration for effect. But whether they participate in research, we can't say. However, one must admit, Harbin Institute of Technology excels in aerospace and national defense. How could it not be impressive? It ranks first on the list of universities sanctioned by the beautiful country. The excitement continued to build as yet another formidable institution entered the fray, with viewers captivated, seemingly more exhilarated than by the little prodigy himself. Chapter 68. The astonishing conditions offered by Harbin Institute of Technology, upgraded conjectures. At the 13th middle school, the atmosphere grew tense. The previously raucous factions from Tsinghua and Peking University now stared at each other in disbelief. None had anticipated the sudden emergence of Harbin Institute of Technology. Even Lu Zhe found himself momentarily stunned. Initially, he had been inclined to choose Tsinghua or Peking University, given its prestigious national ranking and international acclaim. However, the arrival of Harbin Institute of Technology unexpectedly prompted him to reconsider. If he aimed to pursue a path in technological development or delve into military aerospace for interstellar exploration, then selecting Harbin Institute of Technology, the foremost among the National Defense 7, would undoubtedly be the wisest choice. While Tsinghua and Peking University are undoubtedly strong, their comprehensive excellence is unmatched. Yet, when it comes solely to engineering, Harbin Institute of Technology emerges as the clear leader. The title Cradle of Engineers is not bestowed lightly. In fields such as aerospace, robotics, and computer science, they stand at the pinnacle of domestic standards. Even if their international rankings may not surpass Tsinghua and Peking University, it is primarily due to the potential threats posed by the beautiful country. To the beautiful country, Harbin Institute of Technology is a thorn in their side. Ranked first on the entity list for sanctions. When we set aside ranking factors, Harbin Institute of Technology's resource mobilization capabilities far exceed those of Tsinghua and Peking University. Without hesitation, one could directly engage with the defense of the Great Xia Empire, as various privileges were astonishingly high, rendering it exceptionally suitable for a future trajectory towards hardcore technology. With this thought in mind, Lu Zhe glanced at the group of rugged men from the northern frontier. His heart momentarily stirred. Just as he weighed his options, Lu Tianqing had regained his composure and exclaimed indignantly, "Comrade, one must adhere to the principle of order, mustn't one? Is it appropriate for you to snatch others' opportunities so brazenly?" The moment these words escaped his lips, the room fell into incredulous silence. Everyone astonished that such a statement had emanated from Lu Tianqing. In the live stream, a professor from Fudan slowly expressed his bewilderment with a question mark. Not to be rude, but how do you have the audacity to speak of order? He retorted. In terms of priority, isn't our institution the foremost? May I inquire? Zhang Qingyu, exasperated, could only roll back and continue pressing his acupressure point, his body twitching slightly. The head of the admissions office at Harbin Institute of Technology, with no hesitation, exposed the hypocrisy, saying, "You are the least qualified to make such claims." Lu Tianqing was momentarily at a loss for words, stammering as he struggled to respond. However, another professor following him astutely chimed in. The little prodigy is a mathematical genius, possessing significance for all of humanity. Only by entering our school of mathematics at Qingbei can he receive the finest training. What business do you engineers have in poaching such a mathematical talent? Lu Tianqing eagerly nodded in agreement. Old Wang is right. A mathematical genius like the little prodigy would be underutilized at your Harbin Institute. This remark provoked the Harbin Institute's representative, who retorted defiantly, "Nonsense. As the saying goes, mathematics and physics are inseparable. If the little prodigy excels in mathematics, surely he cannot be lacking in the sciences. If he excels in the sciences, how can he falter in engineering? Therefore, based on this reasoning, the higher his mathematical talent, the stronger his engineering aptitude. It is only fitting for him to come to our Harbin Institute." Listening to such convoluted reasoning, everyone present widened their eyes in disbelief. Is it possible to compare in such a manner? What difference does it make if the fish is larger or smaller? Lu Tianqing was infuriated, his beard nearly blowing away in the wind. To his astonishment, there were others even more shameless than himself in this competition. At that moment, Professor Zhang Ming from Beijing Normal University suddenly had an epiphany, saying, "Wait a minute. Where does Harbin Institute even have a young talent program? Are you solely recruiting little prodigies?" This statement struck Lu Tianqing, illuminating his thoughts. Indeed, what young talent program does Harbin Institute possess? They don't even have a plan for admitting younger students, yet dare to meddle? Facing a sea of gazes that seemed to have uncovered a vulnerability, the Harbin admissions head merely smiled coldly, appearing thoroughly prepared. He proclaimed loudly, "Who said we are recruiting the little prodigy to be a student? Our Harbin Institute promises that if the little prodigy chooses our school, we will immediately establish an independent little prodigy research institute, with the little prodigy as the director." As the words of the Harbin representative echoed through the classroom, silence enveloped the room once more. The viewers in the live stream were equally bewildered. Moments later, the barrage of comments erupted in astonishment. Good heavens, Harbin Institute is actually offering to establish a dedicated research institute for the little prodigy? How audacious. Haha. How will Qingbei possibly compete now? The conditions are simply overwhelming. So, does this imply that at the tender age of 6, when one struggles to even climb onto a bed, the little prodigy is to become the dean of a university? Not to be rude, but is this even right? Since the little prodigy independently proved the Birch conjecture, what else has gone correctly? I truly should be heading to bed. The comments flooded in. Many were left dumbfounded by the conditions presented by Harbin Institute. It was utterly outrageous. Although the little prodigy himself was extraordinary, this still astonished a considerable number of viewers. At 6 years old, he was to become the dean of a prestigious university, establishing his own independent research institute. Such an achievement, viewed globally, who else could accomplish it? How could the audience not be stunned? In the classroom, after hearing this, Zhang Ming fell into complete silence, relinquishing his desire to continue the competition. After all, Beijing Normal University could not offer such conditions. Even Lu Tianqing's expression was complex, his gaze flickering as he pondered. The Harbin admissions head, beaming with a smile, turned to Lu Zhe. "What do you think? Are you satisfied with the conditions we presented? Would you like to engage in research? You'll have your own laboratory, and you can explore any topic you wish. It's quite delightful." Given Harbin's capacity for resource mobilization, this statement held a significant truth. Even Lu Zhe could not help but feel his heart race a bit faster. Oh no, this was the feeling of excitement. Faced with Harbin Institute's earnest offer, Lu Zhe found it exceedingly difficult to glance back at Qingbei. After a brief contemplation, he nodded for the first time in front of everyone. All right. The moment he spoke, it signified that Lu Zhe had officially made his choice. Professor Zhang Ming beside him sighed deeply, feeling a sense of loss. However, he understood that given the little prodigy's extraordinary intellect, he was likely to change the world and become a legend in the future. Being confined solely within the realm of literature could indeed be a limitation. On the screen, Fudan University, which had been eliminated early, also cast envious glances at the Harbin representatives after a moment of stunned silence. Among all the universities, only Lu Tianqing from Qingbei watched with tearful eyes, feeling aggrieved as he looked at Lu Zhe. "Little prodigy, your departure is a blow to the mathematics community, akin to the West losing Jerusalem." Lu Zhe replied, Grandpa Lu, I am merely transferring schools, not departing this world. With a slight twitch of his lips, he gazed at the elderly scholar before him, filled with helplessness. It's all the same. Lu Tianxing cried out, I had hoped you would prove the Riemann hypothesis and the Goldbach conjecture, leading the great Xia mathematics community to the pinnacle of the international stage. Now what are we to do? We old folks are useless. We shall never fulfill this great ideal. As he spoke, tears streamed down Lu Tianxing's face. Those around him looked on, instantly empathizing and raising their thumbs in admiration. What a noble character, Professor Lu. He truly cares for the mathematics community. How moving. Witnessing the elderly man genuinely weeping, Lu Zhe was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the previously playful Lu Tianxing would succumb to tears. It seemed that as one aged, the body became less one's own to govern. Nonetheless, this unwavering dedication and passion for mathematics was indeed commendable. With this thought, Lu Zhe could no longer bear to watch. Stretching out his arm, he dramatically extracted a large roll of calculation paper from beneath the desk, a confident smile gracing his face. It's simple. I shall now prove the Goldbach conjecture. The moment his declaration resonated, the entire room fell into astonished silence, and Lu Tianxing abruptly halted, retracting his tears as he fixed his gaze intently on Lu Zhe. As Lu Zhe's words resonated through the air, all present were rendered utterly bewildered. Countless pairs of eyes gazed at him in disbelief. What had they just heard? The child prodigy proclaimed his intention to prove the Goldbach conjecture immediately? How could this possibly be? The Goldbach conjecture is one of the most renowned unsolved problems in number theory, its complexity rivaling that of the P versus NP problem. Proposed by a German mathematician in 1742, it remains unresolved to this day. Over the course of more than 2 centuries, the mathematical landscape has been tumultuous, with countless brilliant mathematicians emerging like mushrooms after rain, yet none have succeeded in proving the Goldbach conjecture. The mere fact that this young prodigy could prove the P versus NP problem was an extraordinary feat in itself, placing him among the elite of human mathematical history. Yet, even so, when he declared his intent to prove the Goldbach conjecture on the same day, the crowd was still engulfed in a wave of dizziness. It was not a question of doubting the prodigy's prowess, but rather the audacity of attempting to solve 2 world-renowned mathematical conjectures in a single day sounded utterly preposterous. Countless mathematicians have devoted their entire lives to proving a single conjecture. Yet this child prodigy appeared to approach it as if he were a mathematics professor tackling a routine Olympiad problem, requiring neither years of research nor preparation, but rather a spontaneous whim. How could this not leave the assembled mathematical luminaries in shock? Even Lu Tianxing felt that Lu Zhe was perhaps being overly ambitious. On the internet, when Lu Zhe pulled out a new sheet of calculation paper and uttered those words, a seismic shift occurred. Countless netizens stared in astonishment. They were no longer naive novices. Today, Lu Zhe's proof of the P versus NP problem had made waves, trending across social media platforms. Many, in their quest to understand the P versus NP problem, had also taken the opportunity to familiarize themselves with other world-famous conjectures. They now possessed a rudimentary understanding of the Millennium Prize problems, the Riemann hypothesis, and the Goldbach conjecture, fully aware of their significance. Thus, when they heard Lu Zhe's intention to prove 2 major conjectures within a day, a collective shiver ran down their spines. The young prodigy was aiming for the stars. To attempt to prove 2 conjectures back-to-back, was he serious? While I have unwavering faith in the prodigy's capabilities, he is still merely a 6-year-old child. After spending the day solving problems and proving conjectures, followed by 7 hours of validation with esteemed professors from Fudan University, how could he possibly muster the energy to tackle another conjecture? The Goldbach conjecture, alongside Fermat's last theorem and the Riemann hypothesis, is among the holy grails of mathematics. Should the prodigy succeed, he would undoubtedly become an immortal symbol in human history. If he were to start live-streaming his proof of the Goldbach conjecture, I would stay up all night to watch. Across various forums, Weibo and Tieba, netizens were ablaze with excitement. The academic community in China was equally stirred by his proclamation. Countless mathematics enthusiasts, who had intended to turn in for the night, suddenly splashed cold water on their faces, their eyes alight as they sat before their computers to witness the live broadcast. On overseas forums, the atmosphere was equally electric. Following the panda emoji meme skirmish and Bill's personal response, the prodigy Lu Zhe had finally entered the global spotlight, gaining immense popularity. And just then, news broke that Lu Zhe intended to continue proving the Goldbach conjecture. How could this not astonish people? The young genius from Dachau was being overly audacious. Did this 6-year-old truly believe that having proven the P versus NP problem placed him on par with giants like Gauss and Newton? Oh dear God! To claim to prove 2 major mathematical conjectures in a single day, Such boldness would make even Newton hesitate. Just wait and see. I refuse to believe that the young prodigy will succeed. I curse that wretched young Dacia genius, wishing him to perish immediately after proving his conjecture. For he must have bargained his lifespan for wisdom with the devil. On Twitter, the uproar reignited. Some were astonished, others skeptical, while some hurled malicious curses. The veterans of the Deba forum could hardly contain themselves upon witnessing this spectacle, knowing it was time for them to rally, armed with memes. Thus, the flames of conflict reignited. Meanwhile, on the MSE forum, the atmosphere was even more fervent. Countless threads filled the homepage as mathematics enthusiasts from around the globe weighed in. Speculations abounded regarding Liu Ze's ability to truly prove the Goldbach conjecture. Robert Rubin even posted a lengthy analysis, ultimately asserting that the young genius would not succeed. The Goldbach conjecture and the P versus NP problem were entirely different beasts. The latter required innovation and the invention of revolutionary tools, while the former, having been proposed nearly 3 centuries ago, had remained unbroken, underscoring its historical intractability. Thus, Rubin concluded that for the young prodigy to prove it in such a short time frame was exceedingly unlikely. In fact, one could say that the difficulty had multiplied several times over compared to his earlier proof of the P versus NP problem. Therefore, Rubin believed that if Liu Ze were to live-stream his proof of the Goldbach conjecture, the outcome would likely be unsatisfactory. Moreover, with the media's embellishments, the possibility of him facing public disgrace was not out of the question. At Daxia, in the 13th middle school, the atmosphere was tense. Liu Tianxing expressed his concern. "Do you truly intend to prove the Goldbach conjecture right now?" "Indeed," Liu Ze replied. "But you've already exerted your brain for over 10 hours. I believe in your capabilities, yet you must allow your body some rest." Liu Tianxing's worry deepened upon hearing this. Proving mathematical conjectures is an immensely taxing endeavor, and even with a clear approach, many errors can arise during the process. Even the most elite teams of mathematicians can toil for days on end. Liu Ze, at merely 6 years of age, was about to undertake this monumental task alone. Was this truly feasible? The expressions of concern were mirrored on the faces of others present, their apprehension palpable. Yet, in the face of all this, Liu Ze simply shook his head. "No need. I am confident I can complete the proof within an hour." His crisp voice echoed, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. For in Liu Ze's declaration, they discerned not a hint of arrogance or boastfulness, but rather the spirited confidence that comes from genuine ability. Could it be that he truly had a strategy to prove the Goldbach conjecture? Anticipation gripped everyone present. Liu Ze was certainly not speaking without reason. His confidence stemmed from his unique talent, the focus of public attention. At that moment, as the number of individuals worldwide focusing on him surged, his thoughts surged like molten lava within a volcano, boiling and alive. Chapter 70. The Trust and Anticipation of the Nation, the Final Stroke of Proof. In this moment, Liu Ze appeared almost divine. His mind was extraordinarily agile, his intellect crystal clear, with numerous verification methods that he had never considered before continuously emerging in his thoughts. His spirit felt as if it were transcending the physical realm, soaring higher and higher, piercing through the ceiling, traversing mountains and seas. Ultimately, it settled among the stars, overlooking the entire blue planet from the vast and infinite cosmos. Exhaling softly, Liu Ze opened his eyes, his spirit returning in an instant, and all fantastical visions vanished. Before him lay only sheets of calculation paper. He grasped a fresh black pen and immediately began to write. In an instant, a plethora of intricate mathematical symbols and formulas sprang forth. As Liu Ze put pen to paper, the inky script gradually adorned the entire expanse of white paper, soon extending to the next sheet. Beside him, Liu Tianxing and other esteemed mathematics professors from Qingbei held their breath, utterly captivated and fixated on his every movement. Although Liu Ze had previously penned the proof of the Birch and Swinnerton-Dyer conjecture, that had been a solitary endeavor, with no one witnessing the process. Now, before the eyes of the entire world, Liu Ze wielded his pen with the grace of a dragon. What audacity! Which mathematician globally could remain unshaken? The likes of Liu Tianxing, of such esteemed caliber, were even more exhilarated than if they had encountered a paragon of beauty. With each completed page, they gingerly accepted it, interpreting it as if it were a priceless treasure. The Goldbach conjecture, distinguished into the strong and weak variants, lay before them. The weak Goldbach conjecture, concerning odd numbers, had been proven by the Western mathematician Harold Helfgott in 2013. Yet now, the prodigious youth was engaged in the strong Goldbach conjecture, also known as the conjecture concerning even numbers. The strong variant, a foundational problem of Goldbach, posed a significantly greater challenge, far exceeding that of the weak conjecture. Once, our formidable mathematics team at Qingbei had dedicated 3 years to conquer it, resulting in a dismal failure. According to the late esteemed Professor Wang Qinglu of the Daxiao mathematics community, humanity would require more abstract tools to breach the strong Goldbach conjecture, possibly even necessitating a breakthrough in the Riemann hypothesis. As Lu Tianxing scrutinized the calculations, he rapidly elucidated these concepts. His words were not merely for the assembled mathematics professors, but were also aimed at the millions of viewers in the live broadcast. Although many might not grasp number theory or prime numbers, they had gathered together, united by their passion for mathematics, to support the young prodigy through the night. Thus, a fundamental understanding of the conjecture was essential. The live chat exploded with messages of admiration. 666. Thanks for the explanation. Upon hearing Lu's lecture, the audience felt an even deeper sense of awe towards the young genius. To witness the live demonstration of the proof of a world-class conjecture, who else could achieve such a feat? Is this prodigy truly of our kind? With such intellect, one could easily believe he hails from the M78 nebula. Lu Zhe's earnest demeanor was utterly charming. His flawless profile was simply mesmerizing. Calm down, fans. The entire nation was aware of the prodigious charm of this young genius, but now was the time to focus on the proof of the Goldbach conjecture. Seriousness was paramount. Messages flooded in, cascading like a waterfall. This was still under the constraints of the platform's moderation. Otherwise, the sheer volume of comments from millions of online viewers could have overwhelmed the servers. Moreover, outside the live stream, the event was being broadcasted by the CCTV news channel and reported widely across various platforms. It could be said that the entire nation was riveted by this event. The international community mirrored this fervor. Broadcasts showcasing the Daxiao prodigy were rampant across major global video platforms, with live streams proliferating. The world was fixated with unprecedented intensity. Under such scrutiny, every action of Lu Zhe would be magnified. As Robert Rubin on the MSE forum stated, should Lu Zhe manage to prove the Goldbach conjecture live under global observation, he would ascend to the pantheon of legends. Conversely, should he fail, it would lead to his precipitous fall from grace, tarnishing his reputation. Even though he had previously proven the Birch conjecture, that would not suffice. Such is the nature of society. Human hearts are enigmatic. A villain may commit 1,000 misdeeds, yet a single good deed can redeem him in the eyes of the public. Conversely, a virtuous individual who stumbles even once is swiftly branded as a villain. This phenomenon is known in psychological terms as the peak-end rule, or the single event impact effect. It suggests that individuals are often more influenced by their most recent actions while overlooking prior deeds. Thus, when Lu Zhe proclaimed his intention to prove the Goldbach conjecture in the live stream, he found himself at the epicenter of scrutiny, a precipice between glory and ruin. On Twitter, the global trend surrounding the Daxiao prodigy reached its zenith, topping the charts. Countless eyes were fixated on this 6-year-old boy. Some fervently wished for his success, offering prayers, while others harbored deep-seated resentment towards Daxiao, hoping for his failure. Domestically, on Weibo, as time progressed, the trending topic shifted to whether the young genius would succeed. Below, a poll divided opinions into red and blue factions. The red camp held optimism, while the blue camp expressed skepticism. At that moment, over 5 million votes had been cast. With 83% believing in his potential success, only 17% remained doubtful. This demonstrated that the people of Daxiao, fundamentally united in their belief, chose to support him despite any internal reservations regarding Lu Zhe's capability to consecutively prove 2 world-class mathematical conjectures. After all, where in this world do we find anything devoid of difficulty, no matter how arduous? Could it surpass the arduous journey Daxiao has undertaken to emerge from the encirclement of great powers over the years? Back then, the entire world doubted that this impoverished and backward populous nation could ever aspire to ascend to the pinnacle of global achievement. Yet, history has shown that once this great dragon from the East awakens, miraculous feats are but a heartbeat away. Upon the resolution of the Goldbach conjecture, the profound intricacies of prime distribution would be unveiled, propelling humanity forward in the realm of number theory. This would not only be Lu Zhe's glory but also the glory of Daxiao. Brothers, I have already prepared the champagne in advance. Do not dissuade me. True men fear not the curse of halftime champagne. I believe Lu Zhe will undoubtedly succeed. Go, young prodigy. With the collective faith of thousands and countless hopeful gazes, within the tranquil confines of the classroom, sheets of paper filled with calculations lay strewn across the desk. From the moment Lu Zhe began, nearly an hour had elapsed without pause. His thoughts flowed like a gushing spring. Inspiration surged like the ocean. One intricate mathematical symbol after another emerged upon the paper. Analytic number theory, algebraic geometry, all were tools in Lu Zhe's arsenal to tackle the challenges ahead. Lu Tianxing and the other professors were utterly entranced, lost in admiration for this grand performance that resembled an artful spectacle. Finally, as the clock struck 1 hour, Lu Zhe confidently concluded with his final stroke. The complete proof of the Goldbach conjecture was unveiled. Chapter 71. The proof is revealed. Mathematicians worldwide are in a frenzy. It's done. As Lu Zhe laid down his pen, the classroom's attention converged upon him. Before this handsome young man, the small desk was layered with sheets of calculation paper, each adorned with a uniform style of black ink. The dense array of formulaic symbols would be incomprehensible to the average person. Yet at this moment, it represented the holy scripture in the eyes of mathematicians around the globe. Even the most renowned mathematicians from various countries were filled with impatience, eager to leap into the screen to closely observe the reasoning behind this proof. Those fortunate enough to be present, such as Professors Lu Tianxing and others from Tsinghua and Peking universities, were breathing heavily, their bodies trembling as they gazed at the papers before them. Despite having witnessed the entire process of the proof's emergence, they still felt as though they were enveloped in an extraordinary dream, utterly incredulous. "Dear professors, please commence the verification," Lu Zhe said, setting down his pen and stretching his wrists before smiling at the gathered crowd. His voice was calm, yet brimming with unwavering confidence. Lu Tianxing and the other professors exchanged glances, unable to suppress a collective swallow of anticipation. Ultimately, it was Lu Tianxing who stepped forward to meticulously organize the calculation papers in the order they were written. Just as he was about to examine them closely, a sudden voice emerged from his phone. "Old Lu." He looked up to see his longtime friend, Zhang Qingyu, appearing anxious on the screen of the Fudan University live stream. "If you hoard this for yourself, I'll challenge you." Upon noticing Lu Tianxing's silence, Zhang quickly softened his tone, pleading, "Old Lu, just show me a glimpse. Just a glance. I promise to remember you fondly for life." The other professors from Fudan echoed his sentiments, having cast aside their earlier rivalry with Lu Tianxing. In the presence of the proof of the Goldbach conjecture, no mathematician could maintain their composure. It was akin to an unparalleled secret manual in the martial arts world, irresistibly captivating to all who sought knowledge. Hearing these words and gazing at his lifelong friend, Lu Tianxing could only smile in resignation. Finally, he nodded, stating, "The young prodigy's brilliance is astonishing. The reasoning behind this proof is profoundly intricate. Relying solely on our team from Tsinghua and Peking, it would indeed be challenging to verify it. Therefore, old Zhang, it is not just you. Here, I extend an invitation to mathematicians worldwide to join in the verification." With that, Lu Tianxing waved his hand, signaling the television crew to direct the camera towards the draft papers on the table. Under the impeccably clear lens of the professional camera, every stroke of ink was vividly displayed, presented in its entirety to the world. Zhang Qingyu and the others were rendered speechless. Wang Lan exclaimed, "Someone, turn off the live stream. Our visuals are too distracting." At this, the young associate professor, referred to as someone, wore a perplexed expression as he exited the live connection. Soon, the split screens on everyone's phones transformed into a full-screen view of Lu Zhe's work. The proof of the Goldbach conjecture appeared clearer than ever. At that moment, mathematics professors from universities across the nation and enthusiasts from the public gathered closely around their screens, as though they had discovered a treasure. As the live stream spread across the internet, mathematicians around the globe became ecstatic. "Oh dear friends from the East, your generosity knows no bounds. Just a glimpse of this proof's reasoning feels like encountering a genius. This is a feast for mathematicians worldwide. We shall never forget this day. Lu, not only are you humorous in character, but also exceedingly magnanimous in your endeavors. The next time we meet, I shall bestow a kiss upon your beautiful cheek. I hereby declare this day to be commemorated as Prodigy Conjecture Day, a festival for our mathematical community." In academic halls around the world, the praises of contemporary eminent mathematicians erupted. Some even jested about Lu Tianxing himself. Clearly, many of these mathematicians were acquainted with him, for there are only so many mathematicians who have made a name for themselves globally. Moreover, academic pursuits transcend borders, and it is commonplace for top mathematicians to hold international conferences or even share alumni ties, fostering close relationships. With Lu Tianxing's earnest invitation for mathematicians worldwide to partake in the verification, a chorus of cheers erupted, though ordinary individuals could not decipher these proofs. For the global community of mathematicians, it was an unparalleled festivity. Soon, a grand verification commenced, with mathematicians converging online to collectively calculate the proof's results. This employs an entirely new tool. Some aspects are beyond comprehension. Is this the asymptotic formula for prime numbers provided by the young prodigy, complete with error terms? Oh my God, I anticipated the use of the 12th theorem, but never expected that the prodigy from the great Xia would transcend the limitations of the sieve method in fully separating two prime numbers. Genius. Lu Zhe is undoubtedly a genius. As the global verification progressed, Exclamations of awe resonated throughout. Posts related to the proof flooded major mathematical forums, with mathematicians engaging in fervent discussions, at times heatedly debating, and at others appearing utterly astounded. Viewers worldwide were left in a state of bewilderment. Oh dear. Could this 6-year-old genius from the East truly have succeeded? Can someone tell me whether this proof is indeed correct? The process of verifying mathematical conjectures is protracted and arduous. It is likely to take considerable time. I'm going to sleep now. I hope to awaken and find accurate news on this wretched internet. Netizens from various countries engaged in lively discussions. Some grew weary of waiting after several minutes without results and chose to discontinue their anticipation. Meanwhile, the situation on the Great Xia side was not much different. On a workday, with most individuals needing to report to work the following day, many could no longer endure the wait and decided to check back in the morning. In the classroom of the 13th middle school, as the verification deepened, the complexities multiplied. Lu Tianxing and the professors from Tsinghua and Peking were drenched in sweat, sitting cross-legged as they engaged in intense discussions. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe yawned, remarking that he was preparing to go home for dinner and sleep. Lu Tianxing verbally acknowledged him, yet his gaze remained fixated on the draft paper, clearly not absorbing anything. Noticing this, Lu Zhe chose to disregard him and left the school with his parents, who had been patiently accompanying him throughout the day. 2 hours later, a cry resonated through the classroom. I can't understand. Why is there such a vast gap between people? This outburst startled many viewers in the live stream who had dozed off while watching. Initially believing Lu Tianxing had concluded the verification, they soon rolled their eyes and returned to slumber upon realizing the reason behind the commotion. 5 hours later, millions had dwindled to a few 100,000 in the live stream. In the classroom, apart from the mathematics professors from Tsinghua and Peking, the groups from Harbin Institute of Technology and Beijing Normal University had long departed. The television reporters accompanying the live stream had succumbed to sleep in a neighboring classroom. Wen Jing had gone home, yet teacher Wang persisted in staying, sitting on the classroom floor, watching the passionate verification efforts of the professors with a look of existential doubt. Time passed slowly. Another 4 hours slipped by. The outside world was now fully illuminated. The morning birds chirped, and the 9-to-5 workers began to awaken. On the subway and buses, numerous commuters eagerly opened the live stream to check on the progress. To their astonishment, they found Lu Tianxing and the elderly professors still engaged in verification, sporting dark circles under their eyes. Is the verification of the Goldbach conjecture this arduous? Many were left utterly bewildered by this sight. After all, Lu Zhe accomplished this remarkable feat in merely 1 hour. Yet, mathematicians around the globe toiled throughout the night to verify the results. Could this truly exemplify the chasm between the divine and the mortal? Chapter 72. The verification results are in, and Lu Zhe ascends the pinnacle of mathematics. As the clock struck 10 in the morning, it marked the moment when diligent workers were just settling into their tasks. The sun's rays bathed the office, lulling many into a drowsy stupor. Seated at their desks, yawns echoed as they perceived their work as tedious and monotonous. Suddenly, a loud exclamation pierced the air. The proof of the prodigious child's conjecture has been unveiled. In an instant, an uncountable number of workers lifted their heads. After a brief moment of astonishment, they instinctively reached for their phones or opened their web browsers. As expected, a deluge of news articles and pop-up notifications began to flood their screens. Breaking news. The proof of the Goldbach conjecture has been released. Congratulations. A collaborative team of professors from Tsinghua and Peking University, alongside other institutions, has successfully completed the verification after a grueling 15-hour effort. Professor Lu Tianxing announces live. The child prodigy Lu Zhe has fully proven the Goldbach conjecture, reaching the pinnacle. The Ministry of Education congratulates the young prodigy for simultaneously proving 2 monumental mathematical conjectures in a single day. Stunning revelation. Harvard University tweets congratulations, declaring the Eastern prodigy as the sole true deity of modern mathematics. The child prodigy returns to the live broadcast at number 13 middle school. Click to watch now. Fraud alert. Criminals are impersonating the young prodigy to send out scam messages, with numerous individuals falling victim to losses as high as 200,000. On this sweltering afternoon, the summer heat surged, and the world trembled. The news that the Eastern child prodigy Lu Zhe had successfully proven 2 world-class mathematical conjectures in a single day spread like wildfire across the blue planet. In every nation capable of internet access, the populace became aware. Among them, many possessed limited educational backgrounds. They might not fully grasp the concept of mathematical conjectures. Yet they understood one thing. A remarkable individual had emerged from the East. His name is Lu Zhe, and he is but 6 years old. The fervor in the public sphere mirrored the tumult in academia. Prestigious institutions such as Harvard, Cambridge, Oxford, and MIT were all stirred. among the top 20 universities globally. At least half took to Twitter to express their congratulations to the Eastern prodigy Lu Zhe for his triumph in proving two conjectures. Mathematicians worldwide reacted with fervor. For instance, the previous Fields Medal laureate, Benjamin, tweeted a staggering 37 times in praise of Lu Zhe's monumental achievements, with 25 of those tweets laced with expletives to emphasize his emotional fervor. Observers were left bewildered. Oh dear, you are a Fields medalist. Yet why are you so lacking in decorum? One of Benjamin's fans, unable to bear it any longer, commented in outrage. This remark garnered significant attention, prompting Benjamin to respond swiftly. Shut your filthy mouth. You ignorant fool. You have no comprehension of the value of the Goldbach and Birch and Swinnerton-Dyer conjectures, especially proven by a single individual in one day. Lu Zhe is the god of mathematics. He is my idol. The fan, taken aback by the torrent of invective, retorted defiantly, fine, then continue your ridiculous, sycophantic tweets all day long. I can do this endlessly. Benjamin, undeterred by any sense of shame, typed back with fervor. This scene left countless onlookers astounded. What kind of enchantment does this child prodigy Lu Zhe possess that could provoke such fervor in a Fields medalist, even inciting him to clash with his own fanbase? Those unversed in mathematics could not comprehend this spectacle. Yet, without question, the name Lu Zhe became indelibly etched in their minds. In the Dachau region, at number 13 middle school, the live broadcast continued. Professors from Tsinghua and Peking University, sporting dark circles under their eyes, were juxtaposed with other professors who had returned to their classrooms, brimming with vitality. After all, it was not they who had endured the sleepless night verifying the conjectures. They had enjoyed a restful slumber. Hey, old Lu, why do you look so haggard? Professor Zhang Ming from the Capital Normal University cheerfully greeted Lu Tianqing as he entered. The latter, bearing the burden of dark circles, grimaced in response. Get lost. Come now. Don't be so irritable. You've made a contribution to the academic community, haven't you? Zhang Ming chuckled, suddenly pulling out his phone. Speaking of hard work, take a look at these fellows. Lu Tianqing paused, squinting at the phone screen. To his surprise, the image revealed a live stream from Fudan University. Professors like Zhang Qingyu and others appeared disheveled, their eyes resembling those of raccoons. Although they seemed spirited, their outward appearance suggested they could collapse at any moment. The world was aware of the Tsinghua and Peking University professors who had stayed up late verifying the conjectures. Yet they overlooked the fact that the Fudan academicians had also participated remotely. In fact, prior to verifying the Goldbach conjecture, Zhang Qingyu and his colleagues had spent 7 hours live-streaming their verification of the Birch and Swinnerton-Dyer conjecture. Given such intense work coupled with sleeplessness, it was no wonder these elderly gentlemen appeared as if they were on the brink of collapse. Even the viewers in the live stream couldn't resist the urge to tease. Gentlemen, please take it easy. I don't know why, but although Professor Zhang seems lively, I can't shake the feeling he's about to drop dead any second now. Where are the medical staff? They should be keeping a close watch. Professor Zhang retorted. I'm not dead yet. I can still function. Observing the barrage of comments, Lu Tianqing finally burst into laughter. Seeing other elderly gentlemen in worse condition than himself instantly brightened his mood. Once he had calmed down, Lu Tianqing turned to the tardy Lu Zhe, his expression filled with admiration. Young prodigy, you have made history. Go write your paper. Next month, we will accompany you to the International Congress of Mathematicians to formally present the proofs of the two conjectures. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe obediently expressed his gratitude. Such world-class mathematical conjectures cannot simply be proven in private. They must be publicly presented and submitted to relevant platforms. Following a rigorous evaluation by the International Congress of Mathematicians, which includes debates and discussions, only then can the validity of the conjecture's proof be officially recognized. Conversely, neglecting these procedures or failing to make the findings public would not only diminish its historical significance, but also lead to a loss of academic credibility, branding one as academically dishonest. At that point, any accolades from the academic community, such as the Fields Medal or the Abel Prize, would be utterly unattainable. Though Lu Zhe possessed a modicum of understanding regarding these processes, having someone guide him was far more beneficial. After all, figures of Lu Tianqing's stature are frequent attendees of the International Congress of Mathematicians. Accompanying him on the international stage would undoubtedly broaden his horizons and network, solidifying his position in the realm of mathematics.